It's a wonderful Friday morning, and boy, oh boy, I am so excited for the games that we have lined up for all of you today. It is day 3 of the Perfect World Asia League 2020. My name is Blair, and we have 3 spectacular best of 3s. You're going to be kind of spread throughout the duration of the day, but before we do that, for those of you who missed out on the action yesterday, we have a small little cute recap video made by PGL, so check it out.
Danking though, holding the line, doing a fantastic job with the fans. He's managed to get himself off. What? Oh, he just jumped up and destroyed them.
Now Ronan, he's committing on his own. It's a ballsy play that works out, and no scope as well. What a dawn. Now Hulk aggression isn't able to get out towards short. That's a mincemeat. Both players do go down, so there's going to be full reinvestment across the board. They will have to invest in Kevlar again.
Another smoke going down, and NCL's still there, and he's going to get another double kill.
There we go. That was a quick recap. I had fun. I hope you did as well. But now we're going to be getting into the meat of things. We have 3 games lined up, and to talk about it and to kind of explain and break it down for you gentlemen, we have 3 other good-looking gentlemen. We have, of course, Mitch, we have Dinko, and we have Tom. Tom looking pretty round, beautiful, smooth as usual. Dinko looking a little blushy, and Mitch more wondering, why the hell am I over here? Why am I with these bunch of losers? Mitch, let's start with you. How are you feeling? You look a little down.
Don't worry, this is just my natural rhythm at this point. It's where I reside after what happened to me yesterday. I'm still living in that nightmare, and I'm ready for a little bit more hell.
He's ready for hell. That's a very metal thing to say. I can really identify. Dinko, you're looking fresh. I feel like you've managed to inject those caffeine pills straight into your veins.
Yeah, at this point, that's what I'm gonna be living on for the next month. That's my nutrition. Yeah,
it's not caffeine.
I'll just maybe crush them up, but I'll find different methods of intaking them.
Okay, just remember never to do it rectally is what I've learned in life. But Tom, we're gonna break down. Listen, it's Friday, right? It's okay to be a little wild here.
It's also like
Tom,
6 a.m.
Let's talk a little bit about the results we had yesterday. Let's bring that up. And Tom, maybe just take us through what we witnessed yesterday. It was a pretty close series, some wild Counter-Strike, we can even say, but it was kind of a long day. And even a 2-0 from Tai Lu, that was kind of a weird affair.
Yeah, it was an awful match of Counter-Strike. It was awful. Like, Tai Lu decided that they didn't really fancy playing properly, and just especially on Mirage, like they would get the bomb down in a 4v2 and then they just push and peek everything. It was one of the worst displays in Afterplants I've ever seen, and they won the map. So you can almost guess what my opinion is on the other team, so we're not going to move on from that. Was quite impressed with Checkmate. Obviously on the other side, what side, they had some good individual players, but realistically, in terms of their team synergy, they got a lot of work to do, but that's something that they can improve on. I think in terms of the skill, they're definitely there. And Bren started off so well. First map, impressed. Looked like they were the better team. And yeah, from then onwards, they basically just played some pretty poor Counter-Strike, especially in the second half of map 2. They were non-existent. So yeah, a bit of a disappointing one from them. Obviously, that victory, I think, actually puts Tiger right at the top of the board. So they're at least sitting pretty, but I think they themselves have a lot to improve on if they're actually going to be competing versus the likes of Tai Lu, Vici, Invictus, etc.
All right, let's take a look at the standings though, because we should have Tiger on top of the table there with the 2 wins they've had. Just have only played 2, and again, like Tom pointed out, their wins weren't exactly that clean. Even their opponents weren't exactly top tier, because their opponents were after Gaming and Bren Esports. They're right now sitting at the bottom of the table alongside Huadzai. Huadzai gonna be a little disappointed considering how close the series went, but there we go at the bottom. 2 teams yet to play.
Got moved down. I'm happy. That got fixed.
It got fixed. It got fixed, Tom. And we still have Invictus and Beyond who have yet to play a game, and that's going to be happening today later on. We have Checkmate who have won 1. They've lost 1. It's kind of the same thing. Actually, no, they've only played 1 game. So Checkmate, Sigma, Vici, and Tai Lu right now unbeaten, but of course the caveat being they have only played 1 matchup. And with that being said, let's take a look very quickly at the games we have for today. And we have a final game later on, the 3rd game, which I personally, Mitch, am looking forward to. But let's just go through which matchups you have your eye on, apart from Beyond and Invictus.
Yeah, I mean, obviously Beyond Invictus is the one. So Tiger Checkmate, I think, is going to be pretty good. Like, Checkmate have given a really good showing. Tiger have looked pretty weak. I think that's actually a fairly even matchup. I would still favor Tiger, but there is a decent chance that we'll see Checkmate be able to do something. And if, well, I don't like after, so Sigma should smash them. Hopefully they will. If they don't play like Tai Lu and jump through smokes and push short. Man, that game with Tai Lu, they pushed short with the bomb, and then no one else pushed. I'm just like, what is going on? And the fact that After made it close, like, I know there's going to be people that say, oh, but they were like 3 rounds away from winning versus Tai Lu. No, don't even, no, don't do that. They're bad. That's all.
All right. Let's talk a bit about what these teams are playing for, though. Like, we already have the RMR points, which is going to be allocated, and money as well. Few teams are going to go home just with $3,000 to their wallet, which isn't bad. You can literally go 0-9, like, lose each and every one of your matchups and still get 3K. And honestly, I mean, Dinko, for a couple of these teams, even at $3,000, I think they're going to be happy with that, considering how rough it's looking, right?
I mean, in the Asian scene, I mean, it doesn't have as much infrastructure in terms of the tournaments. So this is definitely the biggest tournament that you can play in that has this many Asian teams in it, right? So yeah, they'll be very happy with just qualifying for this event. They're securing more prize money than they probably ever earn in any of the other tournaments that they play in. So yeah, I mean, it's obviously nice to even be one of the weakest teams and still walk away with something. But again, we're looking at the top spots, we're looking at the RMR points, because there's more of them to come, right? So it's open again. Any teams that think, okay, we can't qualify anymore, now have another opportunity. There's going to be more RMR events leading up to the major, which we don't know when it'll be. So how many events there is left, who knows? So it's all about just getting as many points as you possibly can and staying relevant. So we're looking at those top spots.
And also, like, even as we touched upon yesterday, certain teams where, let's be real, they don't really have a chance of qualifying for the major winner, but that's going to happen, right? But we also do have this opportunity to kind of showcase to the world, to the region, that, hey, we're a pretty decent team. Or look at this player, look at me, I'm a pretty solid player. We do, of course, have the RMR standings as it is right now. Tyloo on top over there, no surprises. Vici right behind them. Tiger coming in third because of kind of a terrible second RMR event. And Beyond definitely contending. You look at Invictus, you're like, wait, they don't have that many points, mainly because they didn't play the first RMR. They were not invited, nor did they qualify, although they did come in second, if memory serves me right, in the previous RMR, the Pal Summer, right? They lost a few points because they did have a lineup change. They did bring in Bottle, which I believe is a big upgrade for Oi. But let's talk a little bit about a matchup coming up next. It's going to be Sigma facing off against After Gaming. And Tom, I'm not gonna ask you to talk about After because I feel like that might actually break you.
I'm ready.
You want to? You sure about this? Because
All
right, let's talk about After.
I'm really impressed
let's talk about
with,
After.
Though.
Here's the thing. They've played 2 matches, and both the games were against RMR winners, Tyloo and Tiger, who won, the summer and the spring RMR event. So it was a pretty rough opposition. Yeah, it's a fact.
But do you know what I'm really impressed with? Like PGL, again, like going out of their way. It's amazing. They've managed to already put down the amount of RMR points that After are going to get before the tournament's finished. Like it's just amazing. Like, wow. It had it on that list there. That's not going to change. Because if it does, someone's going to have to have screwed up, and not as badly as they did within their first match. No, they have, like, okay, yesterday I'll give them a bit of slack. Yesterday I actually don't think they played bad. In fact, I think they look like the better of the 2 teams.
Sakai wasn't bad. He didn't make you feel like, ending yourself.
Yeah, well, that's the line we're drawing at the moment. Is that Sakai didn't do anything so stupid that I had to name it as the worst play I've ever seen in Counter-Strike. So yeah, it was an improvement. I'll give them that. It was better than the first day. And if they keep on this sort of trajectory, well, eventually they'll be the best team in the world. The problem is, I think that Tyloo also played some of the worst Counter-Strike I've ever seen in my life. And we're just having fun and basically just pissing about a bit. So I don't think that's going to be the case for Sigma. Going into their first match, sure, it was not ideal for Sigma. They almost lost basically to one player, which was Ronan Baby, who had a really impressive performance, 87 kills across 3 maps, which, well, that's averaging 29 for anybody who can't do quick maths. That's almost Simple-esque. I would say that is Simple-esque. Like, to 29 kills average over 3 maps is disgusting. So, yeah, he played unreal, and a very young kid, I guess you could say, performing well.
Cocky as well, from what we saw yesterday.
Yeah, for sure. But going into this one, I would hope that for them, they managed to get through that. I don't think there's anybody on this After roster who's even close to that level of what we shot. Maybe Wang. Like, Wang was pretty good, and actually Bingo was okay. But, like, realistically, I want to see Sigma come into this one and just win it out. Like, I think if they're going to be a team that can challenge for the top 6, this needs to be an easy game for them. If they lose, we might as well just call it with them getting to the playoffs, because this After team is shocking.
All right, I do hear a little voice in my ear telling me that there is a bit of technical issues for one of the teams connecting into the server, so it's going to be a little bit of a delay. Not too much, hopefully, though. And since I know you guys don't want us to just keep yapping along, analysts stop talk, we're going to cut into a very quick break, but we'll be back. Don't go anywhere. Game 1 is about to start very soon. Surprise! You thought it was going to be 6 more minutes, but we're back. It is going to be, of course, the game about to go live very quickly. It looks like all these issues have been resolved. And I believe we have the map videos as well. But before we show that, since we have a couple of extra minutes here, I actually want to... Never mind, it's come on live. I thought I'd probably discuss it, but... Mirage, Nuke,
exactly
and
what I was
Vertigo.
thinking.
Tom.
Yeah, no, I saw this coming a mile off and definitely wouldn't have got this wrong if it hadn't been shown. Nuke is an interesting one because from what I've learned from most Asian teams, Nuke is a no-no. It doesn't really come up too often.
I mean, it's such a no-no for Tai Lu. They just permaban it out. So
yeah, and everybody else copies Tai Lu. So I haven't really watched that many games of Nuke within Asia. So. And especially being picked by After as well. I'll be honest, like in my eyes, they are the puggiest team in this tournament, and they don't even have the best players. So the fact that they've picked Nuke seems mental to me. But maybe I'll be pleasantly surprised. Maybe this was them just saving this for today. They were like, I'm ready for a Nuke pick. I'm sure, like in other matches, it was banned out against them. Although it wasn't, didn't you say it was floated yesterday by Tai Lu and they didn't pick it then? So yeah, maybe they've just realized they can't win any other map, so they'll try Nuke.
Tai Lu have surprisingly been floating Nuke, and I think Lin Vision once picked it against them, and Tai Lu won, which is mental. I don't think I've ever seen Tai Lu play Nuke. The thing for After is they have played Nuke once, where they just smashed D13, 16-7, and D13 could play Nuke, Mitch, if you remember. Like, they actually... I mean, they're not the best at Nuke, let's be real here, but they still could play it. But 16-7, that's a complete demolition. So I don't know, this Nuke could make things interesting.
D13. So that means that After are going to win. But I'm still predicting Sigma.
Well, you know, statistically at the moment, it seems like... they're favored for some reason over on the After side. And, you know, I can see why. If I'm looking at this from a statistical, the people that calculate odds, if I'm looking at it like that, okay, Tai Lu, close game. Tiger, close game. The lineup in general for After is sick. Like, Oi and Marek, solid players. Bingo and Wang been playing insane. Sakai, dumbest decision-making I've ever seen. It kind of balances out. Sigma, like, okay, they're a decent team, but they had a close game versus Huatsai. They beat Mazalai. Like, they lost to Bren, lost to D13. There's nothing impressive there. So if I was coming in with fresh eyes, if I didn't watch the other 2 days, I'd come in and say, yeah, 100%. After going to be winning this, they look better. Problem is, I saw them day one, and I'll never forget that. So there is no possibility of me favoring them in any matchup. Like, it could be an ESEA advanced mix, and I would still favor them. So
would you favor them over, let's say, Mazalai?
Yeah, I think I would. You know, Mazalai don't have the individual skill at times to back it up, but geez, it was just terrible. I've never seen anything like it. I can't bring myself to favor After. I can't do it.
Okay, and Dinka, for the side of Sigma, right? Like, one thing you can't take away from these guys, yes, they managed to have that very narrow win over Huatsai, who have struggled, you know, as a team, as a unit. But one thing I got to say about these guys from Thailand is the fact that they are sharp. Like, each and every one of these players have that ability to just kind of take over a round all on their lonesome.
Yeah, that's what we're talking about with the Sigma team. They have so many players that are quite experienced as well in terms of how to approach the game, and they understand the region quite well. We haven't seen them in a while. We didn't see them around the last time here at PAL. So, yeah, they've got a lot of work to do, obviously, in terms of getting further up the table. A couple of the teams they could beat. I think we haven't really seen enough of Sigma to really understand where they're at right now. In their first matchup, I think it was a little too close for them to be comfortable. I think Huatsai, I think we've seen their true colors yesterday. They're a team that have the skill, but not quite the teamwork. So I think that's something Sigma certainly have, is the level of fundamentals are there in comparison to a lot of the teams. And that's something that's going to be a huge advantage up against After, who barely have any. So Sigma should be just winning that battle completely in the head-to-head.
All right, let's take a look very quickly at the... Actually, no, let's not take a look at anything. I think the game is about to go live, but let's hear from Tom and Mitch. Let's start with you, Tom. Very quick predictions. I think I know which way this one's going, but just to be clear.
After this match, Sigma are going to win.
There we go. There we go. Mitch.
I like it. Yeah, look, after this is their chance to actually prove that they're not going to be literally the last team in this tournament. They can't beat Sigma, they're screwed. So I think Sigma are going to win, but I'm happy to change my opinion if after play not like headless chickens today.
Well, hopefully we do see that. But gentlemen, thank you very much. Thank you very much. I shall catch you guys later on. So it's going to be Dinka and myself bringing you guys map number 1, match number 1 of the day. And Dinka, I got to say, this Nuke pick, I feel it actually might go the way of After. And heading into Vertigo, it's up in the air. I feel like this could actually go either way, depending on how After show up. Day 1 was terrible, I won't lie. Day 2 from After, it wasn't that bad against Tyloo. Yes, Tyloo were playing extremely loosey-goosey, but you got to give them something, right?
Yeah, I mean, after you would think they're terrible in terms of not being able to play Counter-Strike with the way some of the storylines have been painted so far here in the broadcast, but I feel like After can do something against Sigma. I feel like they've got enough skill. These Chinese teams in general, I mean, the players, the talent runs quite deep, right? In terms of being good individual players, it's certainly there in terms of the aim. I think after what we've seen, their weakness comes from just not being together for a long time and potentially, just adding Oi into the roster. He's one of the more experienced players. He can certainly help out for this team, bringing ideas from Invictus over and trying to get this team in shape. And that's obviously going to take some time. It certainly is. And Oi himself, there's a reason he got cut from Invictus, right? There's a reason he was on the chopping block if they wanted to change anybody. I mean, he wasn't exactly the most gifted player in that team. But coming into After, I think that's where he kind of takes that one of those top spots as a main fragger. We've actually seen him being the most consistent in terms of delivering impact across a lot of the maps. So, yeah, coming into this, I think there's some pieces to work with for After, but right now, not really looking like a Chinese team that'll be competing too high up the table.
I mean, I was kind of looking forward to the After Gaming Oi versus his old teammates in Invictus matchup, but I gotta agree with you. I mean, the way they're playing right now, when they face off against Invictus, who came in second in the previous RMR, they are a force to be reckoned with. They're trying to, the only team, by the way, who beat Tyloo in the entirety of PAL Summer, 2020, which is nuts if you think about it. It's going to be very hard indeed. But heading into Mirage, I did like what Sigma showed here. It was a pretty close affair against Huadzai, but they were able to steal it away. And I like how, even though Huadzai had an opening, was it like a 4-0 or like a 5-1 lead initially? They were shutting it down on the CD side. Spiels was just popping off on the B bomb side. But I like how Sigma were able to adapt. They had the firepower. They were able to mix things up and actually showcase something with a little bit more depth on the T side. Compared to a lot of these teams, you look at Huadzai, you look at Tyloo, you look at even After, or even Tiger for that matter, the T sides have been a problem, which is so strange to say, considering one thing about the Asian teams in general, where the T sides are good, the CD sides crap. It seems like everything's kind of flipped on its head.
And that's flipped on its head from the last PAL. If you remember back, we were talking about the fact, okay, this is where they do their best work, is over on that T side. The CT side is not going to see many rounds posted. And it happened a lot. We've seen a lot of T side comebacks, a lot of situations where a couple of rounds are posted on the CT side, but they're always able to come back on the T side. For some reason, that's completely flipped. I don't know if they've went away from PAL and decided, okay, well, obviously everybody's CT side sucks, so let's work on that. And then they completely forget about the T side. Now, yeah, just balance it out a little bit. Get on the seesaw, see what's going on, and try and level that out. Because right now, this is a bit of a strange situation. Especially on the CT side of maps, there used to be a problem, which is kind of strange. You would see a lot more T rounds picked up, especially on Mirage. So we'll see if it works out here for after they get the CT start. Maybe the smoke, the HE grenade flashbang from Marek. 3 sets of Kevlar as Wine picks up kit and a smoke. And Rolex early on, trying to peek out on towards the A bomb site. There's a double stack under the wood. 2 players there. Bingo is the player swinging away. They haven't given away there's a second player there, but it's all a ruse anyway, but the bomb's over towards B.
Yeah, but the 2 players ready and waiting. They haven't budged a bit. That's a little bit of a ruse, not really working out. And it's going to be Oi opening it up, but a quick trade in the form of PP Overdose. Just pushing on in, but Wang finds him, tapping away. They're jumping in the air. And it's like shooting pigeons, but not going to land their shots. And now Rolex on 8 HP. He's got a lot of work to do to help his teammate out. Just Cause rotating out real far. He's rattle of a bullet, giving away his position, and immediately Wang's going to find him. And Rolex, well, he's going to be left alone. And Wang, well, we speak about this man having a pretty solid showing despite the results of After Gaming earlier, and he's really showed up here.
I don't know. I don't know why, Blair. Maybe it's because Mitch and Tom have conditioned me to believe this. But I just thought you were going to come out and say, this man is showing that he's got a pretty... And I was just thinking big and then his name. That's all I was thinking there, Blair. But,
I am not going to make a single Wang joke this entire game. And I'm going to show Tom and Mitch how it's done. Being professional. I'm going to break in like half an hour.
What's that? What's that? Dude, it's just served up on a silver platter. I mean... It's impossible. It's just there. It's
I mean, it's Wang J, so it's like, is it like Wang J? Or oh, never mind. He's been wrecked.
He has been slapped. Well, Overdose getting rid of him. Oi, taking one away. That's just cause going down. Now Marek, he's trying to fight with his FAMAS up towards short. Trying to take a couple of players down in towards middle. Trying to dish out a little bit of damage if possible. Niffy on the Tech 9. It's connected onto Bingo through the smoke. We've got ourselves a 4 versus 3 Blair, favoring this lower tier buy. The Deagles and the weaker weapons in play. Always trying his best, but he won't be able to get anything done. And now the T side crossover to the A bomb site. There's only one player actually near the bomb site itself. That's Sakai, playing back in CT spawn. He cannot deny the bomb plant. He hasn't got any control of the bomb site. Eventually, he'll have his opportunity. He'll take down Jesus. And now Marek... looking towards the jungle through the murder hole, catches out one, and Oi is there on the MP9. So, round has been recovered, Blood.
It has been oh my lord, what is that shot from Rolex of dropping Oi? Gets wrecked. One more bullet, that's all he needs to land. One bullet, and Marek's done, but Marek's going to get the kill, and they have time to stick the defuse as well. That got ridiculously close. And even then, he didn't have a kit, and like a couple of seconds late, that could have been disaster. But I feel like for Sigma, that was a round they're going to be so annoyed about, considering it was a 4v3 Dinko. And I know they were trying to make things quite painful for them, but then maybe those post plants weren't exactly the best spots to be holding that.
Yeah, he was down close to not getting that defuse as well. He needed to get on that defuse immediately, otherwise it was done. Yeah, a little bit of a scary round. Probably shouldn't have been that close to begin with.
Too close,
Sigma,
yeah.
A bomb plant. They've got a little bit of reserve cash. It's not going to be enough to invest at, obviously, after going for that force buy. But they do get a bomb plant, so they'll have the extra cash going into the next round. We'll see if they can work it out as we head into round number 4. But this round should be an easy pickup for After Gaming. They found 2 early kills, one being picked up by Just Cause, but he goes down pretty immediately after. And now Reality alongside Rolex left into a 2 versus 4. And while Rolex catching one, takes down Bingo. I do want to point out, Blood, in the Asian scene, obviously we see a lot of crazy and ridiculous names. But what I don't understand is how many players just have random words at the end of their actual name. Like Ronin. Ronin Baby. Reality Jesus. Like, what's going on here?
Well, maybe... Reality. Well, it's actually just Reality.
Yeah, exactly. But
he throws.
He submitted his name.
Yeah, he just brings it in because maybe he's feeling religious, Dinko. Don't religion shame him. Maybe he's a believer in our Lord and Savior, and maybe he's going to crucify some Chinese players here as Rolex turns around the worst time possible. Marek with a nice 4K, nice cleanup. But honestly, for Sigma, yeah, they don't get the bomb down, but they're going to be happy with that. They take away 3 guns. So here's the thing. That round, I feel like Sigma, I wouldn't have been surprised if they went for the force buy because they could potentially broke on the money. And for After Gaming, they should have just basically won that one way more cleaner. They lose 3 players. And now look at the cash for the CTs. They lose this, they're going to be broke. And now for Sigma, first round, we're going to be seeing the guns coming out and have everything to work with, Dinka. The AK-47's a utility. And they look like they have a plan here.
Ooh, PP Overdose. Now, this is quick. He's already inside of the connector. Around the corner to the left side is Bingo at the bottom of the stairs, and he will take down PP Overdose, making it look relatively easy. And now Bingo looking for more. Stuck at the top card, spray away from Marek. It's a little bit labored, but eventually he will get his kill onto Just Cause. And now Rolex has pushed out on towards the A-bomb site, but Bingo, ready and waiting, takes him down. That's a 2-man advantage in play for After, who right now look like the dominant team. Sigma just getting absolutely backhanded. And maybe it's, obviously we have Beyond, who are like the premier tied team. And obviously they can compete against the top tier Chinese teams. But maybe as you move further down, they can't really beat the Chinese teams, right? But moving further down in the Thai scene, we've got Sigma here. Maybe they just can't compete against the lower tier Chinese teams. Oh. This is just a mental block for Thai teams. Well, Neffy's going to find 1 and 2. Big play from Nifty, holding on to this site. He's taking it early on for the T side. Now in the last 2 seconds, they get the bomb down. He will fall, but he's done so much work to get Reality into this winnable situation. He's looking for the headshot. He'll pick up Sakai, and now it's just Wang, and he goes down as well. Reality with a 1 versus 2 delivers the first for Sigma, and yeah, that was a locked-in round for After. That was a round that they had in the bag. They threw it all away. They dropped the bag. All the groceries are over the floor, and Sigma, well, they pick it up.
Yeah, that's a cleanup on aisle number 5 there. That's just okay. Firstly, the 3 deaths for Sigma. Look at these. Look at the way they're walking out, Dinko. Like, they have all the utility in the world. They have the players alive, and they just go for this individual plays, get picked apart. Bingo getting the 2 kills with his off angles. Great stuff from them. And then out of nowhere, Jesus just saves the round. I mean, it should be happening. And that was a round that was a free round. And because of that, the money's broken, and Sigma's gonna have no trouble winning this. It's a 4 spy coming out from the CT. Sakai hasn't purchased. I mean, actually, he did. He had a little bit of extra money as well. But he's gonna be the last man staying alive here as Rolex gets executed, and Sakai spotted out, and he's trying to pick up the AK, which he will. But they're gonna try and hunt him down here. I think there's an ambulance right outside my apartment, Dinko.
Get down.
No, it's the ambulance. It's for after gaming. It's off of that round. They need first aid.
It's on the way. I mean, it's a little far away, but maybe you'll
get there. It's gone away. It's like, yeah, there's no saving these guys.
Well, Sakai, he is lucky to save. He's going to try and carry this AK into the next round here. A scrappy game so far, Blood, and I think that's going to be a pretty common factor throughout this series. We're going to see a lot of rounds like that. We're going to see a lot of confusion Counter-Strike. It's happened throughout pretty much every series, no matter whether or not it's one of the top tier Asian teams or the bottom. You always get these questionable rounds. You always get these moments where you're just wondering how the hell that happened. And you have no answers, Blood. And while Sakai's going to be under pressure, Just Cause running right in. It'll be 1 for Sakai. He gets around the corner. He might just hang on to this AK, but he goes down. And PP Overdose takes everything away from After.
He's probably also the only player who's going to replace his AK with an M4. And then he tosses it away. Well, it is going to be... it was a 4 spy again for After Gaming. Got to remind everyone. Sakai had that extra cash and, of course, bolstered a little bit more with the... couple of exit frags he got there while getting hunted down. The thing with some of these teams, and what frustrates me, is, especially with a team like Sigma, okay, they don't have that many games on HLTV, but they play a lot of events, especially in Thailand, some of these local cups against the likes of Beyond and whatnot. They know how to play Counter-Strike. They're not a terrible team. They have the individual players. They do have an understanding of how to approach the game. The problem is they don't bring it out unless absolutely necessary, which is so messy. Like, I mean, why are you playing so loosey-goosey when you have the advantage, right? Why don't you play it clean and make the rounds clean instead of allowing your opponents into the game, and then that's when they start playing seriously? Like, why do you do that? And that's something which I could probably say about almost every team playing here. Maybe apart from Vici, but even though Vici have their moments, so it's frustrating because I know they can play well. I know they have the right individuals. It's just they just refuse, Dinko. They refuse, and they hurt me. They hurt me deep down inside.
I think they just lack guidance, right? Because when you take a look at some of the teams within China, the ones that succeed, I mean, Tyloo clearly an exception, but because they just have so many good players, and for some reason they've just been able to figure out a style that works even when they go across the waters. But when it comes to the Chinese scene, look at the 2 other top teams. You've got Invictus and you've got Vici, right? They all have in-game leaders, or at least someone to shape them or tell them what to do. Now, obviously, Advent and Xiaosage are very different players in how they approach the game. Xiaosage, very loose. He's not exactly a tactical in-game leader. He's more so just a figurehead that can lead the team and guide them. I feel like this After team, they don't really have that right now. So it's going to be a while. Maybe Oi can bring something that he learned from Invictus. But I think this team, they need someone.
Well, they needed Sakai to go for that play. Just walks out, wide swings out in triple boxes and decapitates Rolex, who has been doing that quite often, though. He's been walking on dry towards A, hoping to find something as Bingo finds Reality Jesus, but Niffy replies back real quick. It's a 3v3. There's a distinct lack of utility for the CTs.
Yeah. Now, that is a big issue. There's no Molotovs. There's one smoke grenade.
That's not it, Marek. That's not it.
You know, you've just given away any chance, really. Now you have to have a big hero play. What the hell is Sakai doing? What are you doing?
I think he's trying to just jump on top spot towards any players pushing towards A. While he's doing that, though, a flank has come in. While he's actually doing that, a flank has come in. and I'm always going to be like, Oi! Oi! You're in CT! Sakai!
What are you doing? What were you doing? What were you looking at?
Oh my god.
Well, you know...
Look, it's a 3v3. It was anyway going to be favoring the T side, right? Because obviously the CTs have to be spread thin. But... Yeah. After gaming just gave away 2 free frags. The first one, Marek, like, I get it. You want to re-aggress and gather some information. Ask for your teammate to flash you in. Or just walk in with your teammate so there's a trade possible. No, he dies. Sakai's busy trying his best to, parkour or something. Trying to jump on top of the tank. Which means that Oi gets stuck with 3 players flanking him, and he's going to get caught out with a knife out trying to jump on over. Wait, haven't they spotted him out? Yeah, they have. Jusko's going to find a free kill here. It's going to get double peeked. There's nothing he can do. What was he doing?
Something, Black, I like to think we're much more reasonable and a little bit more positive at the moment. But just a part of me wishes that Mitch and Tom were casting that moment. Just to see how they would react. I feel like we're a little bit more... we haven't exactly been torn to shreds yet by After, right? They haven't broken our bread just yet. So,
is this the first game we're casting with After?
Yeah, this is the first After game, right? So Tom and Mitch have already had the first 2 outings, right? So they understand. But that moment, that is a little bit of a brain breaker. I don't quite know how the hell that round just kind of fell apart. And that's twice now where After being in positions where they first of all, the first round they should have won 4 versus 2. Now this one, you're in a position where it's a 3 versus 3 and you give away the early advantage towards short. What's the reply? There is none. Sakai just decides to try and jump up on the truck in CT spawn and lets a player walk through CT. After now in a position.
I don't know. I mean, it's too early in the day to that's gonna be a kill for Marek.
Ooh, and Niffy.
And the worrying thing is, Marek has been playing for a very, very long time. Dinko, he's been around the scene, at least in CS:GO, for at least like 6-7 years. I know that I've seen his name in so many teams, and for him to and you look at his lineup, you're like, okay, Oi's a little bit of a problem. Oi is a little bit more experienced. He's been playing for Invictus, the second, third best team in China right now. And you see Oi coming in, and you look at a veteran like Marek, and you're like, okay, they have some people to work with. Why are they taking individual fights? Just let him go. It's fine. Like, why are you just bleeding players out, Sigma? But anyway, normalcy will be retained as they get to 5-3 lead. But yeah, that's a problem. Marek and Oi are making these weird decisions. I mean, I can't even blame the unknown quantities like a Bingo or a Sakai. Wang seems to be the only, the small little glimmer of hope and light in this team. And that's still not going to be good enough.
Yeah, they just lack leadership, and I feel discipline, which obviously would come with the leadership, but also the firepower is not quite there right now. Sigma just dominating, and it's going to be a quick play from Niffy up towards short, catching out Marek. It's going to be a nice opening kill for the Thai side. Niffy has been very impressive. I think even in their first game, I was enjoying watching Niffy in a lot of moments, so hopefully he keeps that up across the series. They have got the man advantage. 1 kill has come in from Sakai. It's a double up setup, so a lot of investment into this round for After. Hasn't exactly been the start they'd be looking for.
Yeah, and I like the 2 different stories of pace coming out from Sigma, right? They went for the fast play towards short. They get a kill. They don't over-regress. They make After stew in that man disadvantage, but they're going to be heading towards his B bombs, and Oi just clearing out close angles, doesn't spot anyone out. That could be massive information. Wang as well, he's worried about a flank coming in. While all that's going on, Oi's going to get taken out. Wang, he's aware PP's around the corner, and PP should not be peeking this. It's a 4v2. Rolex down to 6 points of health. So they're going to play this one safe and smart. And the CT is looking for something, but with a dual op setup, Dinko, retaking the B bomb side, just go for the safe. They're just slowly creep on out Wang. Tuck it in, get out of there. And it is going to be round number 6 for Sigma. You know what's worrying is the fact that there was a 1 round for Sigma in round number 2, where it was a 4v3 post plan towards the A bomb site. You know, if they'd won that one, I feel this could have easily been, well, it's going to be 6-3 right now. I think it could have been 8-1 scoreline for the Thai side. I won't lie. That could have been the case. Oh, boy, oh boy. Things are looking quite rough indeed. They saved the double ops. I'm
I mean,
guessing
at least
they can
that's
drop.
something, but
Yeah,
I mean,
they can drop.
That's a huge investment. Obviously, you don't want to have a round where you fully invest into the double up setup and immediately lose, because that's just going to screw your economy up for the probably rest of the first half, because the CT side, very expensive to be a CT. After gaming, are not going to be winning rounds cleanly, if they win rounds at all. So you're going to be hemorrhaging a lot of cash. And that's a big problem for after game. And I honestly think that's probably the reason why we're seeing, well, in the previous PAL, we've seen a lot of weaker CT halves, is because teams do not win them cleanly. If they win rounds, they lose too many players, and I feel like that definitely affects the economy game. But the thing with the Asian scene, they're so good on the pistols. So even if you're down and just have deagles, for some reason, they're able to win those rounds. And some teams, I favor in those situations more than when they have guns. They play better in those kind of rounds. So it is pretty mental.
I think it goes both ways, right? And I've had people who are like, "Oh, why do you keep blaming the opponents of having a bad play instead of just admiring the deagle plays from some of these players?" And that's the thing; it goes hand in hand. The rifles aren't supposed to lose to the deagles. You might, even with a Nico on the other side, right? If you play it right, if you play your game right, if you have your game plan in properly, fully executed and whatnot, it shouldn't be happening. Sure, they might get a couple of kills here and there. It's just that it's so sloppy at times. It gives so many opportunities away. Oh, that got a little scary. The Niffy with the peek out a little too late. Done. As my feet is lagging a little bit, Dinko, but it looks like Marek is gonna run for the hills.
Yeah, just backing away, trying to carry this AWP into the next round. I feel like that's going to be a pretty common thing here for Afters, just taking the ops and carrying them over as often as they possibly can. And Marek, he's been spotted. They know exactly where he is, and it's worthwhile trying to take this AWP away. He's going to be pushed through the underpass as well, but he should be able to get away, and he will indeed carry the op into the next one. Doesn't really matter, though. If they're not winning rounds, we're starting to just see After crumble. Look at the economy. It's still on the ropes. They will be able to afford a buy, but everything will be invested. They lose this one blood, they're down to the eco. We're going to be seeing Sigma walk away with a very convincing half. And when we take a look at Niffy as a player, he is showing up so far. Every single kill going his way. He's just cutting through After. And you can see how comfortable this team here are on Mirage. And it's the Thai mentality, right? Pick up Mirage, work on this map. And they just have very simple approaches to playing Mirage. It works out perfectly for them. 73 now. A lot of damage done early on to Sigma. Niffy in reality taking the heaps of damage on board. 44 HP on Niffy, 42 for reality. That's a good start for After. Finally doing the damage early on into your round. Molotov up into the window from Sigma. Reality posted up with the AWP in towards the short ladder room. Smoke in the window at the moment, so time can go down. No one dead yet on the server. And Niffy, he's on to the window. We're looking for a little bit more as Rolex takes himself down to 40 as well. A lot of damage being done across the board here for Sigma. Smoke into the lower connector. Reality scoped in towards this A-bomb site. Taking the time, playing the default. Grabbing the map control. Now they head in towards this A-bomb site. Bingo. He'll be holding towards top connector. The initial kill is always. Reality, though, shuts down Bingo. And now Sakai. He's going to be under pressure. He's playing from default on this A-bomb site. Rolex has taken away Wang, so it's looking good at the moment for Sigma as the kills keep raining in. But Sakai, he's their secret weapon, but he's wasted his time. Finally strike to the action. He's going to get a double kill. That's huge. And oh, the Sakai. 3 kills picked up. Fantastic round. Delivering a 4th on the board for After. may look like he had fluffed his chances. He was hiding in default. His teammates were all falling. It was looking so good for Sigma. But Sakai, he waits and he waits and finally catches his chance to peek out into the open. And boy, he takes every single player down with him.
Yeah, it is. That was a one big play from a player we don't really talk about much.
When we talk about him,
yeah, we do talk about it quite a bit. Yeah, but it is usually with a very negative connotation.
Yeah.
All right, well, my feed is lagging a little bit, but hopefully it should be fixed very, very quickly. We do see, of course, the buy from the side of Sigma. They're not going to be worried at all. They have quite a bit of money in the bank. And Wang, oh no, he's stuck around a little too long there, and he's going to get punished for it. It's going to be PP overdose. He's going to get the kill. Bingo spraying very, very wildly through the smoke. Almost finding the kill onto PP. Not able to quite get the trade, but he does find Rolex, a nice little pre-fire. So trades going back and forth, thick and fast, as Niffy finds Bingo, and suddenly that's the A-bomb site completely empty of any counter-terrorist presence, and this is where Sigma don't overextend. This is when it plays smart. I don't know why Reality's even facing here. I know he's got the smoke, but the second it goes away, it's kind of like a 50-50 opportunity, but he's going to spot out a CD before Marek does, and it's going to be Oi left alone, the 1v3, the ex-Invictus player, and this is looking unlikely. If I'm him, just take the AWP and save, and even then, I don't know if it's going to be possible. But no, the bomb's still yet to make its way. There's a chance here for Oi to prevent it from taking place, but it's going to be Niffy, peeks out, and I don't think Oi's going to be expecting the C4 waiting down, and it's the AWP coming out from Reality Jesus, and Oi, he made that almost possible, but PP overdose on 11 points of health, the position not expected, and of course it is going to be the round going the way of Sigma, but that got very, very scary indeed. And considering he had control at A bomb site, I'm surprised that the C4 headed in from mid, Dinko. He could have fallen all the way back from T-spawn. Might have taken a few extra seconds, but it was way safer.
Yeah, some of the decision-making obviously is a little bit off, but in a live game, sometimes very easy to make those kind of errors, but I feel like at this point we're going to get a pretty close game if After can wake up consistently. There's so many chances for them, Blair. If they can capitalize on those opportunities, then obviously this could be a much better performance from them. But at the moment, you can see Sigma just much more comfortable here on Mirage. They're making less mistakes. They're playing very simple Counter-Strike. And After just letting them do it. I mean, Niffy has pushed anywhere he wants on this map, no matter what round it is. And he always finds one. At least one, and now Bingo, shot onto the head of PP overdose. 3 versus 3. Oi looking for some more damage up towards the apartments. Only one player up there with the rest gathering. Now Bingo trying to reposition. It's just cause of the kill. Bingo with another, and it's a 2 versus 2. A minute and 5 seconds left as Bingo checks to the right side. The headshot out to the left. It's Reality going down, and now it's just Rolex. Blood, this is again just a deagle round from Bingo that's showing up. 3 kills, but it's all onto Wang. It's not done yet. He can certainly still win this as the CZ reapproaches from the apartments.
No.
Rolex, I don't think he spotted him, did he? On the jump? Wang's up there. They haven't spotted each other again, but there we go. Rolex sees him, confirms, and now taps, trying to pull him into the open. Wang, he commits. He just jumps down. What's going on here from Wang? What? Oh, he commits fully. And while Rolex is under pressure, but he handles it well. A good recovery in the round here for Sigma. That was looking so rough. Bingo had done everything, Blair.
I can't believe he actually fell for that fake plan. That was so very surprising, if you ask me, because what 40 seconds remaining in the clock. Man could have played a little bit more safe. He's not going to start
planting, especially because he just spotted you in the apartments. He's not going to commit to the bomb plant. I mean, it's pretty obvious that was a fake plan. It's probably the most obvious fake plant you'll ever see.
I actually, you know what? I'm gonna try and give him the benefit of the doubt for that particular round, because firstly, because it's Wang. And I feel, what the hell? Okay, that's just unfortunate timing.
Yeah,
just
very
kind of lined
unfortunate.
Up. Yeah. But Ulti had a CZ, right? So I guess you want to just get in as close as possible whilst the opportunity was still there, and try and take advantage of the close range duel. So yeah, I can kind of see a world where it makes sense from Wang Oi with a prolonged spray, but barely takes any damage, and now Bingo, he's gonna be waiting patiently. Wow. And this is where I get frustrated with Sigma. Right? You have these so many clean rounds. And then suddenly, they just kind of just go for these individual peaks all over the map and just get picked apart. Earlier, we had this. Of course, it was a 2v4 getting pulled off by Reality Jesus, and I do believe it was Niffy. But this time around, it's looking very unlikely. That tick I'm not sure if Sakai heard it, but he's going to be holding a much more passive position, and that's smart. That's smart from him. He spots them out, and that's going to be rotation taking place as well.
Bingo is be relatively impressive now in his last 2 rounds. Obviously with the Deagle doing a lot of work, but this round as well, just very comfortable, taking down 2 kills. And well, Bingo, that's another one, finally going down to PP Overdose, and Oi is there in reply. 5 rounds on the board for After Gaming. They may be a bit of an afterthought at the moment in terms of how they approach this map, but they're starting to get important rounds. If they get 6 on the board, obviously it's not ideal to walk out of the CT half of Mirage with 6 rounds, but it's better than what it was looking like. Oh, and here we get to see team kill again. They just unfortunately line up that way.
It just do be like that at times.
That's a better round though from After. Look at the positioning. It's just much more fundamental. You know, it's fundamentally sound play. They're making the right decisions. They've just got the crossfires. They're not peeking, not going for any insane plays. They know Sigma have just been running at them, and finally they've been able to adapt.
Yeah, and even the 4v2, they played it very smart, not over-aggressing, not giving any opportunities. Sakai is going to win the duel against Rolex, running out from Palace.
Ooh.
And Sakai with a nice double. Again, this is the final round of this first half. There's no point saving, so they've gone for the full investment, but they just have the pistols, Dinko. It's not ideal. It's the worst place to be in, economically speaking. But PP overdosing on headshots. It's a 2v2 out of nowhere. He's picked up the FAMAS as well. He's going to get the bomb down just in the nick of time. FAMAS picked up. Spots on the CT towards CD spawn. Unfortunately, it's not going to be fast enough, but Niffy, he's gone for the flank, Dinko. He's going to be coming in from connector. He's making quite a bit of noise, and they know, they're aware of his position, and it's going to be Marek shutting him down, but PP Overdose made me believe for a second there, Dinko.
Oh, dude, he is definitely very skilled, but yeah, this was so close. If he gets that kill into towards CT, that's when my mind just blows. And while the shots were incredible, Bingo and Wine both didn't know what hit them, and PP does get to see it again. It's just so good. We have to keep watching it, but
I love how you know, it's PP Overdose taking down Wang. I don't know how I'm casting this with a straight face.
Yeah. Maybe it's well,
I kind of can understand and comprehend why Mitch and Tom have completely lost the plot.
Definitely. I mean, you can't be given this when you have Mitch and Tom both together, not just on the same broadcast, but working together in a commissary duo. With a player whining on the server, it's not gonna go well. It's not gonna go well, or it's gonna go perfect, depending on which way you look at it.
Well, what's not happening right now is a fast play. It's a slower round, something which we haven't really seen so much so far. Not making any contact or after, but by at least looking at the positions of the 3 players towards apartments and the bomb, just waiting for a push from the CTs. It looks like this B bomb side is going to be the focus of their attention very quickly, and the timing. It's all about timing. Look at the rotation though. Just Cause has just left the B bomb site, but now he's going to be coming back in. Ooh. This is going to be a rough hold.
I don't like this angle from Rolex. I think it's terrible. It's up on top of the van, and you're just completely exposed, and you don't have any cover. It's also a very difficult angle to hold the headshot. That's just a bad round from Rolex overall. Yeah, that's awful. And now Reality coming in from the apartments. He's behind. He's being watched by Marek. What an easy round this is from After, unless a huge step up comes in, and well, Wang is not going to let that happen. He slaps them up the face, and well, now it's Niffy falling away, backing out of the kitchen and heading back to CT spawn. What just a bad round from Sigma there in the pistol.
Yeah, like you said, the position from Rolex wasn't ideal, and number 2, you fall back to the side. You want to have someone with you, right? You're going to get just swarmed with the Glocks, as Niffy is getting swarmed. He's going to find nothing. Sakai will deal the final blow, and that's going to be, yeah, like you said, a very, very easy round for After Gaming. They didn't get pressure at all. They just ran out to the B bomb site, swarmed it, took down Rolex, and of course some nice, clean headshots being given by Wang, or Wang J. And yeah, just a one frag going the way of Sigma. 9-7. Yeah, it's not terrible. After Gaming can bring this one back. Sigma, though, Deagles and Scout. And one thing we've seen from this die side, Dinko, is their Deagles are, holy moly, it's disgusting.
Yeah, I think that's probably an applicable term when it comes to a lot of the teams in this region, right? Is the fact that you never really know what they're going to be able to pull off when it comes to these deagles. So have to have that in the back of their head, realizing, okay, we have to respect this going into this round. It's not done yet. We may win the pistol, but winning this follow-up is just as important, if not more important, in the current economy system. Rolex just jump spotting up into the apartments. T-side starting to send their way back over towards spawn. Bingo up in Palace. I just want to take note of Wang's SG. He's got the Krieg in play, and that's not exactly the most orthodox of weapons right now. So after gathering outside of the A-bomb site, Reality holding back from CT spawn, he'll be looking to do the damage with the scout, try and soften them up so these body shots can work out for the deagle. Here comes the execute from after. Utilities over the top. Smoke down in towards CT. Flick shot onto the body of Sakai's down to 20. A lot of damage being done onto Reality and PP overdose. But no one dead yet on the server. Finally that changes. Wang takes down Reality through the smoke. A lot of damage still done to PP overdose as the Mac 10 starts charging through its Oi with one, looking for a second. But Nifty's going to get rid of him on the deagle. And there's still a chance here with Rolex on the headshot.
That's just filth. I don't know how they even made this look possible, but the problem is, Dinko, they don't have a kit. They have the one smoke though. They could smoke off the bomb. They can just tap it to just, you know, kind of bring out these tees from the position, but the positioning from Mario, the flank is perfect, the timing is brilliant, and all the three surviving players get a kill apiece, and that's going to be after gaming getting to round number 8. And considering it's going to be a full eco for Sigma here, that's after gaming tying things up. And honestly, that's what we expected, Dinko. We expected a close series between these two teams.
Yeah, we did. I mean, it's actually been a lot of close series throughout this tournament so far. Even when the top teams are playing against some of the lower tier seeds, it's been closer than you'd expect, right? Between the likes of Tyloo and yesterday against After, even Vici in their opening game. I mean, there was a lot of close affairs. And I think that's going to be the case for all of the games today. We've got a very close day of Counter-Strike coming right up. Really looking forward to that special matchup between Beyond and Invictus. That'll probably be our best game we've had at the tournament so far. Reality starts things off with a kill towards Sakai. Man advantage picked up for the full eco blood. So we'll be looking at this with some optimism, hoping that maybe Sigma can pull something off, but should be after just taking this round.
Yeah, it should be. I don't really see this default pistols. Yeah, you have a season P to 50, but as long as they play it smart, had to spot it out. PP overdose actually getting the dink onto Oi. Now Oi has to be careful. Doesn't want to die unnecessarily, but one bullet on almost any part of his body and he's done for. Slowly say bomb site getting taken over. They know it's empty if any CTs, but it's all about timing. Just Cause going to spot the player out. Rattled up a bullet. That's unfortunate, but he will make his escape. But the round's done. I don't see them really coming back into this one. As Rolex waiting patiently for the hunt. But if I'm after gaming, unless I'm Marek, no one else goes in for the hunt. He gets spotted out. Oh no, the Zeus doesn't find its mark, but the USB does.
Oh
no.
Just sees the back 10. He's just going straight through the murder hole. But 9-9. Well, we're evened up. Sigma get a pretty good first half in, but not really the start they'd be looking for coming into the second. So they find themselves now with After Gaming on a bit of a tear. They have come back into this. They've got the current momentum. They're in the driver's seat easily. And now Sigma feel like they have to win this round, Bled. They lose this, well, that's when After Gaming have got unstoppable momentum.
True. But of course, it's a buy around right now. And one thing we saw from Sigma was that their series was pretty solid against Huatzai, but that is again Huatzai, whose T side was absolutely atrocious, even yesterday as well, which is one thing which frustrated me. Here it comes. The hit's going to be coming in towards A. The flashes are not good at all in reality. Oh no, he doesn't land anything. But Niffy and PP Overdose are more than ready to hold on to this A bomb site. Just Cause chimes in with a frag of his own, but Bingo with a quick trade, making it a 2v3. They know the CT AWP is still there, and it's gonna get just found out by Wang, caught in midair, jumping, and somehow After Gaming have turned this one around, but they're not expecting the second CT. And Wang swapping out that SG for the AK-47, brilliant flashbang, and he's gonna get taken out, double teamed by PP Overdose and Rolex, and that's gonna be Sigma They strike back and they win the first round on the CT side. That got a little scary though. Reality, who has been fantastic so far, missing some sitters. And you know what, Dinko, if it's you and me playing some matchmaking or some Face It or ESC or whatever, we whiff a few of those shots. It's still not at this level, not in an event like this.
Yeah, well, you're trying to qualify for, well, I mean, that's a bit of a joke. But, you know, when you're playing in a qualifier for the major, right, obviously none of these teams will be able to qualify for the major, but it's a big tournament, right? 100K in total in the prize pool. Best teams in Asia all gathered here. If you've shown that you can get to this point, if you could play with the best in Asia, then you can't really be making this many mistakes. And I laugh a little bit about that because, I mean, obviously mistakes happen at even the highest level in Asian Counter-Strike is just normal, right? But some of those moments just definitely shouldn't be happening. While Nifty, Reality, and Just Cause taking the kills for the CT side, it's Bingo and Oi left alone. And while this is not the round after we're hoping for, Oi's going to get one kill. Still under the wood is Nifty. He's got the MP9. It's going to be difficult to try and flush out here. He's got a very good spot. He also has Rolex over it. And Just Cause flanking around the back of the ramp. If they could just hold Oi in the ramp room at the moment, this flank is going to be so potent. This is where Oi goes down. Absolutely no problems. He's kind of waiting for a play to be made, but Just Cause, he's coming around the backside. Oi's dead. He is dead to rights right now. This flank is perfect from Just Cause. Works out well. Bingo's stuck in Palace. They know exactly where he is. And they just throw the Molotov on up. They've got control of that bomb as well. So Bingo's chances for this round, so slim.
I like the repositioning from Just Cause as well. It's going to just work together with Rolex so they don't have to take isolated firefights. And the peak comes out, and Rolex, he doesn't need any help. Cleanly done. That was, of course, the buy from After Gaming, meaning that now they have to go for an eco. They have Marek with extra cash, so maybe goodbye at Deagle, maybe a bit of utility, try and get the bomb down, perhaps. And the B bomb site is where, if I'm After Gaming, that's the B bomb site's where I'm going to be keeping my eyes on. I wasn't a big fan of the way they've held that site, and they haven't really pressured it ever since that pistol round, which they won so very cleanly. So I wouldn't be surprised thereafter just to, go for a faster hit towards B. Even if they don't win the round, even if they don't get the bomb done, at least figure out how Sigma are playing it. And again, there we go, Sigma. They just leave Rolex alone. And like you said, he's just jump spotting out. Not a big fan of what he does after he spots a player. That's exactly what they're going to do. I'm a fan of this. They have a flash in the hands of Marek. They have a couple of P250s. Actually, everyone has a P250. So, Rolex, what are you going to do? You're going to be alone. There's no backup anywhere nearby. Just Cause is playing all the way deep and short. But I say that, it's going to be coming back here. Timing's good. Molotov going to keep them at bay. Flash is perfect, but Rolex, he hears him jumping on down, and he gets taken down. There we go. Executed. And it's B bomb site. It said it was a problem, and it's definitely a problem. This PPO, but it's going to get mauled alive behind the benches. It picked up an M4 as well, and Oi, the timing is perfect. And they're just getting wrecked. Dinko, I said they should probably try to go to B and figure out how they're holding, but they go and do a step better.
They don't win the round, blood.
Yeah, and they keep 4 players alive, maybe 3, worst case scenario, but they're winning the round more importantly. And look at the money for the Thai side. They have nothing to work with. Oh my god. That's atrocious. That's one of the worst B holds I've seen so far in Mirage.
Yeah, and for Sigma, it's their map pick, right? You don't really expect a team to be coming in, picking a map, and really understanding how they should be playing on the CT side of things. It's a little bit disappointing, but it has resulted in a close affair between these two teams. Sigma got off to a pretty good start in the first half. They were able to build up a lot of rounds and build themselves a little bit of a buffer. Able to win a round here in this second half as well, a few on the board, but yeah, we're going to get a scrappy game of Counter-Strike across this series, but I think that's pretty obvious. I'm more excited for Nuke. I think that's going to be an absolute... I'm trying to find the word that's a little bit
nightmare.
More... Yeah, there we go. Yeah, I was thinking of a word that began with S, a little bit of a show, and yeah, I'm going to not use the swear words, because we don't know how many we're going to use today, so I'll not waste the count, but we take a look down in towards middle. It's going to be an early peak from Just Cause swinging out. We dropped down to 66 HP. Minute and 30 seconds. Round's virtually begun, and the CT is already in T-spawn. Nifty gets 1 kill. Bingo taking down PP Overdose. And now it's a 4 versus 4.
A rifle retrieved. And they have an UMP as well. Now, the only problem for the CTs is, apart from Reality, Jesus, no one has any Kevlar. So Aim Punch is a distinct Reality. He spots a player coming up short. Oh my lord, the timing, the timing! The USB finds Sakai looking the wrong way, and now it's a 2v4. The script has been flipped, and just cause there was absolutely no reason for you to go for the play, and he gets taken down. Rolex is caught out trying to be cheeky, but Reality, Jesus, he strikes. He is the savior! What a whip spray from Oi Saber as well, and that is going to be Sigma. They bring it back, Dinko. One safe UMP and a few pistols, and they give After Gaming a taste of their own medicine. What are we witnessing? You know what? The first half, it wasn't bad. It was like, okay, this is good. This is pretty solid, and now they're just losing the pistols. And it's not just one team, it's everyone. Oh my lord.
Yo, what is going on, blah? Like, this doesn't make any sense. No, there's no sense to this whatsoever. When you take a look at what everything should work out for, it should be Sigma losing that round. It should be after tying things up. It should be 11-11 right now. But Sigma, they pull it off, and nothing makes sense anymore, blah. Nothing. I think you just have to strap yourself in and accept whatever comes your way.
This is a reality, and there is unfortunately no Jesus. This is just Satan just like sitting on his shoulder saying, yeah, well, you're stuck here for this one.
And the thing is, boy, we don't, we're sitting here around number 23. We have no idea how these last few rounds are going to play out. This could go either way. Either Sigma grab control of this and wrap it up and send us to map number 2, which is going to be Nuke, which is going to be it's just going to be terrible. I'm calling it already, but I just feel like no one's going to play that map properly. I'm going to see failed outside smokes. You're going to see moments that just don't make sense. Coming right up, and Mirage, it's one of the most simple maps in play, and we haven't really seen the most orthodox of Counter-Strike being played, but nonetheless, it will be an executed towards the A-bomb site from after. They're going to be playing contact through the ramp, but this is perfect. That smoke's coming at the right time, and Nifty's going to reposition in front of the ramp itself. There's a couple of players around the other side of the smoke, and Nifty's trying to spot, but there's no gap. There's no edge to this. It all comes down to the timing and whether or not they push through the smoke into him or they wait it out. He should be grabbing at least one, but it's a one and done, and now he sprays away. He gets one kill, and Marek is going to reply. That's the round done. Important kills coming in from after. At this point, you got to take one look at your economy. 3 versus 4, okay, but your man down, you need at least a kill, and there it is. Now they have a chance to win the round. Just cause swings from CT, denies the bomb plant, and there's 14 seconds on this clock. Bomb still not down, blood. They push forward, they lose it again. How have after just capitulated like this?
Oh, 5 seconds. They've lost a round. It's over. There's nothing he can do. Wang can get this kill, which he will. Just cause, well, he's going to peek after the time, which makes total sense. Wang trying to stay alive, and he will. Nice flick shot to end it, but doesn't matter. You've lost a round, and Dinko, you said it. You said it was over. You said the round's done, but you weren't expecting Sigma to still go for it. The peak, the timing.
Well, I mean, no one watching CT or not having
and they're planning for CT.
Yeah, you're planning for CT. No one watching CT. I think there was utility still left. I kind of hope there wasn't, but I have a feeling that there was. And no one put any attention towards CT spawn. You're planting. You've got a couple of seconds left on that clock. Why is no one paying attention to CT spawn? That is just ridiculous, unacceptable, and they deserve to lose the round because of that. Okay, Sakai. Why is he pushing though?
Because his name is PP Overdose.
Just imagine, the name is PP Overdose, and he gives you those eyes. Just look at his profile picture. He's just looking deep into your soul.
I hope his Tinder profile has his name. Like, you just swipe. Imagine you're like a chick or a dude, whatever. It doesn't matter what gender you are. Just swiping a Tinder and you see PP Overdose and you see those eyes staring back at you.
Every photo's just the same.
I'm super liking that.
It's just that picture, blood. It's just that picture, but it's all Photoshop backgrounds, really badly Photoshop backgrounds. He's just in all sorts of scenarios. There's a tank blowing up behind him. He's on the beach. Just got all this like random,
just walking away from explosion.
Exactly.
You're gonna win this round. Watch this, watch this.
Rolex, he's holding on. He needs at least one here. He's going to spray, and he only gets one. But just cause you were the second pillar of support. You needed to get more than one there. He gives away his position. What he could have done was just hide in the ninja boxes. Let them come to the site. You deny the bomb plant. You get the follow-up kill. You allow extra time for your teammates to rotate over and get involved into this. But now they've given a chance on over to after, and they might just win this round, blood. This might just be the reality. And what? Speaking of, he just walks into the open, goes down to the AWP of Bingo, and now Nifty desperately trying to catch something out. He's found himself an AUG on the floor, but winning this round is done. There's no chance here for Nifty. He's going to back away, Blur. And how? How does this keep happening? Yeah, you called it, and I didn't want to believe it, but it's happened.
Oh boy. Yeah. I've lost. Okay, how many force fire rounds or like piston rounds have been won this second half? 4? No, 3? At least 3.
Yeah. It's the answer. The quick answer is too many.
Too many. Yeah, there we go. Too many rounds being lost. What? Why is PP overdose?
Yeah. So this round's just terrible from Sigma for one or two reasons. Obviously, it's pretty obvious how they lose the pistols overall. That's the biggest problem. But there's just a lot of stupid mistakes. There's no one reining them in. There's no one saying this is the way you need to play. And right now they've thrown away early advantages. And to be fair, that's happened for both teams, right? You get that early kill, and then you just don't stop. You just keep pushing forward. It's like they don't understand the fundamentals of Counter-Strike in terms of how to play on the CT side. They're giving everything away. You work so hard to find an advantage, and you just give it away immediately. Oh. But I guess that's the Asian Counter-Strike way, because Rolex has just pushed into apartments. He's going to pull one away on the Deagle. Maybe the W gang, everybody's a member.
Please, after game, please don't lose to just pistols again. Like, so one of you guys. At this point, I don't care whom. Just one of you guys. Just don't choke this. All right? Take it slow. Take your time, feel it out. Reality peeks on out wide, and he's gonna get a few warning shots. Very lucky not to be even grazed by a single bullet there. And now, after gaming, they're like, okay, let's head back towards his A bomb site, where it is a pretty passive hold. Nifty's the only problem here. He's the one with Kevlar. He's the one with the head armor and the AUG. But as long as Wang, he hits his shots, and he has been hitting his shots, it should be fine. They're going to be smoking off CT. Nifty announcing his presence, just going for the pre-fire through the smoke. Not finding anyone, though. In reality, Jesus, he is walking on flames, and he's going to find one great flashbang from Rolex to Bingo with a quick trade. Nifty still holding the line. The bomb! Oh, he could have got the bomb planter, but Wang saves his teammate. The spray from the AK not finding its mark, and Just Cause comes hugging the wall. He knows where Wang is. 5-7 in place. And it's going to be Wang. He's missing nothing, Dinko. And what has been a pretty grim match so far. Wang has, well, he's stood upright and just stood out compared to everyone else in his team.
Yeah, he's erected a chance here for after. You know, he's put in place another round. It's 12 coming in. And 13 to 12. Again, I pointed this out just at the start of the second half. You never really know where this is going to go. This is going to be one of those games where it's anybody's match right until the final few seconds. Rolex desperately trying to hang on to this AK-47, and that's expensive for the T side.
It is. Look at the money. Apart from Marek, who has a bit of cash, and that's actually going to allow them to, you know, go for still a solid buy. But again, money looking very grim, and considering how deep they are in this second half, it's a worrying sign, right? You lose a round here, and your money's gonna be crushed. And this is a round they need to win without suffering too many casualties, Dinko. If that happens again, it's gonna get very rough, because then it's gonna be the bye for Sigma. And if they win, and then if they can win that, it's over. It's GG. So for Sigma, it's gonna be pistols once more. Rolex holding onto the AK is going to definitely present a problem for after gaming, but after not wasting any time, fast hit towards A, and that's the right call. There's no one there, and Rolex, the danger man, has been taken out. So Marek's good. I don't know why he's still sticking around towards mid. Fall back to a safer position. Wari out in the open. There is reality. Nifty find a couple, but Sakai at least replies back. AK-47 retrieved by Nifty. Sakai. Oh, the bomb still drop. Flank coming in from Just Cause with a Caesar towards Heaven. Sorry, towards Palace. I'm not feeling very comfortable here if I'm after gaming, Dinko. They're getting flanked from every angle, every avenue possible, and Just Cause is going to strike spots out. Wang finds him. They know where the second player is as well, but Sakai will win the duel against PP Overdose. And I think Just Cause is aware of where the player is. Nifty's going to come walking in. The timing is perfection. It's Oi now in a 1v2. Bomb is planned for him, though, but this is not going to be easy.
No, it's not, but Just Cause is going to swing. Nearly gives him the chance there to win the round. Oi just needed to look for one player if he takes down Just Cause, and now he really can win this. Nifty taps. There's no kit. Oi just hiding in ramp. He's got such a good position, but he whiffs completely. He whiffs every opportunity, but Nifty, he just got off the bomb. He's got no time to win the round. He has to flee the scene. And yeah, that's just unfortunate. Obviously, with no kit, you immediately have to get on that bomb. And all he does well is just to put the pressure on. As soon as Nifty is now into that 1 versus 1, he knows that he can't commit to the bomb safely, right? He knows he can't just stay on that. Always just going to peek and take the easiest headshot. So as soon as Just Cause goes down there, the round's done. And that's unfortunate.
Here's the problem for after gaming. We said about how they need to retain a lot of the members. Everyone died, Dinko. Everyone died. Yeah. So Sakai and Marek's the only one with a semblance of economy to speak of, remaining in the bank. If Sigma wins this, after gaming have a very hard decision to make. Do they play for overtime or do they just force it up? And if they force it up, it's going to be a very scrappy buy. And I'm assuming it's just going to go for kind of like a half buy. And that's going to allow Sigma the opportunity to get to map point. It's just such a terrible round for them. Like the worst round to win, if that makes sense. Like they win the round, but they do themselves no favors. And now Sigma, double eco. They've done so much damage to the pistols. Can they do more with the rifles is the question. So Rolex hasn't been that great so far in the B bomb site. Flashbang comes in. Doesn't blind anyone. Still jump spawning for something. Smoke will delay them further, but the bomb, it's heading towards mid, and they have mid control. And they can just go for this B pincer, Dinko. It's been working out wonderfully for them. I believe it's going to be kind of like an A ruse. We have Bingo towards Palace, and Marek's making a lot of noise towards that mid area. But you can see the bomb heading up top mid. We have a player pushing towards B apartments. I believe this should be a B take as Wang finds PP overdose. That's a massive kill.
He just swung top middle with the bomb with an AK and shuts down the window player. And when reality into his jungle takes away Bingo, this is just a terrible round. You were trying to figure out and make sense of this madness, but I don't think there is any sense. It doesn't make sense at all. Reality takes down Marek. It's Sakai and Wang trying their best to get the round on here for After. They came into it. You had more of an idea than After did. You knew what they were doing more than After. And that's horrible. And now Sakai, 100 HP. He's up towards short, but the bomb desperately having to make a drop into the site. Reality, hello, there we go. Gets the kill. Now he can just go for the defuse, but he doesn't cross safely. Sakai shuts him down, and now 1 versus 2. He drops down into a sandwich. He can still win this round. It may have looked done. After may have looked like they had fallen out of it, but what the hell does Sakai do? Obviously, the bomb was planted on default, but in that situation, yeah, when you go up there, obviously the bomb's planted default. He's wanting to get up to his top wood, but at that point, you're in the 1 versus 2. You know where the last 2 players are. You know they're not far away. So going up there, you're completely exposing yourself. Not only are you exposing yourself, you're also offsetting your crosshair. And in those small seconds that you're jumping up on the boxes, you're completely neutralizing yourself. You can't take those fights. Unless you hit some crazy low percentage headshot, you're not going to win those fights.
How does Reality hit that second shot towards CD spawn? It just comes flying out like Korean Jesus and just like flexes on the guy. It's just insane. And we spoke about the money, Dinko. In fact, they get the bomb down, so they have a little bit of extra cash. But even with that extra cash, look at what they have. 2 AKs, a Galil, a Deagle, a Tech 9, and a handful of grenades and utility to work with. Yeah. And they've gone for the forced buy, meaning they don't want to play for overtime. They want to win this round, snatch it away, take away the momentum from Sigma. But if Sigma wins this, I think it's GG. I think they win at 16-13.
Yeah, you see, we're at the later stages right now, and everything is shaping up for Sigma. It's their map pick. You would have hoped that they looked a little bit more convincing on this one. But as long as they get it over the line, that's all that matters. Nifty's under pressure. He's been impressive. 25-19 right now, up in that to 26, 27. Can he get more? Of course he can. 28 kills added to the tally, and it's now looking like it's going to be map point for Sigma here on Mirage. 15-13, unless Wang and Bingo can pull off a 2 versus 4. Wang now far forward, Bingo in front of him. Bomb gonna go down, and look at this, it's a meat shield, a human shield to try and get this bomb plant, and 2 kills come in, but they're not ready for Just Cause. He hides around the corner. I mean, I like the attempt from After Kimmy.
1, 2, 3.
Yeah, it just works out for them a little bit, but not enough, unfortunately. Just Cause around the corner, he peeks out, takes down both players, and at least they get that done. But this is the play that wins the round for Sigma. There's Nifty stepping out, fantastic utility usage. EP overdose with a flashbang absolutely wrecks the attack from the ramp. And 15-13, it's looking like the Thai side will be taking it over the line. After gaming, they invest everything. It is the Deagles, Blur. And given that this is a round that they shouldn't win, this will be the round that After Gaming pick up.
Yeah, probably, right? For Sigma, well, you're not going to get a better opportunity here, guys. Like, this is your chance to just close it out. It's the Deagles. And if I'm After Gaming, I just head straight to B. Straight to B. I slow things down a little bit, posture maybe a little bit towards mid or towards the A ramp, but I go B because that B bomb site has been a massive problem for Sigma. Reality Jesus though. Oh. It's just worrying. Just gonna leave up mid. They're just gonna give up mid after that. A couple of shots initially, just giving up mid. I'm not necessarily a big fan of that. But for the side of After Gaming, AG is taking it slow, just feeling it out, looking for any aggression from the CTs, which shouldn't be coming. They know that the buy is terrible for After. They shouldn't be giving away any free weapons. And for After Gaming, let's look at what they have here, Dinko. They have 3 smokes, they have 3 flashbangs, and a grenade. That's enough for either of the 2 sites. They're going to use one of the smokes for jungle, for the window. They're going to use one more smoke for either connector or for the short cross. And that means they have no more smokes remaining. Just flashes. They're going to be going straight into B, but this time they're going to be coming in from short. And Rolex is alone again, Dinko. Why is he alone on B? Why is there no one on B? There's nothing he can do. He's going to get taken down. He finds one, looks the wrong way. Bingo's going to get the kill. They're going to get the bomb down. It's going to be a 4v4. They have a rifle in hand. It's happening. It is happening again. As PP over is going to come. Oh, he's not peering out, though. He spots a player out. What? Nade comes out. The worst time possible. And oh, he's going to find him. And now man advantage for the CT. Sorry, for the Ts.
And they've got such great positions to deal with this as well. 2 players out to the right side. They're going in 1 by 1. I just want to give them every single chance to win this. And while Niffy's going to take down 2 players, but he is gone. Why are they going 1 by 1 player? First of all, why is the one player playing B?
Why is Rolex alone? Why is there no rotations? You know your B bomb side is complete poop. And yet, you just leave Rolex there alone in what you know is going to be pistols. The one side where the T's are going to be coming in swarming and trying to take advantage.
Overtime. That's all it is. It's overtime, Blood. Look at the buy here from Sigma. 3
God
UMPs,
damn it, Sigma.
A Deagle for PP overdose. They deserve to lose this. This is just ridiculous. It's just stupid. That hold was just stupid. And the retake was even more idiotic.
The hole,
you're just running
the
one
hole wasn't
player
stupid. The hole wasn't there. There was no hold.
The retake attempt. I mean, come on. There's zero communication in that.
And even then, for Rolex, like, bro, like, fine. You've lost apartments. You've lost a site. Use a utility, whatever you have remaining. Escape. Get out of there. There's no point just committing. You might get 1 kill. You're gonna get swarmed. You're gonna get taken down. You're gonna give a free rifle away. Instead, play the retake. Play the retake with the teammates, 5v5. Make it possible. It's against pistols. Rifle should potentially come out on top. But like you said, with comms like that, even in a 5v3, I feel like Sigma would have just completely crapped the bed. Niffy, hugging the wall, finds one. Not good for 2, but PP Overdose, meanwhile, finding Saber. And suddenly it's a 3v3. They have picked up a rifle. They have 2 UMPs. They have 1 smoke. No kits. No kits. Meaning, this retake has to be extremely quick, Dinko.
They have to go now. They have to just push forward as a unit right now. And, well, bingo, that's smart. He isolates the 1 player in towards CT, takes down Rolex. Now that has full control of the bomb site. You've got a huge crossfire here. This should be impossible to lose if you're on After. So we're looking at overtime, map number 1 of the day. Overtime coming right up, lad. All the rounds and a little bit more coming right up. And we knew it was going to be a close series. Niffy breaking 30 kills in regulation, 31 and 22. Definitely a good performance for him, but I think as a collective, it hasn't been a good performance from either of these teams right now. A lot of mistakes coming through, and it's put us here. It's put us here in overtime.
It's like, individually, I feel like everyone has had their moments. Everyone's looking pretty good individually. But as a team, as a unit, like, what in God's name are a couple of these teams doing? Like, After Gaming, let's be honest, right? Like, we know for a fact that they have struggled quite a bit. But for Sigma, I mean, coming in, the second best Thai team out here, one of the better Southeast Asian teams, and we said how, you know, they've been looking very solid so far, but my word, how does PP escape? What? He gets 2 kills, Dinko, and he's only taken like 23 points of damage.
Where's the Sigma in regulation, blah? Where was this PP overdose? Take 2 kills, falls back, doesn't commit, doesn't walk up top middle. Ugh.
I don't understand. Okay, so like, if you go back to the CD side, the entire second half from Sigma, they'd just like show something towards mid for like 10 seconds, and they just give up mid, completely give up mid, and just allow After Gaming all the freedom in the world to do whatever they want. And now they're playing smart. Look at them. They have 2 over at B. They've learned a lesson, but the hit's coming in towards A, but it's okay. They still have a couple of players who are holding the line. Reality Jesus is going to take down Bingo. Send him straight to the Evans, but he gets taken on 15 HP. But Sakai's going to be left alone. In reality, why do you have to jump up there? And Sakai given an opportunity, but his spray trance is not good enough. It would have had to be in the 1v5 clutch chase, Dinko, and it's not going to be. It's going to be 16 to 15. Sigma, well, it took a while, but they get around the CD side.
I think if Sakai had pulled that off, even Mitch would have had to forgive him. So, yeah, 16-15, Sigma at this point. That's a good round. That's a good opening, but I'm not confident that they'll be able to continue it. I really don't think they understand just yet. We'll see if they have finally figured out the CT setup. I want to see it twice in a row, blah. I want to make sure that everything's back to normal, and they have got 2 players over towards B at the start of the round. A little bit of a deeper blend towards Catwalk early on, just to assist with the utility in this mid-fight. PP Overdose is playing in towards window. He's given it up, and this time they've given up middle. They're not really fighting or contesting for it. The utility's up for the T side. They've used that top mid smoke up. They've used the window smoke. It's gone now. Now the mid-fight can come through. The utility at the ready. It's the default stance from after. They got the 1 player in towards underpass, 2 towards top middle. PP Overdose. He's been given an opportunity, but they both get away alive.
He's still jumping and looking for the fight, Dinko. Oh.
Death wish.
Oh, brilliant flashbang there from PP Overdose. And Niffy, he's hunted down. He needs backup. He needs backup, and there's no backup. He's been smoked off. There's no way that PP is going to be able to get the trade. It's a 4v4 right now. And again, this B bomb site. Rolex.
Okay, here we go. He's been under pressure so many times before, Blood. He's not changed his position. he's played there every single time, Blood. He's died every single time. I don't think he's learned his lesson. He goes down again. Man advantage here for After on this B bomb site. Rolex, I'm afraid right now, at least in this game, I mean, he's 25 and 22, but in these important rounds in the B bomb side and the CT side, he has just not been a very good B anchor, and it's a little bit unfortunate. They have lost this B bomb site a little too often, and always would be in a disadvantage. And while the kills keep coming through, it's Wang and Bingo taking the kills, and Bingo swings on in with a double. It's After taking themselves a 16th round of the board, tying things up again. And that B bomb site, that's the site they've seen so much success on this T side.
Just go B again. Just go B again. Doesn't matter. Don't waste any time. Don't go for like your default like slow rounds or whatever. Just run into B again and don't waste any time. You still got to win it if you're After Gaming.
I see Mitch Man's trying to get a little bit of copy pasta going. He's created his own.
The CTs retake B 1 by 1. Hoorah, hoorah.
Do you remember? Did you do that rhyme? It's like hurrah, hurrah, or something like that.
I have no idea.
The Saints go marching in. The Saints go marching in.
Oh yeah.
So that's the rhyme.
Oh.
But he's tapping into his creative genius. I wonder if it ever caught on.
He's a lyrical genius, Mitch, man.
He is. Yes. I mean,
he's like a hobbit, like how they keep having like second, third breakfast and they keep singing the songs. If you've read the original Lord of the Rings,
that's Mitch's life, right?
Yeah, if you read the original Lord of the Rings, half the book is just people singing songs and poetry
and eating. Yeah.
And eating.
I remember I started reading Lord of the Rings, and I started reading. I was literally a week and a half of reading this book, and I still hadn't left the boring start where they're just talking about how they're eating food and doing their gardening. So, yeah, it is a very long book, very, very descriptive in comparison to the medium of film. But what is descriptive is Wang's AWP shots, and I've described a very pretty picture right now for Sigma. They've lost 2 players, and that opens up the A bomb site completely. Look at that bomb planted, and PP Overdose now trying to retake from CT. Flash is going to go up in the air, and he goes down because he peeks before the flash. And Wang taking 2 kills in the AWP. Rolex is left alone. This time coming in for the B bomb site, trying to retake. Wang has got all 4 kills so far. He has taken down every single player on this T side. It is Rolex left alone into the 1 versus 2. He'll be looking for this clutch, but the time is now ticking. So many angles to check, but they give him an opportunity. He cannot capitalize. He cannot take down Marek. And well, Marek, that's his 30th kill in this series so far. 17-16. After gaming, well, they are looking a little bit better. I think at this point, they've taken the edge. They might just be the team to take it over the line here, Bluff. They can keep this up going into their defensive side of things here in overtime. Yeah,
Wang has been great. He played this. This was pretty much entirely on him.
Yeah, it was
individually.
a Wang round.
It was a Wang round. And what did that flash do? It looked like it did nothing. Wang has just been spectacular, just swinging his big green gun, just knocking them down like 10 pins and making them look like fools as he goes deep in. 17-16. The CD side from after gaming that it has been a problem, Dinko. Hopefully they've kind of learned the lessons. Let's see what happens here. It's going to be a fast hit coming in towards B. The B split. Or maybe not. 2 players have gone on in, but 3 players are still sticking around to what's connected. This could actually catch him off guard. This is cheeky. And it's going to be Rolex through the smoke. Catches out Bingo. And now Wang. He doesn't have a big green gun. He's got an orange and white. The Asimov. And he's going to pop off. Finds 1. Looking for more. Second player spotted out. Second kill for Wang. He's going to be looking for the 3rd as well. And he is aware. He is so aware. He is so tuned in. And he's going to be looking for more, pushing out wide, scoped in, hard scoped in. Here's a player dropping down. The no scope doesn't land, but information has been gleaned.
That is that's huge from Wang. 2 big kills. He stays alive. He brings the chance back for his team, but just cause taking down Marek. Oi going down as well. Yeah, again, Blah. They go for the individual plays. They try and take the fights alone. They all fall. A 3 versus 3, you've got a chance in the retake if you play together, but they go 1 by 1. And now Wang has to do it all, and he will not be able to do so. Rolex spins around. 17-17. Tied up yet again. That's a round that after gaming will be very disappointed in.
They will indeed, especially after Wang's heroics. That's just unfortunate for Bingo. Wang did everything he could. He did everything he could to bring it back for his team. But yeah, like you said, 1 by 1, they go marching into their deaths. PP overdose and Roller. Roller's a much better round from him. He's pretty solid on the T side. It's just that the B bomb side, just like swap him out. He doesn't know what he's doing there. Like literally doesn't know what he's doing.
Literally, no idea.
Oh, opening kill for Wang. Continues his reign of terror with a sniper rifle, and he's gonna be looking for more. Heads towards B. Now he's gonna rotating back towards A. I like what he's doing here. He knows he's hitting his shots. He knows he's being quite impactful, and he's trying to just keep Sigma guessing, keep them on their toes. Oh, that was a little brave from him, and PP overdose, almost getting the kill.
That's the thing, Blood, as well. He is being so impactful, so you don't want him to just give away his life. He needs to stay alive. He needs to be in the lit round right now for after. Because that's where things get messy for this team. When they actually have to think, and they're not just playing off the start of the round. When you have to think and adjust, it doesn't really work out too well for them. Marek gets an opportunity to spray down 2. He'll only get 1, but it's Wang. He's rotated. He's over on the B-bomb site, but it doesn't even matter. The rest of the team cleaning up. A couple of missed shots there from the Opera, but all the kills came on in. After giving map point finally 1 away from taking us to that second map with a map win under their belt. Just a reminder, this is Sigma's map pick and they're struggling so much.
Yeah, at this rate, heading in, when we go to Nuke, I'm not fancying Sigma's chances, honestly. After gaming, yes, we've only seen one of their maps which played on Nuke, but they picked it. They dismantled D13 on it. A team who has impressed us quite a bit in the previous PAL, Dinko. So I'm not going to fancy the chances here as PP Overdose spots out a player there. And look at Marek, Jesus Christ. Just pushing out like a madman, and overseeing is welcome there, so a trade does take place. Deservedly so.
It seems to happen quite a bit. I mean, they get that initial kill, and then they just... It's good work initially, right? But they put themselves in a position where they either can't fall back or they hang around a little bit too long and go down. You need to sort of cut ties when you realize you're ahead, right?
And that's the thing, like, you don't have to be a rocket scientist. You don't even have to have triple-digit IQ to figure out that that's not how you approach any game. Forget Counter-Strike. Like, it's about playing the numbers or percentage plays. As Rolex, he's had enough. He's had enough. He's just walking and dry towards A, but it's all a ruse, Dinko. But guess what? Who's still there? It's Oi. He's not falling for anything. He's still looking for the fight. He doesn't need to. He just has to wait, delay, and reposition himself. It's brilliant work from Oi. He finds the two of them. Bingo's arrived on the scene. This is it, Dinko. Rolex has to pass on through, but there's a big Wang in the way.
Oh, he's got to try and get past that. Deal with it in any way he can. And while now Rolex runs out through short, the bomb down, obviously on this B-bomb site, comes down to just making a little mistakes. And there it is. Wang beats him down 19-17. Finally, we have a victory here in Mirage. It felt like it was going to go on forever, Blood, but after gaming, they steal away their opponent's map pick. Going into map number 2, like you said, Nuke should be heavily favoring them. And we've had Tom and Mitch on the sidelines watching this one. We're going to bring them in and trying just to share the madness across another two people, because that was pretty crazy at times.
I like how both of them look like they're just going through some PTSD flashbacks.
I want to bleach my eyes. That's how that game went for me. I
mean, you can always go to eyebleach.com. Don't go there. What? I'm kidding.
Yeah, yeah. Just everyone, a little disclaimer that is, don't do that.
I don't even know it's a real site. I just said it out. Let me just Google that.
All right, coming back to the point. Well, talking about the after gaming mistakes, there were a few of the first half, but I think it was mainly Sigma. When we moved over to that second half, their CT side was terrible.
I mean, I think everything about that game was terrible, to be honest. Sigma, what were they doing, man? Like, they had that game, they retook B one at a time, and from that point, I genuinely wanted After to win. Like, they literally ran outdoor. There were 3 players in the doorway. They went, all right, your turn, go. Okay, I'll go. Yeah. Okay, someone else go now. Like, what are you doing? Push together, trade, use utility. Just brainless completely. And they threw the game away on that. They went to overtime. After looked good, sure. Like, we saw individual performances. We know that Wang is a capable player. This guy came in swinging, and not just his fists. And Marek obviously was looking fantastic as well. We said that Bingo's capable. Oi had a pretty bad game, and yet still, you know, they had them up there. Sakai displayed some terrible decision making yet again, but what else do we expect? When you look down towards Sigma, right? Yeah, they had a decent performance by Niffy. Like, he had that 3K completely shutting them down as they ran out. Look at this round. It was just so stupid. What are you doing?
Oh. Yeah, I didn't want to see that round again. That was probably the most irritating round of Counter-Strike I've seen in such a long time. They just had every opportunity. It happened so many times, where they just had even situations, they had advantages even, and they just don't think about the retakes. They literally have no thought process.
And I just want to add on to that as well. Like, Tom, have you seen a worse B hold on Mirage?
Well, no. I guess, because they didn't hold it at all. Like, they could have put no one on B, and the result actually would have been better because they wouldn't have just lost a player.
Well, and they would have had, they would have probably been able to retake together, which doesn't necessarily mean it's going to work out.
No, they wouldn't.
You're expecting too much.
But what I'm saying is rather than it being a 4v5, it would have been a 5v5, and then they would have lost.
They would have pushed in like 5 at a time. 5
exactly.
1-by-1.
This is basically, like, in my eyes, the 2 worst teams I've seen in a long time playing up against each other. There was not much positives to take away from it. Like, the fact that we're talking positively about After when they had to win 2 rounds of almost full eco just to win that map in overtime pretty much states how poor this actually was. They had a few decent individual players, but even that was in comparison to a team who were playing very badly. I can't say I'm excited for Nuke. Like, that was Mirage. That is the most, alongside those 2, the most basic map in the map pool. Like, Silvers can work out how to play that map. I've seen a better B-hold from Silvers in this game.
What worries me, Tom, is coming up next is going to be Nuke, which is not a very simplistic map. It's one of my favorite maps, of course, and from what we witnessed so far over here, I think I might break. I actually might break.
Right, we just go into this. We know what our expectations are. Let's just enjoy whatever comes our way.
It couldn't be lower. They couldn't.
And on that note, we're going to be going to a very quick break, and we'll be back with map number 2 of what has been a wild game so far. Game. We'll be back. Welcome back, everyone, to day 3 of the Perfect World Asia League 2020, where we have this first matchup of the day, which is already kicked off. We had After Gaming beat Sigma 1917 in what was a very, very close affair in Mirage, Dinko. But heading into Nuke, this is where things are going to get a little dicey, I feel like, for the Thai side.
Yeah, coming into Nuke, again, we were just talking about how the fact we just had Mirage, it was probably one of the scrappiest games of Counter-Strike we've seen probably in this tournament so far. And when we take a look at Nuke, it's a completely different map, right? It's much more tactical. There's a lot more moving parts. You have vertical rotations. That's always been very difficult to handle, even for the top teams, in terms of how to rotate properly on Nuke. So this is going to be really difficult, I feel, for Sigma, especially if they don't pick the map, right? Positive thing is, the likes of Beyond do play Nuke, right? And so we talk about the fact that all of these Southeast Asian teams play against each other a lot and they scrim against each other a lot. So hopefully they've had experience playing against some good Nuke teams. So maybe they've learned something. Maybe they understand how they're going to play this map, and maybe it might even be a bit of a surprise. So I'm going into it with the lower expectations, but quietly optimistic that we might see something.
Okay. We did see Sigma. I mean, we have the results from Sigma where they, at least on HLTV, they have played against D13 and WTC, one of the lower tier Mongolian teams, and they've lost both those games, albeit in very close fashion. The problem is, I'm sure they like playing Nuke, because I know that there are a lot of tournaments which happen in Thailand where they have the likes of Beyond, and earlier they had Lucid Dream where they could scrim against or maybe practice against, but the results haven't really been that great on this map. On the other hand, for After Gaming, they've only had one official game played on Nuke with this lineup, and that was against D13, the qualifier for this event, where they just smashed them and go 16-7. I didn't have a chance to watch that game because there was no live stream of it, but yeah, from what I've seen from After Gaming, at least against Tai Lu yesterday, against Tiger in day 1, yeah, we haven't seen him play Nuke yet, but I'm trying to see a world where After Gaming put up a good CT or T side here in Nuke, one of the more tactical maps in Counter-Strike, and I fail to conjure up this idea that After can have a solid side. But maybe they're going to surprise us, because the only consistently good thing I've seen from the side so far has been Wang, like Wang J, as his nickname goes. He's been spectacular with the AWP, but it's only been kind of these individual plays which he's been making, which is working out for his side. Apart from that, it's been kind of bleak for the side of After Gaming.
Yeah, I mean, in this series, especially because we see such lack of tactical ability from the Thai roster, and even After, but I feel like After just have slightly better players, like you said. In terms of Wang, he was so impactful that he could show up and deliver rounds on his own. So you have that. You've also got Oi. I mean, Invictus are a pretty good Nuke team. They played it a lot, so he's going to be pretty comfortable on this map. I'm sure coming in, due to his status in the Chinese scene, he's been able to get any role that he wants. So he should be able to get all the roles that he likes to play here on Nuke and all his positions and spots. So I think Oi is going to be comfortable. I think he's going to show us a little bit more coming into this map. I also feel like Wang will continue to play well. I think he was starting to warm up towards the end of Mirage. Or here on Nuke, it can be quite op-centric if you set up properly. And I feel like After, there's two different approaches they can bring to Nuke. It's going to be, and I know which one it's going to be. It's going to be the standard execute towards outside, where they just rush and send players out there and take fights every single round. That's going to be the call. Maybe some top side hits. It's not going to be tactical. It's not going to be beautiful Counter-Strike. But it's going to be effective if After Gaming can just hit their shots.
Well, let's see if that's going to be the case. It's going to be Sigma opting to start on the, well, slightly more favored side. It's going to be a CD side for them. PP Overdose taking one for his team. He's got the Kit and the Smoke utility guy. Rolex, CZ, Grenade used up early on. The rest of them just, USPs, P2Ks, and Kevlar. The side of After Gaming, though, it's going to be, well, Marek is going to be utility guy alongside Bingo. And now, this is interesting. They've got the opening pick.
They don't give it away, and now they're going to just head in towards the safe bomb site, sending multiple players on in. It's Wang that opens things up. Nifty was holding from the old vent, but he immediately falls. And the defense is looking kind of rough right now for Sigma. This was a big issue for them over on Mirage, again, with their defensive side. I know it's early to the pistol, but I'm just letting you know that this could be a little bit of a scary moment, but Sakai goes down, reality takes him away, and now PP Overdose, he's left alone. And After Gaming, they hemorrhage a couple of players, Sakai and Marek, both going down. But overall, a pretty good round from the majority of the team. Good early pick. They don't overextend. They don't give it away. They don't commit off of it. Instead, slow it down, Blair. They figure out what they want to do, heading towards the top site. get the job done.
Yeah, that was pretty quick and simple. I like how they get the pick towards ramp. They don't go for any hasty decision. They slowly walk back towards upper bomb side with just one player there. And almost every fight they took was a 1v2, right? They just double peeked them, and yeah, just solid work coming out from the side of After Gaming here. 3 MAC-10s, UMP for Bingo, and Wang with the SG. It was Deagles for the side of Sigma. And one thing you can't take away from this side, there are a lot of complaints we've had so far, Dinko, is the fact that at least their deagles, their pistol work is quite pristine indeed.
Yeah, I mean, I guess that is a positive, but you generally don't want to have to see them on the deagles as much. But after a round up, they've got the man advantage into this round. Wang still hasn't really quite got the memo that the Krieg isn't quite as good as it used to be, and he's still wielded it, taking kills with it. Under a minute in play. Reality, Rolex, and PP Overdose. 3 players still standing for the CT side. They should be falling. Sakai! Oh, he lazy checks in towards main. He checks to the left side, but doesn't fully clear it. He gets caught out because of that, going on his own towards outside. He goes down, falls, and now with 35 seconds left. T-side kind of struggling, but a kill at least comes in from Bingo. He's taken the A-bomb side. He's had enough. There was zero idea or zero conviction coming in from the T side, so Bingo decides to take matters into his own hands. It's just the problem is he has no one else with him. And now they've just left the A-bomb side. They've just left A completely, and now they can just walk onto the site. Why? Why have you done this? Well, there was nothing that could have signaled that they went to B. Nothing. They all just fully leave the A-bomb site.
Sometimes I feel like the rotations are purely decided on the flip of a coin.
It's like, rotate, yes. That's the
answer. Wait, hold on. Toss the coin. Heads,
yeah,
let's go.
Yeah. It's ridiculous. Like, there's no point in just fully rotating. Leave one player there. Not everybody. Well, Wang, he's got one player here on the A-bomb side. At least he's towards the back of the site. He runs out of ammo, though. And now, he's stuck with the MAC-10. Get away.
Outside?
Run away.
It's your plant.
Just stay there. Stop peeking. There's no need to peek. He hasn't even tapped the bomb. Oh my god. Why?
It's fine. It's fine.
No kid, but still, the decisions.
The bomb's planted for you.
Exactly.
You lunatic.
But I know he gets away with it, but still, there's no need to do that. There's zero need to do that. I know he's already won the round.
Is this why he got kicked from Invictus?
At the start of the... It's not like it was always that way. There was always an opportunity there for those kills to come in from Sigma. Well, never mind. 2-0 up after Gaming get the round win. They lose every single player, obviously, so their economy is on the ropes already. Luckily, it's a full eco coming in from Sigma. They've got a couple of deagles in play, but this should be a round after pick out with absolutely no problems. Whoa, look at that. Look at that outside execute play. Look at that smoke. It landed on top of the red container.
There wasn't even any Molotov to prevent...
It's just terrible. Do they practice?
Oh,
that's the annoying part, right? Because, fair enough, if you come into this matchup and you look at a team like Sigma and you want them to do well, you root for them, and you want to just go past some of the mistakes they make, but it's clear things like that where you can tell that they aren't putting as much work in as they should, right? So you see an outside execute fail, and you just know that shouldn't be happening.
Yeah, especially this is a basic thing, right? I'm not talking about some complicated Molotovs.
I'm talking matchmaking.
Yeah. Oh no, they're gonna lose, aren't they?
Well, I have Rolex alive, 1 versus 1. He's rotated off to B, and he's in the vent. He thinks Sakai may be going towards lower via secret stairs, but Sakai's just walked onto the A-bomb site. Now I'm trying to see what Sakai can do into the 1 versus 1. Molotov down into the vent. That'll buy some time if there was a player in the vent, but instead, he's made his way up secret stairs. And this is pretty well played from Rolex in terms of he's really limiting all the positions. Now it confirms that is the A site, of course. He's going to go back in towards main. Looking for this retake attempt. Hasn't made noise. Sakai is none the wiser in terms of this approach. He has zero information. He's going to stay tucked in the hut. Rolex is going to shift walk towards him. This could work out, but the Iron God's being held, and Sakai is going to win the clutch. He keeps after gaming alive, but left. look how expensive these rounds have been. They've lost pretty much every single player in these rounds. They've only got one surviving in that previous, and their money is on the ups. They can't even afford a full AK purchase going into round number 4 after winning 3 in a row. And Sigma, they're coming in with a full-fledged buy.
True that, true that, true that. And they only have themselves to blame. Like I said, I actually want to see them go for the execute again. I'm just hoping that it was kind of like, oh my god, wait, stop running out dry. Please stop running out dry.
I just want to bring up a point a little bit earlier on. I realized I misstepped and said Sigma practicing, not practicing. I didn't mean after, of course, coming out of their T side. I just want to make sure that I say that before I anger some Thai fans. I'll save that for the second half when they feel their outside smokes. Maybe.
The fact that they've completely given up outside control is so much information to work with. Sakai is giving away so much information. They have no idea what PB's position is. Rollo's going to win a duel against Bingo, and
it gets cracked up the head by GT smoke. What is that smoke?
Why are you running in now?
That's a CT smoke, boy.
Wait, what?
That's a CT smoke in the middle of the site. It works out. There we go. Neffy playing with it. He does take down Oi. Sakai able to reply. He's left alone though on 7 HP. Winning a 1 versus 3 in total is going to be quite difficult in this scenario, but he's made his way towards the lower bomb site.
Well, you can't get the bomb down. 7 HP, it's gonna be very hard. He can't even do anything here. He opens the door, it's dead giveaway. PB's gonna be coming in, and Reality just needs to hold the angle, and he doesn't really miss those. Dinko. That's Sakai is aware. He's got to smoke 10 seconds. He's got to go for a play now, and I think the call for the save has gone out, which is curious. But I guess, you might as well hold on to the AK-47. They're not gonna have any money, but at least the money is kind of equal, right? It's not going to be like he's going to be broke.
Exactly. Yeah. I mean, yeah, he has some reserve cash over. It's not like they're in a different situation. They're still going to go for the investment coming into this round. But I feel like this is what we talk about a lot. You need to get off to a good start, and you need to start grabbing and control of that economy in the first couple of rounds. You take your opportunities if you get off to the lead. Unfortunately, after gaming made a lot of stupid decisions in a lot of rounds. They should have won cleanly and lost a lot of their lives, and obviously that puts them in a position where they have to rebuy constantly, and we see a lot of the rounds come close. So it did put them in a position where in their 4th round they had to come in with Galils and an AK, and you were never really favored to win that. And now they're in a position where they're having to force buy, and if they lose this play, they're on another eco. So these first 3 rounds that they've been able to post are all just going to fall away quite quickly. Rolex peeking out towards outside. He has done a lot of damage onto Wang, and the nade comes in to seal the deal. Good start coming in from Sigma, and a good fallback towards Secret Stairs and a long range fight from Garage. Works out for PP Overdose.
Sakai at least putting that AK to some use, but not for long. Reality will ensure Sakai finds Jesus. Gets taken down. 4v2. Rifle nowhere nearby to be retrieved. Just cause I'd like him to just hold an angle instead of just like moving around so much. And he's been spotted out as Bingo actually retrieving the AK-47. So that's not terrible. He's got Kevlar as well, trying to neutralize the aim punch. But Reality Jesus is there. Misses the shot. That's okay. Right now it's about trying to ensure that after gaming don't get any more casualties here. Bingo.
Oh.
Spots out the player, and that's scary. That's scary. Rolex needs to get the hell out of there, and he will do so. Repositioning himself, peering around the corner. Perfectly timed, perfectly placed crosshair placement as well, and there you have it. 2 rounds for Sigma. They lose a couple of players. They just lose the 1 player. They're going to be happy with that. For after gaming, though, it has to be the eco.
Yeah, they can go for a couple of deagles, obviously here. A little bit of investment on Sakai. You can see there's a little bit of extra cash, but yeah, the rest of the team should be just saving as much money as they possibly can going into this next round. And like I said, the fact that they didn't get control of that economy early on into the game has resulted in 3 rounds in a row, most likely here from Sigma. So they tie things up. And look at the money starting to build now on the CT economy, right? It's not looking good right now, but as long as they don't hemorrhage too many players and they keep as many alive as possible and really limit the casualties going into this next one, they should be in a position where their economy gets to grow. You know, they have some leg room. And they'll be very comfortable here on the CT side. They need to get off to a good start play in this first half. It's After Gaming's pick after all.
After the pistol round, honestly, After Gaming has looked terrible.
Yep.
Even though they're up, they're getting slaughtered straight into the lion's den. As Rolex, that's unnecessary there from Rolex, but you know what? They're gonna get a bomb plan out of this. That's a win if you're After Gaming. Almost no investment. They get a kill, they get the bomb down, and that is gonna be it. Wang just staring into the door, waiting for his death. It's inevitable. But for Sigma, they tie things up. You know what? And the past couple of rounds has been pretty solid. They have kept just 2 deaths, I believe, in the past 2 rounds. So that's going to definitely help their economy as well. We can take a look at it. The money is pretty solid, even after the buy, apart from Rolex. So that's going to be fine. For After Gaming, the buy is going to come out. I want to see what they do here, Dinka. I want to see what they do. 200 IQ, Wang? I don't think so. So far, this T side, apart from the pistol round, has not been close to 200 IQ.
Yeah, that's what I was saying towards the start, right? It's going to be very limited in terms of their approach. It's going to be outside fights, putting Wang in positions where he can find a couple of openings, or at least take some of these early fights and hope that it's enough to take it over the line. But reality, he is now in a position where he's towards outside. He's got a good angle to try and fight early on, and he's got the first kill. Marek goes down, Reality gets rid of him, and that's a good opening kill from Sigma. And I'll see what they can do as after slow things down, they try and reply elsewhere. Oi put a little bit of pressure in towards the ramp area, just cause positioned over here towards Hell. Comes down to whether or not he gets itchy feet and moves away. Now comes the push. The flashes are in. 2 players now towards Hell. And a first kill from Reality. He's relocated. He quickly moved over from Yard towards Hell. And it's worked out for at least 1 kill. But Wang replies. Still a man down right now after. At 55 seconds, they've still got a chance and time to play with as they head in towards this lower bomb site. They commit to the plant. PP Overdose swings that decon door open and now moves forward looking for the kills. He's taking down Wang, swinging on by, looking for a second pick, and he's got that as well, Blair. That's the round 1 here for Sigma. They're going to go 4-3 up. And Oi, he's left alone up in the control room. He has so much to do and such little health to do it. So this round is done. It's 1 picked up for Sigma and another pretty poorly played round from After.
And this is despite the fact that Sigma, I think it was Just Cause, who just ran out in the flames towards Hell and gave them a free frag. Even with that, they just kind of threw that one away. They got the bomb down. The post plants are atrocious. No angles are being covered. PP Overdose just running out and getting 2 free kills. But more importantly, what's more damning for me is this outer play from them. I mean, they're giving so much space to Sigma to work with. PP just pushes up outside towards the boxes. He's got Reality getting almost 1 opening kill every single round with the AWP. And After Gaming seem to be completely clueless as to how to set up their defaults. Smokes are going to be coming in this time around, Dinko. They're going to be going for the wall of smokes. I want to take a look at it and see if there's any gaps over there. And they have set up Marek, who is posted towards the outside box, and while the remaining members slowly inch back towards his upper bomb side, where it looks like it's going to be a crunch. Oi, looking to find the opening. But no, they're going to be slowly peeling towards ramp, where it's going to be Just Cause, just keeping them at bay with the incendiary, and actually dealing a lot of damage onto Bingo. Flashbang out, not the best of flashes, but he's still holding the line. They're being held back, and it's all going to be down to Marek getting a kill or trying to somehow gather some information all the way towards Secret, Dinko, but he's doing nothing. And with their ramp play getting stopped in its tracks, it looks like it's going to be an upper lobby hit here. The pins are coming in, but Marek's position, that's everything. He needs to get an opening pick or at least get the flank. And he gets shut down.
Overdose, yeah. Taking down Marek, Wang, gets rid of Just Cause, now Reality, he's just holding on, 1 by 1 again. Pretty poor walk in towards the ramp room, but Oi luckily able to trade back. Now Bingo and Oi, 2 versus 3, man down here for After, 27 seconds, and it's just Oi left alone again. It's so disjointed, it really doesn't feel like After all on the same page. It doesn't feel like there's a page at all. It feels like you're in a culture where paper hasn't been invented. Scriptures don't exist. It's all thoughts. It's all communication. And they're not even using language. It's just noises.
Well,
just
I suppose
grunts.
that isn't. I suppose that is what language is noises, but you know.
Yeah, but like literally just grunts.
Basic, yeah. Like,
yeah.
Yeah, I feel like that's probably what's going on right now, because this is terrible.
Is so lost. They're so lost. Like they don't know what to do. They posture towards outside. They go to walk towards ramp. They find out there's Just Cause spraying them down. Okay, let's walk back towards upper. Oh, that's not working out. Okay, let's go back towards ramp. Just run out with the freaking nade out. Like, what are you doing? That was your buy. You had utility. You could have just do one execute after. Just one set piece. Show that you have something on the T side here, because if you keep doing this, Sigma's just going to run away with this. And kudos to Sigma, though. They're getting the openings, but the thing is, they're not getting punished for some of the aggressive plays towards outer. They're not getting pressured at all. They have the freedom to do what they want to do. Finally, looks like the hit's going to be coming in towards outside, and it is going to be Niffy. And he's going to have a fun old time spraying all these players down. 1, 2, 3, and the 4th for Niffy. Looking for the ace as well. Bingo is going to be left alone. That was a nice hold from Niffy, but I'm shocked that no one was able to trade as Bingo comes out and PP Overdose is there waiting to put him to his grave. And you know what? Funnily enough, Dinko, despite the shutdown, the quad kills from Niffy, that was the best play I've seen from After Gaming so far. At least some commitment to something, you know? Oh, nice hold though.
Yeah, I would even like it if they just had some sort of a completely simple idea. Okay, we're just gonna send 4 players outside and one's gonna hold lobby. Just very simple, you know. Usually you don't want to see that come through, but at least everybody's on the same page. They just haven't really come clean and gone for something simple. And PP Overdose, you're insane. That's just crazy. He's using up his own utility to get across. Okay, that's fine, but it's all just crazy trying to cross towards Secret via outside. He gets there quickly. He's still alive. Has worked out. Now, push coming down in towards Secret Stairs quickly, and that's exactly why PP Overdose wanted to be there. Marek just walking in on his own. Early kill picked up here for Sigma. This half, I just don't feel like it's going to get any better for After. And it's unfortunate to say, you know, on their map pick, they won Mirage. But right now, this T side is dire. They must have an incredible CT half if they're willing to pick this map.
Yeah, honestly, this is... Okay, Just Cause. A bit of an off angle there. Taking a bit of damage, and they're going to be going... Again, look at how spread far apart everyone else is. Bingo's going to be sneaking up, though. The timing is actually going to work out in the favor of Niffy. That is kind of unfortunate for Bingo. PP caught in the corner and immediate trades. Again, I love how so like perfectly placed the CTs are where, you know, the one guy dies, the trade is almost immediate. And now the money is out of control for the CTs, Denko. Niffy's at 16,000. I mean, he purchases a little bit of utilities. He's down to 14,800, but still. PP Overdose is almost he's 9K. It's spiraling out of control.
Well, after winning the pistol round, and it looked convincing up until a point. A couple of mistakes happened at the pistol round as well. So a couple of kills they overfaced with, but okay, the pistol looked okay enough. They go into the second round, and that's when the problems start, right? That's when always overfacing, giving me a panic attack. That's when the following round they lose every single player. The 3 rounds they've won have been off the back of a pistol win, and the 2 rounds on top of that pistol were also pretty rough. After having done anything here on Nuke, they just haven't. You take these 2 rounds away. You know, in terms of if they lose the pistol.
How did they beat D13 on this map?
I don't D13 understand. Must have just turned the monitors off. Because honestly, that team are pretty good. I mean, Annihilation should have been enough to win them the game. He should be picking this apart. This is exactly the play style that a player like Annihilation, Opera, like Annihilation should just love, because they're all going 1 by 1, right? They're not double facing, there's no utility coming in, they're just walking around the map. And that should be easy for a player like Annihilation. So I'm really confused as to how D13 lost, but we'll see. After finally grouping up multiple players together, the spacing's actually quite good this time, and it's worked out as Sakai takes down Rolex, and they have a chance on the lower bomb site finally.
What is this I see? Teamwork? Peeking together? Oh, nice shot from Reality there, though, and the bomb will get planted. And I like this from Reality. No need to overcommit. Wait for your backup to arrive. You are the turret. No one checking towards Vents and Niffy. Oh, he's looking every direction. He's going to finally find a player, and bingo. How are they going to win this round? How have they won this round? Out of all the rounds we've seen so far, they pulled this one off. I don't understand.
Obla. After gaming, giving resources to work with, plenty of utility, rifles, AWPs. Of course they're not going to win off those. It's the Deagles. It's when they think, okay, we don't have all of the rifles, we don't have all the utility. Does this mean we're going to have to play together? Yes, it does. And then they figure out, oh, look, this teamwork works. Nice, good job, guys. Let's go right back to what we were doing before. Let's see if that happens. I'd be very disappointed.
Oh, it's definitely going to happen. They're going to do the same thing again, but Wang ready and waiting. Okay, baiting out shots. Seems like they plugged their brains in, Dinko. For lack of a better word. Oi, the timing is pristine. He knows. He can hear Just Cause. He hears him running up towards Hell. There's so much information being gleaned. And suddenly, on the flip of a switch, after gaming, have just woken up. This is good stuff. This is really good stuff. Marek's come out in, using the edge of the smoke. He knows where one player is, though. And they found the empty lower bomb site.
Oh. PP Overdose is trying to patch up a hole here. Pulled out his M4 at the right time. Catches out Oi. Overextending. So those 2 initial kills coming in from after are gone, but they've still got the bomb site. It's still a good round from them so far. Spam through the door, trying to take down Wang. It's going to work through the smoke. Oh, no. It was so good up until a point. Now, bingo. Good headshot. Doors open wide. Bomb planted for him, so he can definitely work this. It's on to Sakai. Just can't get caught with a nade in his hand. He throws a Molotov into a smoke. Doesn't work like that. And while Bingo and Sakai, they do take the kills. The round is picked up for after. They do hemorrhage 3 players. Could have been a little cleaner, but they do win the round nonetheless, play. And that's 2 in a row now. Finally, putting rounds together.
Even then, like, you know, like it got a little scary. Their PP over was just like bringing it back. Almost making me believe, but then they shut it down. And you spoke about the money, Dinko, but they're now scrapping the just scraping the bottom of the barrel. And we still have the open hands of Reality Jesus, and why not? He has been very, very solid so far. M4s, FAMAS for Rolex, and the 9 for Just Cause. Let's look at what the T's are doing here. Oi, waiting patiently. Wild spray through the smoke. This battle between Just Cause and Oi. Actually, Just Cause actually kind of coming out on top here. Reality finds Sakai. Again, they are struggling to neutralize the Reality Jesus. And he's been great just being so unpredictable with his positioning as well, Dinko. And now they're aware that MP9 towards ramp means that is a potential inroad into this ramp area. But Reality, again, the repositioning. This is smart work from him.
Okay, Just Cause. Let's see. He's got the MP9. He's gone through the smoke, and Bingo takes his head off. I'm surprised one of us has. I'm surprised none of us have really used the Bingo as an MO joke a little more often.
Because you got PP Overdose and Wang.
I mean, you've got different names. I suppose we have to sort of drain those jokes dry a little bit. We have to drain.
All right.
Yeah.
PP.
Well. Let's see. PP. Can he explode all over Wang right now? And he goes back. They haven't checked him at all, but the bomb plant, it's going to be through. Well, he could have denied that. And now, he's going to drop down. And while PP Overdose, he's going to be there alongside Rolex. The kills come in, and Sigma with an 8th round picked up. That is not bad. That is pretty damn good from Sigma. Overall, they keep the players alive after just really overstepping the mark, not checking some of those important spots, not checking the cubby, not clearing the lower bomb site. And maybe it's a limiting factor of time, but Asta Gaming just kind of overturning the round for themselves. And, well, 8-5 on the board now. They will invest into it. The bomb plant will afford some extra cash. So they'll get them AK's utility outplay. You know, they'll be able to purchase up, but let's see. Let's see how this goes. Okay, so he kind of like checks it in a way.
He gets taken up by another player.
And
by Rolex.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, oh man, like you walk on out dry. At least clear the most obvious angle, you know. You know what they say about assumptions, Dinko? Makes an ass of everyone.
Out of you, me, and that. Suppose that is everyone really.
Why is Is there a smoke from Marek to cross on through? Oh, okay. No, there's a smoke of reality. Reality's been pretty solid though. If you're going to look at the positive so far in this matchup, Reality has been great with the op. It's just been everywhere. You're getting a lot of openings. Boy's going to come creeping out. But Nifty's ready and waiting. And one by one. Again, Dinko. Again, it's one by one plays in Rolex. Oh, there's no need to aggress, bud. It's a 5v3. Absolutely no need to go for a play. Sakai gets PP, but Rolex still gets bingo. He still somehow finds him in Reality, peeking out the timing. There's no way it's more perfect. He spots the second player as well. And it's going to be round number 9 for Sigma. After gaming, just getting completely, utterly flushed down a toilet.
I mean, 5 rounds, it's enough. I'm so happy that I have to manage to get a pistol round win. If not, Blair, they would be sitting on 2 rounds right now. That's the reality of the situation. And the fact they get 5, well, it's enough to compete in the second half. In comparison to being down 13-2, which would have been the most likely of outcomes if they had not won that pistol round. So after gaming, they have a chance here to try and get 6th to close out the half. That would be absolutely a miracle, actually, based on the performance in this first half from the Chinese side.
Honestly, it's like we, apart from the 5th round they won with the guns, apart from that, everything has been what, anti-ecos, where they keep bleeding out players, the Deagle round, Miracle round win, and then of course pistol round, right? The rifle rounds have been atrocious. Absolutely atrocious. Look at PP overdose. It's 1 minute and 38 seconds, Dinko. Isn't it T-spawn already? The flank is on and needs to hurry up though because they've lost up a bomb site. Never mind, Rolex is still there and he's gonna find 2 as Wang finds PP sneaking in from behind. As Reality, Jesus with a Deagle trying to be cheeky. But somehow after gaming, I think they've had enough, Dinko. They just held W and just ran on into the side. Just Cause walks on above. They don't spot him. He's going to find 1, but immediately traded by Sakai from underneath. 3k for him. After gaming, well, it took them a goddamn while, Dinko. But it seems like they realized, hey, if we just run on in as a team and trade effectively, we might actually win a round.
Yeah, imagine. I mean, the rounds they approached with an idea and together worked out, Blair.
Because clearly, they don't know what to do with the utility. Clearly, they don't have the defaults right. So just, just do what works.
Just commit to an idea. As long as you're all on the same page, that doesn't really matter. It's going to be better than you all just doing your own individual thing across the map, not really knowing how to play the mid round. Just go into the round with an idea. Just 4 outside, just use some simple smokes, a couple of flashes, get over the top, you're fine. You know, we've seen the rounds they approached together. It worked out more often than not. But here comes a very important pistol round. For Sigma, they want to try and extend this lead, and they're going to run on into the A-bomb side, but it's not working out. In fact, it's a massacre.
Okay, that was fast.
Very fast.
I'm just hoping after gaming put up like they show a reason as to why they picked Nuke, because the T side, but that's not. I mean, there's no.
It looks like they played it for the first time.
Honestly, yeah. Honestly, there was more lack of cohesion, and it looks like there was no comms. I mean, it wasn't even 20% as good as what Tai Lu had when it was bent at speaking 3 languages, trying to kind of rein in the team together. As Sigma, look at this. I like this. Wall of smokes, the Deagle train straight on in. Rolex with a drive-by just completely smacks Marek in the face. The full commit. I love that. Smoke's going to be deployed to use up all the utility. They still have an incendiary and a nade remaining. Bomb's going to be planted. They have the man advantage. This is great. Why didn't I have to try this, Dinko? Why didn't I try this even with a single round?
More importantly, why? The pistols always do this, Blair. Why do they always win?
Nah, they're gonna save.
The round's done. And it's unbelievable how often we see these pistol round buys win. These force spies pay off, and yeah, like you said, very simple Counter-Strike to send Rolex on in, get still buddy kill, and his teammates are behind him. And the thing is, it's not like After didn't do this at all. They did this once. Remember back in the first half when they win a round off the back of a force spy, and they did the exact same thing. They walked in as a unit. Oh my god. Okay, there we go. They walked in as a unit in towards the lower bomb site, and we see how effective it was. They won the round. They give them the extra 2 rounds on the board. So definitely could have worked out a little bit more for them. But now they've given themselves a bit of a difficult task moving forward, as now Sigma able to pick that round up, have put themselves up to double figures after gaming's chance of going on to win 3 flawless rounds are pretty much gone. So we're going to be looking at 10-7.
Yeah, and again, like, just the sheer pace from Sigma, kudos to them. Completely destroying the player playing towards lower. They're gonna do the same thing again. Of course, they've kept Rolex behind to just cover off any flank. And once more, the position from Bingo. This is a little better. He's got some cover standing at the lip of that vent. He's gonna push on out. Please don't walk through the smoke. Please don't walk through the smoke. Alright. He's holding it off, Dinko. He's gonna reposition himself. Playing back the stairs. At least they know that a low bomb site hasn't been lost yet. That's gonna allow the 2 CDs playing upper to still hold towards upper bomb site. The problem is the CZ and the auto shotty. Make that just the auto shotty, Dinko. And, well, Rolex, well, he gets taken down by Sakai, who's very low in health, but at least he's able to upgrade to the AK-47, so he can just stick around, but it's gonna be very hard. The utility usage from the T's is just great work. They have outer cover off, so the only points of entry for the CTs is towards heaven or from hut. And they're all 4 players just ready and waiting. So this one's done. This one's done. Ugh.
And the last 2 players being alive here, it's just Bingo trying to move forward with the 1 versus 3 in his hands. It's going to be the Deagle. Take it down, PP Overdose. It just swings on by, and Bingo's going to look for a little bit more here, and eventually will go down. Niffy getting rid of Bingo, and that is 11-7. Sigma. This is not their map pick, yet they are looking far more versed on this map.
Absolutely just wrecked. After gaming won both the pistol rounds.
And they've got 7 rounds on their map pick.
Out of 18. Yep. You heard that right. After gaming. It's okay, look, here's the thing, right? We're trying to be positive. And you know, so, and we try to see the good things instead of just looking at the mistakes. Because everyone makes mistakes. Everyone does make mistakes. Like, even the best teams in the world make mistakes, apart from Astralis when they were like wrecking everyone. But we see these moments, and it's completely understandable, you know. And we try to look at the silver lining. But this is just terrible from After Gaming. Just absolutely ludicrous, you know. Being this clueless as to how to play your map pick, it's not forgivable.
Four versus 3. A minute on this clock right now. And Sigma, well, they will be moving forward up towards Secret. PP Overdose over the top, takes down Sakai. And now it's Bingo and Owen left alone into a 2 versus 4. They've got so much to do here. There goes on top. Bingo dropped to 17, and we're not really expecting much from this round at all from After. It's just a terrible round where maybe we get a Zeus kill. Now, that would be exciting. That's something. Smoke fades, and goes for the Zeus. Doesn't work out. He is taken down. Gotta respect the attempt, but doesn't really work out for him. And now Oi, the last remaining player with the Deagle, just charging his way up the ramp, trying to get involved here, trying to catch up one. Ambitious spam. I mean, he's not too far off in terms of putting his crosshair in the right place, but no damage going through, of course. And Niffy, he will fall. Oi just sitting on the ramp. He'll look for... Okay, that's nice. Oi is displaying good skill on this Deagle. And he's going to make it expensive for a couple of these T players. He might just take more down. Okay, Oi misses this shot, but good bit of damage done on the way out. 12-7. In terms of the score, Sigma 4 away from victory, sending us to map number 3 if they can pick this up. After Gaming, this is their map pick, and it's time to show us why.
Yeah, this is Yeah, I'm just running away, honestly. The nice attempt from Oi there, like you said, dealing a bit of damage. Very, very clean shots coming out from him with the deagle. But it's not about the aim. Like, we're very well aware how capable some of the players are on this after gaming side. Even like players like Wang, we know Oi, even back from his Invictus days. I know Marek, what he's been able to do. Sticking around the Chinese scene for so many years, but it's just the fact that the cohesion, it's non-existent. The teamwork, the approach, the tactics, everything is absent on this map, which is just so shocking. Marek, flashed out by Wang, but he's trapped in a corner, Dinko, and he's going to be immediately traded. There was no escape route for him there. It's more like, yeah, he gets a kill, maybe a spray down, and he's done. And now Wang. And his teammate, Bingo, trying to keep them at bay. But I like this from Sigma, man. I like how they're slowing it down. The second phase of utility will be deployed. Nifty just holding the line. And is slowly going to be creeping back towards the lobby. And here's a problem for the CTs, Dinko. They have no idea. They have no idea whether they've crossed on over. They have no idea whether they're still sticking around. They just have to go for just the gamble hole, which they have right now. One player towards ramp. Nifty. I think he's sniffing something out. He sniffs it out, but he's looking the wrong way. And Bingo gets a kill. That's a massive, massive frag to find.
Sakai, M4 towards the back of the site. KBPP overdose moving forward. A follow-up kill from Reality as he gets rid of Sakai. And now it's a 3 versus 2. A man advantage in play for after.
Wang.
With 17 seconds, Wang, you just let it happen. You just let the bomb plant come through without picking over the top. A little bit scared waiting on his teammates. I like the idea to wait after that, but he doesn't make the decision to just pop on over. They hold the advantage. Fair enough. Attempting with the retake together is probably the more important decision.
Stick it.
It's working out so far. They need to get on that bomb, and Rolex, he's pulling it off. The defuse has to start coming through, but he gets off of it. And Rolex, what a clutch! 3 kills, shuts down everybody. And well, you have to say, after gaming, give him every single chance, but he takes them all.
Well, he is indeed making up for his performance on the B bomb side, Dinko. The B bomb side on Mirage earlier today, absolutely terrible. That clutch, perfect. It's brilliant stuff. That was in After Gaming's hands. Like, you know when we say about like playing with the man advantage and everything, there are times where you can just prevent it from taking place. Wang had an opportunity there. He should have known. The information should have been conveyed. There's a player right there outside. Covering the bomb. It could prevent the plan from taking place. There's so many things they could have done, but Rolex, man, like that was pristine stuff from him. The 1v3. Wild sprays. All of them finding their markers. It's a force buy. It feels like a desperation buy from After Gaming because I think the writing's on the wall. Honestly, I hate to call it out. I hate to say that, you know, oh, they might still be able to bounce back. I don't see how they're going to bounce back here. They might steal a couple of rounds here and there, but I feel like Sigma have this map in the bag. I feel we're just going to go all the way to Inferno. Or sorry, to Vertigo. Oh boy, Vertigo with After Gaming. It's going to be wild, Dinko. Marek, AK-47 picked up, holding the line. They're going to line up for him. 1, 2, 3, 4. All 4 kills for Marek. And just like that, he just might have doubled his score in this map already. Nifty left alone, and he's going to be found by Bingo. And what a round for Marek. Deagle coming out, gets the kill. AK-47 picked up, and they all line up for him, just clotheslining all 3 of them towards that secret stairs area. Good work. But again, Dinko, are these sustainable?
No, definitely not. I don't think any of the rounds that after been winning have been sustainable. I think they've all been outliers in terms of their approach to the game. It's been quite awful, in fact, and they haven't really quite figured anything out. All he has his knife out. I mean, it's just a little quick shoulder peek. At least he gets away, but there's an opportunity there for After to take him away. Look at his lower tier clocks. They're going to be charging on him. Being shut down, they'll get 1 kill just cause able to pick it up. A follow-up kill as well. This is a little bit more expensive than it should be. After should be shutting this down absolutely no problem. It could be even further expenses, but yeah, it's going to be Marek cleaning it up. 9 rounds on the board. Look at the money now on the T side due to that decision.
Yeah, money is... Oh... I still don't really fear for Sigma though. I feel like they can just, so far what I've seen from them, apart from that round from Marek where he just wrecked them. Apart from that, they've looked solid. They seem to know exactly what they want to do. They have a game plan in mind. The smokes actually land where it's supposed to land as well, Dinko. So small little things, they're doing it right. Although good nade, good damage onto Sigma. They're going to cross on over. There's no gap. Zero gap for Wang to find anything. Marek out in the open, probably trying to hold an off angle, but if you're going to hold an angle, you need to spray at least a couple of members down, Dinko, because now, with you taken down, they've lost control of Decon, they've lost control of the control room. Rolex is going to smoke off the entrance as well from Decon. The bomb's going to get planted, and it's going to be retake time again as PP Overdose finds Bingo. That's a round done. Just save your guns. Look at your money. Save it.
That's a good response. Like I said, like you said, I'm not really worried for Sigma either. I think they've probably done enough at this point to almost confirm that third map coming right up. It's got to take a huge turnaround, almost a transformation completely for After to be able to even compete here on Nuke. So it's looking like Sigma 2 rounds away already from sending us to map number 3. And with this performance, if this continues for After, I mean, this is their map pick, right? First map wasn't even convincing. So I get a little bit worried going into map number 3. Not a great spray from Oi, is it?
Nope.
Well, 2 rounds away, Sigma, and we take a look at the buy for After Gaming and reserve cash left over. There's not much to back up the buy if they lose, so this is probably the last purchase. They lose this round, it's done. Or should be done.
Yeah, if they're not able to convert this, which honestly, whatever rounds are getting, again, right, it's pistol round, 2 anti-ecos, that Marek round, just like, you know, again, another Deagle round. It's just these very weird, individually heavy moments, which they've been able to kind of steal these rounds away from Sigma. And again, gotta say, it's not sustainable. It's not going to work out here. They might even get to like 11, 12 rounds, but honestly, Sigma have this one in the bag. They're setting up for this upper take, Dinko. We didn't see a single round from After Gaming like this. You know, with smokes being lined up for upper Molotovs and stuff. The 3 players holding the line, though. 3 players just waiting. Sorry, I take that back. Only two players. The minimap was lying. But, let's see what they do. Sakai. I'm gonna show what you got here, buddy.
Sakai currently positioned towards the back of the A bomb site. Sigma looking to try and impact onto the site itself. They charge through the front man, looking for this open A pick, but it's just cause. Taking down Bingo. PP Overdose follows suit and finds success for the T side.
Political.
And they continue to just cut through the defense. Wang and Oi, the last 2 remaining players, and I'll be honest, Blur, I'll be frank, Oi has been disappointing.
Yeah, I mean,
obviously he's performing better than the average player on his team, but expect a little bit more from this guy.
I guess it goes a lot to show how well Xiaosage was using him, I guess. Like, I mean, that's the only explanation, right? When he was playing for Invictus, he wasn't a star player, but he was, oh my god! Ow! Wang just got cut off. Destroyed. 15 to 9. And yeah, like for Oi, he wasn't the best player on the team. Obviously, you have like players like Destroyer is pretty solid. You have Xiaosage himself and all these guys. And flying, even with the inconsistencies from flying, you had those games from him where he just completely dominate everything. And I feel like for Oi, he's coming to his lineup, he qualified, right? And I'm like, okay, maybe he's going to try and prove something. But I just gotta say, I feel like they just got a little lucky, or maybe they just faced off against some very, very weak opponents. How did they beat D13 16-7 on this map? It just blows my mind. And like you said,
D13 must have been playing without the monitors or something.
Yeah, or Score Annihilation just literally didn't play that day.
Or the internet problems with super high ping, missed shots. I don't know. This has to be some sort of legit excuse, because right now this is not the team that we see doing anything right now. After It's the last stand. They've got themselves UMPs, a FAMAS, an AWP here for Wang, a Deagle. That's all they have. And they'll go towards outside. Niffy, the front man. Wang just chilling back here. He's got the sniper. Rolex has taken away Oi. Good opening kill. And follow up as well. This is clean, this is clinical, and this is done. Wang, Sakai, and Bingo, you've got to hope for some hero play. And what Wang is going to try and deliver. He's found one on the op. He'll turn back and he'll miss the second opportunity, but he's still alive. He's not dead yet. Well, he's still on the server. There's still a small chance for After to do something. He has been so quiet on this map in comparison to his Mirage performance, and it's all crumbling. It's just Sakai left alone. It's a 1 versus 3 with a FAMAS alone in his hands. There's no utility and no kit. And plenty of time still for Sigma to get themselves into a winnable position at this point. Sakai just sitting back. They don't have the bomb right now, so Sigma have to go and collect that. So that does prolong his life a little bit while they wait and pull the bomb into a better position. Niffy just holding down in towards this A bomb site. Sakai realizes he can't go wide around this corner. He's just holding for this main peak. And when they start to move forward, Niffy and Rolex now gathering together. And there's the lineup, the first kill. That's the bomb down. He looks away though. He looks back to the door, and that's going to seal the deal. Sigma walk away with Nuke. 16-9. It's not their map pick. In fact, it's After who decided to go with this as a pick. They selected this map to come in as the map they're most confident on out of all the maps they could have chosen. And it's Nuke. We've got Mitch and Tom to try and help us through the madness here, because that just wasn't a good game at all.
Well, that's Mr. Positivity over there is taking a turn for the worse.
It is true.
What's happened? You know, even in that last round, I want to say, like, Zigma, you saw them go outside and they didn't even smoke the cross. Like, they used one smoke up close, but in actually going towards secret, they left it completely open. And Wang was holding it with an op. Didn't get anyone because he was holding for the smoke. Like, he peeked into it. I don't know. It was weird. This looked like... So we questioned the pick of After coming into this. We said, you know, this doesn't really seem like a great map for them, but hey, they beat D13. Maybe they're good. No, they're not. They're not. This map was not solid from them. They definitely looked lost. Like, really, truly, and genuinely lost on this map. So I don't know why they've chosen it in a series that, you know, this is one of the few games in this tournament where they actually have a chance to beat the team. Like, we've seen Sigma make a lot of mistakes and give the opportunities to After. This isn't going to happen when they play their future teams. Like, okay, they've already had some tough games, so when they play Beyond, when they play Vici, like, they're going to get wrecked. So they, in order to make playoffs, they had to beat Sigma. Why would you pull out a pick like Nuke in this instance?
I don't know. Tom?
I think the only thing that really confuses me from this match so far, which seems weird because there should be a lot of things, is actually Sigma's pick initially, because they seem like a far more tactically based team. Sure, like, okay, there were some grenades that they were evidently missing, but as their general holds and rotations on the CT side, they were all right. Like, it wasn't amazing. Their T side looked good. It looked fairly structured. And then their pick was Mirage. That's what the confusing thing is. Like, you go to like the puggy map choice when your team doesn't look very puggy at all. So I don't know. That was a weird one. I think After proving once again why, like, we're not really a fan of them as a squad, because they were completely disjointed. Their rounds on the T side that they managed to win were based off just pure like timing and individual skill, and there wasn't really much structure to anything that they did. And the one thing that I really enjoyed about this game is that Dinko started off this series saying about how you two were going to be far more sane and positive than myself and Mitch, and now he looks dead inside.
Yeah, it happens. It's truly corrosive. It wears you down. But it's just, you look at the performance here, and how there's such a big difference between map number 1 and map number 2, and especially from Wang, because Wang, we were talking about, maybe he goes into Nuke freed up a little bit. They're going to put a lot of pressure on him to perform, and he doesn't do anything. He gets 13 kills, and there's not like he didn't have space. He was getting the ult in his hands as well. It was just a really underperformance, a big underperformance from pretty much everybody on that team. There was no one from After you can even look at and go, okay, well, at least they're playing well. There was nothing in this map for After. And so going into this final map, it's a little bit scary for them, because Sigma have started to warm up. Rolex was actually a bit of a problem over on the first map, lost the B bomb site quite a bit. That was more of a positional thing because he kind of shows coming into Nuke that he's very comfortable. Gets the MVP performance, and heading into map number 3, I think you've got to favor Sigma now.
Obviously,
you have to favor Sigma. Yeah, Mitch.
Sorry, this is a map that requires a lot of help in getting any entries. Pushing into sites is difficult. You try to entry into ramp or into the A site, and you're going through choke points. Outside as well, you're going to be smoking it off. Then you go down through secret. Again, choke points, it's hard to get out through. Generally, what we'll see on Nuke, right, is a lot of support play when you're pushing in, or even defensive side if you want to go for some aggression. We saw 6 flash assists across that entire map. Like, that is shocking. That's like a quarter of the rounds one guy got flashed. That's insane. And I think it was weird because Mirage, it was like 16, which was still less than half the rounds in which one person was blind while being killed. But it's a really weird position where I feel like Sigma came into that, and sure, they managed to put up a good performance, but we're still not seeing any form of structure from them to the extent that I want to, like, in terms of having fairly refined roles. Like, also when it comes to after, their top fragger was Sakai, who has not been playing too well when it comes to this lineup or this game, I suppose. So the fact that he's able to outfrag Wang, who had the op for outside control, didn't really do anything with it. Bingo, who we've seen be there again and again, and Oyi with a very bad first map and is now second from the top. This was a real turnaround from them. Even just the individuals didn't look nearly as comfortable. So again, just kind of scratching my head as to why they thought this was a good choice, because they really did just look lost here. I think they looked way better on Mirage, and so it's odd that they decided to make this kind of pick in such an important series.
Well, coming up next is going to be Vertigo, the decider of this series, and you got to say, at least a good old After Gaming did put up a fight against Tyloo, the best team in the region. So maybe we might be seeing a little bit of a better performance from them. But right before that, we have a short break, and then we'll be back with the final and decider map of the series. Welcome back, everyone, to day 3 of the Perfect World Asia League Fall 2020. We are now into the third and final map of what has been a closely contested, if not a little messy series, and it's going to be After Gaming versus Sigma on Vertigo as we do climb up those dizzying heights. We just take a quick look at what a scoreline has been. You look at the scorelines, you're like, okay, 17-19, close series after winning on whose map pick? Sigma's map pick. And then Sigma just completely demolishing After's map pick. But then again, the question here is, Dinko, the scorelines don't usually represent what really happened in the server. Sigma didn't have to do anything on Nuke. They were just pretty much given free rounds because After Gaming looked so very lost on Nuke.
Yeah, exactly. You know, they win the first 3 rounds based on the pistol. Even those rounds were not clean. Pistols. They won both pistol rounds. They also won the first 3 in a row at the start, and even those rounds weren't even convincing. So, yeah, it was just a really lackluster performance, really, on your map pick, and that's why we're so harsh on them, right? Because it seems like we're really harsh, but it's their map pick, so they're going to show us something, and they show us nothing.
Well, they have won a map so far, but I got
it was Mirage, yes. But the thing with Mirage is Sigma looked kind of rough on that one, and it's their map pick as well. And the thing is, we were harsh on them, right? So we were harsh on them for playing so poorly on their own map pick. So we have to do the same to After. And just so happens that After we're even weaker on their map pick. So yeah, we head into Vertigo. This is another one of those maps where I said yesterday, no one in Asia has cracked the code on this map yet. So this is going to be another one of those A-bomb site over and over again games. And we're going to see just a performance on the A site. We'll see if they can get anything done here.
I like this spot though in the server. You know, you get a nice view of the city. I still wonder what city it is. I mean, considering the FBI agents running around, it's definitely an American city. A lot of skyscrapers as well. It's kind of like maybe New York, maybe. I don't know.
Yeah, maybe Chicago, maybe. Who knows?
Doesn't look like a San Francisco though. Because the sky's not red enough. Ha ha ha. Topical joke. But coming out After Gaming, and this is something I think Mitch touched upon earlier, where he's like, okay, and I brought this up in the beginning of the segment as well. They lost to Tiger and Tai Lu, both teams who have won RMR in the past. Tyler winning the summer one and Tiger winning the spring one. And we're like, okay, you know what? Let's give them the little bit of benefit of the doubt. Maybe they're just going to be, maybe they're just struggling because of the fact that these were the much better teams. But you struggle at this against Sigma, and nothing against Sigma, but they're not a Tyloo or a Tiger. Heck, they're not even an Invictus or a Vici, and even a Beyond. Majority of these teams are very, very solid, and Sigma are actually going to be on the lower spectrum when it comes to the skill level of these teams. Even Checkmate, an unknown quantity coming into this event from Mongolia, they look pretty solid yesterday. So for After Gaming, it's like after this game, whoever they face off against, it's not going to get any easier.
I think if they lose this, sir, they're not making playoffs. I think that's, unfortunately, the reality that we're in. 5 weeks of Counter-Strike.
Four teams are not going to make it to the playoffs.
Exactly, but I think we're in the reality now where we already realized that maybe After are going to be one of the teams that just can't make it through, because we knew that kind of going into Pal Summer, right? We kind of could tell from the first couple of days, Maslai and Bren looking like the two teams that aren't going to make it, and it plays out that way. So I think at this point, we can already see from the eye test that this team are definitely looking like one that won't be making the playoffs. And probably the only Chinese team that won't make the playoffs is, and that's unfortunate, but there's a lot of Chinese representation. And for me, the Chinese teams are generally always the best, right? The top 3 teams in this tournament are, right now, Tyloo, Vici, Invictus. And then probably, I don't know, I think I'd put Beyond above Tiger. So I think it goes in that order. So it is a little unfortunate they're so far behind their counterparts in the Chinese scene. So hopefully they can step it up, and maybe they can get a win under the belt in this series. It's not done yet as we head into Vertigo.
It's not done yet. We do have all the players in. I think it's going to be a knife round to start things off. Just waiting for the game to resume. And there we go, knife round. Not really going to be casting this. I've always felt casting knife rounds a little awkward, Dinko. But
unless you're Sadicus, then that's fine.
Mate, Sadix can literally do anything he wants. There we go. It's a little bit of a shanking going on there, and it's going to be... Oh, there we have it. Niffy clutching it out for his team, and Sigma winning the knife round.
4 kills. Nice. Maybe that knife round would have been fun to cast. Niffy just stepping up. I mean, he definitely looks like he knows how to use a blade. You can tell. Just that little cheeky look, blah. He'll shank you up.
I love his hair. He's got like a chartered accountant's hairstyle, but he will shank you in the face. And I don't like that. You know, that's how a good spy is. You don't, when you least expect someone like who looks like him to be so dangerous. But here we go. Sigma opting to start on the CT side on the final deciding map of Vertigo. Neither of these two teams have a single win on Vertigo, at least with these two lineups. Sigma played it a couple of times. Both of them have been losses. And for After Gaming, they did lose a Ty Lu just a couple of days prior, or rather yesterday. So let's see how this one plays out. It's going to be an A hit by the looks of things. They have Oi just holding the flank from B. Reality Jesus, while he tries to go for the jump spots to play out, immediately falls back. That's the right play. Falling all the way back to the bomb site. He is looking like he wants to head towards the short area. There's no flashes for him. It's 5 sets of armor and pistols, Dinko, for the CTs. So no retakes is going to be... Well, there's no utility to help the retakes out, as Wang's going to find a Reality Jesus. No trade possible. And a bomb should get planted here.
Bomb confirmed to be planted, at least if they lose this pistol round, which is looking unlikely with holding the man advantage. They'll be able to buy into the next, so... At least that's confirmed for after. Now it's all about winning this pistol round. Oi playing towards the bottom of the ramp. We've got one player coming his way. It's BP Overdose, and he is going to run right into the Glock. Oi taking him away. This is a little better from the T side now, winning another pistol. Sigma have lost all of the pistols since Mirage.
Yeah. Now watch After Gaming lose this round to the Deagles.
Here come the Deagles, maybe. I haven't vested just yet, but there we go. You know they're coming, Blair. You know.
You know they're coming. And one thing about this Thai side is like how damn good they are with the pistols. Like they're so very good. Of course, helped out by the fact that their opponents tend to just keep giving them these openings, just, you know, taking unnecessary fights. You know what? A good start for After. They're like, hey guys, we took 11 rounds against Ty Lu yesterday. Sigma aren't Ty Lu. We can maybe make it 16 and get the win. I'd be, actually. There we go. TP Overdose gets the kill. Just Cause. Rattling off shots. At least a trade does take place, as Bingo will find him. Damage being taken by Sakai as well. That is worrying. But the CTs, they still have a smoke in play for Niffy, who is playing all the way towards the B bomb site. And Rolex is just rattling off shots, Dingo, just keeping them at bay. They have opted to just kind of go for... Okay, not a gamble side. I thought they were just going to be heading all 4 players back towards A. Instead, just going to be playing this one kind of like swarming around, just looking, trying to gather some information and then call for the rotations. But the bomb, it's gathering. They're all gathering up. All 4 players coming in from the stairs. And the CTs, they have an idea because the Reality Jesus is pushed on in and is gathering so much information, Dinko. The timing on this could be brutal. He's going to get a free kill. Oh, maybe not. He's going to, however, recover and deal a bit of damage. That looks so scary. Look at the health on all of the players. Everyone's kind of like a half HP. But Rolex and Niffy, this is looking almost impossible.
Yeah, they come close to taking quite a few players and making it expensive, but it's looking like it'll just be the one death for the T side. Maybe Rolex can find an exit, but no. Bingo takes his head right off. 2-0 up here After Gaming. Good start. They needed this coming into this match, you know, just mentally reset after the performance on Nuke. Right here in Vertigo. Different story. And I feel like this map is neither good for any of these sides, right? When you take a look at Vertigo overall, I feel like it's going to be quite momentum-based for these two teams. Whoever gets off to the better start, whoever continues to build up a lead, are going to be favored coming into this matchup.
Knowing that the spy is going to be pretty light for the CTs. I wouldn't be surprised for After to go for a faster play here, but I can respect this. They're taking it slow. 2 players waiting towards short, and honestly, After should have this one in the bag. It's a little bit better than Nuke, to be honest. Reality, just to 1 kill, that's going to be it. It's a bit better than Nuke, right? Like if you look at Nuke, yeah, they were 3-0 up, but they lost so many weapons in the 2 anti-eco rounds. This time around, though, they make it pretty clean. And they have the guns as well, big guns. The MAC-10s will be upgraded up to some of the AK-47s. For Sigma, it's going to be the rifles. AWP in the hands of Reality Jesus, who I'm going to keep an eye on him. He has been the player to watch for me so far for the side of Sigma, alongside Rolex as well. Rolex, yeah, the B bomb side hold in Mirage, something we want to forget. But apart from that, he's been fantastic alongside Niffy. So let's see what they do here.
After gaming, now 3-0 up. They got 3-0 up on Nuke, and that's when things all hit the fan, right? That's when everything started to fall apart. And after gaming went on to lose round after round after round, only managing to pick up a couple in the remainder of the half. So very important signs ahead to see if they can pick up this first gun round and put themselves in a positive position moving forward here on the T side of Vertigo. Immediately, much more convincing at times. So we'll see if they can keep that up. And, you know, if they lose this round, it's not going to be the biggest of issues because they have so much cash left over. And that's what I'm talking about. The fact that you want to grab control of the economy, you want to build that money up early on, so that you don't have those problems where you lose one and you're immediately down to the low buy. And they're going to be gathered outside of B. Now we're getting to see a bit of B presence blood. Now what I was expecting was just going to be A, over and over and over again, but they're going B.
You echoed my thoughts. This is a pleasant surprise. I've been surprised a lot so far in this event, and especially this matchup, but this is one of the rare pleasant ones I've experienced. Niffy, bro, you're in a very rough spot there, buddy. And still someone got to win the duel, and PP overdose as well to help his teammate out. This was a disjointed take, though. Wang able to find a little bit of a gap to find Niffy, as Bingo just strikes on a Just Cause from behind, and suddenly this is looking doable for After Gaming. They're going to get the bomb down. Reality and Rolex from behind finds Wang. It's all on Oi. Deagle out. UMP, not the best of weapons to take this duel, but he needs to get his kill real quickly because the flank is coming in from Reality. Jesus, the UMP comes out, but it's not going to find its mark. Rolex is there to take it away. And that is going to be the first round on board for Sigma. Bit expensive, but they hold on because it did look a little scary there initially.
Yeah, I mean, that was a very disjointed attack coming in from after they managed to recover to an extent. It could have been far worse. They might have just got shut down completely. But a pretty good hold coming in overall. I feel like Niffy had done a lot in that situation. It looked like he was going to crumble. He does well from that very tight position. He throws this smoke down himself, and that allows him to just play and gives him a little bit of wider cover that he can play with at the edge of the smoke. And it's very well played. He makes the best out of a bad situation. And just a pretty good round from the CT side. Very proactive, patching up all the holes, getting those early kills, and really capitalizing on the weak attack from the T side.
What annoys me is that they had 5 smokes, of which they used 2 of them to get onto the side, and they still had 3 smokes remaining, Dinko, and they all died without using any one of them. Like, they could have delayed the CTs, right? Kept them at bay. Instead, like you said, you know, Niffy in a rough spot, he still gets a kill, getting swung by just the one player. Rolex, that is a questionable play, buddy. That's a questionable play. And he gets punished as Marek's going to find PP overdose as well, and suddenly things looking pretty good here for After Gaming. 2 opening picks, more than a minute on the clock. They can pretty much do whatever they want right now. Cheeky angle from Just Cause, though.
Yeah, he's tucked himself in. Ooh, he's dead. What a nice shot from White. I think he might have spotted him. I don't know. We'll see from the replay maybe at one point. That was just a wall-buying lineup, and he just went for that just in case. That is incredible, and we'll see. I'll be very interested to see how that went out. Marek taking one. Reality, though, peeking down into the site. He's the last remaining player in this 1 versus 4. He has a lot to do right now, and now Reality just sits back in the cubby. There's a player on this right side, and Reality needs to try and figure out how he's going to take him down. He goes forward. Oh, the timing. He doesn't see him. He knows he's there. He made a little bit of noise, but he hadn't got the timing right. Marek had already moved forward, and he gets shut down. 4-1. After Gaming, good reply. I mean, after losing that one, here we go. Did you see anything? No?
No.
Okay. Well,
no.
Well, then.
He literally didn't see anything.
Well, then. Maybe some information passed on, or...
All right, can we see X-ray on as well later on, maybe?
I don't see anything.
I don't see anything.
There's no way. There's no way from his perspective that he ever sees that. But yeah, maybe information had been passed on that maybe someone heard a footstep, an aggressive play towards Catwalk, or maybe just is aware that that's a possibility. Really well done anyway. Impressive. Good wall bang. 6-1 right now on Wang, and 4-1 up on the scoreboard after gaming. A much better performance already here on Vertigo. They're playing with conviction. They're all on the same page, and that's something that they didn't get done on Nuke. And the money is in their favor. Take a look at Sigma. They don't have enough to get a buy-in. There'll be a couple of deagles here and there, but this should be around the after pickup. They've had a couple of weaknesses when it's come up against the pistol, so hopefully they have fixed those coming into Vertigo. Ugh. Bingo, what are you doing?
I don't think he knows. But Sakai, okay, Rolex though on top of the smoke. Damage being dealt. These are USPs, Dinko. These are USPs. And Niffy finally get taken on Marek, just trying to drag it back for his team. And he'll do so. Now, an AK-47 hasn't been retrieved, so at least that's something going their way. We have Wang with the AWP holding towards ramp, ensuring no one pushes down any further. And Just Cause with a re-aggression. Now, might as well. Like, there's no point of holding default when you just have these pistols. Might as well just try to gamble on something, and this gamble might work out, Dinko. That PP overdose with the deagle, and one thing we know about this guy and his deagle is it can do that. It can do that. And now, suddenly, after gaming in a rough spot, as Rolex comes in from behind, finds the both of them, and they've lost to 2 deags and 3 default pistols. Ta-da! The thing is, if you're just tuning in right now and you're like, why does he sound so disappointed because they lost to, you know, those pistols? I mean, that's incredible eco round from Sigma. The thing is, it's like the 12th, 13th round we're seeing of teams losing to the pistols in only this one best of 3. So there's so much I can take before I break. Actually, I think I've been broken a long time ago.
Yeah, I think, definitely I joined on that one. That's, Bingo started all that, really. He threw his own Molotov down in front of him and then progressed to B-hop towards it. He was never going to get through that Molotov. There was no space to stand in front of the Molotov. And he just... I don't even... There's no thought process. I can't physically think about why or what he was doing.
Maybe he brought out the wrong grenade. Rolex is going to be unaware, but the flashbang is brilliant. That's much, much better from Sigma.
Yeah, this is a good round from Sigma. Marek and Wang, 2 versus 4. And I was talking about the fact that they got their economy going a little bit there. They had it in a comfortable spot. It's all gone now, Blair. That's all gone. That's in the past. And while they move forward, Wang, oh god, terrible spray. Panic sets in, and now Marek with it all to do, but that's a good double. He's found himself a chance. He moves in towards the A-bombs, the B-bomb sites, can tap the bomb, try to pull them into the open. He'll finally commit to the plant, and not Just Cause in reality. They know they can slow it down, but they go in anyway, and it's Just Cause switching from the AWP to the rifle to take the kill, and that's going to be an easy kill. Oh no, he switched weapons, I think, while running. Or maybe, okay, it's fine. It was just I got a little bit confused, but it's all good. He takes the headshot, cleans it up. Sigma, 3 on the board. That's just a solid round overall, though, from Sigma.
Yeah.
Again, just disjointed, though, from after. Players in positions on their own. You can see how many 1 versus 1 fights Sigma have been getting across this series. It's been quite incredible. The spacing is some of the worst spacing we've seen so far in this tournament.
Well, the spacing is really good when they have these pistols out, which is...
Yeah, true. They realize, okay, we need to group up. It's the mob mentality, but...
Oh, my...
Not this time, Blah.
Yeah, Sakai's like, guys, he turns around and is like, hey, I thought you were right behind me. I thought you were with me, Wang. And Wang's like, yeah, sorry about that, bro. Like, you just went in too hard. Well, looks like Sigma are going to tie things up here unless something truly insane happens. In reality, Jesus, spots a player out, goes for a wild flick shot, and if I'm him, I just play this one a little bit more safe. But Just Cause doesn't care, he's looking for more, he's very low on health, should be falling back, he will get taken down, but one player remains, kind of expensive. Zoe, with the deagle, looking for the deals, but Rolex, yeah, he's more than capable of fending him. Was it tied up? A little bit of damage to the money. And for Sigma, again, you got to say, right, the money on the CD side, it can easily just bleed out. You need to win rounds like this by remaining flawless, or like, you know, losing that max 1 player. So, be a little careful. For after gaming, that's going to be the buy again, Dinko. Let's see what they have in store for us here. They've shown better T-side already compared to Nuke. It's just that, you know, a couple of these rounds where they lost, for example, just to the pistols. That's not ideal. Fast play again coming in. Marek. This is okay. Rolex from above. His best Assassin's Creed cosplay, and Sakai. He's gonna strike 1, 2, 3. Opens at a bomb set all alone. That's the round. That has to be the round.
Sakai, what a play. The stepping up, Oi, wrapping things up as well. It's just PP Overdose, the last remaining player here for Sigma. He's so far removed from any possible action. He can have zero effect on this round. And that's after going into the lead again, Bluff. 5-4 up. Pretty good stuff coming from the after roster. And Overdose, stuck in towards the bottom over the ramp, just carrying his M4 into the next round. You take a look at what Sigma have, economically speaking. It'll be enough money in the next round, but probably not enough to make you 100% on a purchase. You might want to go for a little bit of a half-buy investment, buy a couple of pistols to really get your economy going in the next round. But we'll see where things stand when this round reaches its conclusion. If PP Overdose goes down here, that's going to be a nightmare. But luckily, in the timing, he's got behind the safety of the wall and walks right into bingo. Ah, God, he's out of there. But yeah, Blood, take a look at the money. I think it's a half-buy territory here.
Yeah. The thing is, I wouldn't even invest too much. I'd just go for just the pistols, no armor, maybe a smoke, maybe one flash. That's about it. Because for after, you know, they kept 4 players alive, right? So they're in no danger of getting reset in any time in the future, or at least in the immediate future. So I'm still, my mind's still boggled as to how Sakai got 3 kills there without getting traded at all. Like, what sort of peaks are Sigma going for? Right, you get the kill, you get a trade, fall back, you know, or use a utility, peek together. He should not get 3 kills. It just doesn't make sense. But that's not After Gaming's fault. I mean, kudos to him. You know, he's a player who has been unfortunately bearing the brunt of our criticism quite often, especially from Mitch and Tom. And yeah, you know, he makes it work. They're going to give him the opportunity. He's going to take it. So the 3K for him is now 5-4 for After Gaming. They're going to play this one safe. They know it's an eco. They know it's kind of just the light investment from the CT. So they're going to take the slow, passive, wait for the CTs to make a mistake, wait for the CTs to go for a play, and just punish them for it.
Sigma. Just cause with a P250. Deagle for Rolex. We'll see if they can do anything. And there's the chance. P2000 finding a kill here. Blight, that's upgraded to an AK swiftly. And he can come away from the stairs and go back into the side itself. Under a minute left. And while it's crumbling again, Rolex with the Deagle has an AK and another kill. He has the bomb blur, and I am just going insane. This is just ridiculous. Another one from Rolex. That's 3. And now bingo. Well, he's just got to be huge. He's got to do everything to try and recover this absolute shit show, really. This is... I've had enough. This is just unbelievable how this happens so often.
You're probably the most optimistic caster / analyst I've ever worked with, Dinko, but even you're breaking. Even you're falling apart.
This is unbelievable.
Oh my god.
5-5. Scoreline even up, of course. Sigma, it started with a P2000 blur. It started with 0 investment.
Oh my god.
And yeah, 5 rounds on the board. After Gaming. Well, going into this next one, it's going to be Eagles. And they reply with the same round. I'd like Sakai to drop his Deagle, please, to bingo, if he hasn't got one already.
Nice play from Rolex, though.
Yeah, I have to say, though, he did capitalize, right? He did capitalize on that opportunity. He set himself up. He grabbed the AK. He made the most out of that situation. I mean, it's still impressive, obviously, to be able to step up like that. I'm just more banging my head against the wall as to how I have to keep letting it happen.
Yeah, okay. Cool. Gotta say, though, Sigma have... Okay, Mirage was a different story, but apart from that, Sigma, generally, their anti-ecos have been much, much more solid. The thing is, I feel like any team's anti-eco would be more solid than After Gaming's. But, so it's not a fair comparison. But Sigma have been pretty solid overall. It's just that some of the gun rounds are just weird. As Wang has got his Deagle, but yeah, 1v5. Bomb down. There's nothing much you can do. Even if he does land the 1D, it's going to be very hard indeed. I don't know what... Oh, okay. Oh, okay. All right. All right. They give him an opportunity to take... Oh, he almost finds Rolex as well. Valiant effort from Wang there. 1v5, and he just does a bit of damage. That's not bad at all. That's not bad at all. Forcing the 2 CDs to reinvest is definitely going to help them in the long game. But for After Gaming now, the buy is going to be coming out again. Wang debating, do I go for the AWP or do I go for just a rifle? You know, go for the op, man. You've been the one... shooting star for the setup After Gaming. He's been pretty solid.
Yeah, on Mirage, not so much on Nuke. It's really quiet on that map, so maybe he can be reinvigorated coming into Vertigo. Go for it. There's nothing to lose at this point. Just a little reminder as to how things have gone. As you can see in the top left, 1917 on the first map. That was the map pick of Sigma over on Mirage. After Gaming managed to pick it up, we headed on to Nuke as our second map. We thought it was going to be the 2-0 from After Gaming. They lose 16-9 on their map pick. They barely get anything done. And to be honest, those 9 rounds, a little bit misleading. I feel like it was even more one-sided than that scoreline. But look at this. Rolex just jumping down off the top of the ramp. He's at the bottom of the ramp already, and there's only a couple of seconds played out in the round. Sakai has been tasked with holding on to the bottom, and Rolex, I like the decision not to go through the smoke.
Yeah,
thank you.
That entire jumping down from above has never worked out for him. He's at best got a kill. That round from Sakai comes to mind where he got a 3K from that. It's just a one and done. Like you're relying on, luckily blinding all your opponents and landing some hero Reddit clip worthy 3K or something nutty like that. It's just not worth it. You have a utility, use it. Oh, nice duel from Rolex. Got a smoke, use it. I don't know why Reality would peek out dry there. Just unnecessary. Unnecessary. That's much better from Rolex though. Spots out the leg, does a bit of damage. He's going to be falling on back. Look at the flank taking place as well from behind. Then it just got coming in as Rolex. He's spinning around like a turret dinko and just taking heads and asking no questions. They're trapped in this A bomb site. They have nowhere else to go. After Gaming, it's do or die time, and right now they're dying. They're falling like flies. Just Cause from behind with a 2K. 75 for Sigma.
I think we're starting to see a world in which Sigma will be the team taking this over the line. You have to remember, 3-0 lead up for After at the start of this. They have not really done a lot other than the decent start that they managed to pick up. Sigma have been rather dominant in these last couple of rounds, at least. You have to remember, a couple of those off the back of the pistols, and if you're After, you're losing far too many of those, right? So you're in a situation where you're constantly hemorrhaging players, you're losing against the low buys, you're never going to be able to build up round after round and have a convincing lead or scoreline. And this opportunity not really working out. They're trying all the gimmicks to try and get these pistols to do something. But the other thing is, we talk about how much Sigma have been winning on the pistols. We don't really talk about how little After have been able to do with the pistols. So even when they're in these positions, you can never really expect them to do a whole lot.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? Like, Sigma have won so many rounds just based off these mistakes from After. And of course, again, you got to say, Sigma, these die players, something about them and their deagles is nuts. Why is Rolex over... I mean, yeah, he gets the 3K and 32, but no, don't do that. That's not... It's too risky. Why are you doing this? Why? Why, Rolex? Why do you do this? You were so good at Nuke.
I mean, at this point, he's 18-8, right? But you gotta just... That's not gonna work against any of the good teams. It just isn't gonna work. you practice like a moron, you're gonna play like a moron, right? It's just
paraphrasing Thorin.
Yeah, exactly. No, that's the phrase we keep bringing up. We said it yesterday. We said it today. It's true. If you go up against any of the better teams in Asia that aren't after gaming, you are going to get smashed if you do that. Over and over. You're going to get 100%. Absolutely wrecked.
It's, that's the thing. Like, and I think one of the most common defenses you hear from this, from like lower tier players at teams, or, you know, the Reddit or HLTV hive mind would be like, oh, if it works, you know, it's fine. No, it's not the case. You know, just because it works doesn't mean it was a bad play. And like you so very aptly put it, you know, these are the teams who are playing in a region where, let's be real, you don't have really good competition. The really good team is Tyloo, who don't really necessarily play correct Counter-Strike. It's just that they have 5 aimbotters just running around and just destroying everyone. And amongst that aimbotter, they have someone called Somebody who's going to walk through a smoke and then headshot you. So it's hard as it is. So the best way to counter or to learn the right approach to Counter-Strike is not relying on your opponents, or not relying on your practice as scrim partners. It's relying on how you approach the game individually. And I want to harken back to the story told a long time ago, where this one team called Project KR, back, I'm talking about 2005, 2016, because it's like a long time ago, where the majority of these players we have in the server probably didn't even know what Counter-Strike was, or hadn't even gone to school. And they're a team from South Korea who didn't have any practice partners. They had no team to play against. This is back in, you know, Counter-Strike 1.6 days. And yet, when they came onto the scene, they caught so many teams off guard. I'm talking about tier 1 teams like Fnatic, like SK Gaming, by NIP, or MTW. They were like, who the hell are these guys? And they're pulling on this crazy executes, like in that Inferno T-side, for example. Some really cool stuff. And when asked, how do you come up with these really cool tactics? They're like, oh, we just sat in an empty server and practiced on our own. We literally played 2v3 retakes or like 1v4 retakes and just kept practicing again and again. Because instead of playing bad Counter-Strike by practicing against, well, garbage teams or garbage opponents, they might as well try to build their own little thing. And it worked, Dinko. It worked for so many years. Yeah. You might even know some of these players as from the MVP PK lineup, who actually qualified for a few minors recently. That's how long they've been playing Counter-Strike.
And they went to ESL 1 Cologne. All right.
Exactly. And these are like 30-year-old boomers, man. And they were still owning all these kids in Asia, despite not having the aim, because they're playing the right way. As we do have this hit taking place towards the A bomb side, although it's just Marek alone trying to sell something. Just Cause and Rolex just holding up close. Wang's got his hands on his weapon of choice.
Well, 4 versus 4. And we're heading into the last couple of rounds of this first half. Sigma, AWP in the hands of PP Overdose. Equal trading, at least. Currently, 2 players on this A bomb site. On the site itself, one just positioned slightly over towards short. You've got a lot of presence on this A bomb site itself, and a lot of faith right now in Niffy over towards this B side of the map. And he's not even in B, he's in mid. There's absolutely no one on the B site. What is good? They're going to walk in an empty B bomb site right now, Blair. This is completely empty. They're just going to walk on up. It's not like they're going to get that information quickly either. It's the fact that they don't have any info on the other end of the map that has called them back to the B site. PP Overdose, he's got over here in time, and it's so disjointed yet again. The spacing is so off on this T side, and it's allowed for 2 easy picks on the AWP. That's completely ruined the chances of after. They were walking into an empty bomb site play, and they still walk out, somehow losing 2 players. They don't get a single kill. They do not get a single kill.
A 4v4, an empty bomb site. And they all die.
Yeah, and 2 of them before the bomb was even planted. They took so long, obviously. Obviously, from our perspective, we know it's empty. They don't, but it's still the fact that there weren't
but that's
any
a problem.
Flashes.
The way they were walking in, like as if they knew this. And because think about it, no one checking the pillar, the back of the side. They didn't use any utility whatsoever, and it just got picked up. And kudos to Sigma. Great work.
Did the smoke come in after they had crossed, Blair?
Yeah, there was a big gap there. I mean, that's why PP got his 2 kills, right?
Yeah, exactly. So, the fact that the first player goes into the site, he just crosses over with no flashbang. The second player comes in after he dies. It's just very disjointed. A lot of work to be done. I think it's fair to say, but this is better.
Much better.
A quicker, simpler play into the A-bomb site, and this is what you need to do. You just need to let your players loose. Realize, okay, we don't have the tactics. You can't play these slow, methodical, fundamental rounds. We just need to go and play crazy, right? Just run out of the bomb sites, take these fights, try and disrupt the system that Sigma have. And it's worked out in this last round. Nifty, the last remaining player. A 1 versus 3.
Old W gang. You know what? Might as well. Nifty. Don't know where he is. He's gonna get peeked by Bingo. And that's much better from After Gaming. Much better. And this is after losing 2 rounds to pistols, Dinko. This is after winning the pistol round, winning the anti-ecos. And yet they end up losing 9-6 in this first half. I mean, again, credit to Sigma for making it work with the pistols. Like, incredible aim, good aggression. Rolex, 20 kills to his name in that half, despite some ludicrous aggression from him. But hey, like they say in Asia, if it works, why complain?
Well, Rolex, he's charged out towards middle. Sakai's there for the initial kill. And then Id trying to follow up and solve for some of these opponents as they try and run over the top of construction. It's an absolute massacre here. The CT side, every single kill for After Gaming.
Watch him lose the next one.
Is that it? They've won every single pistol round in the last 4.
I want to actually take a look.
Both on Nuke, both on Vertigo.
What about Mirage? I'm curious right now. I want to see if they won anything on Pistols and Mirage. I think, I believe that at least one of the pistol rounds were won by Sigma. Stats out yet? No, it's not out. We can't take a look at it yet. But maybe someone can let us know.
I can do that, Blah. I'll be right back.
Okay.
I'll take a little dive into the world of Mirage.
You can probably scroll down the kill feed thing on HLTV and.
No, I'm going in my own head and I'm just going through the flashbacks.
Don't do it, Dika. Don't do it. I can't lose you right now. We still have a best of 3 coming up later, and that's gonna be tasty. I'm waiting for that. I'm waiting for Beyond versus Invictus. Invictus with bottles and upgrade. It's gonna be tasty. Wang. He's got a silence M4A1, just rattling off a lot of bullets, a lot of damage, But PP Overdose is like, that's enough. That's enough, Wang. Cutting you off. And he gets taken down. But now, look at the health from PP Overdose and Niffy. Combined, 16 HP, Just Cause and 40. At least have retrieved the M4A1, so that's something to work with. But just the minimal utility they have, they need to land like, there's literally no margin for error. Every shot has to be an insta headshot.
So I just want to let you know, Blah.
Go on.
Just letting you know, they've lost every single pistol round. Sigma have lost every single pistol round in the series.
They did. I'm looking at it as well. Yep. They lost the pistol round in Mirage.
Every pistol in this series. And yet they are looking like they could win the series. That's ridiculous. Well, one plan coming in from Sigma. 3 versus 3. Marek starting to move forward through the smoke. He's going to catch out Just Cause. A nice kill picked up. The FAMAS moving forward, looking to clean up here for After. And luckily, it's just one remaining player. It's PP Overdose on 9 HP. And time is ticking away. But the smoke is down. And they might as well start getting on that defuse. It's full 10 seconds. The PP Overdose just realizing it is done. So he's going to walk away. He's got the Kevlar on the helmet. He'll get back on the bottom of the ramp and save that on over into the next one. You've got money in the bank, but not for a full buy, so it'll probably be another half investment, a couple of Deagles, maybe some Tech 9. So definitely worthwhile. PP Overdose saving that Deagle and the helmet into the next, because now he doesn't have to invest, right? He can keep all that money earned in the previous round.
Oh yeah, indeed. That was the right call. There was no way he's going to win that round, and might as well just have that little bit of extra cash to try, that weaponry, that little bit of Kevlar to try and, you know, maximize the chances of dealing a little bit more damage here. Think about it, you know, you get a kill, you pick up a gun, you can hand it over to PP Overdose. He's got a Kevlar, you know, it's going to neutralize the aim punch. I'm being very optimistic here. It should be the round for After Gaming. Should be. And every time I say that, Dinko.
It's a risky statement, right?
Look at Rolex. Oh, thank God. Thank God. Oi.
I'm glad he gets punished for that.
Yeah. He could have waited a bit, waited for his teammates to kind of be the distraction coming up stairs, and then gone for the push. But, you know what? It's not really an investment from Sigma. They have a buy coming up next, and Oi is just farming up the cash. Yeah, farm that cash, baby. Get that money in. Pick up an AWP, drop it over to Wang.
Yeah, this is better, but he's going down eventually. PP Overdose on the Deagle, and we'll start moving forward. And luckily, Wang is there with the M4, just Niffy. And it's getting a little bit whiffy. Can he take any shots? No, of course not. 9-9 on the board. And 4 players staying alive here for after gaming. That's a lot of money built up. You can take a look at what they've got in reserve, and it's a plethora. Over here for Sigma, it's going to be the 8Ks picked up, the utility available as well. And if after gaming want to win this round, they'll be very happy. And that's when the floodgates open again. That's when it becomes anybody's game.
I just find it, I'm just still trying to digest the fact that Sigma haven't won a single pistol round. Not one pistol round out of 6. 0 for 6 in pistol rounds, and yet here they are, map number 3, scores tied up. That's kind of crazy. I don't know what's more surprising, you know, Sigma not knowing how to win pistol rounds, or after gaming just sucking apart from pistol rounds. It's very topsy-turvy, Dinka. Gonna go for a late boost over here. Are they gonna be aware of it? Is the question. Is after gaming? No, they're not. Marek's gonna... Actually, sorry, it's gonna be Sigma not ready. Niffy gets found out. Reality pushing in very, very deep. He's gonna find 1, finds 2, spots a 3rd player out as well. Sakai is alive for a while, but they're going in for the hunt, and Just Cause is gonna be the man to find him. The 2v3, Bingo and Oi, all to do. They have utility, Dinko. They have that nade, trying to deal a bit of damage once the bomb gets planted. The problem is, for after gaming, all the 3 players from Sigma, they're pretty healthy right now. They're gonna be feeling all right.
Well, Just Cause gets rid of Oi. Now Bingo hiding around the smoke. He's finally spotted a little bit of PP Overdose, who was asking to die by standing up there. And he goes down. It's not like they can lose too many players there. You kind of want to keep as much money as possible as well, but nonetheless, he was in the smoke, so he had no idea. 10-9 though, Sigma win the important gun round. And over on After Gaming's camp, it's a purchase, but it's got for masses in play instead, and AWP, they've got weaknesses for sure. And if they lose this round play, which is actually quite likely when you compare buys, well, their money's going to be gone. They're going to be right back down to that low buy or eco, and that's when Sigma start to grab control of the late stages in the second half as well.
Ooh, a nice opening from Wang. That is a shot and a half. That's nice. That's a nice opening, but Reality just answers back. Reality has been just a playmaker for Sigma. Basically, just the second coming of Christ for this team. Honestly, it feels like that. Like you lose the opening, and it's somewhere in the kill feed, you're like, Reality gets a trade. Somehow, some way, he gets it.
Yeah, this comes right back into things, shows up, gets them an important kill no matter what situation they're in. And because of that, now look, they regroup. They're playing together. Something After barely ever did. Now we'll see if they can go into this bomb side as a unit. Spacing is much, much better as they push on through. Sigma looking to try and wrap things up. The damage, though, is huge. Oi playing on the smoke, being an absolute nuisance. Finally overrun. Just causes down. This is much better from Sigma. The trading is on point. The spacing, this is what happens when the spacing is good, but then they all screw it up by making dumb plays and jumping up on the boxes. And now it's all on PP Overdose. He's been playing on green. He's been spotted. He nearly got past, but now he's on his own. He'll take 1, and the flash going up in the air. He needs the 1 versus 1. And Marek stuck in the site. PP Overdose has low HP, but he's got a far superior position, and he's not on the bomb. The time is ticking, and he has to move forward. He's found a kit. He's down. PP Overdose takes him away. What a clutch. 11 rounds for Sigma, and they continue to find round wins.
Again, spacing was good, Dinko, but some of those fights, they were in front of the smokes. The trades were impossible, but again, PP Overdose played that so very well. There was no kit either for the side of After Gaming at the end there. Brilliantly played stuff. Marek, he tried what he could do. He tried his best, but unfortunately, he wasn't good enough. And now it is just the default pistols for After Gaming. Incredible. 11-9, Sigma in the lead after losing both the pistol rounds, after losing all the anti-ecos. It is ludicrous, Dinko. It just makes no sense. After Gaming in this map alone, after winning both the pistol rounds, have won all the 4 anti-force by anti-eco rounds as well. So the 6 rounds basically, where they got for kind of for free. I don't want to use the word free here, but yeah, it is kind of, right? And yet they've only won 3 other rounds apart from that. It is so insane how they've struggled on these buy rounds and these gun rounds. Again, credit to Sigma though for making it work, but still. Rough day in the office for the Chinese team.
Yeah. Also, another thing we could talk about is the fact if Sigma get better at the pistol rounds, then maybe we get a few strats, a few set pieces put in place, maybe work out what they want to do on the CT holds. They could certainly be much more comfortable, right? Because look at the performances they're getting. The 16-9 win on Nuke, and they lose both pistol rounds. If they get these pistols under the belt, they're going to give themselves a much easier time of things.
Yeah, remember it's like, what, 16-4, 16-5? Even this, exactly. If they run the pistol rounds, the game's over. I know. I mean, it's a big assumption to make, if they win the pistol rounds, because they've lost almost all of the
would help.
It would help. And all the pistol rounds they've lost, Dinko, have been very one-sided losses. After gaming just stomped them, just shut them down in the pistol rounds.
Yeah, exactly. Massacres.
But then apart from that, it's like they don't know what else to do on the gun rounds. I'm like, just do what you do in the pistol, guys. Stick together and shoot heads. It's basic. Just try that out for a change. Oh my god, PP overdose.
Oh my god. That was disgustingly bad.
Those team flash as well, Dinko. Oh
that's just one of those moments where nothing goes right, and it's all your own doing. Probably just better not to throw a flash at that point.
I like the idea, just the execution was atrocious as a reality. Jesus trying to find something. The CD's replying back. They are making a bit of noise towards A here, keeping the CDs occupied. But Oi hasn't budged. He likes holding this angle.
Well, Rolex finding Oi. 50 seconds now on this clock at the moment. And a nice shot from Reality. Like you said, the playmaker always making a difference for the team. And this time, just a solo play, picking off the defense on this A-bomb site. Wang has relocated to try and plug this hole, but it's going to be very difficult.
Oh my god.
And now they push forward right into his crosshair, but Niffy runs on by. And Sakai, he's going to walk forward. The bomb start has been taken. It's been seized, locked away. The key is gone. And it's going to be 13 on the board for Sigma, unless Sakai can pull off a wonderful retake with his teammate here, Bingo. They're going to start walking forward. Sakai with a headshot. Reality going down. And now Rolex and Niffy trying to hold on, but the retake's working out, Blair. They're finding the kills. And now it's just Rolex. The AK comes flying towards his face. It's a bit of a distraction, but it doesn't matter. He's still finding the kills. And somehow, Sakai is protected by the metal. He will survive and go forward for the defuse. He'll just get it in the nick of time. It might just be close enough here. And there's just enough time, down to the milliseconds. I believe it was less than a second to have 0.008 or whatever, but very close indeed there from Sakai. And that is exactly the kind of round they desperately needed, and it comes right down to the wire. That is as close as you can get it, not only at the defuse, but also by staying alive. The spray to the metal, just protecting him.
Yeah, I mean, Sakai, he brought that back. I thought that was impossible. He had 22 points of health after the initial duel. He gets the 1 kill in a 2v4. But again, you gotta ask yourself that. It was a 5v4, Dinko. 5v4 favoring After Gaming. And it just fell apart. It was a 2v4 requiring Sakai to just pull off, well, the round of his career by the looks of things.
Yeah. I also just want to point something out. We did the AR there. We went to the drone and we seen a player pop out. It was Oi, right? He was called the photographer. We were highlighting his flashbang he's thrown. He's only thrown 8 flashes in 22 rounds. And that's the play we're highlighting for flashes. That's pretty scary. Well, Marek, okay, gets aggressive. He's had enough, and he just walks right around the corner with a FAMAS. 2 kills picked up. He's barely alive, but he's given them an advantage for his team.
Yeah, that does us massive. FAMAS in hand. The fact that he gets a 2nd kill, that's just filth. Now, Oi, he's got a lot of angles to cover. At least does have backup arriving in the form of Bingo. Looks like they're going to be just holding aggressively towards mid. And I don't blame them. You have the man advantage. You can probably just go for the retake towards B. The thing is, there's been no aggression towards A. And here comes the smokes. That's going to be a tell. Oi with the smoke. It's going to be a little too late there, buddy. That is unnecessary. That is completely unnecessary. Oi, you know a teammate of yours is low. It's fine. Let them get the bomb down. You have kits. Actually, no, they don't have kits. Just wild. Reality finds Sakai. It's falling apart. It's falling apart, Dinko. Marek has got everything to do. He's gonna find 3, but Rolex is there, and it's a 1v1, and Rolex drops down! His knees have been crushed, but the bomb is planted for him, and he's gonna win the duel with a headshot. Bingo falls. And despite the heroics of Marek, Sigma, they smack After Gaming out again, 13-10. The money is crushed. How have they thrown that round?
Marek, he's probably very angry right now, Blair.
Oh, 100%.
Rightfully so. He had done so much to put them in a position, and it's just not a b-hole. It's just not anything. They just let everything slide. It's so disjointed. It's like they are trying to not play together.
Why did Oi push there? Like, you know, it's so not worth it. He didn't flash his way through. He didn't have a flash anyway, right? Like, I get it. He tried to throw in the smoke. He thought they would cross on over, but hey.
Marek. He's trying to take matters into his own hands, boy. He's trying to do everything.
He's at it. He's had enough.
Well, what I like about Sigma, we brought it up already. We've probably talked about this point quite a bit, but I do love it. Is the fact that they never lose these kind of rounds against After. They're just winning them. They're just clean. They understand how to play against them.
Except on Mirage, there were a couple of rounds which you lost to.
Yeah, but that was just a scrappy affair, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Oh, the entire map from start to finish.
Just deleting people.
Every single kill has been realities. 3 of them.
I don't know what the trade stats are, but if we had a trade stat available, I feel like for example, right, teammate, your like opening kill takes place, and the second kill, you know, from your team. It doesn't have to be the guy. It doesn't have to be trade on the person to kill your teammate, but the second kill coming in has to be reality. It's been nuts how many kills he's gotten, despite losing the man advantage. 14-10, Dinko. It's I can hear the bells tolling right now for After Gaming.
Hell's bells.
Yep.
Because Mitch and Tom are coming on the broadcast after, and they have to talk about this. And what 14-10, they're gonna definitely have a few choice words, I'm sure, about this performance in the series. It's definitely capitulated. I think what we've seen is not even a good performance over on Mirage. It was more a battle of who was playing a little bit worse, and a few moments where Sigma probably should have taken it over the line. I feel like they choked a little bit over on Mirage.
I'll tell you this: if Sigma had just kept 2 players at B, they would have won the game. It would have been 2-0. We'd been already in game series number 2 by now. It's just that
map 2 of series 2.
Yeah, it's just that they weren't able to adapt on that B bomb side, which is so shocking, and it's something they need to go back and look into, because Mirage's map they do really like playing all the time. But hold on to that thought. It is a buy for After. It's a do or die time, and Sakai even helped out with a flashbang from his teammate. Oh, that is just rough. And now Wang and Marek, they have to do something. They have to pull off a reality Jesus and bring it back for the team. And PPO is holding the line, lying in wait. Very aware that Wang might be playing aggressively towards the short, but I like this from Sigma. One thing I'd give kudos to Sigma. They have not been one-dimensional with their T-side approach. It hasn't been the usual A-bomb side, 11 rounds out of 15. They've been mixing it up, confusing the players on the CT side.
Boy, he's got a decent angle here. He should be getting 1. Bingo takes the first. Boy should be getting the follow-up. There it is. This is much better. Goes down to Nifty's Mac 10 though. We're back into 3 versus 3. Short-lived though. I have to take the advantage. Bingo's been good at the back of this B-bomb site in this round. Let's see if he can continue. He'll be in the same position as he was at the beginning, and they have to try and check that surely at this point. Just calls Pika with his knife out to get the information gathered on the jiggle peek around the corner, but he's now alone, and he goes around into 3 players. That's 11 rounds picked up for After Gaming. 14-11, 2 away from victory here for Sigma, but it's not done yet. After Gaming will continue to fight. They'll continue to try and pull this back, and they've got a chance to do so now.
That's actually one of the better rounds we've seen from After Gaming. That's a very good hold. I like the switch up there. Oi holding the main entrance. He had his teammate playing bait. It was Bingo, excuse me, and yeah, just good work overall from After Gaming. Look at that, like an actual crossfire Dinko, actual trade game, actual good positioning from the CTs. That's
yeah, something you just haven't really been able to do yet, right? And it's a bit strange because it's more frustrating because they know how to do it. It's just I don't know. I don't want to do it. Yeah, maybe they just. Yeah, maybe it is that. Maybe they just don't want to do it. Maybe they just feel like they have to play aggressive. They have to take the fight to Sigma. They have to almost fluff their egos a little bit by showing, okay, we can play like Tyloo. No, you can't. Just stop it. I feel like there is a lot of teams that kind of do that, though. Just look at Tyloo and go, okay, these guys just play like crazy. That's the Asian Counter-Strike way, but a lot of them kind of just suck at doing it.
Yeah, the only reason Tyloo could do what they do is because they have these names on their lineup. Somebody, Attacker, Summer, Danking, and Slowly. These are the 5 best individual players in Asia. Apart from a couple of others, Jam Young, Kaze from VG come to mind. Even Bottle, I feel like, is up there. But anyway, it's going to be the A hit coming in. So far, no casualties on either side. PP Overdose, the only person to have taken a bit of damage. Wang, he's got an M4, not his favorite weapon, but they're going to get the bomb down, Dinko. And this is with 0 utility remaining for the T side. They've used up everything. For the CTs, they have 4 smokes and 4 flashbangs and 3 kits. He's going to make this retake very, very easy. If they hit the shots.
They have to make it work here. Surely they go on in. Reality trying to move forward, trying to be the playmaker, but it's Marek, who has been a hero in these last couple of rounds. He gets a double. The Tech-9 trying its best here in the hands of Niffy, but it won't be able to do much. It'll spray away. Not a single kill comes in from Sigma in round number 26. That'll be the retake, the defuse, and a 12th round added to the collection of After Gaming.
Fantastic retake. That's so well done. That is so well done from After Gaming. And that's also what happens when you have no utility remaining. Like, even when the smokes are there, if the T's had some flashbangs to work with, Dinko, they're going to flash through and they're going to peek through the smokes. But when you have 0 utility, even with the 5v5 bomb down, the CT's going to have the advantage. They had a full smoke wall set up there. And kudos to After Gaming for not really using up the utility early on. You know, there was a little bit of poking and prodding from the side of Sigma early in the round, and the CTs were very comfortable just waiting patiently. They didn't use up, they didn't finish up the utility. They used the incendiary, sure, but they kept the smokes in hand, and that made that retake look so easy. Clean round, and this one should be a clean affair as well. Just the pistols, and Oi having a merry old time with the B-bombs, are just farming up the frags, and just the 1 player remaining. And all of a sudden, Dinko, it looked like this game was done and dusted, but it's not quite done yet. 14-13. After Gaming 1 round away from tying things up, and might actually go the distance here.
It might. I mean, we've already had an overtime in this series so far. After Gaming have woken up, and I think a big part of that has to be the performance of Marek. Obviously, 25-18. He's had a moment where he's just kind of had an epiphany on how to play Counter-Strike for this team. He's realized that I've got to do everything. He's had so many multi-kill rounds in the last couple, and it's put them in a position where they're actually able to win rounds. EP Overdose, he's going to go down early on. A good flashbang coming in from his own teammate blinds him, and Niffy will get rid of Marek. Wang does good work, and then back and forth we go, but it's an advantage favoring After. How many times has PP Overdose been blinded by his own teammate?
He's playing life in hard mode, Dinko.
What? It's like After have just decided that they're going to try to play. They've suddenly went into a setup, a normal orthodox CT setup. They have crossfires, no one's overextending, no one's giving away their advantages. They're playing properly, and it's working out. 14-14, After Gaming grabbing control of the series right at the end. Sigma's money's gone. After Gaming looking to head to map and series point. I really don't understand how this has all happened, but I have to say, what a big step up from Marek. What a change from After Gaming. And I'm quite impressed that they've been able to turn this around.
Where was this team for like the past 2.5 hours, Dinko? Where were they? Like, this is brilliant. Like, just complete shutdown. Complete.
It's like someone just told them, blah, you're going to lose the series if you lose now. Oh, really? Gonna try a little bit here.
It's like someone just put a gun to their heads. Like, literally, like, listen, plug in your keyboards. Plug in win. Like, oh, okay. All right, guys. Time to play. As always.
Another team.
Stop it.
Oh my god, another team flash.
Oh no! No!
But what did we just say? No! What did we just say? One of the most important rounds. And After up against the Pistols. I forgot they forgot. They just don't know how to play Counter-Strike against the low buy. And now it's Marek and it's Oi. It's a 2 versus 3, and there's 1 minute and 5 seconds left. After put themselves in a position where they are capable of winning this series. They're up against a low buy. They should be winning this, but it is done. The round is won, and Sigma, Pistols, blood. And they're one away from victory in this series now. 15-14. Map and series point. That was a low buy. They didn't even invest everything. They saved for this round, Blur. They saved to get the rifles out. And this is the round after lose. Why is Sakai pushy? Why is he there? Why? Just why?
Just end this already. Just Sigma, just end this. Just finish it. This is
mid control though. That's something Tom talked about. That's something a lot of teams in Asia don't utilize, right? Is that mid control.
Oh my
Finally
God.
see a little bit of mid control usage from Sigma, and it works out.
Another team flash.
Yeah. Another team flash. I think we've seen a team flash and ramp every single round for the past 6 rounds, I'd say. Alright, reality goes down. Trying to be the playmaker. Overtime coming right up black. We got more of this. Ooh.
How did that nade not do more damage? I thought that'd like take out half his health.
Counter-strike. Well, there we go. Good peek coming in. Marek. Good flashbang from Sakai. That's what they're used for. Blinding your opponents. And what Rolex will take one. Sakai goes down. Just cause with a double. And now a small chance. Very small. Never mind. Well, overtime coming right up black. It's not done. We are 3 hours, maybe more, 3.5 hours into this series. And yet we are no further to deciding who is going to be taking this win. Overtime. It resets yet again. We're looking for the magic number of 19. If you're new to Counter-Strike, we're looking for 19 rounds. In overtime number 1. That's all we'll worry about right now. 10k overtime, obviously a Valve-related event, so we use that rule set.
I like the camera plunging down. That's me right now watching this game. That's literally me jumping down off the side of the
observer's trying to tell us something here. He's like,
is he telling me to like what? Is he calling the police? Like
this game. Oh, what? It's knife out, jumping.
I mean,
he's trying.
I think he knew. I think he knew that one was done. So, ladies and gentlemen, after 3.5 hours of these two teams just duking it after winning on their opponent's map picks, second overtime coming up here. It is, of course, going to be on Vertigo. And we've reached here, Dinko. It was 17-19 the win by After Gaming and Mirage. It was 69 the win by Sigma on Nuke. And now it's overtime here in Vertigo. And After Gaming, reminding our viewers, have won each and every one of the pistol rounds. It has been a confusing day of Counter-Strike. And I'm out of coffee.
Yeah. Another recommended daily amount of intake for caffeine pills is 5 of the 200 milligrams. But I think I might need a little bit more. You know, we're putting on map number 3 of the day. This could go on for a while longer, and yeah, neither of these teams any closer to taking the victory. I mean, I'm enjoying seeing some craziness. I mean, it is a wonder to watch in terms of how the hell this happens over and over again. How after lose to the pistols, I want a scientific study done, blood.
Marek is taking quite a bit of damage to the flames, but they're both playing up close here. Only pushing on up 3 players posted here. They are expecting this hit with Sakai. A little paranoid as well. A little paranoid someone might be sneaking in from behind, but no, that's not going to be the case. It looks like it's a full commit towards his A bomb. So they've left Rolex behind on the lurk. Marek, timing is everything. Timing is everything! And no one is holding for a potential push. Reality at least
Sakai,
spins around, gets a trade, and Sakai is playing distractions. Niffy finds Wang. Wang doesn't get a single kill. And now it's 2v4 Dinko. They got a smoke and a flashbang, but it's retake time, and this is not looking good for the CTs.
Yeah, I mean, there was good ideas there for the CT side in terms of, you know, pulling the distraction from Sakai, trying to set up Wang. They just didn't really capitalize on any of the opportunities presented to them. And Sigma just cleaned it up because of that. 16-15. Sigma take the first round of overtime, number 1. And we go on to this next round with After picking up an AWP again into the hands of Wang. The money is gone. So if they lose this round, blood, it's going to be a very low buy heading into the last round of overtime, number 1, half 1.
Yeah, in this scenario for After Gaming, if you lose a bomb site, don't even go for the retake.
Yeah, you just gotta save, yeah.
Yeah, unless it's like a 5v3 or something favoring it, and this is heavily favoring the CD side, you just save your guns because you will have nothing heading into the final round.
Oh god, no, it's just the same round being played out.
What?
It's just the same round being played out every single time by the T side. It's just send PP overdose and ramp, get him to take a fight early on, blind him with their own flash, flash him. It's like a ritual. It's like sacrifice PP, sacrifice the PP blur.
Listen, I've pulled a muscle just laughing. I'm not even kidding. Like my right shoulder, I pulled something. So after this cast, I have to probably like stretch or do something.
It's the years of Asian Counter-Strike. Just you're what 30 odd. You got the body of a 90-year-old man for just watching Asian Counter-Strike. It's like when you laugh, your shoulder displaces. It's gone.
Look, I lost my mind a long time ago, but my body's giving out now. Even my body's
it's catching up, blood. It's catching up. It's having physical effects on you.
Oh my lord.
Tyler's gonna win a major. No, stop it. So you can't control your mind, but now it's your body's it's gone.
Calling it. Tyler's gonna win the major.
Yeah,
because when they come out of the
major's finally scheduled, they'll be the only team playing Counter-Strike. Is that the idea?
That's probably it. And also at the same time, like once they come out of the major, all the when the major actually happens, all the teams are going to be prepped, all the Astralis and Fnatic and OG, and they're going to have all these tactics and approaches to the game, and Tyler's just going to be like, we've been deathmatching the entire year and just like out aim everyone.
Just tap everyone. That's a real reason Astralis have got 7 players now. They're gonna have just change it up every time just to play against Tai Lu. It's gonna bring all 7 players on the server. They're gonna need it. Well, we go into round number 3, the last round of overtime number 1, or the first half, should I say. PP overdose. It's worked out. He's got a kill, but they overcommit, of course. It's like they've lost. When it gets late into these games, the decision-making becomes terrible because they just lose the focus, right? It's finding that stamina to focus up for this long of a series. It's impossible, right, for these teams who maybe aren't used to these scenarios. And I mean, we see this scenario play out so often where we get to overtime and everybody just starts to crumble. And after they've got the man advantage coming into this retake, they've got the man to the good, and there's another one. Sakai shuts down reality. Niffy playing from the sandbags alongside Rolex off to his left side, and they've got the kills. They've tapped the bomb, the smoke's up, and the kills are coming in. It's just one player, and it's Rolex trying to make it work alone. He's run out of ammo, and there's the push. Bingo! He has got it done. It's 17-16 after we'll head into the second half of overtime number 1 with the 1-round advantage. They need 2 rounds to pick up this series.
Comes to mind that classic Linkin Park song, Get So Far. or Crawling in the Sky. There's so many songs, actually, which would probably fit. Oh. Honestly, even if after gaming win this game. No, isn't that
yeah,
this
we
one?
need that one.
Evanescence, yeah.
Evanescence, yeah. That's a good one. That's a good song that describes this as well, though.
What's the other one? There's Crawling, there's In the End. I don't know too many Linkin Park songs, but yep, it is even if After Gaming wins this game in this series, Dinko, do they really win anything?
Our hearts, boy.
No, not my heart. They can win anything else, but not my heart. Well, Niffy, he's going to be challenged. He's had a comparatively quiet game, though, Niffy, so far. He's usually been kind of like the main man for this team, and he's going to be facing a lot of action real quickly. He's blinded. Smoke's going to be coming out to extinguish the utility, to extinguish the Molotov, and he's going to do a smart thing, just playing passively, but Marek just spins around like a top of death as Bingo catches Rolex rotating in from mid. And this one's done, Dinko. This one has to be done. It's going to be 18 rounds. And if I'm Sigma, just save it. I mean, I know you could buy for the next round, but just save it. It's pointless. I don't see them winning this. Yeah, that Molotov just like, and they have another one remaining in the hands of Wang. Unless PP does.
Please don't fall off. Please don't fall off. There we go.
Go for it. PP, jump.
Don't jump. Don't do it. Now go around the corner. Marek is ready for you. There we go. Ready to receive you. 2 kills picked up. Nice from Marek. Wang also slapping down, beating down a little bit of PP. And now we've got 18 this 18-16. We head into...
Oh,
possibly the last round of this game, but who knows?
I hope this is the only time we ever get to see PP Overdose play against Wang. Because honestly, at this point, it doesn't matter, you know, who's the bigger player here. Everyone's just getting completely dicked. That's what's happening. 18 to 16. And after gaming, I mean, this is where you don't choke. This is where you don't get eco'd. I mean, you can't get eco'd because they have the guns, but just don't do anything stupid. Just close it out. I know you guys can do it. Chinese CS.
They have to. You got to take this over the line now. Feel a little bit bad for Sigma though. Feel like they choke big time. Maybe it's just Thai teams just can't beat Chinese teams. Maybe that's just the law. The law of physics, maybe, of the world. Well, reality. Let's take it down Mirage. So a man advantage has been picked up for Sigma. I think the idea behind Sigma is just push ramp, no matter if you're on the T side or the CT side. And PP Overdose, look at the position he's in. He's got so much control.
How is you can stop. You can stop now, PP.
No, he can't. The PP never stops, and he goes forward for more. He's gonna get so much control of this map. And now, well, the two-man advantage in play for Sigma. I mean, this is better from them. You've got PP Overdose being a little bit insane, but the rest of the team playing quite passive.
Oh my god.
How did he not take a kill there? Not just cause. If he goes down, that's a big problem, but luckily, he is still alive, and he will take himself Sakai, who has gone in on his own, of course. Gone in one by one, but bingo, he is there, and he will find a headshot. And what? PP Overdose? Oh my god, is this the end of the series? It ends like this? Okay, after gaming just shut it down. Somehow, Wang getting 3 kills in the round. Sigma, they start out the round with a 2-man advantage, and they just throw it all away. It's incredible how it all crumbled. I don't know how After have won this series, to be honest. I don't think there is a true winner in terms of coming out of this feeling positive. I think the only thing is now After have given themselves a chance to win a couple of games. You've got Mitch and Tom. We're gonna let kind of breathe a little bit while we bring Mitch and Tom here, because they've had some time to reset their brains a little bit and maybe feel a little bit normal about themselves, because I certainly am not in that situation.
This was that last round pretty much summarizes what I've been seeing across this whole series. Genuinely, I think we had more team flashes in this series that resulted in the teammate dying as well than we had actual flashes working as they're intended. The problem I have, and it was something that I think you highlighted probably around, I don't even know, numbers mean nothing to me anymore, but it was deep into the game. And you said, After they figured out how to play. They're trading. They fly over towards the B side. He was like, they've actually set up a crossfire. And that is where we're at right now, where I can highlight positives. We had rounds where they were playing Counter-Strike, where both teams actually played properly. But the majority of the time, the problem is you have to go searching for a round where you go, and there was a crossfire here. Look at this. Like, that's not good. We shouldn't be complimenting them on very basic Counter-Strike. Like, you're in a major qualifier. If you want to be in a major and you can't set up crossfires, you're not going to the major. They, like, even coming into that round with pistols, of all things, Sigma win it. You're like, they're going to close it out now. And then it just swings right back over where they give every duel 1-by-1. Like, what is going on?
I think what we have to look at it like, Mitch, is not a major qualifier for these teams. It's a major qualifier for Vici, Invictus, Tyloo, and maybe even Tiger, right? That's a major qualifier.
Screw you,
what this is a 100k event, right? This is what this is for these teams, and that's incredible. $100,000 in this region, that's bigger than any other tournament that comes to this region, and they are just not showing up at all. They're not. It doesn't look like a lot of them have practiced, to be honest, and that's a little bit disheartening.
Yeah. I'm gonna wrap this one up, guys. I don't think my voice can take it anymore. It's been a long day. It's been a long morning. I'm out of coffee.
It's the first game, Blair. And
it's just the first game.
We got more to come, but luckily that will be Tom and Mitch coming up, and we got a little bit of time to reset, because we have got good Counter-Strike from this point onwards. For the rest of the day, there's plenty to delve into.
Bold claim.
Yeah.
Well, we do have Beyond and Invictus. Yes, they are another Chinese and a Thai team playing each other, but you know what? I feel like they're going to be a step up over what we just witnessed over here. MVP of this map, if there is going to be an MVP, will have to go the way of Marek. He was quite instrumental indeed. He was looking really solid. Rolex still managing at 31 kills despite some very curious plays from him. Very, very aggressive player there. And Marek, there you have it, the veteran in the scene, showing up when it really mattered the most. So after gaming, despite losing to Tai Lu and Tiger earlier in the tournament, just yesterday and the day before, to be more precise, they will get their first win on board. So some points on board for these guys. Are going to be happy with that. Sigma, they beat Huatzai a couple of days back. They lost right now. So there you have it. Both the teams. I think if I'm the guys from Sigma, I'm going to be a little disappointed. But we're going to be going to a very quick break, ladies and gentlemen. It's going to be a very short break because we have the next game coming up very, very quickly. So don't go anywhere. Grab yourself something to drink, but be right back.
Coming up next. used to have this dream, flying through the stars, flying past rich, undiscovered worlds, impossible wonders that leave me lying awake, breathless. And in this dream, I hear this voice calling my name. When I turn to look,
I hope you grab a drink because we're back with more action. Day 3 of Perfect World Asia League 2020 Fall continues. I'm forgetting how to even English over here. My name is Blair, and joining me as usual is going to be Mitch, Tom, and Dinko. And we have a kind of a tasty matchup for you guys. After the first game, I do believe you might need something to cleanse your palate. And we have a Mongolian matchup. It's going to be Tiger. An RMR winner facing off against a team who we hadn't heard of until a couple of days ago, Checkmate, who, in all honesty, Tom, they surprised us. They look pretty solid in their opening showing.
Yeah, I will say it was against a Watsai team that are very, very reliant on individuals. So this will be the real test for them, especially with Tiger currently being top, even if it wasn't like the cleanest of victories, especially with one of those victories being against After and the other one being against Bren. Both teams we have serious reservations against, and even losing a map to Bren, we're still not sure quite where Tiger stand, but hey, they're at the top of the board. They haven't lost a match, so I guess we can't really harp on them too much. Urkast has looked fantastic. Like, he's probably the best player I've seen so far, except maybe Ronin, and he's a little bit crazy, so that's another one. But I genuinely think Urkast has been the best player within the tournament. We've seen a few hit and miss players though. Like I got quite frustrated yesterday with Cabal and his decision making of, I don't get any kills with AWP, but I will continuously buy AWP until I can't afford an AWP, and then I'll get a triple kill with a rifle. That genuinely blew my mind, but hey, clearly he feels confident with that weapon, even if the stats, the data, what we've seen, his positioning and everything else is against that.
Mitch, which way do you think the map beta is going to go? I do believe we have it ready as well, but do you have any thoughts on which direction this might sway towards? Maybe it does too coming out for Tiger?
Yeah, I mean, you can see does too. I'd kind of rather it as a decider in this, either that or Inferno, because both of these teams played and have a decent history on it. I think probably if I'm Tiger, I want a punish pick up against Checkmate. And we know Tiger are going to ban Vertigo off the bat, right? So then it comes down to where do they take it afterwards? Well, I imagine if Checkmate are doing their homework and they're looking over this a little bit, they'll ban Train. They don't want to play that versus Tiger, even though Tiger struggled yesterday and we saw like 9 not being able to get any kills, really. I think he finished the first half, or at least a decent percentage of it, with 4. Cabal couldn't op as well. It was a really, really weird situation. So like maybe that could be somewhere that they do well on, but generally Tiger are pretty decent. So I would have liked to see Train taken out. Luckily, it doesn't get picked out. It gets floated all the way to the end, and an Overpass pick instead. And that's just because Checkmate have barely played it. Then again, Tiger don't have the best history on Overpass, do they?
True, they don't. Their wins have been pretty lackluster. 25% win rate out of the 4 maps played. 4 times they played in past 4 times. So very quickly, I do believe we have the game ready. Dinka, looking at these map picks and looking at Tiger's history with domestic matchups, where they have lost quite a few games, even against Mazla, it was such a close affair, if you remember it a couple of months back. Which way do you think this one's going to go, Tinka?
I don't think I've seen enough from Checkmate to think they can beat Tiger yet. So I think I'm going to have to go with Tiger. I think they're the best team in the region, or should be. So let's hope they can take on Checkmate. They've proven the consistency to get to the advance, obviously. So let's see if they can. I have to predict Tiger. They should be taking down Checkmate.
All right, I'm feeling like going the way of Checkmate, but you know what? I think logic will prevail here. I think Tiger should take it. And on that note, I'm going to say adieu alongside Dinka. I'm going to get the hell out of here. I really need a drink after their first game. Tom, Mitch, take it away.
I wish I'd had one, Tom. You know, maybe we can do that pal drinking game. Every time a pistol win comes in, take a shot at apple juice. Well, I'm going to be having a sugar overdose by the end of the previous game, maybe by this one as well.
Yeah, I might get the sugar slurs, with my words. The classic, everybody knows that.
Start falling over because of all that sugar. It happens. So while our vision's getting blurry on apple juice, we look at an overpass. I think I can see through the haze. And when I look at Tiger versus Checkmate, yeah, I have to agree with the guys. Tiger are definitely the team that have got more of a reputation. We didn't know Checkmate were until this tournament, and they haven't really proven themselves against a top team. So this is their chance to really cement themselves, I suppose, as a team that can do some serious damage. Dobu, he just jump peeked that, allowing his teammates to trade, but he didn't even die. It's the best kind of trade.
Okay, that I don't think I've ever seen a pistol where almost every single CT player dies in connector.
Yeah,
that's a new one. I don't think it's the best position to put your USPs, because we normally talk about the real advantage of USPs being at range. So to put them all in very close angles seems like an interesting choice, but you know what? It's a pistol round. People are going to try and do things a little bit differently. That's not the end of the world. Techno's someone I'm really excited to see today. Like, you can see by his face, like, he is the youngster, very, very young, adorable, you could say. And yeah, he was not within the server yesterday. The best player by quite a margin. You could see that he played with some experience considering how young he is. I think he's only like 16 years of age. And he is the stand-in for this squad, of course. Blair didn't actually tell the story he loves to tell this time, that it was Kane broke his arm, I think, while celebrating the qualification to the event. So Techno's come in as a stand-in. He's been superb. And yeah, as I said, I'm looking forward to seeing him play today. But this is a different opposition. Firstly, you're probably going to be looking up to some of the players. Like, I know, like, well, I enjoy watching Urkus play, and I'm not too much of a connoisseur of Asian Counter-Strike. So I imagine for players within the region, he is someone they have watched very closely.
You know, what I've enjoyed the most about... Oh, no, hold on. There's a Deagle kill already coming through. We got our 4 Deagle, I think. Kaz had one. Pretty sure he did. And so this could be a scary time for Tiger. They've rotated up towards the A site now, but I mean, they will find it fairly empty. There's only one player here. The rotates are all on their way, and they're slowing down for smokes. Okay. So it looks like Checkmate are going to be in position. They're going to start to move those pawns forward, but the smoke will keep that scout back. A couple of spams through the smoke, all that can be mustered. A boost going to be attempted. They push out alongside this. They have flashes if they want to really just go for this. I want to see them moving at the same time, but Techno's already been spammed through the wall. This stand-in was incredibly impressive previously, but with 4 HP up against Mac 10s, can't expect a lot from him. Rue coming on through with a quick kill to NCL, but it looks like that's going to be the end of this one as Tiger shut down the rest. What I was going to say, Tom, is that the thing I love is how Blair's been commentating in this region for so many years, and yet in that previous series, he had a meltdown. I heard him hit his desk multiple times.
I tweeted the meltdown.
Oh, you did? Oh, fantastic. Yeah. So that's the funny thing, is like, it just proves it doesn't get better. it just, if anything, it gets worse over time. I suppose you get a little bit of faith.
The whole, like, after all this time? Yes, after all this time. It's just like him just suffering. Like, oh, God. Yeah, I can't blame him. I want to state for anybody out there who watched that last game, it doesn't get worse than those two teams. Like, I just can't believe that. That is the worst match we should have within the PAL. We've set that as the boundary. And although there were some, like, for example, when Tyloo played against After, any game against After is always going to be a bit questionable because they play silly Counter-Strike. But the team, like, we saw Checkmate yesterday. I was relatively impressed. Like, I hadn't seen this team play before, I won't lie. And they came in and, yeah, they managed to take down a Whatside team who had showed some very good individual prowess. So they at least beat out a puggier team. This is a different ball game, though, as said. Like, obviously, in the early rounds, we've just seen a pistol and the force by fail alongside a few extra deagles. So Tiger have done a good job. They've also gone very heavily in the Mac 10s. So I am expecting this to be a fast play. Whether it's towards B, that's a very different thing. I would expect that, to say the least. But realistically, they can't take too many, well, they can't go for slower rounds here because they're just going to get picked apart. Also, you can expect that on the CT side, there's going to be a few pieces of utility missing. So if they can put the pressure on in this round, even if they only get 3-4 kills, that would be good for Tiger.
For a team like Tiger, though, with the utility that they have, I expect a really heavily contested round. But look at this read by Checkmate, immediately moving down towards the B bomb site. They've got support in heaven. This is essentially a 4-man stack off the bat, with Hawk given a lot of responsibility to hold down that A site by himself. They have practically no information. He's just jump spotting on short, but oh no. Well, with the drop on Techno, they might want to move into the B site. I think, though, because those players towards Monster were much further back, they didn't quite want to blitz in. At this point, they might expect the rotate to come down. I think you are going to look at a much slower round. I don't expect them to kind of execute through all too quickly from this point. But they are grouping up towards Monster, starting to bunch in. And utilities coming over, so perhaps a push is on its way with still 3 players on this B side.
Ooh, that is not a good shot. And the MAC-10s have just ripped them apart. Well, as said, if they got 3 or 4 kills in this round, I would have considered that a successful round for Tiger. Well, they've got the 4, Mitch. They've also not lost... Oh, wait, never mind. Okay, they lost a player. But it's gone very, very well, is basically how I'm trying to put this. Hawk, the only one remaining. And, yeah, he's going to go down as well. Checkmate just absolutely ruined. And it wasn't anything particularly special from Tiger. A cheeky boost, obviously something we see in every match of Overpass ever. And then just a fast play into the site and a few whiff shots here and there. Maybe some first map jitters from Checkmate. But those are the sort of rounds that, well, you've now just set off Tiger to, well, basically already a good half. Like, if you're getting 5+ rounds on the T side of Overpass, sure, it's not perfect, but I would say that's enough already.
Yeah, you also have to consider, like, Tiger's game plan in that round, slowing it down completely, not showing any presence after the opening pick, was to try and make them second-guess themselves and rotate up to the A site, maybe play on a 2-2 setup, or even better, a heavier A stack, presuming the rotate. And instead, you know, they got nothing in that regard. They ran into a 3-man stack, full rifles, and op in play, everything going the way of Checkmate, really, statistically. And yet it completely fell apart. Now, that's a really good return by Rue. He's been solid with the Deagle so far. I think all 4 of his kills have been with the Deagle. But the problem is, you know, there's still a 1 versus 2. Economy doesn't really play a role at this point for the T side. Just look at their money. They are so stacked on cash that it matters very little losing this many players. Checkmate need to be winning it. That Hawk has got an AK. No kit, so time is going to be a bit of an issue. About 20 seconds to get in there, a little less, and actually get the defuse on. It means he's got to find these kills quickly, and they're not facing him. Oh, there's the peak, though. The trade from down below, easily connected by Cabal. And with that, 5-0 comes up on the board. And as I said, just look at the cash. It makes very little difference having to buy up 3 rifles.
Yeah, it's one of those things where you kind of look at that and go, in isolation, that's not a bad round. But because of the prior rounds that have already happened, it really doesn't matter to Tiger. Like, they're in a very, very good spot. Sure, they'd want to keep those sort of rounds normally a bit cleaner than that. And it got a bit uncomfortable towards the end with Hawk giving it a damn good go. I am not liking the fact that we're already seeing a double AWP. On this map especially, I feel like a double AWP is something that only very specific teams will throw in. And it screams desperation in such an early position. That was an interesting push. Surely he's not going to get both. Because how? How's he managed to do that? He barely... He took 41 damage killing 2 players alone. I think this might be a very quick map, Mitch.
Yeah, well, I don't disagree with you here, Tom. I mean, okay, you do well in the Deagle rounds, but when it comes to the buy rounds, you got to be stepping it up. You got to be doing some damage. And so far, that's just not the case. It's a double AWP setup that's left to hold down. Techno on B has support from up above on Rue, but really, what can you do? These guys still have 3 smokes to push in. We know they're going to smoke heaven. I think we've seen them once wait until they were actually on the site, and that was in the round where they had MAC-10s. Where Urcast just had a really nice bounce up. I enjoyed watching that nade. You don't see it every single day, because usually haven't smoked by the time you go in. But in this situation, Rue's probably going to be smoked out, leaving Techno to try and find like 3 kills. Even if he did that, even if he finds 3 at this point, they're not going to retake it. Double op setup getting back into 2v2. Like, he's got to find 4 kills, really, if anything, or delay them long enough the rotates can come in. Already a double, but his teammates fall in the meantime. Rue pushed through the smoke. Techno's got a lot to do. Oh, the bullet's not quite landing
what
for
is
him.
happening?
But the flank's already come in from Kaz. A 2v1. It's winnable now for the Opper. He knows where the players are. Good swing, and he's going through. He's got it. What a round! Checkmate coming in with an absolutely phenomenal hold. Techno, he bought them all the time for that rotate from Kaz. I don't believe what I've just witnessed.
How? I'm genuinely in shock. Like, I think Tiger definitely made some mistakes, especially for, like, I don't know how you lose from this point already. Like, but yeah, fantastic work from Techno. As said, for someone so young, he seems to just have a fantastic hold. Like, Kaz obviously did the majority of the heavy lifting towards the end, but that would not have been possible if it wasn't for Techno delaying so much time. Like, when that push came in, I believe he was still in T spawn. So he had a long, long way to go running in on the flank. You do have to still look quite critically at Tiger there and go like, okay, there was one guy on that site for the majority of that. How have you not killed him quicker? But hey, he stays alive, kills 2 people in the process. Good round from Checkmate. Now they got to build off it, because as I said, that was looking like it was going to be the beginning of a very, very fast game. If they lose this round straight back, they're right back in the bin again.
I haven't gained any faith, let's be honest, Tom, after that round, but this one looks a little bit better. You're shutting those players down completely on long. It's an individual performance, but I'll take it. Blitz isn't one that I necessarily had the faith in for that 3-man spray down, but once you manage to land that, the round should be yours. A 2v4, bomb not planted, every single angle covered except for short. They've got a player up on long that's going to be dealt with. Now the bomb can be planted. It gets a little bit more difficult. Push out with the op, and down he goes, but his teammates weren't pushing Dumpster. What's happening here? 1 by 1. They think it's clear, though. They're worried about the short play, but it's the boost up that gives it away. 1 by 1. Not a single trade. Not a single piece of supporting utility. That was a matchmaking round.
How'd they go from winning?
Like, Blitz did so well opening this up. I don't mind Blitz dying in the end. This is fine. They isolate the fight. Okay, it sucks,
what is this,
but
though?
No one could have supported him. What the hell was he doing peeking that, though? Why was Kaz going forward?
Like, Cabal's fake plant there, even that, I thought, oh, that's pretty audacious. Like, oh, he's going to go peeking. But that's because he should have been peeking into a crossfire. Instead, one guy pushes bank, the other 2... Like, if you're saying... I have no problems with that boost, by the way. The boost is fine. But why are you pushing bank if your teammates are setting up a boost? Like, there's no way that you can trade. That was so illogical.
His teammates were smoked off. They boosted, 5 seconds after he'd already pushed bank? No, you boost as he's pushing bank. Coordinate that. The smoke is down. He knows at that point, at least if you're using your words, that you cannot push the site. So why does Kaz think, okay, I'm just going to push. I'm just going to go forward. See what I can get done. Like, I appreciate that in his mind, he probably is trying to counter if they're planting because they knew there was a player on truck after hearing him jump up. Maybe he thought that was where the plant was and he could catch the player backing off. But it is not worth it to make that kind of a play without your teammates supporting you. I do not understand. Like, it's risk reward. Like, you're like, oh, I have the potential to make a play here. What you have to understand is if that play doesn't work out, you are now screwed because your teammates do not have a position where they can play that 2v2 in any way convincingly. And the only thing they had going for them was the element of surprise that obviously Tiger didn't know where they were, but obviously once you boost up, immediately they're like, oh, well, I doubt he's levitating.
Yeah, well, Cabal and Dobu, though. 13-3, 8-3, 146 ADR for Cabal. As said, like, when this man's on a rifle, I think he's an absolute force to be reckoned with. Like, he played well yesterday, even with some pretty questionable rounds. On this T side, they're looking unstoppable. And yeah, this map of Overpass is one where I don't really think Checkmate play it. Like these guys are obviously going to know each other better than we do. Overpass is a map that they've played once, and even though Tiger have a 25% win rate on the matches we've seen, they're clearly feeling confident on it, and just they'll know based off like local matches. I know that there was someone in the HLTV comments saying they played like a local LAN against each other a few months ago. They're gonna know a lot better the counters to their opponents than we do, and that boost doesn't actually work very often. Like it's such an audacious boost. Like I think I see that fail like 90% of the time. So the fact that they expected it and he still gets the kill, that's pretty impressive. And now 7-1 in the lead, 2-man advantage. This is looking so easy for Tiger. Excusing like 2 individual plays, which even then they still won one of those rounds. Oh god.
You know, we were talking yesterday, Tom, in the post show about the games coming up today, and Blef forbade me from talking about the last game. So I had to, I picked this one as, you know, a good game to watch. And the logic there being Tiger have been pretty weak so far in this tournament. Yes, they've gotten their wins, but nowhere near convincingly. I think they've definitely shown us some flaws. And Checkmate, yeah, they did pretty well. We like their structure, which obviously we haven't seen too.
He got 2! He got, and then he died to the bullet!
I can't.
How did that work positively? Oh my god, that's unreal. That's the next level brain play. That was so high IQ, I didn't even understand. And he died at the end for his sins. Like, that is beyond me. Like, he missed throws of smoke, so they doesn't plant the Molotov, and then kills 2 people with headshots through it. I can't believe that's just happened.
Can we please get a replay? That shut me up. Very few things in my life have ever left me without words, but I could not process what I was witnessing. This man is, look at this.
He missed him by a lot, by the way. By quite a lot. And then, what? And then still stood in it.
Yeah.
I can't believe that.
High
IQ, exactly. That's what it is. It's our brains are too small to understand the genius of what just happened. It's like if Einstein was coming and explaining something to me, I'd be like, yeah, no, I don't get it. That's what we just saw there. And
I mean, you just insulted Einstein. He was a great lecturer. I'm sure he would have been able to explain it in a way you understood.
It's more insulting myself.
I mean, you're saying he's terrible at teaching. You know what? How dare you?
You know what? He is now.
Well, no, because he wrote books. If you read the books, they're actually quite informative.
I can't read, so there you go.
Well, fair enough. Fair enough. Oh, god damn it, Tom.
They're gonna win this round.
Every time you've said that, you've been right.
Well, this one's not that much of a bold prediction. They managed to steal away 2 AKs. They have a good flank. Oh, okay. That was a bit risky. 9. He's all that stands in their way. Rue's been a little bit unlucky by the fact that he has only found himself a Mac 10, but it doesn't matter. Checkmate just managed to win one off. Push into connector with some pistols. There have been a few rounds where I'm still seeing the problems for Tiger, but obviously they're so far in the lead that I imagine they're playing slightly looser than they were at the beginning. And yeah, there's some serious risks being taken in this round. This is, again, something we spoke about a lot over the last couple of days, is the sustainable rounds, sustainable Counter-Strike, and this is not it. Like, they managed to win, what was it, 2v4 clutch. They managed to lose a 2v4 clutch, and now they've won a round with pistols. Great for their economy, but unless something drastic changes, well, it's going to be a rough one. Techno, though, again, he's going to make a relatively aggressive play, which nets him an opening pick. Cabal, there should be only one. Oh, that was a little bit too close for my liking. Blitz on 29 HP, and I wonder if the remaining 2 players are going to try and put some pressure on him.
Kaz could be in a little bit of trouble as well. He's got no support in toilets, but luckily no one's really messing with him. And Blitz, he's on the move. Pushing all the way down through Khan, and it looks like he might have the god tier timing on this one. No, he doesn't. Straight into NCL, who for some reason was still hard checking that. That's got to be frustrating for Blitz. It's back to a 3v3, and you know, in a lot of situations, I'll say that kind of aggression isn't needed, but I think here it wasn't actually terrible. He got timinged out of it, but why? Because you know that flash isn't going to go around Monster. And it landed right in his teammate's face. And then he still peeked Monster. What is this? Why are you?
Well, we can just leave that up. Okay. Better flash, but... Oh, actually, that worked. Don't really think that was a flash assist, but... Whatever. 9. Pushing forward. Low on HP. Urkus gonna clear one. Oh, he's on the side! He's on the side! What? Okay, Urkus is gonna get him through the box. There's nothing this man can't do. He's 11-6. Cabal 16-5. There's not really a bad performer on their team, to be honest. And
CL, what a noob. Look, 6 for 7. Ha! 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 That's a Dinko performance.
Hey, that's not true. Dinko doesn't get 6 kills.
He gets a lot more deaths.
Yeah. What was it again? Was it
3? 9 for 16 or 17, I think.
Ooh.
Something like that.
Those numbers are stinky.
Check it out.
It was 9 to 19. You're almost
9 to 19. Oh, that's pretty rough.
I have noticed that you also finished bottom of your team, though.
A support player, mate. I was holding A. They always went B. So what can I do?
I don't think that's true.
Well, we played CT side.
Lowest rating on your team as well.
We played CT side, mate. I wasn't involved in those fights. Not my fault. Dinko tried to push the other side. Steel was trying to... He was IGLing them away from me, so I didn't get a better rating. I understand it. I respect it. But yeah, I think I also had the most clutches one in the game. So, you know, whatever. Cool.
Who was that?
2. Ask who it was versus. Ask who it was versus. Ask who it was versus. Yeah, look, for Tiger 9-3, I think this is about as interesting as their show match was at the moment. It's a very one-sided affair. I think Tiger, you know, you'll lose a couple rounds here or there. It's going to happen, but the fact that they're able to win out the harder rounds, right, where they go behind, and it's only when you see Checkmate, and not even every time that you see Checkmate come out with these multi-kills, because, like, we've seen them, like, Blitz find that triple opening on A and then them throw it away in one-by-one pushes, and I just do not have faith in a team that plays like that versus someone like Tiger to actually consistently deliver. I think the rounds that they win is going to be off the back of massive individual performances, and that's it.
Well, yeah, it seems like the only things that are really working for them at the moment, I'm actually going to make a comparison to CIS Overpass, which is push everything all the time. And that seems to be their plan at the moment. Like, their initial holds just don't work. So they're pushing connector, they're pushing short, they're trying to take fights, they're trying to take as much map control away. And the problem is, it will work in isolation. There's a few rounds where this has come up. I think Techno has actually done a fairly good job, especially with a lot of his aggression being solo. It's just when it comes down to site holds, it's awful. Like, they haven't managed to do it once, even with massive advantages. The last round they managed to win basically just off fighting them in mid at Fountain, which, as said, like, that'll work once or twice. You'll see top teams do that once or twice. That's fair enough. But if that's the only rounds you're winning, then there's a much bigger problem. And they're about to come and put the pressure onto Kaz. He's not had the greatest game so far. He's going to have to at least get a pick here, because the remaining 2 players are nowhere to be seen. You have to feel like for the CT side at this point, there should have been some sort of realization about what's going on. With the amount of time that's left, Tiger are going to go pushing in. 10 seconds, by the way. If the bomb is dropped, they've lost the round. Nice shot from Kaz. as he doesn't connect onto the second. They have to go for the plant. It's over. They took too long. And now Arcus, he wants to remove this AWP, and he will. So that's something extra at least, but they finally done some damage to the economy. I was going to say do the damage, but actually they can still buy. And he could have dropped one, but instead he bought utility. He is that guy.
It's not bad to have one Mac 10 though, right? Go in for the more aggressive plays.
He dropped the Galil.
Okay, yeah, well, still fairly decent rifle to use. I think you'd probably rather one less flash in that instance, but it is what it is. Oh, Techno, he's been spammed, but he didn't get hit. Now he's pushing through, and he got cut off. Never mind. That was a very audacious play versus the buy that they're against, but that's a rifle drop now.
They're going for the spot over the top. This is making me very uncomfortable. You already know he's there. What are you jump spotting for? It's like, oh, he's shooting bullets at the walls. Let's jump and have a look if he's still there. It's like, yes, he is still there. I guess it's for more information about how many players. And they've actually rotated away off of this information. I don't understand.
Can't say I do either. It's one of those things you just have to accept. 9, connecting a good shot to Blitz. Hawk's trying to tuck away. Go undetected. As he swings through, he's only hitting the ankles of 9. Somehow that guy is still able to run, but not for much longer. Cows, no! He gets him eventually, but then runs in between 3 terrorists. It's an easy kill. Bomb's going to go down. 14 seconds left. Plenty of time to get this done. And as Rue makes his way down towards B, what he doesn't know is about Cabal coming on through. And hello and goodbye. 10 rounds on the board for Tiger. You said 5 would have been good on their T side. Well, 5 on the CT is all that's even possible for checkmate.
Yeah. Isn't CR really going to go with a Mac 10 in the last round? Fair enough, I guess. See, again, like, a lot... Like, if you're pushing Monster... And, like, obviously you don't deserve to just get domed straight through the smoke like that, but... It's kind of like... It's one of those positions I feel like you only push if there's very, very few players left on the other side, or you're desperate. And I think in that round, it's evident that it was the latter. Like, I don't think checkmate played this map. I think that's all that I can put this down to. Like, you have had to push aggressively, even on the B side, which is one of those sides that we talk about being relatively difficult to open up, especially through Monster. And that's what they've been doing a lot of the time, just waiting patiently. Tiger have got a solid default, just holding around different portions of the map. We've seen Urkus gain openers off players pushing. We saw 9 in the previous round gain openers off people pushing. Like, also the kill from Dobu in the last round as well was off a player pushing. You're just giving the jewels to Tiger, and they're just waiting for them. Like, this is basic Counter-Strike from Tiger, but that's what they need to do. They haven't had to delve into any sort of strat book because you're just giving them kills. Is he really doing this again?
If at first you don't succeed, die, die, die again. Well, that's certainly the motto of Rue. As he went pushing on through months. Oh, Techno. Oh, my boy. He had the chances. The opportunities. He sees everything he ever wanted.
He dropped his spaghetti.
Well, his mom was heavy, so what can you say?
Oh, the bomb's gone A, by the way. Just so you know. It's gone A. They've still got their stack on the B side, and they had a player watching in mid. So I'm not quite sure how they managed to get onto the A side without Hawk noticing. In fact, I imagine his teammates are probably livid because they were still stacking up. Because he's trying to kill everybody on the flank. Hasn't had a whole lot to do this match and still has 15 kills, 16 kills. And yeah, that's probably the most dominant half we've seen so far in this tournament. And I would even say that it probably should have been an even bigger scoreline for Tiger if it wasn't for losing a pistol round, losing a 2 versus 4. Like, this would have been even more dominant in their favor. So that is a worrying statistic to bring up. Oh, what have we got coming in here? It could be Cabal, the photographer. 14 flashbangs. I believe when Dinko was talking about it in the last map, they'd only used 8, and they were very, very far into the map. So, hey, we're seeing some better utility usage, a controlled map coming out from Tiger. This is what we wanted to see from them throughout the tournament. So I'm glad they're coming in today looking good.
Let's see if they go at it today looking good as well, though. They definitely started well. Checkmate, I think, of arguably not being the most difficult of opponents, but I feel like this is definitely a far better performance from Tiger than what we'd seen in the past. Dobu is cleaning them up. Cabal in with another, but it's down to a 2v2 now. Clock's holding close range angles can always be dangerous. Bomb still needs to be planted, though, and they want to force the fight before that comes on through. Both players stacked up on Dumpster. They're going to allow that bomb to go down, and with that, a retake's going to have to be mounted. USPs versus Glocks, it can be dangerous. And still a player on default. He's going to swing out. There's his position given away, and they know where Hawk is now as well, as he let loose on the Glock. This is dangerous. The USPs always favored on that range, and LCL, he taps the body away, 9 in with a headshot to close that one out. And the defuse will come through to put 12 on the board.
I think the body that we stayed focused on is almost the epitome of checkmate here. There's a... Well, I guess you could say at this point they're left with maybe just 1 pawn in their king. And a Tiger about to get mate. I'm sorry.
Yeah, you should be.
Not really.
You know, I'll be honest. During that previous game, I was eating my breakfast, and I bit the inside of my cheek. A proper lump out of it. Really hurts. Really hurts right now to talk. But what you just said hurt me more.
Good. I'm glad. Take another chunk.
I'm gonna drink some vinegar now.
Ooh. Mix a bit of salt in. That'll probably help.
Salt and vinegar, mate. Just like some good chips. Chips, cheeks, what's the difference?
Well, decent start in this round for Tiger. Of course, this is a full investment. This is that classic, get the bomb down, come in with a better buy than your opponents. We have 4 MP9s in this one for the CT side. It allowed them to get extra utility, a good position from Cabal. The pre-fire does so much damage. In fact, even a wallbang kill with an MP9 coming out from Urkus. This is all falling apart, and this is where that extra utility comes into play. The incendiary holding them back. Blitz has gone, but Rue has decided to stay. It looks like they are still going to go into this B site. I like the angle that's currently being taken over the corner. I don't know if he can spot anything. He can, just about. Even with X-ray, I couldn't see much there, but Urkus knows his angles, knows his spots, and, well, he's going to spot out Blitz. That might have been a little bit of an audacious wide swing. I guess he expected at this point he'd fallen back. 30 seconds. Ooh. Nice shot onto the second. He needs an ace to win this round. It really shows the state of checkmate. With 20 seconds left, I don't know if he expects somebody to be this close. There's not going to be much of a swing, but, well, eventually there's enough time for Dobu to get the kill. Great round. That was an important victory to take, and I think that is the end game now, Mitch.
Yeah, I think I don't care about this anymore now. There's checkmate are going to have to make me become invested again, because at 13-4 facing into an eco, this is done and dusted. So Twitch chat, I've got an interesting question. Just on the subject of cheeks, I realized that obviously when it comes down to food in different countries, I don't know about England. I don't think you guys really have anything weird, but Ireland definitely has some really weird food. What's the weirdest thing, Twitch chat? Let me know in the chat. What is the weirdest food that your countrymen eat? Where are you from, first of all? And what food do you think would be the most unusual?
Pig's ears.
So in Ireland, we have pig's tongue, chicken feet. I've never had these, by the way.
I think I've seen chicken feet.
Obviously liver, pig's ears as well, I'm pretty sure.
I guess black pudding's kind of gross when you actually think about what it is.
Yeah, I think it's delicious though. That's the thing.
If you actually think about what that is, it's gross.
Yeah.
And that's why I don't eat it.
I think realistically, if you think about anything, like if you think about meat in general, you're eating the carcass of an animal. I think that's
true,
about as bad as it gets.
I don't know. Black pudding for me is just the thought of it makes me feel sick.
I don't know. I love it. It's delicious. White pudding, I think, is better though. Tastes less. I don't know. Harsh.
This round's actually going relatively well, considering what was invested for the side of Checkmate. They have got themselves into a 2 versus 2. They've got a FAMAS picked up for Rue as well. And the read from the CT side is wrong. Like, the plant is going to be going down. There's nothing they can really do about that. So we are going to see. Timing is everything. They've gone for a safer plant, so they're actually going to get away with things here, or at least they should. The incendiary will hold anyone back for now, and the rotation begins to come in. This battle with Hawk could be everything. Potential chance for him to win the round for his team, but Cabal, he's found that opener. Now Hawk has to do everything. A strong retake in the end. A decent round again in isolation, but well, we're not really isolating rounds anymore. It is 13-4, 14-4 even for Tiger.
We're not isolating rounds, but we are isolating. Actually, Dublin's about to go on lockdown again. It's going to be fun. I think it is today. Woo, can't leave my county.
You go outside?
No, it doesn't make a difference.
You're good then.
The only difference for me is seeing my family because they live in a different county, but that's all.
Hey, you're speaking of me about that. I haven't seen my family since January.
That is true. You do live on the other side of the world, essentially.
Maybe not that, but yeah, and actually, to be fair, when it comes down to quarantine, it might as well be the other side of the world.
Yeah.
Because although it only takes me a couple of hours to get there, I can't, which is fun.
Techno?
Okay.
Interesting. What's he going to do with his smoke now? This better be the highest IQ, biggest impact smoke I've ever seen in my life, because he sacrificed 60 HP for it. And don't for 1 second. I don't want to see anybody saying, "Oh, but he got there without using the smoke, so they won't think he's on short." They heard him. They heard him running. They heard the molly ticks. It's not the sound cues.
Round's still going relatively well. Urka stands in their way, and they're going to put him down. They've also managed to catch someone else out on the other side of the map, and it leaves it onto Cabal. Now, their money is wrecked. So, whether he goes for this or not, I'm going to be honest, Mitch, I'm fairly indifferent. If he saves the rifle, it's at least something he can drop into the next round. If he doesn't, well, they're probably going to have to force buy anyway, because their money is hideous. So, 14-5, small lifeline for Checkmate. I don't really see a way back into this one, but something we do say quite regularly is, depending on the team, sometimes being blasted out can be like the better thing for your mentality. But personally, I think at least towards the end of the game, if you start grinding out like a couple of rounds, if they say win a couple clean and then they eventually lose, I think that might at least get them online, because I think even on an individual basis, they have looked rough on this map.
Well, Tom, we have a winner. We have a winner right away. Obviously, there's a delay on the stream, so the guys are just responding now in Twitch chat to what's going on. Oh, cow tongue. Yeah, that's a thing in Ireland as well, I believe.
Yeah.
It's like all my grandmother would have had it back in the thing. Yeah, I think without any further submissions, this is definitely the winner. Balu is the most disgusting thing I've ever seen in my... I genuinely don't think I can describe it. If you want to know, look it up yourself on Google. That's horrendous.
Am I spelling that?
B-A-L-U-T. It is the worst thing you've ever seen. Clay pot frog's life.
Oh, yeah, no, I've seen that in China.
Yeah, that's
yeah, I knew, but I was gonna bring that one up, but I was like, you know what, like that makes my stomach turn, so I don't know.
It's literally
I've seen that in real life. Like, I walked into a shop and they had that.
Like it is Murphy's law. If that's the one, right? It's been a long time since I studied physics, but if basically if it can happen, it will happen, more or less. And yeah, I suppose someone was bound to.
We should quickly move on, and mainly because this has gone into a 2 versus 2. The force buy from Tiger. was mostly pistols, Mitch. We know how pistols work. They seem to work very well within this region. They picked up a couple of AKs, Cabal and NCL, trying to bring this one back. Facing off against Hawk and Techno. I'm ticking relatively far at this point. Now, bear in mind, they do not have a kit, so they need to get both of these kills within a matter of seconds, and they are not going to be able to do it. So Cabal is looking to try and hold on to the rifle. The flashbang, I actually don't mind that. That's left Cabal very blind, unfortunately. He still managed to win the duel. So very, very costly for Checkmate, but ultimately that doesn't matter because they won the round. They're still in the game. They're the ones with the ability to buy. And Cabal, well, he's got himself a deagle. He's just thrown over to a teammate. Yes, he threw it over to a teammate. I still didn't forget that from day one where there was a guy playing with a MAC-10 and a deagle and didn't drop one. See, this is how this. I can't believe I actually had to point that out. Cabal has had a lights out game, by the way. And you know what? He hasn't bought an AWP.
One more thing for you, Tom. Aspic. It's a savory jelly made with meat stock set in a mold and used to contain pieces of meat, seafood, or eggs. So it's a
meat jelly.
Beef jelly, basically. Or chicken.
That doesn't sound that bad. I'll be honest. In comparison to the previous... Like,
well, yeah.
I've not had it, but like, I could see not necessarily that being nice, necessarily, but like, if you think sort of along the lines of something like a pate, that has like a sort of meat jelly in it, and that's actually quite nice. So, that's one I won't knock it till I try it. Whereas
check WhatsApp, Tom. Just look at that. Look at that picture. Zoom in on that picture.
I'm sure it doesn't look that great. Yeah, no.
Then think about the texture of it as a jelly.
Like, I'll be honest. That does look like cat food, but but at the same time. Again, I'm not gonna knock it till I've tried it. I think that could be. It'd be
Have you
better
tried
than the
other
other one. Better than no, I would never try that. I would.
So you'll knock that
I'd rather
before you
start.
try it.
Yeah, there's a line.
There's a line. I respect it.
Yeah,
I'm enjoying learning about other people's weird foods that they eat. That's
I thought you were going to say cultures for a second, but no, you said weird foods and stuff.
Yeah, no, weird food. I mean, I describe my culture's weird foods as weird foods, so I think
that's true.
It's acceptable. But yeah, it's obviously, as I said, there's a delay, so you guys are going to hear this a long while after you've said it. But yeah, thanks for sharing, guys. You've made me feel a little bit less isolated on my little island with our weird.
You can always tweet the pictures of like weird food at us as well. Like at Tombiz, at
Maybe
Mitch
don't.
Man.
You know what?
I don't mind
like,
that.
I'm all for Twitter interactions, but
weird foods. I like learning about different, or even just ones that maybe look weird but taste great. I still think the worst one is isn't it like in Sweden where they eat that fish that's like gone off.
Someone said that as well. Yes, people were saying that. I just got distracted by the previous entry.
Yeah, that's grim. Like,
gone off
that's grim.
Canned fish in Sweden.
That's so grim, and that's something that like. I know people in Sweden who are genuinely like, no, it's great. You just have to, get used to it. No, there's no other food where you're like, let me just eat this a few times. I'll vomit. But then the fourth time it will taste great. Like, that's just the stupidest thing I've ever heard. We're going to buy, though, Mitch. We're gonna try and pull this one back. Of course, just as that we could say from the guys at Checkmate, they are also trying to pull this one back. And the last few rounds, they've been tight, but they've managed to get them through. And that's the thing. Like, for them at this point, it really doesn't matter so much about how cleanly they win them. They're still going to have enough money to buy whatever they want, as long as they keep getting the victories. The only worry is when they inevitably lose a round, which I just don't see them managing to streak this many rounds in a row together. Dobu, relatively good position, but Rue wins the duel. And that seems to be the story of this round. The duels have gone the way of Checkmate. They're going to go pushing into the B side. They've got to watch out for Cabal. Why does this fight become so awkward? I've never seen that fight be so awkward before, but we've now had two players where it just doesn't seem to work out for them. Cabal's still alive, by the way. Still in this site. He's the first person on this site. And by the looks of it, he's going to be the last, as he's already found one, the second as well. Oh dear, surely not. They failed to clear out that position. Now look at the amount of time left. 15 seconds. Rue just has to take the duel and he'll win it. Dear Lord, Checkmate. They're trying to, well, basically make our hearts skip a beat every time they win a round. And Rue, well, he's been the main catalyst of this comeback. 19 kills. He's actually catching up. Maybe not to Cabal, He's caught up with everyone else. Cabal is currently his own entity within the server that doesn't quite operate under anybody else's guidelines. I think he's, if I didn't read that wrong, he's on 32 kills.
Not too shabby. Can't really
in 21 rounds.
Can't really knock it, can you? 32, yep. Cabal, man who couldn't use an op before over on train, now just shredding people.
He must have like 140 ADR or something. Like, that's ridiculous.
I looked down in Connector. They're actually going to be stacked up here at MIBR. It's just because that's the trophy cabinet of MIBR over the last 2 years.
Unnecessary shots being fired. It would have made more sense if it's like they have as many trophies as they have players, you know, soon at least. But yeah, this stack hasn't worked. Techno, either he's going to pad some stats, or are they actually all going to leave in the other direction? I was surprised by that. Instead, they're going to go walking into Rue, who's already padded his stats throughout this match so far, up to the big 2-0, which, well, I'll be honest, I wasn't expecting anybody to get there, but Urkus is behind. He's also going to get to 20 frags, and more importantly, he's going to look to try and steal a rifle. Just about gets out of there. And actually, Cabal's killed off another one. This man is having an unreal performance. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, Mitch, the highest amount of kills we've seen so far is 38. I don't think anybody's beat that. 5 more, and Cabal has beaten that. What is the record? Isn't it like I know that Crims was up there. Forty 44. Yeah, I mean, I think I casted that game. We were lost.
We were at 14-3. I said I don't care. At this point, I start to care a little bit more. You know, this is where it's genuinely doable for Checkmate. No, what an Cabal opening by Blitz. We're having great entries into the food discussion, but it's like we can't. Someone needs to eco so we can get back to that, because this is actually an interesting game now, and I really got to give props to Checkmate. They looked really lost on the CT side, and I have to agree with what you said, Tom, that it just seems like they're not comfortable on this map. That's why I was saying, obviously, I think this is why Tiger picked it, even though it's definitely not their best map in their pool. They came here just so that they could put Checkmate out of their comfort zone and get some practice on it. Well, they're certainly getting a lot shown to them about what's wrong with their B-hold. Overpass is going to have to step this one up, and a great second shot. He's going forward as well, over towards the ramp, flash over, but it does nothing for him as he just gets headshot out of here. And another round goes to Checkmate.
Yeah, this is starting to get a little bit uncomfortable. I know that this is one of those maps where we can see it become quite T-sided, like especially with teams that aren't playing very well. I think just the amount of aggression you can get away with on this map is somewhat second to none. But this is a surprise. After the first half, I was expecting some big things. Now, bear in mind, this is Tiger's map choice, so I was sort of looking at this as Checkmate, just don't play this map. Fair enough. Like, it happens, it goes wrong. But yeah, one of your players has 33 kills, and the other team are coming back into this. Like, he might actually have to break some sort of record for them to win. Like, look at the bar. That would make any man feel inferior.
I wish mine was that big. Unfortunately, Cabal, he's outweighing everyone on the server. I think he's doing even better than Wang when it comes to the length of the bar department.
You could say he's got a PP overdose.
What are these player names, man? But yeah, so Tiger 14-10, they're struggling. They've lost 7 rounds in a row. Checkmate are in a position now where they're looking pretty damn strong. Their T side has been a massive turnaround, and as you said, even despite the 33 kills by Cabal, they're not able to get anything done when it comes to these CT rounds. Now just down on pistols, it should again be a pretty easy one. And Tom, you said you would knock some food till you try it. Let me spit some at you while we're on this kind of boring round.
What do you mean? This is a 4 Deagle round. This is literally your algorithm.
I'll be honest, Tom. I don't believe in the algorithm anymore. It's been destroyed, just like Tiger are presumably going to be in this round. What do you think of Live Octopus? Would you try that? Live, yeah. Apparently, Live Octopus.
How big is the octopus?
That's a small. Obviously, you're not talking like a.
I don't want to have to
40
fight
kilogram. It. No, you're not going to have to get your knuckle dusters out. Luckily.
I'll be honest. I don't think I want to eat anything live. I don't want something to move.
Someone said it's Japanese delicacy, but when I look it up, I get everything seems to be Korean. But yeah, it's Korean. Okay, Blah has confirmed. So yeah, that's Blah. Have you tried it? Let us know in the background. You've tried it. Did you like it? Nope, he did not like it. Okay, just wanted to check. Would you try it, Tom?
I don't know. I don't like the idea of something moving while I'm trying to eat it. So, maybe after a few apple juices, I might decide otherwise. But
a few traditional Korean apple juices.
If like, also it would very much like if you just walked up to me and went, "Try this tiny octopus," I would definitely say no. But if it were, maybe if it was in like a fancy like Korean restaurant, I might be swayed into basically peer pressure by the fact that it's a nice place. But
I don't think I would.
I'm not bad with seafood, so I don't know. It does interest me, but I don't like the idea of eating something that moves.
I think you're good though, because I doubt that would happen. That I would walk up to you. I don't tend to carry small live octopus in my pocket, so you should be safe.
You do carry a lot of small things in your pocket, though.
That's not a pocket, Tom. We had this discussion. Pockets are on the side, not the front.
Oh dear, what is going on? Like, checkmate, and now I don't even know how many rounds in a row this has been. It's starting to get a little bit ridiculous. It is 7 rounds in a row, potentially an 8th. And everything's just falling apart for Tiger. They're having to go for the same sort of risky, aggressive plays that we saw on the other side. And, well, as we sort of learned on the other side of things, they don't work. Cast is trying to now be the stronghold. It is amazing that we've got a player with 33, him on 25, and this is coming close now. Techno's going to get the bomb down. This round is already over. With the maximum loss bonus, they might as well just save so they can at least pull something into the next round. I can't even believe we've got to 14-12 from the scoreline that we witnessed. Obviously, the first half being an 11-4, then the pistol and follow-up rounds making this a 14-4. This is madness.
Look at Cabal's save position. He's under threat as well. Might not even get this AK through to the next round. Depends on how Hawk approaches the rest of this. He's looking at the T-spawn. He's clearing it, but doesn't clear deep enough. As he comes through, he's shut down by Cabal. So at least that extra AK is saved over by the Tiger side. The problem is their Tiger style doesn't seem to be enough to get them that cream. At the moment, Checkmate are swinging for them. I'm really highlighting the weaknesses of the Tiger Overpass. And again, this is something that we highlighted, that this has been a pretty terrible map for Tiger in the past. Blah mentioned that it was a 25% win rate. Well, they lost versus 0 TSG. No idea who that is. They lost versus Divine Vendetta. They lost versus Bren. And they beat Beyond. That is a weird bag of results. I would have expected the exact inverse.
Well, it seems it's back to the proactive connector play from Urkus. He's going to open things up, but he's been the one good thing, really, on this CT side, at least. Trying his best to try and hold the line as the remaining players look to try and push into this B site. Now, they've got a fairly early rotation here. Already 3 players within the site. And then also the wraparound coming in. Oh, again, this battle. Why is it so awkward? Almost every single time. NCL, he chimes in with a double. And he's going to retrieve, well, an AWP. Probably not what he was looking for. 57 seconds left, so they can just opt to fall back. Don't really have to take too many risks here. Chance for a 15th for Tiger.
This is getting very awkward. But for Tiger, at least they manage to turn back up. But a 4 versus 2 checkmate are on their way towards the A site. There's currently only one defender, and he's very, very passive. I'm presuming that they're going to allow this bomb to be planted as soon as they hear it being attempted. Like, checkmate seem to be able to get on that site for free. Techno's going to tap it, and if they stay passive, they'll be able to avoid this up, but still have a 4 versus 2 retake. They're coming close, though. 9, he's got the angle. He's ready to go. Will Rue swing on it? Yes, he will! And he gets dropped down. A 4v1. Techno with a huge weight on his shoulders. I don't think Tiger are going to make the same mistakes that checkmate did in these kind of positions, pushing in one at a time. 9 has support over here, and Dobu there to help. Shoots through his legs, in fact. Take that kill onto Techno. 15 to 12. Tiger have finally gotten around up on the CT side. It has been a long while since we saw them do anything. And now they're just one away from victory and have guaranteed themselves at least an overtime.
Yeah, but the thing is, after 8 rounds in a row, you kind of look at this and still go, wow, it's not going to be that hard for checkmate to string together 3. The only worry from my perspective is I feel like there's a severe mental block with a lot of players when it comes to we're losing 14 to something and losing 15 to something. Because now, you know, even if you string the next few rounds together, you haven't won. You still have to then win in overtime, which is a hell of a lot of pressure. So we'll see how they cope with that. Obviously, with some young players on their roster, and also by having a stand-in, it's still a very good performance that they managed to bring this back. Like, I'm thoroughly impressed with their T side. Also, a little bit let down by Tiger's CT side. I feel like if you pick a map, you need to be good at the CT side no matter what the map is. Like, it's not really acceptable to not be able to perform. But they've gone for a double AWP here. Again, I said this in the previous half that I feel like a double AWP a lot of the time on this map comes out of desperation. There's not that many players that I think, oh yeah, they're a great secondary AWP play on this map. I still remember, I think the one was like an old Dignitas roster that used to play with obviously Cajun B, and then it was Rubino used to pick it up on the short side of B. And for some reason, he just sticks in my mind as a player that was always very, very good at utilizing that secondary or just with aggressive plays. But other than that, there's not too many in particular that spring to mind as like, oh yeah, that worked every single time. Obviously, you got teams like MIBR who have a double AWP on every single map.
Had.
But it doesn't mean you never know. There might be a comeback of some of these players. Nice shot from Kaz, though. An impactful opener. He's going to switch the AWP onto Techno due to their low HP. And now with that first pick going their way, a real opportunity for them to not only win this round, but destroy the economy of their opponents.
9's teammate just got killed jump peeking that, and then he started jump peeking it again. That is a ballsy play if ever I've seen it, but it gave them the info on the push coming down towards the B site. The molly perfectly placed by Cabal, but they're shut down nonetheless. A 2v3 retake for Tiger, not looking too good. 9 might be able to catch something on this, though. Up above with the AWP, looking for a victim, but nobody presenting themselves, and so the early save call is made. They don't want to risk losing any of these weapons, as drops are needed for Urcast and Cabal on the next. And if they lose one of these, that won't be possible anymore. This is going to be a harsh reality for Tiger. I also want to highlight, right? Okay, checkmate have done really well, 100%. I don't think it's going to be the same on the next map. This is a bad map for both of these teams. And you're seeing the CT side be where most of the issues are. That's not a surprise, because to me, if you take a map like Overpass, if you take pretty much any map, actually, especially one that highlights rotates, and often aggressive plays are rewarded massively. Like, we haven't seen either of these teams really ever take control of short when it comes to buy rounds down on B. It hasn't happened. We haven't seen aggression on long, really, at all. Like, there have been very few rounds where there's been aggression, and it feels like most of it is either monster or mid. A little bit of connector play as well, and some weaker buys. So I feel like in those instances, you are looking at the T side being favored significantly, because when you're uncomfortable on the defensive side of Overpass, it's very hard to figure out setups that work, and you take a lot of risks that your enemies are waiting for if they're also not comfortable and just holding defaults, and they're going to wreck you.
So I do feel like, yes, it's a close game, but this is something that Tiger knew was not going to be an easy game for them. I think they chose this map to get a little bit of extra practice on it, and so that they could basically, they kind of knew that they would win this series, or they should. And so picking something like this is their chance to expand their map pool a little bit more and test out what they've been working on. I think definitely moving into the future, this will not be somewhere that they pick, because whatever work they've done coming into this tournament is clearly not paid off. At least, I mean, they're doing better than before, I suppose, but not to the extent they'll feel comfortable with the map. But you have to play this. You have to play maps and officials, basically, if you want to actually learn what you're doing right and wrong.
And this is just brute force individual plays. Techno has just gone walking into that B site on his own, takes 2 kills, bomb down, round over. Mitch. Overtime? 14-4? We are 1 round away from overtime? I can't believe how poor these CT sides have been. A strong T sides, great individual prowess, but realistically, this has been abysmal.
Yes, most definitely. I mean, the position that we're currently looking at with Tiger being the one, they really need these rifles saved. Yeah, okay, they're gonna get it as well. The molly is what saves his life in the end over the Urka side. So, yeah, this has been really rough. Tiger had it in the bag. It was a point where I said I didn't care about this anymore because I thought it was just going to be a breeze, a walk in the park. But evidently, they took that walk late at night, dressed in luminous gear, with a fancy laptop bag. Not a good idea. Maybe on the outside of the bag it said, like, Intel i9 inside or something like that. So people knew, oh, there's a good laptop in there.
Sure. Oh. Bit of early damage from the fall. The Molotov actually clipping the wall as well. Might be a little bit more aggressive than expected. Dobu, though. These are the sort of players I spoke about. Like, they're taking heavy risks to try and get them into these rounds. Now, again, they managed to get an opener. I feel like Cabal is still trying to do so much for this team. He's managed to get himself a hell of a lot of kills, of course, but still 38, and this is close. God, granted, 38 for Ronan wasn't enough to even win. Then again, this might not be either. It's still a 4v4, minute left on the clock, and the T's are all the way back towards their spawn.
This one's going to be tough. Checkmate on their way up long, getting a little bit of control. No, it all comes down to the immediate reactions when they're spotted. Dobu has a lot of weight in his shoulders and no utility to slow them down as they start to push. He's being spotted, so has to fall back, but he's only seen one player. 30 seconds as utility comes over. Now they know it's a push into this site. The support here at NCL falls immediately. Dobu able to get one, but he needs more. He needs to answer up big, and there it is. Techno falling, 20 seconds left. They can't plant the bomb until they deal with Dobu. He just needs to keep dancing around this truck and staying alive. He gets there, or stays alive long enough that his teammates get into position, but that smoke stops them from denying the bomb. Down goes Kaz, and it's all on to Hawk. He's trying to fly high, but his wings might be clipped. Coming around the side, catches one off guard, but he can't get the final kill. 9 finishes him off, and the map 16-14, Tom. A very close game, but in the end, Tiger take it across the line.
Yeah, I guess after the first half, we got the result that we were expecting, but dear Lord, not in the manner in which we were expecting it. That was a 14-4 scoreline in favor of Tiger, and they clutched it out in a 1v1 to make it 16-14. Like, that is utterly ridiculous, and yeah, I'm very disappointed in their CT side, to say the least. Good resurgence, though. It's unfortunate for the guys at Checkmate on the other side. It was only really a very good round that came out from Dobu, and obviously 38 kills from Cabal. He's matched the most kills we've seen so far in this tournament. I don't know what to say. Like that was just ridiculous. And I'm sure we have Blair and Dinko who thoroughly enjoyed that performance. You know, it was slightly less manic than the ones that they've witnessed. So I can't say I minded too much.
Yeah, I enjoyed it 100%. I think it's because when you guys started talking about the food is when Tiger's like, I'm just gonna teach these guys a lesson and make them talk for a little bit more. 67 kills between Urcast and Cabal. 67. And yet it came down to the final 1v1 in the final round of regulation. I don't know, Dinko. This was...
yeah.
I don't know.
Cabal and Urcast make Tiger relevant. I think that's just about it, really. I think the rest of the team are good enough. I think Dobu has his moments. I mean, he made the MVP performance in the last round to put them in a position that they could take this over the line. But for the most part, it feels like the core of Cabal and Urcast and Dobu are the only three players that can take you over the line. Of course, you have that core, but you have two players here that I feel are a little bit quiet. And if you have a better AWP, imagine Nine, not replaced by Annihilation in this roster, right? Imagine this team. It would be so good. You have so much talent available out there. You get Score, you get Annihilation. Tiger are sick at that point, right? They can beat every team in Mongolia easily, but getting pushed right to their limits, they seem to get pushed to the limits every single time they play against a Mongolian team, no matter who it is, even against Mazalai, right? And then it's a little bit sad to see because Tiger, the team that won the first Asian RMR event, they're not that team anymore, right? They've kind of fallen off a good bit. They still get it over the line. Big performance from Cabal, obviously, but still, I don't think they'll be too happy with the way it went.
And I mean, heading into map number 2, Tom, like you're looking at Checkmate, who they picked Dust 2. Now, that's a map which Tiger really do enjoy playing, but considering, okay, let's just kind of forget about Overpass. It's very clear both teams are very, very uncomfortable on the CT side, which is actually surprising compared to some of the games we've seen early in the past couple of days, where like these teams know how to play a CD side, just T side, which is non-existent. Here, that's a pretty solid T side, some great openings, individuals popping off. Obviously, Cabal and Urcast stealing the show. For Checkmate, I guess, yeah, it was a losing effort. It was a valiant effort, of course, but I feel like they're going to be feeling pretty happy with Dust 2 coming out. Now, yes, it is a map that Tiger are very comfortable with. It's a map which they go for the first pick all the time as their first pick. And right now, I don't know, if I'm Checkmate, I'm going to be like, yeah, Dust 2, bring it on. We can probably take them.
Yeah, well, they literally lost it to Bren already within this tournament. So yeah, it didn't look particularly good when they played it last time. In fact, if you're talking about the 5 lowest rated players within the server, all 5 of them were playing for Tiger, which you don't see that very often. Yeah, so, and it was only really Urcast that managed to do anything, and that was him getting, I think it was 19 kills, right, in that first half on Dust 2. And then they just did absolutely nothing. They won 10 rounds, by the way, on the T side and got 2 on the CT side. The only worry for me is obviously we're likely to see Tiger start on the T side again because it is the opponent's map choice, so they get the choice of side. So they could get off to one of those good starts. But we've already seen the Checkmate are very resilient. And yeah, as you said, going into that map, they probably will feel confident. The problem is a pick of Dust 2 is always going to be 50-50. I don't like it being a pick unless you're some of the best team. Like maybe if you're big, or something like that, where you just have crazy games of Dust 2 or Mirage, like you can understand it, but other than that, I'm not a fan of that being a choice.
And Mitch, finally, like if you look at this matchup, right? Yeah, yes, it was Tiger winning it in the end. Again, Urcast being this rock, he wasn't top fragging, but he's usually up there, first or second top fragger in the team, and it just being very, very consistent. But it required Cabal getting 38 kills, and even then it went 16-14. So it's not ideal, is it, when you're going to be relying on one of your players who's not Urcast to have an insane game to win you maps, and heading into Dust 2, which is traditionally a very duel heavy map, and you look at the players in Checkmate, I don't know, like, would you be feeling a little worried for the side of Tiger right now?
I think you have to be with how that CT side played out for them. Again, I gave them the excuse that obviously we had a position that they chose this map and it's not somewhere that they're comfortable. I really do think, as I said in the cast, that this was them experimenting with their map pool and trying to test out. I'm sure they've done a little bit of work on Overpass since we saw them play against the likes of Divine Vendetta. Clearly that work hasn't paid off to the extent that we wanted it to. And you have to remember, winning both pistols, there's a good chance they lost this game, had they have lost even one of those. So, yeah, you would have to be worried about them. At the same time, the comfort level was completely off going into that map. So I really feel like then coming into the next of Dust 2, they'll be reset. They'll be feeling a little bit better. And when you've got Cabal dominating the way he was, maybe even takes out that op again. I know Tom would have a meltdown. It could do a lot better for Tiger. I think this one will look a little bit more convincing for them.
All right, coming up next, of course, going to be in Dust 2. We're actually going to be seeing 6 different maps in these 2 series. We saw Mirage, Nuke, and Vertigo in the first best of 3. Right now, we're witnessing Overpass, Dust 2, and maybe even the final map coming up.
It's fine.
Just fine? You good? You sure, Tom?
Yeah,
all right.
Yeah, Tiger
On that note, we're going to be going to a very quick break. Coming up next, it's going to be the Dusty map of Dust 2. Wow, look at that wordplay. And we'll be back on a very short break. Grab something to drink, because things might get pretty dry around here. I'm losing my mind, gents. I'm sorry. All right, break. We'll be back.
Welcome back, folks. We are ready to go with map number 2. Jumping into Dust 2 in just a couple of seconds. The guys are ready to go really quick today. We appreciate that. And looks like the first round's already gone by there, Tom. We've missed the pistol because these guys started so damn quick. And we look at what is a CT side for Tiger that obviously has gone well in the pistol round as they look to push in towards this A side over on the Checkmate side. They've got 4 players on short, 1 coming up through long. The second round forced by, presumably they got the bomb plant down. And this is going to be a tough one for them. But, oh, that molly, that's going to slow them completely. They can get that edge through the smoke, though.
Well, they decided to go through it. That's really awkward. Nines is going to get an easy double. Now, they've invested into this round with MAC-10s available to them. But it is not going too well. Left on to just 2. The counter flashes, nades are just destroying them. And well, Kaz, only one left, gonna run out of bullets. Interesting point, by the way. So obviously we spoke about how yesterday Tiger played, was it the first day? Whatever. They played this map versus Bren, and they had an awful CT side. Now, by the looks of it, if I'm not wrong in this, they didn't choose this map. It was chosen by Checkmate. And they chose to start CT side. So that's pretty interesting to me because, as said, like I would have thought that most teams in general on this map like to start on the T side, set the pace, a lot of momentum can be built up. And they decided against it. So maybe just feeling confident in their CT side and almost trying to prove that the last time was just a blip.
Well, let's hope so. As I said, they're just 2 in general feels a little bit better. Their overpass is an experimental situation that definitely didn't go all too well as a failed experiment. A Cronenberg, as it were. And for Checkmate, you know, a 4 versus 5, a situation where I feel like they're with Deagles. They still have the chance to get some damage done. They definitely want to, and now they're on the site. They're on the A site, potentially a bomb plant here. Nade, not going to kill them. And so, yeah, bomb plant in the round. If they can just find a couple of kills here, that would be huge for them. Just one more. Come on. One more kill. We're good to go. Rue is going to be the one looking for it. He's over towards short. No idea there's a player behind him. And that... Oh, he's actually gotten them. Very well done. Now, I think that was a 180 kill. He's based on the minimap. And so, okay, he saved an M4. They've got a bomb plant, 2 kills. I'm happy with that round.
Yeah, not bad at all. And now they've got to try and do something with it because they've made things that extra bit more costly. The orbs coming in... Why though? Do you know what I'm annoyed by?
No.
Who's got the AWP, Mitch?
Oh, right. Okay. There we go. I was wondering. I was looking at the buys. It's like, I feel like they're not doing anything too crazy. But yeah, Cabal up in hand. I said he had a banger of a previous series. What did he finish on? 38?
38. Do you know how many times he used the AWP?
None.
None.
Well, look, he's already coming in with a vengeance. Find him 1. He wants to prove Tom wrong.
I hope he does.
If he can. He's being pushed up on ramp. They need to find these kills. Urcast already gotten himself that double, though. He's locked it down. Now Cabal just needs to worry about the players up close. Flash is good, but it was unfortunately Urcast's flash that completely blinded him. Another team flash. Seems to be a staple of this region. I don't know how he did that. Like, you know there's a player on site. You know he's got his AWP. Why are you flashing him? Like, and that flash as well, if I'm right in where it landed, it would have gotten them coming out of tunnels, but they were already up on the site, so they weren't even blinded by it. Literally just blinded his teammate.
I'll be brutally honest. I think he was dead anyway. Like, I know that obviously that wasn't a good flash, but like, even still, like he whiffed the first shot. Like that, the shots into the tunnels, especially when there's multiple players, like you have to be hitting those shots. I'm just sticking with what I said before. Like I don't like him playing the AWP. He got a kill in this round. It's not the thing that's irritating. It's not even that he's like awful with the AWP. That's not it. It's that he's fantastic with the rifle, and that's what makes it so infuriating that you have a player who's basically just handicapping himself by using a weapon that's more expensive. This round has not gone well to start, though. 2 players going down. The AWP of 9 has dropped as well. It went straight back in with a double AWP setup here, and I don't know. There has been no evidence from what I've seen of this team so far that the double AWP setup works for them. NCL, though, is just going to wreck someone through smoke, which turns this from a 5v3 into a 3-on-3. Molotov onto the site, which makes the plant a little bit more awkward, and we are going to see the weaponry thrown around him. Cabal's on a rifle, Mitch! Let's go!
Let's go. Here he comes, swinging in for one. Looking up close for another. He spots the big booty. Flash around the corner. Doesn't get blind this time. He's happy about that, but he needs to find some victims, and it looks like they're hiding away as a headshot connects, but it's through the wall. He's going to look for the kill, but Rue is the one to find it. A second for him, a 3K for Hawk, and a single op saved over. I was worried for a second Rue was going to pick that up as well, but it looks like everyone on the team started screaming, no, we've got one. And so that op is saved through. Just one, and it's for Kaz to start this round off.
Ovu just got finished. Oh, that's... I didn't even know that was that disgusting. Dear Lord. That's brutal. Both players just getting racked through the smoke. A bad start for them. And the CT side have invested a lot of money into this, Mitch. These are like, we see quite a few of these rounds where I just don't understand. Like, because if NCL saves, he has enough to buy next round. If Cabal saves, he has enough to buy a next round. Okay, Urkus would have been a little bit more awkward. But, like, why is 9... Like, I guess he's saving for the AWP. But then Dobu still has 2,500. Like, he's not going to need that much going into the next round if they're going to eco. It's just really peculiar. And I don't quite know how they've done the maths here. But knowing my luck, they'll probably win this round. Oh, okay. Early trade. Not too bad. They've still got 3 players around this site. NCL has managed to catch off another one. Hawk spamming the smoke. Isn't going to get anything just yet. Rue should have a field day here, though. Nice spray transition. Cabal going to be the only one left. And it's not quite enough this time. So checkmate. They convert this round. Now we get what will be another eco, I assume.
Yeah.
Because Cabal, Urkus, and NCL bought too much. So if any of these players, like if I now see 9 and Dobu spend like a load more money, which is exactly what's happening, at least on Dobu, it just annoys me. I don't know. I guess all he really would have had was maybe some extra utility and an SMG, which probably wouldn't have made that much difference, but it just seems weird.
9's at least keeping the money over for an op, and they've stacked up the right side in this round, but doesn't look like they'll find anything. Urkast with another flash assist onto his teammate.
Oh, that was clean.
Urkast is loving the team flashes. I mean, he is popping off on them. Unfortunately, that's most of his flash assists, I think. It's. I wonder is there a way to track that? Like how many teammates you've gotten killed with flashes? I also wonder, does that come up as a flash assist still? Because he's got... Oh, that's the previous map, actually. It hasn't refreshed yet. No, the HLTV scoreboard is staying on the previous map, unfortunately, but... Yeah, I wonder if it counts as a flash assist. We could come out of this game going, wow, Urkas did really well on flashes.
And you'll just see like Cabal just shaking in the corner. Please, no more flashbangs.
Every time Urkas like, I'm flashing, he just looks at the floor, starts spinning. There's nowhere it's going to land.
Oh. Got this crossfire mid. Now, as we said, when they played previously versus Bren, their mid and B site hold was awful. Like, in fact, whenever Bren wanted to take the round, the most players they would lose on B is 2. And that was in a direct trade with 2 players. So the Tiger really showed their weakness. Of course, they did get 10 rounds on the T side. So even if they're looking at like 6-7 rounds here, I'm still fairly confident in them going into the second half. 9 is going to be waiting. They've got this double up set up once again. It's still yet to have any impact. So this needs to be the change. Otherwise, I just think you move away from it. They don't seem to adapt very well. 9 is not going to be connecting his initial shot. So they are going to get onto the site for free. Not the easiest shot in the world to hit. And now you're looking at Urkus. Oh, he's also going to whiff. Luckily, NCL has found a kill elsewhere. So we'll at least give them a little bit of space to get back into the site. The problem is they have next to no utility to actually try and get in here. It's just going to come down to individual fights. And they will have heard the Molotov. Rue's already picked off one. Blitz with another. Techno with one more. And as easy as you like, it is a slaughter. Their CT side is proving to be a problem again, and Checkmate, they are capitalizing.
Looking good in the buy rounds. Money built up massively. Stacks, wads of cash in their back pockets. And this is, it's definitely worrying for Tiger. You know, they made these harsh economic decisions, forced onto a couple of rounds where they've only got a few pistols. And then their buy round, they just get trampled. And stampede through short. And a round win for Checkmate. And that's a very two-dimensional approach. And it pays off like that. You're in for happy days. So much damage done through those doors already. They don't... Oh, they know there's a player close. They spot him. Oh, the swing by Techno. Run away. The headshot only damaged him for 3 HP. But I wouldn't want to be getting that close to the pistols.
Okay. Well, yeah, one. Of course, at this point, doesn't matter. The T's have got so much cash. They've managed to streak a fair few rounds together here. And okay, CT side, they have an AWP. They're going to stay on Dobu. This is what we actually saw on Train. Now, I jokingly said yesterday that Dobu was their best AWPer. Based off that performance. So we'll see. Maybe he's going to show us something we haven't seen before. This fast cat is not very fast. He will just get aggressive into that position. I like this. They're really looking to put the pressure onto Cabal in mid. They're going to smoke the Molotov. This AWP is probably going to play no further part as Cabal tries to hold the line. Urkus, he's going to go running through. Doesn't actually spot anyone else, and it's the back of the B side that's being pressured. NCL, he's just trying to hold on for dear life, but here comes the Molotov. He needs to try and get a kill before he dies, and he fails. And again, this B site is just a burden for Dust to... Oh, dear Lord.
Well, the retakes on B are never too easy. And have they spotted the player coming in the close corner? No, they have now, and the trade is there for Dobu. Switches to the AK for the 1v1 on the site. 20 seconds left to get in there. He has a kit, so he's good to go. Molly down below in the window. He's going to make it in through the doors. Can't see anybody just yet, and Blitz perfectly times that peek out from the tunnels. That is 6 on the board for Checkmate, as they are looking pretty damn good. It has to be said, their T side is a scary thing on Dust 2. 6 in a row. Again, they came in, they won versus what? That's the 3rd rifle round out of those 6. And all things considered, you know, they've got to be pretty happy with themselves. Obviously, even one of those was a mix buy by Tiger. But still,
I think it's another round that's been lost by an AWP. Like Dobu's flank there, so well timed, gets through the smoke, peeks. And I might be wrong, but I almost feel like it is just that comedic irony of the guy he missed killed him at the end. So, like, it was, yeah, it's unfortunate, but I obviously see the benefits of an AWP in Counter-Strike. I'm not saying that they shouldn't have one. It's just like they keep trying on different players, and for each of those players, it's not working. So I don't know why there's this, like, sheer dedication to something that just seems to catch them off guard. Nice shot from 9. He's been doing well with the pistols, been doing well with the rifles. But it doesn't seem to matter too much. And Techno's had an absolute field day when it comes to these anti-eco rounds. He seems to almost relish the opportunity to find some of these frags. And he is going to get another one, leaving it on to Cabal, who will also die through the edge of the smoke. 7 rounds in a row, Mitch. 7 in a row. And, well, I haven't really seen any signs of life here for Tiger. I said it at the beginning. I was surprised that they didn't start on their T side, because their T side was by far the better. But I guess they like a comeback story.
Well, I can't really blame them. Everyone loves a good underdog. And Kaz looking for the opening in towards B. Mid control being sought after by Checkmate as well. They've left open long. But I don't really blame them. You know, those dedicated short pushes have worked out for them versus these full buys in the past. And so a bit of a rinse and repeat with a slower approach. Flash around on short to get them in position to throw their smokes. Good deep nade, though. Damage is actually not really relevant at all. So here's their smokes for the crossover, flash up high. Kaz is still outside of B, still harassing those players. This could be a fake. Yeah, it is. Look, smoke down for CT. They're going to hit the B side.
God, they're just playing so well on this T side. It's so easy for them to enter into this B side, but all the utility they used to sort of fake things out was just perfect. Checkmate are looking like a really good squad at the moment on this T side, and well, Tiger looking abysmal. It's obviously the fake like completely threw them off, but even just looking at that B site as a whole, they don't even trade evenly on the entries. Like that is just sheer one bullet taps, and then just dead. Like it's so easy for them to take that site.
Yeah, but that was gorgeous. So you obviously saw them. It's not just the execute they threw on the A site, all the smokes, all the flashes, the mollies. It wasn't that by itself that impressed me. What really and truly impressed me was the small things. When they push on short to set up those smokes, they're going to lose a lot of players there, but the looks of things, just a one. When they push through to short initially to actually seize control, to put their smokes down, they flash the corner before they peek. And it is a very small thing, but that's what stops an op that's posted on short taking that pick. It's what pushes them back and pressures them. And then also, they don't see how many you come up. So they're already paranoid. They're pushed back out of the control. So that, from the side of Tiger, is like, oh, okay, there's someone on short. Then there's smokes, there's flashes, everything's coming over. Like, oh, they're executing A, they're executing A. Boom, guys are out mid almost immediately because they threw the smokes and went back instantly. It was really, really well handled. There's the op drop. The rifle's already gone, so NCL's alone with a deagle. He gets one. That's the bomb dropped. Okay, maybe a chance actually for him if he grabs this one. But it's not to be.
And 9 on the trot. Stellar performance from Checkmate, and oh, we're going to see another purchase coming in. 9 back on his AWP, and the rest of the team going to be sticking to those rifles. It's hard to even say at this point what they should do. Like, I liked the idea of getting aggressive into short, at least try and take some map control away. But the fact is, it's been these B splits, these mid to Bs that have just been so easy for them to take. And it's not like the A site has been good either. Urkus, he's actually going to take the initiative and push in towards short. 9 as well has finally managed to find that opener. But then Urkus tries to push into mid. You're asking for trouble at that point. You might as well have just DC'd from the server because you already had a man advantage in this scenario, and instead you've just thrown it all away. And Cabal, please don't push this smoke. Oh, is he going to get a lucky timing? Oh, not quite. He's going to go following, though. I don't know if Kaz will have spotted that. I don't think he did. So that's at least a freebie. Giving them a man advantage once again after already throwing the first one. Kaz... Oh my goodness. I thought he was just going to hand away that kill straight back. This round is making me so uncomfortable, Mitch.
Definitely an edge of your seat one. I mean, this is a round that Tiger definitely need. They want to have 6 by the end of this. Smoke down. Actually going to block off one of the players, but they don't wait for it to bloom. It still hasn't bloomed. There we go. Eventually. Comes in very late. Kaz got a big shot. He takes down NCL. Cabal in a 1v1 now. The molly going out towards short. It's going to allow for the bomb plant. This is absolutely huge. Molly returned. Now he knows exactly where his opponent is, and Kaz has got that up. He's trained in on it. Molly fades, and he's waiting for the short play, but Cabal's going all the way around. But as time ticks on, Cabal doesn't see a thing. He's going to think about it, but will he turn in time? Oh, he's moved onto the side. Look at that timing. It's so good. Shots missed by Cabal. He hits Kaz down to 18 HP. 1 shot for each player. Nade a little bit too deep. Kaz, he's heard. He's scoped in. Running up on the side here. Cabal's got the angle, and the headshot prevails. That is a close round if ever I've seen one. But just about, Tiger have managed to pull this one off.
Dear Lord, that was close. Oh my God. Cabal with a nice attempt. I do have to point out, incredible attempt coming out from Kaz, but at the same time, why? Why are you peeking that? Like, there is absolutely no reason to just go for such a risky play when your teammate cannot trade that kill. make me severely uncomfortable. And here we go. The auto snipers train down mid. The smoke's going to be thrown across. And they've done so much damage. Cabal is the unlucky one in this scenario. They're going to leave. Potentially head towards the B site. Honestly, I'd love them to just run into the B site at this point. There has been little to no defense of B. Bear in mind, I'm not just harping on them. This was a 4-0 start in favor of Tiger. The scoreline is far kinder than it ever should be, as they lost 9 rounds in a row. And although there was some nice execution, some nice bait plays from Checkmate, the most successful thing they've had is just a quick push into B.
Let's see what the approach is. The dedicated short push. Again, it's worked for them a couple of times in the past. This time, though, 9 is on the site. He's ready to go with the op in hand. Smoked off. The cross coming over is going to be virtually impossible for him to pick anyone off on. Flash up high doesn't really allow him to do anything or blind his opponent. So, utility thrown into the night sky, and Hawk is able to take that frag through the one small gap. This is a disaster. They've traded it out, but that just doesn't matter when the bomb goes down. They need short control, and this fight could be what defines this round. Hawk flashed around the corner, but he misses the shots. That's a big whiff from him. Now a second player coming in to support who has a headshot angle on him. He realizes this, though. Now knowing there's 2 players here, a little bit more info to play with, and Hawk is happy to play the time game. Another flash coming around that corner, but it doesn't go quite deep enough. And so down he goes. With Hawk falling, the short control is gone. They've got to take a fight somewhere else. And as Techno swings out, his teammate falls, and they just crunch in on that site. Really well handled by Tiger yet again. And that defuse is so close, but it looks like they've got it. That was so close. The numbers were going down in tandem.
I'm going to be honest. They don't deserve to be this close. Like... The rounds that they have won have been, well, literally a hair away from going in the other direction. Like, that is ridiculously close. That. Like, even at this speed, it's still...
0.5.
Yeah, it's slower. A minor chart. Yeah, so it was 0.6 or 0. Yeah. It would have been ridiculous. Just 0.5 something when it went off.
Yeah, that's 5-3. That's ridiculous. Yeah, so damn close. Whoa! Techno being a little bit blocked here in the pistol round as they move back in towards the site. Cabal able to find one Dobu again, and Tiger, they are opening this pistol round up in style, but the row, no, they're peeking them one at a time. They're going aggressive. The tunnel's pushed by Blitz has gotten him one already, and he's looking for more victims. This is falling apart, crumbling for Tiger. They wanted to take the fight to their opponents, but instead, they've thrown this one away.
I'm going to be honest, I've had enough of Tiger at this point. Like, what are you doing? Like, what are you doing? Like, why are you facing that? You have a 5-on-3, you have a gun specifically designed for close range encounters, and you go fighting. That's just so stupid. I can't believe that they've actually managed to lose that round. It's just... It's almost like that was intentional. Like, I genuinely can't think of a single reason other than being too cocky to do that. And you're losing the map. For God's sake.
Yeah.
What was the point?
And like,
now they've force bought into this one. Of course, they're gonna come in with the AKs. Cabal is playing with an AK and no armor, and 9 is playing with a scout with armor. Can we just call this one off?
This makes no sense. Yeah, I didn't even catch that. That's just ridiculous.
I'm hoping that's a graphical bug. Do you know what? I'm going to accept that that's a graphical bug just for my sanity. In my mind, he has armor because it would be really stupid to put it this way around. It's not like the Scout is one of those guns that really works well if you don't have armor as well, is it? It's not like that would make sense. And he's someone who is obsessed with picking up the scope rifles. Nade going to be thrown over. And that has done a hell of a lot of damage to Dobu. He's straight out of there. Push going to be coming in. Nice shot from Urcast. And they've got the bomb down. They got an after-plant situation. 9 has been traded out, however, and now things become fairly awkward. The man with armor can't be chucked an AK anymore as he's already dead. And NCL didn't have any to begin with either. Time is ticking down. Urka's trying his damnedest. His teammates have done so much, and Cabal actually is going to be able to deny an extra kill. It's left all onto Techno. No kit and not a lot of time. The Incendiary going to be thrown out, but NCL will be able to duck away. Bomb's actually not planted for them, but it doesn't matter at this point. He doesn't have a kit. The round is already over. He's just trying to make things more costly. Tiger, make this one work. I hate that they make this one work because it was ridiculous. But yeah, they're both going to go up with a bomb. But I guess it does kind of matter because the likelihood is checkmate are going to force.
This is just the weirdest thing I've ever seen in my life. I don't know. So like, it's one of these positions I wish it wasn't Tiger. I'm very glad we don't have post-game interviews because I don't think I would have a lot of questions, but I don't think they'd be ones that the players would want to answer or hear.
So, you had a 5v3 on the B side. You decided to run in and die. Why?
How long have you been playing Counter-Strike? And then, are you sure?
Urkust, how is your back feeling?
Oh! This is ridiculous by Rue. The force buy, and we said about the money, Tom. Losing those weapons, it could be costly if they lose this round.
You know what that was?
What's that?
That was rude.
Oh, God. Well, he is on his route to success. Sur votre route. And Hawk is looking to aid him. It looks like he's already in for one, but no more to come through. The push through the smoke didn't come in as Rue. He didn't feel like supporting his teammate on that fight. A little bit selfish, gotta say. But obviously, Blitz even had a flash, actually. He was down towards CT. Probably could have flashed him through the smoke, but goes up for the AK instead. Not a decision I'm going to disagree with. They've got a little bit of long control being sought after. Rue. Okay, he's going for rifle. There we go. I was wondering, he just like throws the scout away after the shot. It's like, what? What's that about?
Yeah, they have wasted a lot of time, though. They've got 20 seconds to try and make this one work. The kit's on long as well. So if the man on long dies, this is basically over. And, well, luckily, my point is proven by the fact that Cabal ends Rue's life. Or they can even attempt anything. The thing is, it's like, I could easily see Tiger bringing this one back. At the same time, the rounds that they managed to win on their CT side were the pistol and follow-up rounds of one buy round. And then after that, it was those 2 rounds that came down to less than a second on the defuse for them to win. On the T side, they lost the pistol through their own stupidity. They then have won a round very, very close. And now they're actually just barreling straight into a stack. Cabal has just destroyed everybody. So he's going to be making a decent amount of cash. But yeah, it's like, this has been super messy. And as said, like, they're supposed to be the team coming in as like, well, potentially number 2 or 3 within the whole region, challenging for number 1, and like they're struggling to face off against number 2 within their own region. And if anything, if it wasn't for the fact that they just managed to win that 4 spy round, they would be losing this one dominantly.
Can't disagree with you there, Tom. 100%. Like, it's a position at the moment where I really feel like Tiger do not deserve to win this game. They've definitely made the most mistakes by far. Great short push by Blitz. He catches Cabal out. I mean, being true to his name on that one, the Blitz came in. And now they just back off towards the site. The man advantage happily under their belt. The MAC-10s ×2 in play. I mean, the buy definitely isn't ideal. They've got the reserve cash, but this is a buy I would have thought would have went towards the B site, but they're looking for short control. Bomb outside of tunnels, but on its way to middle as well. This is certainly looking like it's going to be an A hit. With 2 MAC-10s and 2 AKs, it's none can back. Oh, the bomb's going back towards tunnels, holding by himself. If they push tunnels now, they would have a 1v1 for the bomb, which is not ideal.
Oh,
it's
no.
on its way over Kaz. He's not thinking about pushing tunnels instead. It's middle, and he's evaded their detection as well. He hears the steps, but that baits him into peeking.
Unlucky.
That is unintentional, but actually a great bait as it transpired.
The CT side don't really know what to do here. They don't have much utility, so if it comes down to a retake, they are stuffed. Urkus. Oh, is he going to see him over the top? He is. And that's Hawk gone. That's an afterplant position, and the CTs... This is a save. Like, you've got no kit, you've got no utility. Well, 2 flashbangs. This is not something that you can attempt.
Yeah, they realize that, I think. It's time to run away, save for another day. All in all, a strange set of events. You know, it feels like Tiger maybe getting a little bit more switched on. At least I would hope so. As the series becomes more and more threatening for them. But I do feel bad for them in that round. You know, they got sold a lot of fake info. That player jumping off of short and coming down towards tunnels as the bomb went up on top of short. So when Kaz peeked through, he knew one guy was running tunnels, and he sees another guy up on top of the wall on short. Doesn't know if he's going from mid to short or from short to mid, but obviously he probably presumed, oh, that guy's on his way to B as well when he died. And you could see that because they sent another player, who I think was Rue, down into CT spawn to watch for the cross, as they still had 2 players on B. So at that point, pretty much all the info was pointing to it being a B take, and that's what Checkmate think is coming in. And then all of a sudden, these players just perfectly sneak up on short and get a free kill. The round is over at that exact moment. And it wasn't really down to any massive mistakes by Checkmate. I think they made the right plays. That mid-aggression was something you can attempt. I'm not going to critique it. I think especially after he heard the steps and thought it was going to be a B hit with the guy, final player rotating. He thought he had a god tier flank. That was just one little hiccup. A forgivable one, definitely. And then the player on site, I don't know what else he could have done, really.
Well, a 5-man stack on A. Everybody here. If Checkmate were ever going to make one of these rounds work, this would be it. And if anything, they're only 1 rifle down on what's on the other side, as there's still a MAC-10 for NCL. Long take with a MAC-10 has its weaknesses. I like they're almost using Hawk for bait here. Spamming through him while the bait actually bites back, as he's managed to find the kill on to NCL. That MAC-10 is gone. Nice trade from Cabal. This is not going to be an easy scenario. Urkus, though, with a quick double. Dobu chiming in as well. And Kaz, well, sat there looking around confused. They're searching for this last man, not quite realizing that he is just lurking below. Could get a free kill onto Cabal, but opts against taking the shot. And, well, this is a tad ambitious.
Yep. Second time you jump peek that, you're gone. They're already holding it, waiting for it. Especially because they have the player on long that's watching their run up on ramp. They know that you're not really going to be able to do anything. I think probably the, I suppose, statistically correct play in that 1v3 would have been to leave through CT and hold down short for either an exit or to pick up one of your teammates' weapons after the bomb blew up and you knew you were safe to run out. It was probably the best percentage play, but appreciate the attempt. Especially though, because even if he had found 2 kills and still lost the round, he wouldn't have done anything. You know, Tiger have got a lot of money now. It would have been a long time until they saw the reward for that. This, though, is a valuable opening kill by Kaz as he comes in with the op. They shut down 9. Gonna be smoked off. Molly behind it as well to stop any aggression. They've already managed to make it past it, though. So they might just consider the push out. They did get full blinded by that flash, though. They've also smoked the Molly in CT, even though they were inside the T Molly. I'm not too sure why they did that. Maybe I think it was to try and give that one way over it, so they had a little bit more cover. But it gave away the fact that they were there, and then you didn't see any mid aggression because of that, I think.
I quite like this crossfire setup. Kaz just holding with the AWP. It's a bit risky from his own angle, but he's got a teammate to cover him. And I do think that when it comes to these two teams, like Checkmate have definitely got the better synergy. The problem is, in terms of individuals, it's Tiger dragging them through a lot of rounds. Kaz not going to be able to hit the shot, and actually we're going to see Tiger doubling back towards his B side. Urkus, normally so good on those lurks out middle, this time will be caught. There is going to be a second man to stand in his place. This B take's not going to be easy. Dobu with the first kill coming up. Cabal's actually caught one, and now Techno has a hell of a lot to do. The young man with a lot on his shoulders, and he drops Dobu like it's nothing. The second for him is all too easy, and Cabal with 12 seconds, he can't do anything. It's not quite the 4K, but it is at least 3 as Techno evens up the scoreline 11-11, but the T's are coming back with an even stronger buy.
Techno, the young gun, standing in for this team, of course, at the last hour when their teammate broke his hand celebrating, punching the desk in joy and screaming in anguish. And the sad irony of that is that he was celebrating being able to play in this tournament and stopped himself from being able to play in this tournament. But yeah, Techno's very young, and he's just come in as a stand-in and been phenomenal. I've loved watching him. And for a player like him, this is a great opportunity. You're getting a chance to play in what is part of the major circuit, which is obviously in and of itself a real honor, I think, for anybody. You're standing in for a team that domestically are pretty good from what we've seen in the grand scheme of things, considering how unknown they are. And you're showing yourself off to these other teams, like someone like Tiger. This is who you want to perform against, because maybe when they decide they need a lineup change, they're going to go, oh, that Techno guy was pretty good. I mean, that's how players get picked up a lot of the time within this level of Counter-Strike. Even look at Godsend. The reason they picked up Madden was because they played an open qualifier against him and he wrecked them. Got 50 kills on 2 maps. And then they were like, let's trial him. And he did amazing. Now he's on that lineup. If he didn't play that open qualifier against them, they would have never scouted him.
The push is coming onto this A site, but they've got a little bit stuck in the mud. 35 seconds. They're actually going to go for the plant. There's still so many players around this angle, but they've got away with it. There's also a late flank coming in from Cabal, which could be absolutely everything. He's going to be looking in from behind. A kill comes up, but there's the first for free. Oh, he's not going to hit the shot, but luckily NCL will chime in alongside him, and through again, he's just going for jumping shots. It's not worked at all. 12-11. That's the second time now that we've seen an almost all-out stack on that A site, and it failed completely.
Checkmate have got to be a little bit deflated now coming into this. Obviously having to take a week. Well, what you would think would be a week by at 12-11, Tom. I could not disagree with this decision more. They have gone for an AWP, an M4, 2 SMGs, and a Deagle in a round where if they lose it, they will be 14-11 down. This is ludicrous. 1 eco is all they needed to take. They could have Deagles on pretty much everybody, come into the next round, have the AWP, have full utility. The reality is they haven't been able to win rounds where they have that. And playing a little bit more aggressively with the AWP to start things off. Kaz does manage to take down Urcast, at least bridging the gap slightly. It looks like A is going to be the target. Surprising, considering they've just heard the AWP chime in over towards that site. But as 3 players come out long, and Tunnel's control is conceded by Cabal, who comes back to the T-spawn to pick up the bomb, it does look like they want to challenge this.
Well, they've at least gained some pit control. Kaz has gone rotating to try and find a different angle to fight. With Cabal lurking so regularly. Plan, like, the bomb is currently going solo to the other side of the map. Like, what? And then NCL, like, you should have a decent idea that this is a weaker purchase. I guess maybe the AWP has thrown them off a little bit. They're selling this as a big fake. I'm not sure how I feel about this. There's still a rotation coming back. There's a player waiting around. Ready. A decent amount of damage done. Rotation not coming just yet. Even if they get this kill cleanly, there's still a good chance of the retake. Techno this time won't be able to hold on. And with Dobu not finding anything. But look how fast this flank is. Rue is already there. This has gone horrifically. And it's left now onto Cabal. He's got to try and hold this site on his own. I think they've severely overthought this round. This was one where they came in with an inherent advantage. Their opponents didn't even have much. It was an AWP, some SMGs. And they win it with 3 players alive. I am just confused.
Well, it was a very reckless investment by Checkmate. They took the risk, but they are definitely getting the reward for it, I suppose, thanks to some mistakes over on the Tiger side, and maybe a bit of a misread on what they were against as well. I think that it caught us off guard, being able to see what was happening. And perhaps once they saw the up in play, they got thrown out of sorts as well. It can be hard to really, in the moment estimate exactly what your opponents have in situations like that. Now, a pause has come through, and this is a really important time for both of these teams. I mean, if Checkmate want to bring this all the way through to a map 3, they're going to have to win this round here. It's definitely not going to be an easy one.
Oh, Hawk's taking some fairly big risks. He's got Blitz alongside him, who ran out of ammo. And they've almost just lost 2 players to this long fight, which hasn't been working for them. I think A-Long has been the one sort of avenue of attack. It's really been working out for this T side. Kaz is having to take some pretty big risks just to try and get something back, but never mind. Nine's just going to walk out. Simple.
Cabal's over on the op. Tom, you love to see it.
Nope.
We'll see if we can get anything done with it. They're going to move in towards the A side. Well, Cabal was shifting forward. Urcast is moving over towards B, though. They're holding out on top mid as well. Perhaps presuming that there's going to be some aggression coming through from Checkmate. Or they might be right. Checkmate are getting itchy feet. They're starting to move back over towards the bomb site, but they drop off in the end. Opting to boost, I think, Techno up. Hawk and Techno. Low HP players left as the anchors on the site. They have utility at least to play off of. They are going to be challenged. Urcast has made his way from tunnels over to short, where he's now starting to fight. A CT smoke thrown out, trying to confirm that it's a B hit, but here's the smoke for the cross. They're now going to realize what's happening. Good nade by Hawk. Decent damage done to NCL. He's playing around this smoke. They've already taken Techno out. They won't think Hawk is here. Oh, but they've checked it anyways. Coming around this smoke. Dobu catches him from behind. And 13 on the board for Tiger is Checkmate. Well, they've got no choice but to save.
Yeah, that looked like a much better execution of the same thing they attempted in the last round, but the other way around. So they almost played off the fact that they did this last round and it failed, and then just went, okay, we're going to do the same thing, but this time Urcus is going to bait in a CT smoke, which means that if you're playing around mid, you have to fall back, because if they do push mid, you're dead if you just try and hang around. So it was quite smart, split the defense completely, and it's one of the better rounds we've seen from Tiger. 4 men surviving as well, and with the economy so bad for the CT side, they have no choice but to try and hold on to what they've got. So it's going to be another one of those rounds where Checkmate are going to have to fight with not the best of buys, if they want to, of course. But, well, what we saw last time, I wouldn't be surprised if they do.
So, with a position for Checkmate, pistols in hand, alongside these rifles, we really don't expect much, but the aggression comes through from Rue. In rounds like this, I think you need to make those aggressive plays. What I am surprised about is the fact that he does it alone, Tom. So he pushes all the way through, while Blitz just tucks away. The Deagle not looking to go with his teammate in trade. And really, I would prefer the Deagle be the first man around that corner to poke out and see if there's anyone there, and then be traded on by the AK. But instead, they've made Rue the sacrificial lamb of the round.
It does seem a bit odd. Kaz is going to be forced back. Flashbang will leave a fair few players blind, and they're battling a little bit with Hawk in mid. Nade will do an extra bit of chip damage, which actually, when you've got some pistols in play, is not too bad at all. Of course, for Tiger, it's integral that they win this round. That they would really be sort of scraping the bottom of the barrel of how low we think this can go for them if they do manage to lose another round like this after previously going wrong in the same sort of situation as well. Hawk dead as Cabal was ready and waiting. He's been doing quite well on these lurk plays. Now Kaz with everything to do. Ooh, that is a nice shot, but it does seem half the time that Tiger are just oblivious to every piece of aggression. It's slipping, Mitch. Only 2 players now remain as it's a fight for 9. Trying to go into middle. He's got 19 seconds. He's got to run the gauntlet. Techno's still hiding. 14 HP. They don't have the nades to cover this, and they line up for Kaz. Tiger can't catch a break, and Kaz has been the catalyst of this comeback. 13-13. There isn't a round that Tiger can't lose.
No, they really aren't. Few saved weapons, deagles. And the real problem, Tom, is that there were only 3 deagles, you know? They weren't up against the 4. The magic number wasn't there. They still lost. What's happening? I pick and choose when I believe in the system. It looks like 3 is the new system. 3 and up and an M4. That's what we need. And maybe the 5-7 on Kaz as well. Maybe that made a difference. Who knows? Who knows? Gaben was the guiding hand. But on 13-13, it's time to make a move. Going in through the molly, straight through. 9's almost dead, and he is in the end. A quick shot connected to finish him off, and this is an absolute massacre, Tom. 14-13, no money for Tiger, and map 3 looking like a possibility.
It is amazing how the best B defender we've seen in this game, and actually, do you know what? I'm going to go ahead and say it across any match we've seen, is a 16-year-old kid who's playing as a stand-in. Like, how ridiculous is that? Like, props to him. He's playing very well. But, like, that is hands down the best B-site Dust 2 defense we've seen. Every other team has struggled. Every other team seems to suck at defending B across pretty much every map. We've seen bad B-site defense on Train, on... definitely on Dust 2, that's without a question. On Mirage as well. Like, this guy, someone just, like, if he's not officially on Checkmate at this point, he should be. I'm thoroughly impressed and also thoroughly disappointed at the same time in Tiger for... Like, I want to go back to the point I made earlier that I do believe they deserve to lose this map. But even still, like, so they've lost 2 rounds now where their opponent didn't have a bye.
Well, it looks like we've got a clear-cut plan for this round, Tom. There's no messing around from Tiger as they look to repeat the push into the B site, this time without the rifles, just pistols. As they go on in, it's a Tech9 swinging very wide first. No one able to trade. Full Blind Brew gets the flick. Oh, this is a disaster. GG. Well played. 15 rounds should be on the board for Checkmate in just a moment. The all picked up by Urkas. Hold on! He was given a chance, but he looked away. In through the molly. NCL burns to death. A fitting end to this round, as they did certainly just roast themselves.
What?
He's just tanked it, mate.
Oh, dude. just run straight. Has he not played Counter-Strike before? I genuinely don't. I don't get it. Like, what do you mean fire burn? Like, like a bloody caveman. He's just discovered it for the first time. Oh my god.
Yeah, it is grim. It is absolutely grim. Well, we're looking at least an OT here, more than likely a third map, as Checkmate have made one hell of a turnaround, and people aren't even looking at Techno. He was able to fire a whole mag of an AUG before someone eventually looked at him. Must have put a silencer on it. 9. Oh, he's in the smoke, but he's being behind it, but he's being spammed on through it. This ain't looking good. Can we? Yeah, we'll just call it here. I don't think they're getting this one done. Flank on mid. Dobu's watching for it. Doesn't hit the shots. And with that, Cabal's alone with a deagle and can't get a damn thing done. Tom, a disappointing end to Tiger's run, but they are going to lose out on this map and go on to the next, where I don't know how I feel after this. This has been a very, very weak performance from Tiger on that CT side.
I can see why Checkmate picked us too. Like, I'll be honest, this should not have been close. They lost the pistol and follow up, technically they lost just the follow up on the second half. So they were down by a huge amount of rounds for that. And then in the buy rounds, they were the better team by a country mile. Even in their forced buy rounds where they had just had an AWP, their AWPer was by far the best AWPer in the server, even though there was 3 different AWPs that were attempted. So yeah. It was Tiger just looked horrible on this map.
Well, yeah, overall, don't know what we've just witnessed. Don't know how this has happened. But at the end of the day, this is a convincing game, I guess, by Checkmate. A good turnaround for them. Blad, Dinko, what do you guys think? This is a bit of a different result than we expected.
Yeah.
Talking about his Beyond team, they're pretty good. QQ, Olivia, those guys are going to be a pain in the butthole that we speak a bit about. Then he spoke about Tyloo, how they want to face them, how they want to beat them. I'm like, dude, like, you're struggling against the second, third, maybe even fourth best team in your region. I don't even know where Checkmate stands. Checkmate aren't anything too crazy. Sure, you have Technofoke, who's been a revelation. Kaz has been solid. Blissman. So they're an okay team. They're definitely an above average team. They haven't been terrible. I don't think that ADRs... I don't think the ADRs are correct. I don't think the ADRs are right. But I feel the frags at least are correct. Pretty closely contested matchup. Kaz just being a magician with the AWP. But all in all, I don't know about you, Dinko. This is a very deflating performance from Tiger. We thought they'd come into this RMR looking a little bit, swinging and showing that, hey, that first RMR win wasn't a fluke. But honestly, they're just a middle-of-the-pack team, Dinko.
Yeah, we established that, I think, in PAL number 1, right? In the summer PAL, I definitely think Tiger are overrated. It's a big performance in ESL1 Road to Rio, but there's a reason why Smooya and Snappy were meant to go to this team, right? There was a reason there was meant to be roster changes. They obviously have problems, and it's not all perfect over at the Tiger camp. And I think we see that every single time they play. And I think we always come in with the expectations, okay, Tiger should be wrecking these guys, they should be beating them easily. But I think at a certain point, we'll start to realize where they're actually at and make the decisions based on how they perform against some of the weaker teams, which is quite consistently poorly. So I think that's where Tiger are at right now. They're just a middle-of-the-pack team, towards the top, because they've just got Urcast and Cabal on the team, and that's enough to carry them into wins.
Yeah, some people might even say that win in the first RMR was probably a curse, not really a good thing. But you know what? That's not our place to talk about that. We're going to be jumping to map number 3. That's going to be Inferno to decide if the upset's going to take place. Are Tiger going to lose to one of their domestic rivals? We're going to be finding out. But before that, of course, we have a break as well. There we go. Inferno's going to be the map coming up next. I'm not going to waste any more time here. It's been a long day already. So grab yourself something to drink, maybe a cup of coffee, because we'll be back with the final deciding map of game number 2 of day 3.
Somehow, some way, some why, we are here on map number 3. Inferno going to be going live soon in a match that really had no place making it to 3 maps. Tiger, they looked pretty shaky on Overpass. I guess they looked pretty shaky on Dust 2 as well. Honestly, overall, feels like Checkmate were the more solid team in this series. And Tom, coming into Inferno, I'm going to ask you one simple question. Do you think the Tiger are going to win this game, or are you favoring Checkmate?
I'm going to go with Checkmate. I think all around they've looked like the better team. Like if you look at the last map, especially, like they won 9 rounds in a row. The 2 that they lost that weren't based off the pistol were coming down to literal half-a-second defuses that only just came in. If you go back to the first map, they had a really bad first half of Overpass. It looks like a map they don't play. Second half, they probably should have won that too. So they've shown resilience, they've shown better strategy, and even on an individual level, I've been more impressed with some of their players. For example, Techno, I think, has been fantastic. Rue as well. Kaz stepping up with the AWP. I think they are the better team, and if they do lose this one, I think with a decent amount of practice and maybe some facing off against some other opponents, they could actually be one of the teams to get through in like 5th or 6th, like genuinely. Whereas for Tiger, I think the reason we're so much more critical is because they're meant to be a top team. Like they won the first RMR. They're convinced that they can win another one from what I've witnessed so far. Even though they've been grinding out victories, which I suppose is all that really matters, they have been horrible like a lot of the time, like when it comes to the way they should be playing and the way they actually are playing. They're reliant on, say, for example, one of your players dropping 38 kills for you to scrape a map. Like, it's uncomfortable, and if I genuinely believe when they face off against a Tyler or a Vici, they're going to get smashed if they play the way they've been playing so far.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, the reality is, you come in, you listen to the interview, even there, Tiger said, as you were saying just there, that they think that they can take on a Tyler, that they can maybe win another RMR event, and maybe they can. Not if they play like that, and maybe not this one. If this is the form that they're on. I've been thoroughly underimpressed, thoroughly let down by Tiger in what we've seen so far in this RMR event. I think far more so than the previous Blitz. Hello. He's just ran into 3 players, 4, I think, and realized that, okay, probably going to be an A hit. And so heavy rotates are on their way. Surprised that no banana control gets sought after, because excuse me, he spotted at least 3 players there. So with 3 players on B, I would have rather even them just push down banana so they can post 1 guy there. But they're obviously thinking it's going to be a fast play. And oh, the kills are going their way. Great stuff by Checkmate. Man advantage now in their court.
Yeah, fantastic from Kaz, and it's left all onto this man again, needing a 4K in the pistol round. He might be about to do his best Ronin impression on this map as well. I guess then it becomes a Cabal impression. Actually gonna get more aggressive. I like this. Knowing that getting the bomb down in this situation's rough. Okay, I liked it up until the point where he ran backwards into library. I guess expecting someone to be there, fair enough, maybe not, but you've already cleared the other angle. I don't get why you'd run in backwards to a new one. Checkmate, though. The thing is, that rotation was really good from them. Like, obviously, they find out the information early. I'm a little bit disappointed with Tiger, more so because I feel like they gave their opposition a chance to rotate. Like, either explode or try and, like, bait out something, rather than what they did, which was they did go for the explosion out of apartments, but after they'd given everybody time to rotate. It was almost like a courtesy.
Been less than ideal for Tiger. You know, it started out okay. They get the open and pick, they slow it down a little bit, they run into the stack still, but every fight went against them. Now they've got a couple upgraded pistols already. The opening duel, they don't know the Techno still towards the back of the side, but they've spotted him and dealt with him immediately. The pistol rush up banana seems to be working out wonders. The deep nade though, oh, look at that damage. 9 and Dobu heavily lit up. Makes it a little bit easier to go in for this retake. And the weapons recovered. I mean, the M4 is on a player that has 6 HP, so it's not like this is really that difficult of a spot to play in. To be honest, I'm surprised he's not giving it to his teammate. I suppose they're both quite low, and now they're dead. As the pistols try to hold on, it's all on Cabal. Great shot as Hawk falls, and Blitz can't get on that bomb. He's got to stick it now. 10 seconds, shots close to him. He's still sticking it inside that smoke, and Cabal has no idea. 3 seconds left. The spam's away, and not a single one connects. And Ninja inside the smoke as Blitz wins the round. Cabal gets out with an M4, but it's little consolation.
Oh, he could have walked up, had a chat with him, and then, like, I don't know, like, stabbed him right at the end. Dear Lord. I don't think I've ever seen anything like that. It was the fact that he was still just spamming bullets through that made me laugh. Like, surely there's a point. Well. Surely there's a point where you go, maybe I should run in the smoke. Like, maybe I should go have a look. But hey, I'm sure that works out for them. That wasn't an investment. All in all, that was a very successful round. And now they come in with a 4-buy. So it's not a bad round. It's just funny how it ended. Blitz. Oh, they're not really going to check properly. Kaz does a good job to at least trade back the initial entries, but they've done very well here. Urkus lurking behind. I don't know if he spotted them as much as they spotted him. Seems like he did. He's going to hear all the footsteps. And surely they're going to... Okay. Oh. Okay, that was an awkward fight. And now Ruse left all alone.
Definitely not a very winnable position, is it? And for Rue, 1v3, what can you do? I think saving over the weapon is definitely the right call. And as you said, this has been a good start for Tiger. They came in with the pistols. They overran the B site. They managed to find themselves the plant. A lot of damage onto the CT side economy. That even with the save, I doubt they'll buy around it. They could force buy, I suppose. Yeah, they probably will, actually, the 14. But altogether, I think this has been a very successful start to the game for Tiger. The thing is, yeah, it was hilarious how they lost the previous round. They've come in swinging at this one, and that's all that matters. Yeah, realistically, double eco on pretty much every player. You do force buy up in this position. Inferno's a map that has a lot of close range angles, and so we'll see it work out quite a bit as well. Ultimately, just comes down to if Checkmate can do anything with this, because if they can't, well, we're probably going to be looking at a pretty convincing situation for Tiger going up on a 3-2 lead after losing the pistol.
Well, we've seen them lose too many rounds like this, so I'm almost just preparing myself for it to happen again. It shouldn't happen. They've got better utility, weaponry, everything. HP, even at this point of the round. NCL is going to be leading the charge. Molotov to clear out the back, not allow anybody to reaggress. And a small amount of utility is going to be used early. They're actually going to go and stack towards the B site. Not a whole lot of information just yet, other than the fact that they've lost banana control, but it does seem like they're more than happy to just gamble here. Of course, with the weaponry that they currently have, it's understandable. They've left Kaz aggressive in the apartments as well, which at least gives them a good amount of information, and throwing out some delayed smokes to try and bait them into that full commit to the B site, which is what they've done. A little bit of alert coming back from 9, but with the amount of time left on the clock, it'd be a pretty big risk to try and face back in the other direction. Nade in hand for Blitz. If he times this well, it could do a hell of a lot of damage. The whole team going to be here. Rue also just going to play a slightly more bait role. He has got the rifle. He's trying to use those pistols to his advantage, and Blitz has peeked out and already found one. The flank is also coming in from Kaz as well, and it's happening, Mitch. It's happening again. They lose these rounds every single time. They've got 10 seconds. They managed 2 quick kills, which might give them a lifeline, but they need to be planting this bomb, and they're not going to be able to do it. I said I wouldn't be surprised. Somehow I'm still surprised, as Checkmate are going to win another force buy round.
There is no other way to describe this series and this performance by Tiger than disappointing. Was that it has certainly been.
I can think of plenty of words, but I'm not allowed to say them.
I can think of more words than disappointing, but none that are appropriate.
Blair said one of them yesterday, but he's a naughty boy, so you know.
We won't become like Blair. Don't let him tempt us. Although we definitely did many times yesterday. But today is a different day, Tom. Today's a better day. We needed it yesterday.
Starting to need it now.
No, regardless, irrespective, this is a better series than the first one we saw. That is for damn sure. And we can take nothing away from Checkmate with the performances they've been putting through. They have been nothing but solid. They have got individuals there. And I feel like the only time that I've seen Tiger convincingly come ahead in rounds has been when their individuals step up. Whereas Checkmate have had some really good structured rounds. Hello. Ooh, that is a shutdown by Kaz. A nice double as he just dances around the graveyard and sends Tiger to the same place.
Oh, actually, I think he sent them to B. Urkus, it's just lurking. Techno. He might just win the round here. Yeah, he has. He's got himself the bomb down. That was such an important play. I am amazed, by the way, that he is standing in and he's been put into such an important role. Like, they literally, every single time, they have him as, like, the B-side defender. Yep. And a lot of the times, he's solo. Like, I understand the logic there of, like, okay, you're almost the outcast to this team, so we'll put you in those solo roles. But they are really difficult positions to try and hold. Like, as said, his kill there wins them the round. I genuinely think that Urkus had a chance to bring that one back if it wasn't for him dropping the bomb. I will say there's a lot of takes, though, that... It's sort of like when we used to watch Happy play. And there was like, when the take goes well and Happy is lurking, he's a genius. And when they go bad, it just looks like he's sort of baiting. And that seems to happen so much where I'm just like, well, maybe if Urkus was doing a bit more in this round. Because every time it's like he's holding for rotations. And I feel like there needs to be a mix-up there. Because he's someone who can have so much impact in this game. A lot of the time with him lurking, it feels like his talents are wasted.
I'm very happy overall with the performance of Techno. I'm glad he's gotten the chance to really shine. Kaz, oh my. It has been a long time since I've seen a spray fail to that extent. As they have just absolutely opened this one up on the Tiger side through, I mean, in a way, just sheer luck, dodging all those shots. If Kaz doesn't whiff in the window, he could have been on for more than one kill even.
Oh. This is a risky spot. I actually quite like that Techno's just going to fall back here. I think he spotted them. Nate could actually do a hell of a lot of damage. It's actually going to kill off NCL. Good start. Has a counter flash available, but not much else utility. And he's seen the rotation already come in from Rue. Gonna make it tough for them to cross. Smoke goes down, and they're actually gonna run through it. Techno spots them as they attempt it. The jump over the top. He is just so clinical and spots the last man. It's Urkus with the P250. Managed to retrieve an AK. Spam coming through as a bit of bait. I think he heard the man cross, but does he know he's already made it into the corner? And the wide peek from Rue is strong enough. Techno again. A 3-man hold. He just missed shooting the AK. That didn't just happen, did it, Rich?
No,
Please tell me that didn't happen. I dreamed that, right?
Yeah, absolutely. It's okay, Tom. We're in a happy place.
I can't even fathom.
Well, it's been an interesting situation for sure. Checkmate are looking like the stronger team 100%. Yeah, they did. No, they didn't. They didn't, Tom. Don't. You know, we're here. We're a happy place. Happy thoughts. Happy thoughts. Come
on. I can safely say I've never seen anything like that. And the worst thing is the AK that he did save, he died instantly with running down banana. Oh, God, that's such a nice spray from Urkus, but what is going on? All the positives we've just listed. Maybe they just realized that they're better off playing with the pistols in the next round, because that was rough. That was the majority of their players just dying in banana.
Yeah, it's been rough for sure. You look at this, so the close hold, again, it's not going to work out this time, but that spray by Urcast is what just completely swings that round. I mean, that spray was gorgeous.
Well, we'll see if they can do it again. The Kings of the Force Bite.
Ford Eagles.
Has. Be able to get one. Tag also hit from Blitz on the scout. They're all in. The chips are on the table. Gambled on red. They're on the A site. I'm currently still down. Obviously, there's not really too much of a worry. They can go back and retrieve it. Over a minute left on the clock. Able to reaggress here. This could be real trouble. As the apartment's control is going to be gathered up. That's an extra weapon or two that they're going to be able to retrieve. He's going to be coming out. Oh, there was so much there for Techno. That could have been everything. But NCL, I think he's finally found the cure. It's headshots. That's what it was. All this time, Mitch. They just needed some headshots. And now they're going to go barreling into this B site. There is only one man in defense of it. It is Hawk alone. He does have a little bit of counter utility to expend. I don't think it's going to make all the difference. Would need an absolute miracle here. And this is that miracle. It's not going to be happening. NCL, he's looking for an ace, Mitch. 4 kills for him. Blitz, the only one standing. And he's going to try and retrieve the AK and just get out of there. Did they throw it away? No, they didn't. Okay, that would have been clever.
You're not a fan now.
Oh, he's
got one. He's got one. Maybe he can no clip in and defuse the bomb. It's about the only way this round goes his way. But he's still going forward. Tommy's still going. Why? Just why? Just why, Tom? What was the point of that? That AK would have been very valuable for the next round because they've got nothing else. I don't get it. Doesn't make sense. That's the world we live in, isn't it?
Yeah. It's all right. Well, we're going to have some weatherman breakdowns from Blair after this game. So everything that you don't understand, just make sure you tweet to Blair and put the round number in there. He's going to break that one down for you. I have a feeling, so just in case anybody doesn't know, that's at official Blair. That is at official Blair. Blair, BLEH, in case you didn't know. And yeah, just tweet him whatever round you did not understand. And he's going to give you a length. He's even going to make a video on it. Make a video after the stream, breaking down in high detail, using all these wonderful tools. And yeah, so any round, you could potentially in this game just tweet him numbers 1 to 9, because there's a lot I don't understand for sure. But thank you for offering to do that, Blair. I definitely didn't do that on your behalf.
Well, such a nice guy, offering to do all this extra work for free. I heard he's also open to coaching any players, not just within the Asian region, anyone. So if you want to tweet your demos at him, he'll help you out, give you some advice, especially if you're from the Asian region. Then he's down.
And Dinko's giving out free massages to anyone.
But nothing above the waist. What?
What? Yeah, of course. And men only.
Because he's an ankle massage specialist, right? That's why. He doesn't know about backs and stuff. He's not good with that. Not qualified.
Yeah, for sure. Some would say we've gone off on a tangent here, Mitch, but honestly, this is my favorite part of the match. Well, the T's are going to be building up into the B side. Now they've left a solo AWP here in the form of Kaz, who, well, he's got a bit of a mountain to climb. Now, I know you have some wonderful song lyrics to try and put that across, but this time I think we should wait and see if he's going to succeed and whether or not they'll make him move. Oh dear.
Oh, they're going to be busted and move towards this A site, and the Molly's being eaten up by Hawk. They know that he's here. He's swinging wide to try and help out his teammate, but they haven't yet pushed up. Tiger, 10 seconds left. They've got to get on that site. Now they see the pit player, but here's the trade from site. There you go. Nice and easy. Swept up onto the rug. Checkmate. Picking up another. This is... Well, it's not great, you know, for Tiger, losing that one out, but they have managed to get themselves on the board, so... Considering the 6-4 position, I think Checkmate are in a worse spot than you would have imagined considering how things started off.
Yeah, the thing I don't like from Checkmate is that they are very much relying at the moment on Tiger almost mind gaming themselves. Like they had a stack there that was solely relied on Kaz just killing everyone if they went towards B. Like he had no information. He was all the way back towards coffins. And normally when you have these sort of AWP setups, you have players like aggressively pushing into Banana, taking control, and then having that one man defending it. Instead here, they're just sitting passively and just waiting for Tiger to make their choice. They are literally playing like a 50-50 gamble every single time. This time, they've sent more players into the B site, and well, they pushed into B, but it's only going to be Techno looking to try and survive at the back. Had a couple of rough rounds, and the Molotov forcing him out is going to make things that little bit worse. Lots of damage done, and somehow... How's he still alive? How's he still alive? He's in the back of the site. They should have cleared him ages ago, and he's going to come out with a 3K. What?
Yep. It's another one of those things. Individuals step it up sometimes, and they win rounds. And the thing that impresses me about Checkmate is that they have those individuals to win out rounds like this. This was gorgeous. Techno, he's just been so damn good. And again, considering this guy is a stand-in, and what did we talk about, Tom? We've mentioned it with Micro over on Bren. I talked about the situation with Magic's joining Spirit, which is always going to be the one that stands out in my mind. That when you join a lineup for the first time, and that's considering Micro, for example, he's got practice with that team. This is Techno last minute jumping in. It's very hard to slot in. It's very hard to find your role. And he has done a fantastic job of it. In what is, I believe, his first ever participation in a tournament or anything of this level, right? I mean, he hasn't even got a HLTV page. Or he hadn't. Now I think it links over.
I think it was just linked to the wrong name before. So I think he does have one.
Let me check his complete statistics now that it's linked up. Yeah, so these are the only matches he's got on record. So I think he didn't have one before because his very first games.
Well, 7-4. Money might be starting to run a little bit dry. Or the side of Tiger. If they lose this one, great spray transition from Blitz. Kabao has at least managed to find one back in return. But Blitz is just killing them all from the pit. They are struggling to break in. Techno already. As you can see, he's on the site. He's rotated over from the other side of the map. And Blitz has just slaughtered them. That is far too easy. Like one player just destroying you like that 2 rounds in a row. 8-4. Tiger, normally we talk about how good their T sides have been, and this one has been pretty lackluster. And unfortunately, now their finances don't even reflect a good purchase or a good situation. So chances are we'll be seeing 9 at least for Checkmate.
Yeah, I would imagine so. At that point, they've already got their good half built up and the potential to bring it even further. For Tiger, their problems in this series at least have been their CT side on both maps. Now, Inferno is going to be a little bit easier to hold than what we've seen in the other two. But even still, I worry for them when they swap over, considering how flat they've looked. In terms of buy rounds, they've got basically nothing under their belt. This has been a very one-sided series, favored towards the team that came in as what was most certainly the underdogs. we had what a small amount of favor towards them when it came down to the fans I saw over on HLTV. In fact, the little pick a winner vote had 44% of people voting for Checkmate. But considering the form that Tiger was on, I wouldn't even massively disagree. I wouldn't say that was a completely left field play either. That's why I picked this as a great game. Yesterday, Techno, he didn't check his close right. He's shut down by Urcast and an AK given over to a very dangerous player. Even on 31 HP, this guy can do some serious damage if he's left unchecked.
Or for a second, he was just going to dome him. There's plenty of time to play with, but it seems like the plan is let Urcast do his thing and then go pushing into this B site. Teammate's still just patiently waiting. Dober doesn't actually have much to play with at all. Well, yes, the goal is to just wait patiently and hope that some more mistakes are made. It's patient play, that's for sure, but really something that I can see working out too well. Dobu's going to rotate in. Kaz with a missed shot. They do still have a smoke available to them. We'll buy plenty of time now. And in fact, they're either going to have to run through this or rush back towards the A site. Either way, I don't see it working out.
Urcast, we said he could do damage, but obviously in a 1v4, you don't really expect the ace clutch from him, do you? So we do look into what will be the final convincing buy of the Tiger first half here on the decider. And it's a little bit scary, Tom, in all honesty. Like they're behind by a little bit. Their buy runs haven't gone their way. They've got players struggling. NCL stepping it up, but we're missing the Urcast Cabal combination that has been there so far in this tournament. And even then, they've struggled to close out games, right? And we had the question, what happens if you don't have Cabal dropping 38 kills? If Urcast isn't opening up all these rounds for you? Well, I think we're seeing the answer to that question.
Well, and also just the sheer level of confidence that now rising up for the side of Checkmate. Slightly too long sticking around his blitz, but they've still come out with a man to the good. And Cabal, is he just going to go running through the smoke? You've lost it. You've absolutely lost your head if you think that's the way you're getting back into the round. Spray through the smoke from 9 is going to do some damage, but I just don't even understand. Like that is low-level matchmaking when you're like, let me flash myself through the smoke and get a kill.
Well, you need a couple of flashes through smokes to grab some kills here for Tiger, and Nines just walked backwards into his techno death as NCL is now all alone. Bomb dropped in the open, flashed out. I don't really know what he can do from this point. Somehow didn't die after that because they both peeked him. They must have seen him. Well, now they definitely know he's there, and he hears the player to his right. An opportunity to pick up that bomb and run for the hills. And it's the A site that he's still looking for, but look at this. Jumping out, Hawks being caught. What a shot by NCL. The plant coming down, and a 1v1. This is some recovery by the top fragger of the Tiger team.
He's been excellent, but this is still a tough task. Rue has not been bad by any stretch of the imagination. Doesn't know where to check, though. That's the only thing that's a real problem, and with only a single flash available to him, he starts to worry that maybe he's being flanked on. The corner needs to be checked. It normally is, but he doesn't check the most basic position. NCL's going to win a 1 versus 3. Checkmate, we've been singing your praises. That was awful.
Yeah, you can have one hiccup though, right? We can allow them one little mistake, one big mistake like that. It does give Tiger that little bit of an inning back into the game, but look at that shot. That was so good by NCL. Coming up and finding the first initially. And they did stick around a little bit too aggressively in mid. And the fact, I think really it was in that 3 versus 1 when the first player swings out and Hawk doesn't swing with him. It's that little bit of miscommunication. That one guy wanted to peek down mid and the other wanted to run away. Need to be on the same page.
Well, NCL's definitely given them a bit of a lifeline here after what was another streak of rounds going in the favor of Checkmate. The minute and 15 seconds left. There's not really any real worries other than the fact that Kaz has been tagged so low on the AWP. They're still going to bolster their A-site defense in favor of B. And with Techno on hand, I'm not really too worried about that. The only real worry at the moment for the CT side is the lack of utility on the B side. You do have it in the hands of Kaz, but chances are he's just going to stay scoped up until he gets pressured. And by that point, it's normally too little too late. The bomb, however, actually lurking towards A. 40 seconds left. The defense has been bolstered on this B site, and I think Rue might start hesitating as to whether or not this is the right call. It does look like this is going to be a hit into the A site.
Well, Hulk is shutting them down on this. Blitz in with a nice double himself, spraying up to the balcony afterwards, and halting Tiger right there. They are a caged beast, and one that can't do a damn thing. Urcast just tanked all those shots, but in the end, it doesn't even matter.
NCL's actually putting in a real shift. Like, there's been a few rounds that he's won for them. Like, there was that Anti-Eco round, which he brought back with a 4K. Obviously, the round that they just managed to take, which got them to 5. But realistically, this has just not been a good performance. Like, bear in mind, in that last round, they had sent 3 players B. So there was only 2 players on the A site. If that's an even trade, or even a trade at a loss, I can accept it. They lose 4 players to the 2, and then that's it. Like, I think they got 1 kill on that entry. You're just not trading at that point. And now this pistol becomes ever more important. If it's won by Tiger, they have a chance to come back in this series. If not, well, Checkmate should be running this all the way to the end.
Take it and run with it. Now it's time for Tiger to gun with it if they want to have any chance of actually coming back into this one. Nine's gone undetected, flying under the radar, under the balcony. But in the end, he's 6 feet under the ground as he gets taken out. And Kaz, oh, he's up behind. They have no idea. The trigger discipline, not quite there for the second, but he didn't want to risk the other guy coming up behind him in CT while he was distracted. So took the kill quickly and then looked out for NCL, which he found quite quickly. This is disappointing. Losing the pistol gives Checkmate the chance to really fly back up into it. And the way Tiger been playing, Tom, I'm feeling the force buy. I can see it already. It's basically happened. CT side, it's viable. I'm with them, but if they lose it, then they're going to get wrecked. And I'm curious to see if they do pull it through. Yes, they do. Of course, Tom. Of course.
A heavy investment into rifles, which actually is a little bit peculiar when it comes to a map like Inferno. Normally you aim for a few extra SMGs just as that sort of fast-paced style of play and a lot of close angles that can be kept and are currently being held. He's starting to get a little bit more aggressive in towards Banana. NCL hoping to catch someone in the corner, but ultimately nothing there. Now with still the T's to make their move, they've got to be really careful because obviously everybody in this situation has Kevlar, few even with head armor, which I guess versus what is the SMGs, it can work. But they baited a rotation. They've actually played this very well. The small amount of presence they put into Banana has been enough to pull one player away. Unless there's a jump out balcony, this Mag 7 should get absolutely nothing. And then it's left really onto what Dobu can do with the 5-7. And they're wrapping round on him. This has taken maybe a little bit too long for them to realize what's going on. And he's going to have to hit some pretty impressive shots. Doesn't get anything done. And now Cabal, he needs to pull off a miracle. And he even gets the luxury of somebody dropping in from above and not paying attention. So 12-5, great conversion round. And I think we are just seeing one team, like, in a sense of they're actually a team, like Checkmate. That's the thing I think that's most crazy, Mitch, is, again, if you removed all the names of all the players, removed the badges, and told me which team is playing in a stand-in, I wouldn't choose Checkmate. Like, it wouldn't even be, or I wouldn't choose the T's, I guess you could say. I would definitely choose the CTs of Tiger. Like, they look like very disjointed. Like, a lot of the pushes they had on the T side were not very impressive. And then on the other side of things, wow, the stand-in's been one of the best players in the server. I will say he's not quite up to what we've seen from Blitz, who's been superb, but even still, like, it's been a very good performance. And Rue has actually gone dead silent, someone who's very good in the last map. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, in a game like this where you're 12-5 up, one player having this kind of position, it probably means that in a lot of the situations, they're set up so that he's being traded. Like, it doesn't really matter if you've one guy not playing too well, because and it really highlights the flaw, I think, with sitting there and saying, oh, this guy has X amount of kills, he's bad. It's like, no, that's not how it works, because there's a lot more at play most of the time than what meets the eye. And looking into this round, it's not somewhere I really expect any weapons to be lost by Checkmate. They should be able to dominate the Tiger side, pick themselves up a decent bit of money as well, potentially on that Mac 10 of Rue. And they're all just going to go in towards the B side. A brave play with no information. They did see that A was clear right up top, mid, and short, but they're going to push into the B site, which is typically going to be the most dangerous when you're up against these pistols.
Okay. Well, Cabal's having a bit of fun at least. Techno is the anti-eco king, by the way. Maybe you could call that the eco fragger, but hey, in these series, in Asian Counter-Strike, you need a dude like Techno. You need someone who's gonna whip it out, slap it on the table, and make sure that you win these rounds. So I am more than okay with you having an eco hunter in your team, because we've seen so many rounds, and honestly, if Checkmate don't sign this kid, Tiger, just sign him. Like, offer him a great deal, a huge amount of money, and build something around this guy, because he's playing better than all of your players. And some of your players, including the likes of Urkus, have got serious international experience. This kid has, from what we can see, little to no experience, and he is playing with a much better head on his shoulders, individually sound, and he's 16. Like, come on.
Well, a young gun, and oh my, Tiger, hello! They're showing up! They've joined the server! What's that, Super Smash Bros? Tiger have joined the fight! Well, it looks like they're finally here, but maybe a little bit too late. They're on level 1, and we're all the way at the final boss. Let's see if they can catch up. So they're behind by 7 rounds. CT side advantage, well, make of that as what you will. But I think massive individual plays like that cannot be relied on time and time again. A good double flank by Cabal, and then Dobu as well, shutting down 2. Every player on Checkmate was caught unaware. I think we had one player who was actually looking at someone when they died. That ain't going to happen every single time, unfortunately for Tiger. We're going to need to see a little bit more depth from them.
Well, we do have a buyback at least, with the anti-eco being clean enough. Bit of damage taken from the fire as they look to try and reclaim Banana. It's a 3-man stack here initially for Tiger, but something that I'm sure won't last too long. Although, the interesting thing for me is they rotate a player off as they look to aggress. Now, the nade from NCL is actually spot on. It's taken out Kaz, someone who's been a force to be reckoned with so far in this map. So, and in the last, in fact, one of the main reasons they were able to take it was his dirty little double kill off the back of the AWP. And actually, Cabal has decided to rejoin his teammates. Nice shot from Blitz, so that's the entry they needed. They've got a smoke for the cross, but yet to actually utilize it. And Cabal, rotating in fast, is actually going to retrieve the smoke and throw it back down. This may delay their push a little bit longer, but in fact, they're going to go blasting through. The flashbang is pretty good, but even blind, we see Cabal do a lot, and he's going to go pushing back through. Nice shots coming out from Rue, though. He's been quiet so far. He's got a chance to retrieve this bomb and at least get into an afterplant position. The money will be welcomed by his side, who are currently on their last legs financially. Nine and Dobu desperately need this round. This would be an atrocity if this was to slip away after what was a hugely successful hold from their other two players. NCL with a triple kill before eventually going down. Trying to work out where these players are actually coming from. The flurry of flashes leaves him blind, and he's not quite going to be able to connect his shots. 9 is there to close it. The defusel's coming in, and Tiger live to fight another day.
The Tigers still have a little bit of bite to them, evidently, Tom. Again, having to come back into that round a little bit. I'm very cynical. I don't want to be a believer just yet. I mean, I really do feel like Checkmate have done their damnedest to be the team that wins this game. I think they've looked like the better team overall, and they've had a quite tight-knit performance as well. Like, Blitz, Kaz, and Techno all showing up to the extent that I don't think we've even seen from any of them in the past. As you said, Rue is being quite quiet. It is the time for him to show up now that their back's against the wall a little bit. This round sees an AK on himself, on Rue, as they close. Oh, wow. Well, that's just a shutdown. What a spray by Cabal. It was a team kill by Rue. He did get a kill with the AK. Sadly, aimed at the wrong player. And so we're going to go out of this without a single loss for Tiger.
Oh. This round still actually leaves them with a bit of an awkward position financially, Checkmate. They've got 3 players with definitely enough money to buy. Blitz on the brink, and Rue, well, if he goes for a Galil, wouldn't be too bad a situation. Tiger looking like they're getting into the groove a little bit, though, on the CT side. NCL, again, we're looking at a player having to get a 30 bomb for them to basically have a chance, it seems. Urkus is going to be picking up the secondary orb. It's just this team, isn't it, Mitch? I don't know what the obsession is with double orbs, but whatever it is, they have it.
Being some magical mentality if they can actually manage to keep themselves in this one over on the Tiger side. I can't imagine that it's all too easy to be the favorite team having to battle back in, regardless of how you've really gotten here, but it's certainly in the context of how this game has gone. And for Checkmate, okay, the previous round was a disaster. You know, they did just run into their deaths, head first into a meat grinder. Now they've got pistols, so this round not going to go their way. 13-9 at that point. Tiger 1 round away from really battling back into a winnable position. What? All they have to do on this is avoid really getting punished, and that wide swing on mid takes down Kaz. They have only got Tech 9s for the most part, and about 2 Tech 9s and a CZ to try and trade that back. So definitely not the easiest of fights, even though there were a number of players there. Really, they got to try to close in the distance. And it's the utility belts I'm looking at here, Tom. You know, they're definitely looking to set up and execute. And they could be catching. Oh, they've got to go quick. That smoke's going to fade in a second.
Oh, the nades are falling, but they're a little bit further behind. I think spotting Urkus maybe forced them to panic, and because of that, they actually lose an opening pick. They've got a bomb plant, though. Extra money for the next round that they were saving for. And they do have a few nades to try and hold off the after plant. The flash is actually superb, but it doesn't get Urkus. It only hits the one player. And now Hawk and Blitz. We've said about them in these Antico rounds, Tiger. They've not been good at all, but this one is unlosable.
It is certainly unlosable now with it up on the board. I think Checkmate have done well to get themselves that much access. This is the real test, though. This is the one that I'm curious about. Firstly, I want to see if they actually take an AWP out now on the T side. That would definitely be indicative of a much slower round, but considering how aggressive Tiger have been at taking some of these peaks, I think an AWP could be perfect to shut down any mid control that they look for. Because the last couple of rounds, we've seen Tiger swing out for those picks. Then over towards Banana as well, it seems to be a consistent aggressive approach, but no, they're going in for full AKs, and so perhaps a more pointed approach. Oh, look at this from Tiger. 4 players early Banana, and they don't get any control. So much utility used up by the CT side, but also the T's to keep them out. Double smokes already down, 1 to block the molly close, and 1 deep to stop them taking any control. That pressure being applied on middle is causing heavy rotates to come back. With a solo holder on A, they can't do anything to maintain control, and they're going to spend a while trying to retake any sort of presence on the A side. The smoke down on long, the molly in the corner. The teams are screaming that they want control over this site. And so, Tiger try to retake Banana. They're going in there with their cast again, posted up on the same angle. Cast goes down. That's a heavy loss. I really don't get why he's peeking that so aggressively. I understand using your... Oh, no! Dobu through the smoke! This is a disaster.
Everything seems to be falling apart on this T side and become a lot more disjointed. Individuals trying to bring things back and eventually just making things worse and worse. The smokes are doing so much. Techno has just saved his teammate's life. You need to put that little message up in the chat. You were saved by Techno. His bullets would have been dead for sure. It doesn't save him for long, of course, as we do have... What? Okay, that was a tasty shot coming out from 9, and yeah, this defensive side is looking a lot better from them. Tiger stepping up to the plate. I do feel like that there's a few lackluster moments coming in from Checkmate as well. And with their previous bomb plant, they can still go for a buy, but by the looks of it, they are going to take themselves a tactical pause before getting into it.
I mean, I respect it. Taking an attack pause. It's definitely a time for a breather, isn't it? After how these last couple of rounds have gone, there's nothing worse than having the lead and then having it snatched out of your hands. And although we're not quite there yet, we are getting close to that line. Checkmate, pulling out the pistols again. And you'll remember last time, they took it slow. They spread out, lost a pick on top mid, then managed to get towards Banana, open the site, and plant the bomb. Now, again, I want to see a faster paced round. The last time we really saw them have a very fast round, they came up on the A site and they got sprayed down with a team kill included. This time, aggressive take of Banana straight away. So many nades! They're landing right up next to Cabal, and he's on 21 health, just about managing to stand far enough away and avoid being taken down by them.
Oh, the T's done some damage here, but realistically, can they actually make a round of it? Because that's been the problem over the last few. They're very close to taking this over the line, but haven't really been able to do too much. I like the fact that they're saving a lot of money to make sure they have all the utility in these rounds, or in the coming rounds, I should say. They have been better with the pistols a lot of the time. Smoke going to be coming in on the cross again. Just a risky play that doesn't seem necessary. I understand the need to try and get back into these rounds, but facing a 5v5 retake's far better than one player dying, running through a smoke. That's 2 rounds now that we've seen that attempted. Double up setup though in a retake is definitely not ideal, but with the amount of utility available for Tiger, it shouldn't be too tough a task. But a lot of time has already gone. 20 seconds is all they have left. Sure, it only takes them 5 to get it done, but they're actually going to go running through the smoke here by the looks of it. The time really is ticking. The Tech 9 start to come through, but so do the kills. It's left just on Taru. They need to get someone on that bomb, and if he could just deny the defusal, that would be enough. And Hawk just comes up massive. Sure, one of the teammates dies, but they've stolen an AWP away, and just as Tiger start to come back in, they get crushed by the same thing as always, Mitch. It's the bloody pistols.
It is always the pistols that seem to do it, right? That is an upsetting turn of events for sure. I mean, being shut down like that by a couple deeks, by one deek really in the end. I mean, that was all hard. You gotta be kicking yourself. You gotta be kicking yourself hard. And now, 14-10, Tiger. They put it all on the table. All their money's invested into this one. They're all in. This could be the end. You know, Tiger, they've been 2-0 in this tournament so far, but as we said, it has been a very shaky road. Anything but clean on their way here. We know that things can... Oh, no! Cabal! He's wrecked them. He went out for more, a little bit greedy. It might just be okay with the damage done to Techno. That spray on long. The two players swing on in. The chicken's running away, and I'd be doing the same if I was Checkmate. Be getting out of here. Because it doesn't look like anything good awaits them, but they're still starting to poke forward. 4 players towards the A site. All the control is there for the CT side. They're looking at Pit. They're not even worried about 9. Eventually dealing with him. But there's players everywhere. What can you do? Rue trying to come on through, but he needs a couple of more. Oh, that was close to NCL. But in the end, doesn't even matter. 14-11.
It's all right. It's another pistol round. They got this.
It is the rules of the game, apparently, Tom, from what we've seen.
Yeah, it's sort of like, I imagine how parents feel when, like, you know, the kid makes up, like, a stupid game, and you're like, yeah, sure, I'll play along. Like, that's me right now. The parent just watching this going, this game is shit. Like, come on, you could have been more creative than that. But, yeah, that's been what this is. It's been pistol victories for Checkmate. Their T-side hasn't been good, let's be real. And we've seen the resurgence of some of the Tiger players, but... at the same time, there's still just enough slip-ups that it doesn't fill me with any confidence. Even if they manage to bring this one back, I'd still be looking at this going like, well, you're struggling with the 4 spies of Checkmate. How on earth are you going to beat a 4 spy of Tai Lu? Because that's the goal. Like, the goal for them is not to be the best in Mongolia, which is what they're currently fighting for. The goal is to try and win this RMR event, and I don't know. It seems like every game that they played so far against what is seemingly lesser opposition has been either really close or, in this case, they probably should lose. And we're going to see again a rifle and mostly pistols. Your favorite combination, the 4 Deegs, coming up. Well, what is this from Kaz? I guess he was expecting someone to be behind that smoke, but... bit of a risk. Looking like they're waiting once again. Now, bear in mind, NCL is the only defender of this B site. So if they get this Juan onto him... oh, run, NCL. That was almost it. Just a clipping of the wall is enough, and there should be a rotation already. Yeah, thankfully, Urkus is going to start making them a bit. He has an AWP. I'm feeling uncomfortable, Mitch.
Not only does he have an ult, but no Molotov. So if they decide to just rush them down, which they will because time is so low, I don't know what he does here. They have a smoke for CT. Please throw the smoke for CT. Boost it up. Oh, they're not throwing it. They're going to fight it instead. That might work out. Urkas full blind, but he knows exactly where he is. He's go. Oh my God, Urkas! He's taken down Kaz through the wall. It might be a window. Boy, you're not supposed to be able to see through it like that. 4 versus 2, and Checkmate. All their hopes are on this AK for Blitz.
Oh, God. Well, not anymore. It's left all onto Rue, and no one's falling for his ruse. They will check the pillar, and he will go down. It is going to be 14-12. It's still worried to me that it took some major heroics and almost a bit of luck from Cass. Like, he gets 1 kill while completely blind and 1 with a shot through the glass, and that made it a 4v2. So before that, we were still looking at a relatively even scenario, 4v4 with the bomb about to be going down. So these rounds are still very uncomfortable. Luckily, they keep that one nice and clean, and there is going to be a purchase up for Checkmate, but honestly, like, they are looking far more fearsome when it comes to their pistol plays than anything else.
That's a very worrying thing, though, isn't it? And I do wonder. Yeah, I've said I would like to see the op come out on the T side, and obviously we haven't seen that just yet. The other side of things is that if they were to come in with a faster play with the AKs, especially towards Banana, it really feels like they could be hitting the jackpot. You've generally got a late round aggressive off playing there. Urcast loves to go up to the corner. The rotates are pretty slow. Like they've generally got those 3 players over towards the A site, especially if they do fake out any presence. And I felt like there's been a few rounds that I've looked at and we've seen that there's clear potential. They cause rotates towards the A site and then they go very slowly to B or A. And at that point, whichever site they've faked, it's becoming very obvious and very readable. And I wonder if, because as I said, since we saw that fast play on when they had the hero rifle towards the A site, we haven't seen them attempt anything with a faster pace. I'd love to see that, a return to those more aggressive plays, because I feel like Tiger excel in this matchup when they get the space and the time to think about what's going on. Whereas Checkmate, when they bring the heat, they get a little bit more of an edge because they've got the individuals to back those kind of plays up.
Oh, we're back underway. The climb back continues for Tiger as to try and, well, basically beat Checkmate. Works both as a pun and as what they actually have to do. Well, again, it's looking like this slow round. I feel like Checkmate have just got to the point where they're just waiting out a lot of the utility that's being expended, trying to avoid being wrecked by nades. We're seeing a more proactive defense this time of this B site. Although, okay, they're going to deep smoke it. That's a bit of a weird one. Normally when you have that deep smoke, you don't have the AWP already set up. It seems a little bit null and void if Urcas is just going to wait there, and that's about it. He's going to be flashed off and taking the shot, so that will give them at least a little bit of information. Actually, that pulled a rotation. That one flashbang over the B site has actually pulled a rotation away, and now they're looking to try and hit in towards A. Now, it hasn't come quick enough that it really matters because NCL will still be here. Dobu from above is already going to be spotting some of these players, and that leaves a 4-man stack on this A site, one that's going to be very tough for them to break down. Dobu, though, tagged within inches of his life, just 3 HP, and the nades will do the rest. They've managed one opener at least. Blitz has found another one. There's still a couple of players here, but they are ripping them to shreds. It's left on to NCL, and Rue, he's just coming huge. It's a 15th. It's happening, Mitch. Just 1 round needed or overtime. And Urcas, he's hanging around. His team do have some extra cash, but maybe that was just a parting gift. Surely not.
Tom, you know what? Yesterday, we had some close series, right? We had, let me go to results and check which one I'm thinking of. Tiger versus Bren. Well, no, actually, more so Tyloo and After. That game was terrible. Like, that was some of the worst Counter-Strike I've ever witnessed in my life. After played, as I expect them to, terribly, and Tyloo just played at their level as well. Like, they dropped right down, started playing ludicrously confident, to the point that, literally, like, we know they're a good team, they intentionally decided they didn't care and just started running through smokes more so than usual, jumping through mid-smoke. It was just crazy. It was stupid. If that had went to 3 maps, I'll be honest, I would have been very annoyed because I did not enjoy watching that game in the slightest. It was like a personal hell. I just wanted it to be over. This game right here genuinely doesn't feel like it's been 3 maps. I mean that. It has felt so good to see Checkmate have these plays. Like, there have been mistakes, don't get me wrong. Both of these teams have messed up at times, and it's not one of the cleaner series that we've ever seen, but it has been really exciting to see things from Checkmate's perspective. This is a team that came in with very little expectation. Then they also have a new player coming in. So it's like everything about this is terrible for Checkmate, and yet they play so well. The Tiger are hello? What's going on? No one's watching mid. 9 just runs out in the open. And if anything, that proves they deserve to lose this. Why did they think short was clear?
Fast flank coming in, NCL. He's got to be careful here. Kaz is right behind him. This one's for free. And now it's left all onto Urcast. He's not at the best of days, and it's about to get a little bit worse. Tiger, they're looking to be the best team within this whole tournament. They're not even the best in Mongolia, as Checkmate have come in, upset them, and have looked like the better team throughout. Get him out of here. Get him out of here.
You know what? This was a reverse of the classic. Basically, what we've just seen was a crouching dragon in the form of Checkmate, who were ready to jump on their prey, and a hidden tiger, because I didn't see Tiger on that server. I'm still looking around wondering where the hell they were, because they were asleep. Their claws were retracted. Bled, Dinko, come on in and let us know what you thought of this massacre and this great debut of the Checkmate lineup. I mean, these guys, no doubt about it, they're looking good right now.
I have to agree with you. Like you said, this series was close. It was exciting. It was some pretty decent, pretty solid Counter-Strike, all things considered. But yeah, Tiger, it's like one of those, the circus tigers who they're kind of like toothless. They don't really have any life left behind in their eyes. It is just sad to watch this. And like you mentioned as well, Mitch, I mean, this is a team who are like, oh yeah, we need to beat Tyloo. We need to win this RMR. We still have a chance. And then, like you said, they're not even maybe the best team in Mongolia right now. D13 didn't even make it. And the way they're playing right now, I feel like even D13 has a chance. But I don't want to concentrate too much on the negatives here, Dinko. Checkmate. I mean, they, amongst all the teams, even taking into account some of the known names that we've seen so far, they look good. They look like a team. The individuals pop off when they need to. It's not like, how do you call it, like a Ronin, or maybe someone ludicrous like I don't know. I'm not really able to think of any names, but it's not like one player having a simple-esque performance. It's everyone stepping up, everyone looking good, right? And I'm just impressed with these guys, man.
Yeah, that is the most impressive thing, is that they're not a one-man army, right? That the fact that everybody can step up. We've seen moments from Techno. Kaz is really coming to his own as well. We've seen a lot of impactful moments for him across the past 2 days that we've seen them play. And I think that's the most exciting thing about this team, because it shows that they've got longevity, right? They'll not be a one and done. If one of their best players doesn't perform, then they're just going to lose. They have something to fall back on, and that's the system in place. And the fact that they're playing this fundamentally sound with a stand-in as well that just so happens to be a beast, this is pretty impressive. And moving forward, exactly. And it just shows how much talent is in Mongolia, that we have a new team that we've never even heard of, and they come in and beat Tiger. Yeah, you've got so much talent here available in Mongolia. Tiger need to make at least one change now. I think there's just so many good players out there that kind of deserve to be in the best team, or the best organization, shall I say. And they can make like a super team out of the Mongolian players available to them. And it's pretty impressive just how deep the talent really runs in this country.
Yeah, and I kind of wonder, right? You look at the scoreboard again, Cabal being the rock, a kind of comparatively quiet game for Murkas, but you can't expect the man to keep on carrying this team every single time. And again, you look at it, Blitz performing to the level we're kind of expecting from him. We have Techno 4K, 16-year-old stand-in coming in. Again, for those of you probably wondering, wait, why isn't Kane playing? Kane's the main core member of this lineup. He broke his hand celebrating, qualifying for this tournament, and it looks like
he's not getting back in.
It's like a tactical fracture, because they've got this beast, the 16-year-old lunatic, who is just taking a dump on some of the more known players and known teams. That's incredible stuff, Mitch. And I just don't want to keep on harping on. Look at him! Look at him! He's so young and he's so good, Mitch. And it's not just about like a Ronin, like aggressive in your face style. He actually plays with
smart.
They've
got him a jersey already.
He's very smart.
Yeah,
very mature in game, which is so impressive.
Look at his holdover towards Banana in this game. I feel like he overextended very little. I loved watching him, and the reality was, in some rounds we didn't get to watch him because he wasn't participating in the fights. He wasn't forcing himself to be involved, which is again something that I want to underline. If you're coming in as a stand-in, right? Let's presume that they don't stick with him afterwards. This is his opportunity to come and play against some of these teams like Tiger and show them what he's capable of, to maybe get picked up at this stage when they look for lineup changes, but let's say if. And the reality is, if you're sitting down to sim, you're going to want to be involved. You're going to want to really get in their face and play this super aggressive style. In fact, it's something that we talked about, Blair. You were mentioning this way back at the previous ORMR for Asia, where you're saying like a lot of players within this region, they want to be the one that's fragging. No one wants to be the support player, because when you're picking someone up, the way it works is you go, well, he got 30 kills, you got 10. Why would we pick you up? It's like, but I help you. And I think for someone like Techno to come in and show that maturity at such a young age, and in a position where, honestly, I wouldn't blame him if he was trying to get a little bit aggressive and show off what he's capable of, just so that he has that chance to really shine. massive respect to him. And I think, if anything, if you're watching this to scout players for the region, he's definitely someone to keep an eye on just because of that alone.
What a tantalizing prospect it would be to have Annihilation score this kid, throw an Aircast over there. I'm so...
Oh, yeah.
Oh, that's exciting stuff. But right now, what's exciting is the coming up matchup. It's been a long day, mind. It's been like almost like 7.5 hours since we started the stream, so I started the first game. But coming up next, ladies and gentlemen, is going to be the game of the day, I might say. It has to be a game every one of us is going to be looking forward to. It's going to be Chinese team Invictus, who came in second in previous RMR, facing off against probably the best team from Southeast Asia. It's going to be Beyond versus Invictus, and that's coming up right after this break.
I'm happy about it because we make it to a top 4.
Our team are quite satisfied with our PL summer performance, and we hope to do the same in the fall. I think we're gonna give it to the Tailu and Vichy for the most impressive team. They are like pretty hard to beat, and they are always very tough to play against.
Kase from Vichy, he is the best player in Southeast Asia. I think he played against us and he's so on point. He killed us. He's one-man army. Yeah, he's so good.
I think we are doing pretty badly now, so I don't know what to expect. But I hope we can get top 3 or top 4.
We should make it top 4 or top 3 in the next tournament, PL4.
Of course, we try to beat every team that we play against. Yeah, we will do our best to be a champion.
We try to fix our mistake and learn how to play our roles in the game.
Right now we practice every day, no holiday. We try so hard to beat VG and Chailu.
In my target, I think a Chinese team, we choose compete them like IG, VG and Tailu.
Yeah, I think VG, they're my favorite team. Yeah, I think they can beat Tailu.
Tailu or VG because I think we learn a lot when we play with them, and they give us a lot of like knowledge and what to improve when we play with them, and we always have a good demo to watch. Please mercy us because we are doing really bad right now. I have to accept it, and like hopefully we do well, and if we do well, then I can be confident again.
Okay, all the team, if you see me next time, I'll kill you all.
I'm not really sure what to say, but hope we have a good match together.
可以打80分吧，因为夏季赛可能是我们今年状态最好的一个月了。虽然说惜败了吧，但是整体表现还是挺好的，拿冠军就100分。
队伍的表现还是算蛮满意的吧，就是决赛没有打过天路，是比较让人烦躁的吧。
我觉得只能算是中规中矩，其实有些比赛赢的也是比较艰难。
就最后一场吧，然后我们跟天龙打的时候，团队氛围出现问题，然后就输掉了比赛。
我们和天路打得比较焦灼，然后可能就是一点点小的失误，导致我们最后输给了天路。
打飞机吧，打之前就感觉这肯定是一场苦战，然后没有想到打的时候会是就是没有自己想象中那么困难。
可能是打1-3吧，就他们的打法。 很奇怪，然后就枪法特别准，感觉压力很大。后来慢慢调整也可以打得过。
每个人都有一颗夺冠的心嘛，所以肯定会往夺冠的目标去冲击。
低保应该是前4吧。
夺得冠军嘛，更想夺得冠军。
秋季赛希望能够夺冠吧。就是我们现在的训练赛主要就是以复盘为主，就是希望能够减少像下季赛那样那种低端的失误。
大家这段时间训练也开始刻苦了，就是专门为秋季赛做准备。
地图池还有一些战术上的准备，非常刻苦的练习了我们的弱点。
最想依然肯定是天路，一雪前耻吧。
就是一路上就是得拼斩击才有意思嘛。我想在淘汰赛的时候遇到 VG， 并且淘汰他们吧。
对天路说吧，尤其是对那个白菜说。 他老是会说亚军，所以说对他也挺烦的。那这次肯定借这个机会要摁死他吧，把冠军拿到手里。
I used to have this dream, flying through the stars, flying past rich, undiscovered worlds, impossible wonders that leave me lying awake, breathless. And in this dream, I hear this voice calling my name. When I turn to look.
Good afternoon, good evening. I don't think it's morning anywhere, but good morning if you're watching from all the way from North America, or the Americas rather. My name is Blair. Welcome back to the show. It is day 3 of the Perfect World Asia League 2020, and it's of course a third game as well. We have a banger of a matchup coming up for you guys. It's going to be the battle of, well, the Chinese, one of the best Chinese teams facing off against, some people would say the best team from Southeast Asia. It's going to be Invictus versus Beyond Esports, and that's coming up right now. And joining me to take you guys through the action is going to be these 3 wonderful gentlemen. It's going to be Tom, it's going to be Dinko, of course it's going to be Mitchman McBride. And this one is a little bit of I don't know why I did that. I don't know why I said that, Mitch. I apologize. It just came out. Tom, let's start off with you. Like we spoke about these 2 teams earlier. You weren't there, unfortunately, with us for PAL in the summer one, but looking at these 2 teams, Invictus, like they are a team who are right now looking to kind of take away the throne of the best in the region, best in Asia from Tyloo. So for them, Beyond should be kind of a walk in the park. But then again, for Beyond, they're a team who are, it looks like the only team who's able to kind of contest against these Chinese teams, against the top 3 Chinese teams. And which way do you think this one's going to swing? I know it's a little early. We're not doing predictions yet. I just want to hear your thoughts on this.
I'm leaning towards Invictus just because of their recent change. Like I've seen Bottle play a few times within like more European Counter-Strike, and I was a big fan of his. Like I think on an individual level he is a stellar player, and I think that he can actually make a big difference to this roster. Like there's not so much of a weakness anymore, I guess, and with the likes of Flying and Viva, who's obviously been around the block a bit as well. I think they've got a really stellar roster in terms of the players that they've actually been picking up over time. And I think that's always something prominent with like teams that are actually building towards a future, is that you're not scared to make moves, to take risks, to get yourself into a better position. Beyond, on the other hand, well, it's kind of always hard to say going into a lot of these tournaments because we don't see them maybe as regularly as I would like to. So I haven't seen them in quite a while. I remember Olivia being pretty good. So I think that they'll definitely put up a good fight here, as you sort of mentioned earlier, being one of the better teams, if not the best team from Southeast Asia. But realistically, this should be an Invictus victory.
Well, it very well could be. Mitch, let's talk a little bit about Map Vetoes here. This is one of the ones which I feel could be interesting. And which way do you think this one's gonna tend towards?
You know what? Thank you for asking me that. Blah, wang bam. I just had to get you back.
You butchered it.
I know. I had to say it in a like cool way. When it comes down to vetoes, I'm gonna go ahead and say Beyond. They're gonna be picking Nuke probably. I think Invictus, they love a Dust too, and probably.
Wow.
Let's say Inferno as a decider.
Have you ever been on a website called hltv.org?
You're a genius, Mitch. You're incredible at this.
HLT, we hold on. What is this? HLT, Oh, I found one here. Oh, it looks like I was right. Wow. Okay. That's really cool. I don't know how I figured this out. Oh, look at that. Nuke, Dust, Inferno. Honestly,
genius, Mitch.
I'm available for birthday parties. I do palm readings as well.
You're not allowed near birthday parties, Mitch.
Not anymore. But
do palm readings at birthday parties.
I'm a fun guy.
Call the 10-year-old kid, looks at his palm. You're gonna have a
here's the palm reading.
I only do it for senior citizens and 90 and over, and I just say you're gonna die soon, and that's it. I'm pretty good. I'm pretty good. I will say 100% accuracy so far. So shout out Wendy. Sorry about that, love. You've got a few years. So yeah, looking at these maps, I feel like we're in a pretty good position when it comes to Beyond. I like the Beyond team. I really do. I know that obviously Oi's been removed from this lineup over on Invictus. Now, that wasn't reflected in the video that was just played, just in case you're looking at that going, who's Oi? What's that? He's not on this lineup anymore. Obviously, Bottle's coming in. When I look at Beyond, I know they said in the interview they haven't been playing too well recently, but I loved what I saw from the likes of STK. Olivia's a joy to watch. Mayoral's had some insane games. Just mention the other two. KNTZ, QQ. These guys are great. Every single one of these players has had their games in the past. I think they've got a lot of depth to their roster. But really, can you match what Flying brings to the table? This guy is unbelievable. One of the best in the region for sure.
Yeah, he is indeed. But when you speak of Flying, one name that comes to my mind, Dinko, has to be Viva, right? This is a guy who he's been hyped up. And don't get me wrong, the guy, he's got what it takes. It's just his inconsistency. I feel like that might be the big downside for this Invictus roster. Everything else looks good, but Viva's inconsistency, if he doesn't show up when he needs to, that could be a problem for these guys, right?
Yeah, and when you talk about inconsistency, it's not just on a day basis or a series basis. It's map by map, right? He can show up and drop 30 kills in map 1, go on to map number 2, and I remember he had 9 kills. So it's just he's dropping off map by map, and you can't have that in a player in your team, especially if he's one of the secondary stars. But like you said, he is so individually gifted. He can certainly be an X factor for Invictus. When he's playing well, generally they'll be winning their maps. I think obviously we can rely on Flying. He's the consistent player. He's been playing really consistently throughout the entire PAL summer. And also, Shoutside Guy, I think he's one of the players that flies under the radar a lot. He is a player that I rate highly. He's very good at leading the team. He's someone that just guides this roster, and that's something you can see a lot of the teams lack in Asia. Is just someone to be the figurehead with the experience. But he also frags really well, and he's selfless in his role. He doesn't go out and a bit. He's always there, the front man in. He's always making the roles work for his team, and he's also willing to take all the terrible roles for the team. So yeah, I'm a big fan of Shoutside Guy. I think he's one of the most important parts as to why Invictus are even at the level they are.
All right, let's do some quick predictions because I do believe the game is about to go live very, very quickly. I do believe it's going to be Nuke. We're going to be starting things off. Tom, I think you've kind of shared your sentiments, but I guess we're going to lock it in with Invictus.
I don't think Invictus are going to bottle this.
All right, Mitch, your turn.
I like that. I'm going to go with Beyond 2-1. I think they've got a pretty good favor on the first map, and Inferno.
It's happening again, Tom.
Maybe they can do it.
Mitch and thy teams, it's happening again. Lucid's not there anymore, but he's going all the way beyond.
Yeah, I mean,
oh boy.
I mean, Beyond is slightly more of a safer prediction than Lucid during the time. But the thing is with Beyond, I just feel like they have a mental block against top Chinese teams, and Invictus are there at the top. So yeah, I just don't think Invictus will be losing, just mainly because Beyond have that mental block. Maybe if they get over this, that's when they go on and they can beat the likes of Vici and maybe compete against Tyloo. Because every single time we see Beyond play, they're certainly getting closer to taking them down.
You should give them a palm reading, see if you can figure out what's wrong. Oh wait, I can do that. Hold on.
Go on.
I'll get them to send.
What can you tell?
I can't see their palm. I'll get them to send.
Your future is blurry.
You're in grave danger, Tom.
All right, gentlemen, I'm gonna have to bid you adieu. It was fun as usual, but we have to get into the games. So Tom, Mitch, again, thank you for joining us, and we'll see you after this map number 1. Now, Dinko. Invictus Beyond. This is what I've been waiting for all day. It took a while. These were some long matchups we had today, and we even had a Chinese Thai affair earlier on. It was Sigma facing off against After Gaming, which was, I think it broke everyone. Not just us, but everyone watching. This time around, I think it's going to be a much more cleaner, more exciting affair.
All I'm saying is thank goodness the second series went all 3 maps, Black, because we needed a mental break before we head into this one. If we're going to give this series any justice, we had to have a break just to mentally recover. But Beyond versus Invictus Gaming, a match where these two teams haven't shown us what they're made of yet in PAL. They haven't had a single chance to play just yet. So this is the best game we've had in PAL so far. This is the closest match in terms of the good Counter-Strike you're going to see, and probably quite equally matched. I think it's quite difficult to call. The only thing that's giving me the edge is the fact that Beyond have struggled against Chinese teams. I feel like maybe they play a little bit scared, but the last time they played against Tyloo, it was getting closer. It was certainly getting closer, and I feel like this team are definitely evolving. The biggest problem, I think we didn't touch on this at all in the pregame, is Olivia is the star player for this team, but the issue is every single game that matters, he doesn't show up. He isn't there. He frags against lower tier teams, but when he's playing against Tyloo, when he's playing against Vici and Invictus, he doesn't show up. He's just completely AFK. Instead, it was STK who was standing up for this team as well. So I want to see them do the damage when it comes up against some of these better teams. I think Olivia needs to show up.
Yeah, indeed he does. I feel like everyone needs to show up. For me, particularly, it's about watching this new player, Bottle, getting at it. Again, new player for the lineup, but he's been around the scene for a while. One of the players where whenever we have these hypothetical scenarios, we're like, all right, who do Vici have to pick up to be the best team in Asia? Who do Invictus have to pick up? Bottle's name always keeps getting thrown around in that mix, and him joining Invictus, for me, I feel he's a big upgrade over Oi, right? So I'm looking to see what they have in store for us here. Looking at the maps, though, I gotta say, Nuke is one of the home maps for Beyond. They are very, very comfortable on it. They have a pretty darn good win rate on it as well. And, I mean, I'm just looking at the stats, 83% in the past 3 months out of 12 maps played. Well, Invictus, they do play it, but they have like a 47% win rate out of 15. So clearly beyond the better team on that. Dust 2, it has to be Invictus. They look almost flawless. So I believe this might actually go all the way to Inferno. Now, if I go back a couple of months and you look at the Inferno from Invictus, again, caveat being they had Oi playing for them back then, their CD side left a lot to be desired. They used to have a pretty good T side, Chao Sage just opening up bomb sites, even wielding the AWP at times, Destroyer being very solid indeed. But there were so many iffy moments from them when even when they won an Inferno, it was a very close affair. So honestly, I know you said it's going to be Invictus. Tom said it as well. Mitch obviously has lost his mind. He said Beyond 2-0, 2-1. I'm actually in fence here. I don't know. I feel like this could very well go the way of Beyond because, again, Invictus, new player. They have a system they work with. And the new player, I don't think they've had enough time for him to completely fulfill all the roles which Oi used to fulfill.
Yeah, I guess what we can look at is the fact that you've just added a heap more firepower to Invictus, I guess. So that's something you can definitely look at. And Bolt's very experienced. I mean, he's been in so many teams for so long. I think he's going to know how to slot into this, especially in Asian Counter-Strike, where, the systems in place generally are not too complex. Usually you can just shove someone in there, and it's not like Invictus have a crazy system. It is pretty basic in terms of the approach. You're not going to have Shao Sage being that tactical in-game leader like Advent. He's going to spend a lot of time on the server getting things to work out in the tactical level. It's very much knows how to get the best out of his individuals. And because that's a talent of Shao Sage, realizing the strengths of his players and getting the most out of them, he seems to do it quite quickly. So hopefully you can find those strengths in Bottle easily enough. And obviously, like you said, everyone kind of knows Bottle. They're going to know his strengths from him, bringing him into the team. And so I'm quietly confident in Invictus in this matchup. I feel like Olivia just doesn't show up in the important matches, and that's such a big problem. And now you've got so much firepower in this Invictus roster. I feel like they're going to come out swinging.
Hopefully they should. I'm just looking at the stats for Bottle, man, and this guy played in 4 teams in 2019. 4 teams.
Yeah. He's like the Bondic of Asia, right? He's just like in every team.
Well, Bondic
he even went to Asia, right? Well. He's everywhere.
He played for Eclipse, he played for CyberZen, Panda, 5 Power, R-Stars. This is all in a span of 2 years, mind you. And now finally, I really hope he's kind of like found his place here in Invictus, that this might be his, if not permanent home, at least a longer stay in this team, because Invictus, they're a team who seem to be having higher aspirations compared to most other teams in the region. They're not like a team who's like, oh, we're going to be happy with a top 4 or top 5. No, they want to beat Tyler. They want to take down Vici. Yeah. So I feel like this could be a good home for him.
Yeah, and he's going to get tested immediately, right? Because I kind of feel bad for Invictus a little bit, because the 2 matchups that they have to start off the tournament, day 1 is against Beyond, day 2 is against Vici. So, you don't really have much time to try and figure out some of the mistakes. It's just tossed in immediately to the deep end, and you have to try and find your way against some of these top teams in Asia. And it's going to be quite difficult, and we'll get to see the eye test today, whether or not Bottle really ships up. But that seems like an older photo of Bottle. But maybe not. He just looks a little different on his HLTV profile. And from what I remember.
Could be newer as well. I don't know. Because he hasn't really played too many matches.
Hasn't played in a while. But yeah, coming into this matchup, Invictus, I've got to favor them. But it really does depend on what Beyond shows up. And I know that's kind of a cop-out a little bit. But it really is down to whether or not Olivia can play well. And he sometimes doesn't do that. Sometimes doesn't show up. So I want to see him firing. Because he can be a difference maker, especially on Nuke, right? We see him in a lot of the scenarios back when in PAL Summer. When we went to overtime sometimes for Beyond, they kind of struggled, went to overtime. Olivia then took over the game when it mattered. And so he's capable of doing that. I just want to see it straight out of the gate here for Beyond. I don't want to see them having to fight to overtime or getting pushed to their limits. But both of these teams, relatively strong on Nuke. I definitely give the edge to Beyond. But I feel like Invictus, they've shown us they can play this map before. They've picked it against some teams. They've definitely played a lot back in PAL Summer. It was against the Nuke teams where they struggled, though, right? You remember back to when they played against Vici. They were completely locked out of it. And towards the end of PAL, I was starting to get frustrated with Invictus and Nuke. It was starting to get really annoying because it was really unpredictable. It was unstable. And I was getting a little bit irritated by it. So hopefully they fixed a couple of those issues. But they're definitely capable of playing this map. Sometimes just a little bit shaky.
Yeah, 100%. They absolutely are. We do have, I feel like, some technical issues still in the server, ladies and gentlemen. Hopefully we should get sorted out very, very, very quickly indeed. In the meantime, we can just
enjoy the nice view of this nuclear power plant. I wonder if we can ask our observer. I don't know how many people are aware of this, and I don't even know if it's still there on this iteration of Nuke. But I remember if you flew straight down the map, right underneath the outer yard, there's like a miniature version of Nuke inside, or rather, like you have these props around the map, right? Like I'm talking about the trees and not the trees, but more like the mountain stuff and whatnot. And if you go down straight down, you can actually find these models at the bottom of Inferno, and you feel like a giant walking around if you're able to no clip through them. Oh, he's flying around. No, bottom. Like if you go outside towards outer yard, and if you just fly straight down into the map, there's like you can actually find the thing. Oh, he's going for it. I hope I wasn't wrong there. Going straight down. Okay, maybe not from T-spawn. I think it's from the middle of the map.
What's up, Blind? You've lost it.
No, I said from outer yard. Oh, there we go. We found. This is the one. No, this is T-spawn. Sorry. So you go to the middle of the map, like towards outer yard, like where the box is. I like how observers just money hopping. Yeah, and straight down there, right, like down there. I remember there used to be like a miniature version, not lower, not lower. Keep going down. I'm so sure there is something down there. I remember like a miniature version.
But you're just trolling him right now.
Trolling. I'm not
this
kidding.
This is unfair.
I'm so sure chat's gonna let me know. I hope he's holding W because I can't see anything. Everything's black.
It's like on cache when you used to be able.
No, we can find it. Maybe it's in the older version of Nuke.
Yeah, it's definitely older version, and you used to be able to do it on cache as well, where we just find not a smaller version, but a gigantic version of cache when you used to fly outside the map. But we're getting into it, Bly. Finally,
we're going live.
It's the pistol round. No more trolling the observer. It's time.
I'm not trolling him. I swear.
The Invictus versus Beyond. Whatever you say, Bly. But all we know is Beyond are on the T side, Invictus starting on the CT side of Fair, and we're getting this pistol round underway.
I'm excited. I'm actually excited for this.
In a few minutes, hopefully. Never mind. Anticlimactic.
Yeah, I know. Well, at least. Oh, I think he found. Did he find it? Because there's another pause coming in, so I guess might as well. No, he's trolling with me now. He's just going back and forth, and I can't make out a difference. It's just black for me. But it'd be nice if I was correct. No, nothing. Oh well. Sad face. I'm actually sad right now. But you know, Denko, once you hit my like old age and you're ancient, you kind of forget things. Like memories get mixed up and jumbled up, and you get hospitalized, and that's when you're when your family abandons you.
Then you have a curly-headed Irishman coming to your door, starting to want to read your palms.
All right, guys, let's go. I'm ready for this. I'm actually excited. It's been a long day, but this game is what's keeping me going. I'm even out of coffee at home, Dinko.
You're out of coffee?
I'm out of coffee. I need to buy some. I need to step out and go and purchase some, and it's already getting a little late.
It's a tragedy.
Here.
Tragedy, bro.
It is a freaking tragedy. I wish I had those caffeine pills which you have.
Oh yeah, you don't want those. I found out the hard way that you don't take those with an empty stomach. So don't be doing that, blood. Don't be doing that. No. Make sure you consume something before you eat them or ingest them. Anyway, Invictus versus Beyond. This will start, we promise you, at some point in the near future, perhaps.
Yeah,
maybe.
Dinko, when you start the game, you have the start button right there.
Exactly. The casters control it. But
there we go. We start there. Well, thanks,
there we go. Thank you. You just had to ask. I thought you were never going to ask. Well, here we go. It started over here on the CT side. It's the diffuse kit for Viva. 4 sets of Kevlar for the rest and over for Beyond. It's a little bit of utility for STK, but the majority with Kevlar. It's the best game of the day. It's the best game of PAL so far. And it's an execute towards outside.
They're going for it very, very quickly indeed. No one's spotting. I mean, they had a couple of CDs playing, and it's going to be STK. It's pushing, and it's going to be kind of a ramp pincer coming in here, but Viva is going to open things at the player who we did touch upon as Xiao Sage appears around the corner. This flank, or this wrap around from Hell is completely been shut down. So even if they've lost control towards lower, it's going to be a very comfortable retake for Invictus. They've got a kit, they have a flash, they have 5 players alive, and his USPs are lethal.
Yeah, Xiao Sage taking a QQ down, and now it's going to be KTZ and Olivia holding on. The Glock hits the first headshot. The follow-up from KTZ is just Olivia left alone into a 1 versus 3 with a bomb down at least, but that's all they will find. A bomb plant is good enough right now for Invictus. It does secure the second round force by, or should I say for Beyond, but Invictus clean up the pistol round win.
Someone needs to oil those hinges.
Yeah, they really do need to spread those to some WD-40 or something.
Yeah, I mean, it's like a brand new spanking nuclear power plant and like squeaky doors.
I mean, it does seem to be fake. I mean, I think they have bigger problems
vacated.
right now. It's completely vacated, and we have a bunch of terrorists running around. And
isn't there like a dead body in spawn? Like towards like there's that the security booth?
You're gonna get the observer to go look for that now.
There is a dead body. There is a body.
Is this what the show is now?
There is a body
making things up on Nuke and having. I'm just I swear, there's a body. If you go inside one of the boxes, you'll actually find a DeLorean.
No, there is a body towards... Okay, fine, later on when we have another pause.
Okay.
By coming in for the side of Beyond, and it's going to be AKs around this bottle. Good for one. Ooh, a little bit of a damage there as Viva is going to help out by getting a kill with the scout, but then
this is too expensive.
Over aggression from the CTs, and Olivia down to 1 HP, but they've done the damage, and that Galil Dinko, that can actually help them out here. KNT's in a great position. If a CT comes up from vents, he's done for. Bomb's going to be planted, and already Beyond looking good.
Destroyer walks right into KNTZ's Galil. Now it's on bottle. The new kid on the block, not really a kid, but anyway, he goes down. KNTZ secures it, and it's 1-1. Beyond will find themselves the follow-up. And that is a little bit scary with KNTZ showing up. He is a player I forgot to highlight, but back on Nuke in PAL Summer, this guy had some MVP performances. He was breaking 30 kills quite often on Nuke. It's one of the maps he feels most comfortable on, so keep an eye on KNTZ here.
All these
Eagles
players
and Invictus.
Oh, here we go. You're wondering why we're so excited. It's because Invictus, I believe, have the record for the most number of Deagle buy rounds won in PAL Summer. Oh my god, that was close from Viva. If he had landed that Dinko. Boost comes in, cheeky boost, spots another player out, avoids a flashbang, and I'll land it from Beyond. Not wasting any time. This is clean, this is clinical. They're going to make their way towards secret. All 5 players just grouping up together, working as a pack. There is a smoke that's going to delay them for a few seconds, but it's okay. They can take the sweet time, moving together. For the CTs, they have 1 flashbang remaining. They have all 5 players alive. That's good, but this is cheeky from Beyond, Dinko. This is... I don't think I've seen this particular take that often. They have complete control of the secret and the bomb walks back. Curious.
Very curious. Well, KNTZ gets another kill. Working out for Beyond. Viva going down early on into the round. Destroyer. He's in the smoke. What can he find in the smoke? Who knows, Blair? What do you think you'll find in the smoke?
Nothing.
Anything on Nuke? Anything? Anything else we don't know about?
I'm telling. Oh, you know what? Wait for the pause. I'm going to talk to the observer here, and I'm 100% going to be correct. Anyway, 5v3. This is well played from Beyond. They were just being, I wouldn't say trepidant, they were being very clinical, very methodical. Destroyer finds a kill. No one checking towards Hut, and suddenly, I said it, and it looks expensive, but John Olsen's there to shut down flying. And now it's all in Destroyer. He's got an M4. They need to cross it over. And Destroyer, he is so solid. Xiaosage finds another kill. And it's all turned around. Dinko, 15 seconds. And Merrill, where does he plant? He plants for heaven as a player peeks out. And Xiaosage, perfect timing. We spoke about Deagles and Invictus. And here we go again.
Yeah, we're back. Well, you know, we had a nice couple of months off. Well, weeks maybe. Was it months? I don't really know. This year has been a bit of a blur. I still think it's March, to be honest. But it feels like Invictus, we're right back to the old Invictus we know, right? Back to the Deagles. They lose, they win the pistol, they lose the follow-up, but they come back in, and they're just so damn good on the Deagles, you can never count Invictus out. And it does make for some interesting games, because you try and predict what's going to happen. You have to try to predict the series of outcomes in the next couple of rounds, but when it's Invictus, you can't really do that with conviction.
Indeed, you can't. And again, I feel like Beyond made that round unnecessarily complicated. I'm not saying they played it wrong. It's just that they started getting spread thin. They walked into the Deagles. The trades weren't taking place. And then, like I said, Destroyer. Look, we talk about flying. We talk about Xiaosage and Viva and all these guys. But I feel like Destroyer is the kind of the unsung hero for this team. He is the most consistent player. He's not a star. He's not going to be dropping those 25, 30 bombs regularly. He's just going to be being just kind of like this solid object that he can rely on every single time. Good enough to hold the side, good enough to hold an angle and ensure he at least gets a couple of kills from a favorable angle. And I feel like he is someone that you're going to be having to keep an eye on for the duration of this tournament. So, yeah, rounds being exchanged. Forced by, of course, a Beyond once more. And it's going to be an upper hit. The full execute is going to be 1, 2, 3. They make the way down the vents. And all this sound is being heard by Bottle Jr. That's going to force Xiao Sage with the dog appears to rotate towards ramp.
KTZ. Oh, good the Deagle. This is already a win in the eyes of Beyond in terms of getting that bomb down, but they've invested a little bit more into it. So obviously trying to get this round win is the main goal now. Viva will catch out KTZ. Xiao trying to move forward, but look at Flying. He's gone past. He's into the lower side playing on the rafters. They haven't spotted him. Viva with the headshot. He knows there's a player underneath. And while there's Flying with another kill on the MP9, it's QQ and Olivia. They can still win this round, especially with Olivia up into the control room. He's gonna have the AK-47. He's taking down Viva already, but the tap on the bomb, it's ticking away. There's 4 seconds. There's not enough time to win the round. They've done it. Beyond again. They answer back. It is just so back and forth play immediately. We've got a close game in our hands. And Olivia, you know, a little shout out to John Olsen, I guess, a tribute. He's rocking John as the Steam game.
Yeah,
I mean, in-game. I mean, Olivia is kind of one of those guys who just kind of has a lot of weird names. It's just normal names, right? It's just Olivia, John, and then his name in real life is Mirage. Like, come on.
I got so confused there because when he got the kill, I saw John. I didn't obviously take a look at the names. I'm like, wait, John Olsen? I remember him playing in a different team. Okay, guys, please use your real names while they're casting when you're playing a.
I feel like Olivia is one of the players that does that the most. Well, there was one tournament we casted. It was one of the DreamHack qualifiers, and he used a different name the entire time. Oh, he didn't change it.
I think a lot of players do. I don't think it's like an Asian thing. I think there's a lot of teams all around the world who do that.
No, definitely. But Olivia is definitely one of the main culprits for that.
Oh, 100%.
In this region, at least.
They do like messing around a bit. This is much better. I think it's the first time we're seeing like a proper anti-eco. But Destroyer's still alive, Dinko. And this position's not going to be checked. There's no one nearby. Calm shots. Second shot's not going to connect. The SDK is going to go with the drive-by. And Xiao Sage, honestly, might as well save his AUG here. There's not much money in the bank. He's feeling it though, Dinko. Slowly creeping on up. The AK versus the AUG. The AUG's not going to come out on top. QQ is going to take it down, and there we go. 2 rounds back-to-back for the very first time in the series.
Finally. It won't be too chaotic, at least. We won't see that continue for much longer. You get a flashback to a couple of games you've casted in the past where it has been back and forth, back and forth, back and forth for probably 25 minutes, but finally back to normality, at least 2 in a row. A little bit of consistency, and Invictus having to go down to the eco. They don't have Eagles in this one. Just a P250 in the hands of Xiao Sage. The rest, though, on USPs. So we should be seeing a round picked up for Beyond, heading to 4 on the board. And, well, Destroyer has pushed up through Squeaky. He's near the lobby with the Zeus now, starting to wrap around the backside. He could just find QQ. He's not wanting to venture too far into the lobby. It would be a dangerous scenario for him, so he looks to just hold the spot. And now QQ starts to go around the corner, walking into the corner. The back has been spotted. That should be a kill. There's the headshot. Finds an AK. Now he's picked that up. He could use that rifle for later use for this Invictus roster. Beyond starting to gather up again. They're going into lobby blur. They should still be winning this round, but Destroy now having an AK could mean a little bit of damage being done to this economy.
Yeah, I'm not a real big fan of how Beyond sometimes approaches these anti-ecos, where it's not like they're making mistakes again, right? It's just that it's extremely trepidant. It's good to be safe. It's good to be careful, you know, be methodical, especially when against pistols, but sometimes I feel like they get into their minds a little too much. Xiao Sage, P250, up close. Good position. They're going to come creeping out. No one's checking in. Spots one out. It's going to be a free kill. Almost gets the frag, but Meryl's able to spin around in time, but Destroyers are holding the line. That MAC-10, that player is bleeding out internally, but not a single bullet connects. And Meryl's the hero of the hour. 3 kills for him, looking for more. He's disposable at this point, and he's going to take out a Glock and finishes it off. Looked very, very scared there for a moment, Dinko, but it is going to be Beyond stealing the round away. Slightly expensive, but hey, they get into the lead 4-2.
All that matters is they do win the round, but like you say, definitely expensive. More expensive than they would have hoped for, especially going into what was only a P250 invested, $300. Pretty good return for Invictus. Beyond, though, this is their true test. They're going up against the full buy of Invictus, the AWP in the hands of Viva. The AUG out for Shellside Gate. He's still wielding this weapon, but he's going to go down in towards ramp. Mayrolls taking him away. He's down to 3 HP, takes a lot of damage on board, but he stays alive, and he needs to be careful. And he doesn't fall off the ramp and kill himself. That would be quite embarrassing.
Yeah, I feel like there was a little bit of mistake from Shellside. They're going for the re-peek. Like you took a shot, fall back. These guys can hit heads. They're very clinical indeed. As Beyond, I like this approach so far. Yeah, they've lost a couple of rounds, to the Eagles and whatnot, but I like this approach where they they get a pick and they all group up and fall back. Forcing, just anticipating rotation. Nice Molotov. They're gonna force Destroyer out, just like a bunny from a top hat. It just comes barreling out from vents. But this round's done. If I'm Bottle and Viva, I'm just gonna go for the save here, and Beyond. It's good work from them. They get the opening pick towards ramp and immediately pounce on the upper bomb side before Invictus are really able to get into comfortable positions. And again, there were 2 plays in events over there. Perfect timing on catching out the rotation, and with that, 5-2, Beyond showing why they have picked Nuke.
Yeah, definitely showing that they're very comfortable on it. They're a team that I feel will have practice coming into this event, which is nice to say. And so far, we've seen a good system. Even remember back to Pal Summer, it took a little while for Beyond to play as well. I think they were one of the late starters. But they came in and they impressed us immediately, right? We said they look like the most tactically structured team. And so far, again, that's probably going to be true when you think about it. Because Beachy looked kind of rough in their opening game. Tyloo in the group stages, they don't really care. So coming into this, Beyond already, their T side looks the most fundamentally sound player. And it's a refreshing sight.
Yeah, it is. I think this might be. I don't think it might be. I think this has been, apart from some moments in the Checkmate and Tiger game, probably some of the cleanest Counter-Strike we've seen so far. Yes, there were a few rounds won by the Deagles, but it wasn't like a massive mess up from either of the 2 teams, right? With the rounds getting traded there with the pistols. I like this though. Invictus realizing they need to switch things up a bit, and Viva has found himself in a pretty comfortable spot. He needs to get a pick and get the hell out of there very quickly. Unfortunately for him, he's not going to find anyone, but his presence over there, not getting challenged, that's going to allow his teammate to rotate over and hold other spots. They don't have to worry about ramp at all. And honestly, Beyond's not really making it a secret that they're heading straight towards this outer area where they mixed it up a little bit. They're going to be going for the wrap-around. Bottle needs to be very, very wary of this.
He does. And while he is, and he turns around, the timing, he's starting to run away. Oh. He looked there, he knew it was a possibility, but he tries to fall back into a better position, and in doing so, probably signs his own death warrant. 44 seconds. 2-man advantage in play for Beyond. Make it 3 with QQ's addition. And out flying in Shellside Gate. They can't hope to do anything here. Gotta take a monumental play here from Flying. He's gonna find 1. AK-47 available to pick up, and Shellside Gate down towards Secret. Beyond, they've got utility in play as well. They've locked out Flying. He can't do much from this spot. 19 seconds, bomb goes down, and I think Invictus realize the only real option is the safe call here. Take that 8K into the next one. Shellside Gate can group up with Flying if they decide to flee the scene, and even better, they find an AWP, so they can carry that over into the next. What a start, though, from Beyond. So clean.
That was, I feel like, a mistake from Bottle and... Who was it playing towards Mini? I think it was a Destroyer over there. So Bottle's holding towards Garage, right? Back of Garage, or rather, like, behind the box. And Destroyer was holding towards Mini. So there was a smoke in play. And Beyond, they timed that walk into the garage so perfectly, the Destroyer wasn't able to spot anyone crossing the garage, which which made Bottle think, oh, there's no one there, I can probably run back to its health, then getting caught off guard and getting taken down. But that's a mistake from Invictus. Like, if you haven't seen anyone crossing the garage, it doesn't mean they haven't, because there was a smoke obscuring a vision. So I feel like either Destroyer didn't convey that information, or Bottle Jr. or why does he have Bottle GR in his name? I don't know. Or Bottle had like a little bit of a brain fart there, but that was a mistake from Invictus. And boy, oh boy, it cost him quite dear.
Yeah, he definitely, the weirdest part was he looked so aware. He definitely looked so aware of that possibility, and like he almost was certain, and then it all just kind of fell apart. Now, weird. But 6-2 anyway. Beyond already in a real solid position on their T side. If they were to go on and not win a single round from the T side at this point, which is highly unlikely, then it would still be pretty solid going into the second half. It's enough to compete with already. And obviously with the scenario we're in, 9 rounds deep, heading into round number 9. Now, money's not good for Invictus. Their buy is random. I mean, they have some pieces to work with, obviously, from the save. They have an AWP in the hands of Viva. Shouts like Guy has an M4 flying with the UMP. Rest on Deagles, this is certainly enough. I mean, we know what Invictus can do with less, so Beyond still need to respect this, and Destroyer just charging on in with a Deagle is going to lose his head early on into the round.
And they're not wasting any time flying, though. UMP in hand, just good for one. The trades are very fast. The spacing so far from Beyond has been just, as a French would say, Denko, magnifique. Although that's a terrible imitation at a French accent. Oh, Deagle shot from Bottle, though. He's going to find one, but not before the bomb does get deployed. John, or rather Olivia, finds one. Bottle, looking for more. Okay. AK upgrade. Now he's got Kevlar. Shaosag is towards heavens. They have utility. This is doable, but KNTZ is reading this so perfectly. He finds the kill. He's got to find both of them. He doesn't need any help from STK. And that's going to be round number 7 for Beyond. A little expensive, but honestly, looking at the money they have right now, they're 4 players over 10k. So I don't think they're going to be not too chuffed with the way that played out. 7-2. They're looking good. And for Invictus Gaming, well, they need to let something, they need to change something up here, and it needs to work. But the problem is they have changed stuff up, Dinko. They send in Viva towards ramp area with the AWP. They tried switching up some of the positioning towards outer yard, but nothing's quite working out here.
Yeah, it's a little difficult, I guess, to figure out on the fly. Maybe it is having an effect with this this new roster. I have to say, though, ramp has been a weakness, and Beyond have realized that. Shoutside Gay has not been doing a good job at holding on to ramp. We'll see if they can get rid of him again. They're going to start charging down his position, and there we go, Blah. He can't even get away. He's just losing his head every single time a Beyond player comes down the ramp.
It hasn't been easy indeed. STK. I like how STK is the only one whose hairstyle is different from everyone else, and I love it. Viva finds STK, replying by Destroyer with the off angle. Did he see that? Did he see the way his crosshair, his gun, his bow was just flicking up and down, just wrecks Destroyer? Oh, God. Mayrolls. That's just disgusting.
Yeah, Beyond are looking poised, looking real solid. I have to say, though, Blair, STK's hair just looks like Olivia's, but not as curly. With the same hairstyle.
Oh yeah, actually, now that you mention it. And while you see KNTZ, Mayrolls, and QQ, it's like various stages of windswept Super Saiyan hair. As Mayrolls walking out.
Mayrolls is the king. He is the king of hair. And what Fly, he gets what? Mayrolls going down. I mean, a little bit of an error there. But it's just flying in bottle left. 15 seconds. Bomb mid it to the lower bomb site. Olivia's going to get it planted. And now, well, man advantage in play for Beyond in the post plant, but you've got to go for this now. You need round wins.
Well, they're getting that. Olivia, though, oh, now they know. They know where Flying is, and Flying, he's got everything. Think of Molotov, Flash, Nade, Kid, AK-47, 100 HP, Kevlar. Only thing missing is a helmet. But against the AK-47, it's really not going to matter, though. Nade does a bit of damage, but it's not good enough. He's making quite a bit of noise. I know exactly where he's coming in from, and he has to clear every angle out. And of course, it is going to be Olivia is going to get the kill. 8-2. And there's no stopping this train Beyond. I kind of forgot like how close the first initial rounds. Look at this from Romero's, man. Like, okay, up, down. Oh,
that's disgusting.
So, can we see like a normal speed?
That's insane, dude. Who checks like that?
Funny.
That's so cool.
I mean, I don't know how to explain it, but if there's a player in a better angle, he's dead. Just always walking out there checking that. It's just ridiculous.
Checking like...
Oh, yeah, QQ trying to be a little too smart for your own good there. Destroyers are aware that there was a gap at the edge of the smoke. He will take you down, find your AK, and now they have a weapon to play with over here on the CT side, but Mayrolls taking away Bottle's life. Smashed him. Now Destroyer pushes in through the door, catches out SDK, gets a second as well. Not only does he get the initial kill, but he dishes out the damage on the picked up AK, but Olivia taking down 2 players. Now Shalsa getting Viva, looking to try and close out this round after all the hard work. The Bottle, or should I say, Destroyer has been able to deliver with those 3 kills. Shalsa game might just get timed on. He looks away, and KTZ delivers death. It's just Viva, who's had a little bit of impact. 6 kills on the board, but I haven't really had to say his name too much. This would be a big clutch. Start off Powell, and he's going to find a chance, but it's John who swings on in. Mr. Olivia, 9-2 on the board. Good stuff from Beyond. Dominating.
This is the Beyond we've wanted to see for so very long, where they look so very dominant. There was a gap there. Where they look so very dominant, they're able to recover when things tend to go a little alright, but this is good stuff from Beyond. And again, we talk about this Beyond team, and they come so close, Denko. They come so close to taking down one of these top Chinese teams. And if you go back to PAL 2020, PAL Summer 2020, it was 2-1 loss to Vici. It was a 2-1 loss to Invictus. They come so close. They get only so far. Will today be the day is the question. Because I feel like the moment they start getting some wins over the Chinese sides, it's going to unlock something. It's going to be the catalyst that's going to kind of catapult this team to potentially be a top 3 team in the region. And we might just be witnessing this right now. Invictus clearly feeling very uncomfortable on this Nuke map. And Beyond just toying with them right now.
Yeah, right now this is looking like a very dominant Beyond. And they come into it with a game plan. They've obviously practiced quite a bit during the break that we've had, and that's nice to see. Invictus with this new player. Bottle, obviously a very experienced player, but it is always going to take a little bit of time inserting a new player. Luckily, it is just the one move, so generally that's quite easy to fix quickly. I mean, they should be able to do it into the tournament, but like I said, the problem is the first 2 games that they've got are against Beyond and Vici, so not exactly the easiest games. And while the big swing here from STK, Xiaosake has been real cold in this gameplay. He has not been hitting anything. It's going down so easily. And luckily, a 3 versus 2. A man advantage in play for Beyond with 23 seconds left. Invictus are here, causing problems near the site, but the bomb will go down. Utility being used up from both sides, as Beyond trying to use the flashbangs to get into better positions, but Destroyer moving forward, catches out one, but goes down to the rifle of Mayrolls. It's just Viva left alone, running with the USP, looking to take down one in the cubby, but he's run out of ammo, and now he's stuck in the open. The headshot's still there, and he goes back for another, and he pulls it off. My God, Viva, the USP delivering so much damage, and that's a clutch he should not have won. But it comes down to the defuse. There should just be enough time, and there is. Viva secures the win for Invictus in a round that was almost locked in for Beyond. They overthink, they peak too much, and Viva is given every opportunity to win that round.
Bomb is planted, guys. There's no need for the final player to peek out. Like, when you peek out, when you take the fight, at least try to save your teammate, right?
Look at this. He just hide, dude. Why are you doing this, Olivia?
And no, like when Mayrolls was getting hunted down with the USP, that's when Olivia should have peeked early on, right? You didn't peek then. Now, why are you peeking out now? Why are you peeking out when bomb has been taken away? That's, I feel like, the most glaring mistake Beyond have made so far in 12 rounds, which honestly, Denko, I'll take it compared to some of the games we've seen so far today.
Yeah, games. Yeah, that's what we'll call them. Now, 9-3, Beyond find themselves in a pretty comfortable position on this T side already. Just a little bit of a blunder in the previous round, but again, you can understand it. In the chaos, that happens to the best of teams, right? Where you overstep, You make a decision in a split second. It's very difficult to always make the right decision, especially in these high pressure situations when you're in the 2 versus 1. You think you're going to win against a USP. I mean, Olivia probably felt confident enough of in his own ability to take on a player using a USP, right? So you could definitely see reasonings as to why he peeked from the window, but not the percentage play. But they slot right down. They try and recover from that. They knew that was their round in the bag. They knew that was a 10th on the board. So they're slowing it down, get a little bit more comfortable. They've adjusted the ramp defense a little bit here. They've got Bottle up on the boost to help out Shasage, because that has been a grim scenario for Invictus. They have been losing that ramp room so easily. And now Beyond turn their attentions to the A bomb site. Destroyer swings on by, burns in the Molotov, so it's an instantaneous trade, but look where the bomb is going, Blood. Right to the bottom of the vent, sprinting to the B bomb site. This is really well played. I'm loving this from Beyond. But look at Shasage. He's not falling for it at all. But oh, he got him through the smoke, but there must have been a gap. He must have spotted Mayrolls there. There's no smoke indication in the kill feed. Olivia with 1 kill. Kane to see catching out the player walking down the secret stairs, and that's all gone. So now we're into a 2 versus 2. Beyond do have the post-plant positions with the time ticking.
It's not ideal for the other player, though, for KNTZ, so a play has to be made. KNTZ is just not facing, but he's got a face, and it's simultaneous stereo frags, as Barloff would love to say. 10-3, they strike back, Dinko. And with that, well, at least Invictus have some money, but if I'm them, I just hold onto some pistols and maybe try and go for a full bind final round. Also, newsflash, G2 might be picking up Nico.
Now that sounds hell interesting.
That is really cool, actually. We can talk about it later on, maybe after this map, but that's one of the better news I've heard about CSGO in the past month.
God, that must cost a lot. Just think of the family fights, though. Family feuds never go well. Adding family members to teams, when has that ever gone well? Henny and Lucas, we all know what happened there. We know all the turbulence that happened to those teams. Who else? We've had Cooper and Freakazoid. That didn't end too well.
Well, I mean, it's Nico and Nico's cousin. Yeah, it's a little different, and I feel like they've played at the highest levels for long enough. I think they'll be fine. I think they're professional enough. In worst case scenario, just lock them up in a room, give them some alcohol, and let them just duke it out. It'll be fine.
Otherwise known as normal services. Now, 10-3. 10-3 on the board. Beyond, looking for a little bit more, but it is Invictus's Deagles. And again, we talk about how scary these Deagles can be, but they charge on in. It's the P250 with 1, looking for a second, but QQ just turns on him. Viva going down, Bottle as well, and Flying doing good work on the Deagle. A second kill. QQ out of there. Kane TC trying to spray away, gets a lovely double, and Xiao Saige picking up 2 kills on the Deagle to end the round. Invictus yet again with the Deagles delivered death.
Can we please have a POV flying skills? Because it felt like both those 2 kills came in a span of half a second. Like out of nowhere, like just like a bat flying out of hell. There we go, 1. Okay, it took a while. I maybe the kill feed, I just saw a little too slow there. But how do you lose this round after all the cool rounds we've seen from Beyond so far? But I feel like if you look at this, like, let's look at it from an overall perspective, right, Dinko? Like, for Invictus, they've got 4 rounds. We still have 1 round remaining in this half. Out of the 4, 2 of them are just Deagles. I guess that in itself tells a tale of how one-sided this one's been so far. It's been a couple of mishaps from Beyond, you know, maybe a little bit of flawed decision-making coming out, but overall, even if it ends 10-5, I feel like Beyond have just looked like the better prepared team. And the stats, it's kind of evident. It's very evident. Like, their Nuke is something which I feel like any team in the region would be kind of wary of facing off against them. So, there it is. Beyond, I feel like, even when they switch on to the CD side, which is, well, the more favored side, I still feel they're going to run away with this. I'm calling it. It's not going to be like the Tiger game, or the Checkmate game, or any of the games we've seen where teams have had, like, a very one-sided first half, and then they just kind of choke and allow their opponents back into the game. I don't think it's going to happen on this map.
They're good enough, blah. You have to have some sort of faith somewhere, right? At some point. I think Beyond, a team you can put a little bit of faith into. We've got Bottle over here towards top secret. Molotov going down in towards the stairs. Luckily playing around the corner. But Beyond have been methodical in their approach. And yet again, they're going to turn their attentions back over towards ramp. Where Xiaosage has been an evident weakness. And well, Vivo with the shot through the smoke connecting onto Olivia. But KTZ and STK find two. But it's Viva again on the AWP. Catching another player. 3 versus 3. The bomb site has been pressured. STK is down lower already. Mayroll is confirming the bomb plant. They've secured the site.
As long as they don't overcommit, as long as they don't make mistakes, this round should be in the bag here. Viva with the AWP is announcing his presence with the flashbang. It's never easy. Retaking with an op, especially when all alone. You miss a shot, you're done for STK. He's going to get checked. And he's going to be found out. Viva, 3 kills for him. QQ finds Destroyer. Mayroll's going to chime in. And 1 player remaining. It is going to be Viva. This is a perfect crossfire. There's no way he's going to be able to win this. And there you have it. Mayroll shuts him down. 2 HP. Doesn't matter. 11-4 the scoreline. And it has been just a very lopsided affair, Dinko. Invictus, they had their moments, but it came off the Deagles. It came off a 1v2, which was played terribly by Beyond. Apart from that, well, they just look completely flat on the CD side.
They did, and a little bit unfortunate. A few of the individuals really misfiring. We talk about how consistent flying is. He's still getting enough kills. Xiaosage was very quiet. Bottle hasn't hit the ground running. He had a couple of kills towards the start, and other than that, did not really do much throughout the entire first half. So 11-4, if Beyond win this pistol round, well, we're probably looking at Beyond closing out Nuke pretty easily. Invictus have got to have a real solid T side.
Well, Invictus, let's see what they got here, T-side. Just not really showing anything yet. Destroyer. Just a lone man sent up on an excursion all alone. I think spotted out a player towards heaven. I'm not too sure. Should be careful of... Oh, he's done for. He's done for. Olivia's coming for him. Good night. Destroyer's down. But flying with a nice trade. Here they can pounce on its upper bomb set, and there's no one to be found, Dinko. There's absolutely no one. It's going to be retake time. 4v4. They have a smoke and a kit. So this is something going their way. But this is not going to be easy. Well.
Wow, okay, Bottle and Xiaosage taking a couple of kills quickly, and it's closed out by Fly. Now, those kills come in very quickly indeed from Invictus. Just out of nowhere, really. And that's cleaned up nice and well from Invictus. They get a 5th round on the board. Important start coming into the second half. Now they need to continue. As they invest into the AK-47s, you cannot be losing these early on.
Who won the pistol round? Oh, the first one. I'm actually looking at who won that. Invictus! Invictus have won both the pistol rounds, Dinko.
Yeah, now that is a little depressing, but we'll see how this one goes. It's going to be Destroyer charging his way out on towards the bomb site. It's 1 kill with a MAC-10. QQ doing a little bit of work with the USP, but that is quick, clinical, and I'm glad it's over and done with. You always want to get into the important rounds, and here's one coming right up.
I actually like the decision being made by Invictus not to go for a buy in that first round. Like, they have all the rifles coming out here. It's going to be pistols. Sorry, it's going to be a lack of utility. There are no incendiaries apart from the one in hands of QQ. No kits. Even a lack of head armor. But against 5 AK-47s, it's kind of okay. You know, unless you're going to get dinged through a door or something, or just, you know, taken down by a Glock. But it's going to be Invictus wasting no time. Fast play towards the outer side. Olivia, Og trained into the smoke, not spotting anyone out, not giving away his position. And all 5 players have actually made their way towards lower, towards secret. And Beyond, QQ might be caught out of position, and yes, he will indeed, but at least he gets a kill before he gets taken down. But Invictus, this is fast, Dinko. They're wasting no time, heading straight for his lower bomb site.
Well, Mayrolls up on the rafters. Bomb plant going through, it's going to be flying. Off the left side, going down, and Xiaosage will get 1 STK coming through as well on Destroyer. He's going to do a little bit of work as we now stand in a 2 versus 2. Bottle Down in towards Decon, Olivia trying to move forward. There's a smashed window he's going to capitalize on and try and get in behind Destroyer, who is blissfully unaware that he's being flanked by Olivia, and he turns, but he finds death. Olivia quick spray into his chest, and now it's just Bottle, the new addition for Invictus, and he cannot win the clutch. Olivia is showing up, and that's important. We talked about it before, Play. We said sometimes he doesn't show up, but is there time for the defuse? This is going to be really close. They're just enough hits. There we go. We've had a lot of close defuses today, haven't we?
Oh yeah, we have. Some of them, even with the, with PGL's HUD showing the diffuse bar and the time remaining, even then we've had to go to slow-mo to figure out how close some of these rounds have been. 12-6 Beyond. Lose a pistol. Full eco second round, and they win the third. The bye. For Invictus, though, it was a clean anti-eco round coming in from them. I believe they just lost to one player, so they're going to be pretty happy with the fact that they have money. It's not ideal, the Destroyer having to make do just with the Desert Eagle, but it's Invictus and Deagle, so they're going to be fine. STK with Auto Shotty. There we go. We see so many players nowadays, Dinko, with a Nova playing, or a Max 7 playing from top of hut. This is how you do it. Learn from the man himself. Auto Shotty, baby. For days.
Auto shotgun and nuke. Definitely a very viable option. May rolls. Let's see if he can play a little bit better than Xiaosage was on this ramp. Immediately, better utility usage. Good positioning, but he's overrun. He doesn't get a single kill. I think he hangs around a little too long there, Blood.
Yep. That was a mistake. That was absolutely a mistake. No two ways about it. That ramp control lost. That's going to leave Invictus a lot of options to work with, and also for Destroyer. That's an upgrade to the M4. You just had a Deagle, bear in mind. And now, the freedom to work with. This is interesting to see what Invictus is going to do with this. They're still sticking around towards ramp. You can see the bomb heading back towards the trophy room, towards the T lobby. They have a player outside as well, slowly wrapping around. They're going to time this hit towards upper. 23 seconds, Dinko. There's not much room to work with here. Auto Shotty waiting towards Squeaky. SDK is going to strike. 1, 2. This is it. He's shutting it down all alone. 15 seconds. They got to get the bomb down. It's still a 5v3. Still time to work with. Trades are fast and furious as Olivia strikes with a quick double. Destroyer's left alone. 6 seconds. They've lost a round. There's no time. Bombs out in the open. And out of nowhere, Olivia. He strikes. And Destroyer, he's good for one, but he doesn't even take away the weapon. Into the next round, his money is absolutely in the bin. $450 to work with. The rest of the team, the sub $3,000 mark and beyond, are 2 rounds away from map point.
What a dominant match this has been from Beyond. Just so solid. I'm starting to this point, I'm not going to say finish because we don't know if it's quite over the line yet, Blood. I don't want to jinx anything, but certainly looking like it will be. But from the offset, it has been incredible from Beyond. A few mistakes here and there, of course, but other than that, it has been fantastic stuff from the Thai team. Oh, he's going to go down. Olivia just swings on by. And we talk about the Deagles from Invictus. They've had one opportunity so far in the series to do that. Now the Deagles have been neutralized from that point. It's a little bit of a weird moment there for KTZ. Kind of gets caught with the door swinging wide open. Xiaosage just tears his head off. But a 4 versus 2. It's still a 2-man advantage in play here for Beyond. Full control. Not really expecting too much from Xiaosage and Viva here.
These are the plays that just confuse me. Like, everything has been flawless, and you were, singing the praises, and deservedly so, mind you. They've been fantastic so far. And then you have the moment of Kenty just jumping out with no information where Xiaosage might be and gets punished by losing his gun. Again, it's not too much of a loss here. Viva's going to be found out as well, 14-6. It was an eco, but even with the lost bonus, man, like, Destroyer's money is still kind of looking rough. And even, yeah, this is still not good. This is still not good. The money is just...
Yeah.
Why did it force up that round? I don't know.
Because I think their skill in the Deagles makes it... they think it's viable every time, right?
Yeah,
they're their own worst enemy when they get in their own heads. Okay, fair enough. You've got that ability. No one's taking that away from you, but you got to make your smart decisions sometimes.
Yeah, you're just gonna now another half buy, and now you're gonna go get beyond map point, and I don't.
You know what my other worry is, Blair? The fact that Invictus have had no one really stand out. I mean, Flying is obviously still at his moments, but it's not been a big performance from any of these players, and we're heading on to Dust 2.
I'm actually not too worried about that. I feel like it's just the map. I just feel like Beyond, they have all their... They're just a better team here. They know what to do. And Nuke is a map where you just can't wing it, right? It's a map where you need to know how to play. You need to understand the map. You need to know how the rotations work. You need to have the protocols. Beyond have it, Invictus don't. It's simple as that.
But it's in those moments where you're holding ramp, right? For example, Shellsega is just holding ramp. All he needs to do is take one kill, and he's not finding those. There was too many of those moments, I think, on the CT side.
True.
They just misfired on an individual level. From just a simplistic point of view, I mean, they're holding one position, and there was no rotates involved. It was just simple holds. And while Shellsega running over the top, the Tech 9, this is slightly better now from Invictus. They take the bomb site, they win the round. And, okay, of course they win this kind of round, Blah. Of course.
Yeah, it was all tactical, Dinko, which is why they went for the force man in the previous round, because they knew they're going to win this one. It's all part of the master plan from Invictus Gaming. Meryl's in a kind of a tricky spot. I think, yeah, there we go. Bottle's going to find him. Kind of crazy with that buy. They're gonna not just win the round, Dinko, but they're gonna keep all 5 players alive, and then retrieve 4 rifles. Wow, what a bonus round! Beyond, you're just going to be wondering, what the hell just happened there? Well, what happened is Invictus get around number 7. Still Beyond have double the rounds that Invictus do, and they just need 2 more to take it to map number 2, which will be, of course, be on Dust 2, as we spoke about earlier. Money is a little grim, though, for Beyond. That's actually worrying. They might have to kind of let go of the next round as well. They have the AK for Olivia. They got a few pistols, upgraded Deagle, CZ, so always deadly for these for the thigh teams as well. But as long as Invictus just play the cards right, they can at least make it respectable, I feel. I feel they can at least get to 10 rounds here before the game ends, or rather before the map ends.
I mean, that would give them a little bit more confidence and momentum heading into the second map, and hopefully silence some of my concerns. Beyond with the utility, heading the, or should I say Invictus, with their smokes landing towards outside. Yeah, going down in towards secret stairs. Still over a minute left in play, of course. Now taking their time, Bottles is slowly transitioning from outside to the secret stairs. He's done that successfully. He's got down unscathed. Now, where do they go with this? Invictus continue to walk forward in towards the lower side. They've got a player rotated down here already, and it just so happens to be Olivia, the player with the assault rifle, the start player of this team, and Invictus coming towards him. He's got the first headshot. Can he get another one? That's the question. 3 heads appear, and he does so well to find at least one that. That's 2 kills for him and gives his team a chance. Oh, that's the bomb!
How does Bottle not hear him? Didn't Bottle hear him drop down? Was he deaf? Like, what went wrong there? 23 seconds, Destroyer, you need to get the bomb down. You're going to allow them back into the side, and he's going to get decapitated. You win with the Deagle, you lose with the Deagles. Flying's going to be left alone. Dinko, 14 seconds. He knows where one player is. He doesn't know where the second. There's not much time remaining. He's got to stick it. He's just going to stick it. No, he taps it, gets away from it. He's going to not even win the duel. QQ shuts it down. But what a hero hold from Olivia out in the open. There was no escape for him there, Dinko. And Beyond's like, hey, if you can do it, so can we.
Yeah, when you come towards Olivia, he was the one player with an AK, the only player with a rifle. He's the star player of this roster. They run right into him, and he does so well to find 2 kills. The rest of the team, obviously cleaning up, getting the important kills on that bomb site, but Olivia sets them up. 15-7. It's another terrible buy here for Invictus, but it's one they have to hope they can get over the line.
Eva. Woo! That was close. That was very close. Well, I guess it's just the way the Counter-Strike gods are at times, Dinko. You win rounds where you have no business winning, and then you lose rounds where everyone's just left holding their heads in their hands. One just yelling, how have you lost that one?
15-7. Beyond 8 map points. It's going to require a miracle of monumental proportions for Invictus to bring this one to overtime, I feel.
Oh, Olivia. Smoke is going to go in towards Hell. They've crossed towards outside, getting closer and closer to Min. Oh no, Olivia, you're going to be shut down here. Viva's given away his position with the utility usage though. And now Olivia turns his attentions back towards Garage. He's trying to get away. Oh my god, this is awful. Please end this. End this. There we go. Olivia gets through the window. Oh, Blair.
Oh my
At least
lord.
he didn't die. If he had died, that's the end. But he's got a kill, of course. Up and towards Heaven. Finds himself a kill down in towards the A-bomb site. Viva, he was over towards Garage, but now he gets an opportunity to fight Heaven, and he's missing shots, and it ends like this. Bottle, the last player alive, he shut down Olivia. He may not be able to hop through the window of hell, but he can certainly destroy everybody else. And that is incredible. 16-7, a big performance from Beyond, showing why they decide to pick Nuke, showing why they're probably, I would say, rivaling Vici of being the best team on Nuke in Asia.
I'm going to get Tom and Mitch in here because Tom, Mitch, suck on that. That was a good game of Counter-Strike, at least from Beyond.
Yeah, no, I think that they at least performed to a high standard. We've got somebody who's sort of proven that they can actually play to a decent level within the Asian scene, which is nice because from what we've been sort of watching so far, it's been kind of questionable. I kind of agree with you though, Blair, that realistically, we're looking at a Nuke performance of a team that really didn't look very comfortable on Nuke. I don't think that was particularly good for Invictus, to say the least. And even if you include like a couple of this round, for example, they had a pretty poor performance. So I'm not necessarily worried going forward in the series. I think that Beyond have just picked a map that a lot of teams within Asia in general are not particularly good at. And Beyond have evidently shown that they put the work in.
Yeah, clearly. And Mitch, for you, I mean, we all still expect Invictus to kind of win here, but just based off an ITIS, obviously it's a map they're not very comfortable with. Anything that particularly stands out, like the individuals, like Dinko said, they, Xiaosagi, for example, a player we look up to, saying, no matter what, he's always consistent. They were missing shots. They were getting out-dueled in a number of these situations by the side of Beyond. Do you think they're going to be able to wake up in time for Dust 2?
Well, yeah, I mean, like you say, we all still think Invictus would win. I did predict Beyond. Like, I don't want to be that guy.
You predicted them 2-1, Mitch.
So that's fine. No, I did predict them 2-1. And the reason for that is I think that firepower-wise, when it comes through to a map like Dust 2, there's a pretty decent chance that Invictus do take it across the line. They looked uncomfortable here, and I think that's sort of what we expected. Like, the thing is, the games that Invictus have on Nuke are so back and forth. Like, but the teams that they've lost to are always a Vici, a Beyond. They're the good level teams for the most part. Like, I think the only other team they lost once to Divine Vendetta. Other than that, it's Vici, Tiger, and Beyond. So, and in all those games, it's relatively close. If they are losing or they're winning like 16-13 over Beyond. So it's always been a tight one for them. This was, I think, one of their worst performances, if not the worst performance that they've had, with the exception of one game versus Vici in the last 4 months. That's insane. Like, we've just seen a completely different form being reached by Beyond. Way more than I expected coming into this. And I highlighted that, a lot of these players can do some damage. We saw STK taking out the auto shotgun, which I'm a big fan of over at the Hut. But really what this came down to for me was the confidence in Beyond. They've said themselves in an interview they haven't been playing great recently, and they came in here acting as if they own the server from the get-go, and that's really what I want to see. Dust 2 now, to me, looks still pretty good for Beyond to do damage, but I do think at the same time Invictus won't be as uncomfortable there.
Yeah, I don't think they're going to be feeling that comfortable. But then looking at the way they picked up Nuke, I guess Beyond are going to be feeling extremely, extremely confident that they can probably take the series 2-0. And especially with the individuals popping off, Dinko, I feel like Invictus, again, yes, it is an upgrade with Bottle coming in, but maybe they haven't had enough time to kind of set him up in the system that Xiaosage has in place. Even though, yes, we do agree that Invictus don't really have a very in-depth system, but still, it doesn't feel as cohesive as it might have wanted to look like.
Yeah, exactly. There's also a fresh
tournament, right? They're just coming out of a little bit of a small break. There's obviously been a lot of Asian tournaments being played over the last couple of weeks, but nonetheless, coming in, it's the first game of a tournament you're playing against Beyond. It's definitely difficult to slot that new player in against some of the best teams in the region. At least you get the difficult ones out of the way, I guess. You kind of learn what's going to be exploited a lot. So I guess they have that to look at, but you kind of want to be beating these teams. You want to show your best face, and it's a little bit unfortunate that Invictus get these hard matchups to start off.
Well, you know what they say, it's best to start off with a harder game, so at least you're going to be ready and you're going to be well prepped when you face off against some of the easier opponents down the line. Coming up next, it's going to be Dust 2, ladies and gentlemen, and we'll be taking a very quick break to prep ourselves, prep our bodies and our minds for what should be another exciting affair between these two teams. We'll be right back after a short break. Welcome back, everyone, to the final game of the day. It is, of course, Invictus facing off against Beyond. Beyond leading 1-0 on the map pick. A fantastic showing from them on the map pick of Nuke. And right now, it's going to be Dust2 coming in. Dinko, it's been a long and tiring day, but this matchup, it's delivering. Yes, it's not been close games, but I'm really enjoying watching this clean, precise Counter-Strike. Yes, there have been a few mistakes here and there, but I'm okay with that. It's been generally great CS so far.
It feels less exhausting, that's for sure. When you take a look at this game, it just feels like it's much more of a joy to watch because you're not seeing stuff that's making your eyes bleed, right? And it's true though. You can just immediately see the difference in the disparity between these teams and the ones we've seen this morning, right? Because they're just so different. These are the top level teams in Asia, and for a reason. They're playing proper Counter-Strike. They're getting to that level where it makes sense. The ideas and the practice is there, and a lot of these teams towards the bottom are brand new teams or mixes, and you don't really see the best Counter-Strike out of that. So these are two teams, right? They're putting a lot of work in, and they put some practice in, and that's important. Some of the weaker teams don't do that, and it has delivered a better game of Counter-Strike overall.
Yeah, and I feel it's especially more jarring for me that we've seen Tyloo play, we've seen Tiger play as well. These are the two RMR champions. Tiger winning the first RMR event, the Road to Rio, the SL1, and then of course Tyloo winning PAL Summer 2020. And if you look at both the games, Tiger losing today to one of the domestic matchups against Checkmate, which I don't think anyone saw coming. We saw Tyloo win their opening matchup against After Gaming, which was a tiring, a painful effort to see from these two teams. And it's refreshing to see one of the top teams, sorry, I almost broke my mic there, but I'm very passionate about the subject. The fact that Beyond come off the gate swinging and looking so very good. And here we go, though. Heading into Dust2, it is a map from Invictus. They have looked fantastic on this map historically. But have they been able to practice or put in much time with the newest edition of Bottle? That's the question on everyone's minds here, because it is Dust2, Denko. Almost every team on the planet, and especially in Asia, are very, very well versed on this map.
Dust2. Immediately, we'll see Destroyer positioned towards Catwalk. His smoke is at the ready. Invictus have been given so much space to play with, and this is a bit of a different approach to the pistol rounds of the CT side that we've seen on Dust2 so far with the rest of the teams in this tournament. It's a much slower, more respective approach. It's much more passive overall, and there's plenty of start on the bomb sites. The flashbangs, not good, and now they run straight to the window, Blair. At least they have enough players. They just have enough bodies thrown at the B bomb side to get enough kills, but look at this. It's a big hold from the CT side. They found the important frags. They've delivered death, and now it's just Shotside Gale left alone. That's a fluff to execute, a simple strategy that turns into a nightmare, and it works out for Beyond. They find the pistol win.
I love that. I love that. I love that. Small little things make me happy, Dinko. 1v3, ST is thrown into the B bomb site. What does he do? He doesn't face. He wastes time. Yes, he faces in the end, but that's when he knows his teammates are right next to him. And it's a 1v3, he ensures that it doesn't get out of control. Great hold from Beyond. Great hold. There was already 3 players in the B bomb site, so it's almost like they had a read that Invictus might go for this play. It's a ballsy stack from them, but it works out. An SDK, the veteran, showing what he's made of. And Beyond, well, they're off to the start. They won the first pistol round, mind you. Invictus actually won both the pistol rounds in Nuke, and yet lost terribly.
7 rounds. 7 rounds, Blair. And you also have to remember, one of the rounds picked up, well, 2 of the rounds, should I say?
2 were with
one
Deagles, and one was a 1v2 they shouldn't have won.
Exactly. So we bring up those points. 2 pistol rounds, 2 Deagle rounds, and 1 1v2 that they should have won. Not a good performance at all from Invictus on Nuke. So we'll see if they can turn it around here in Dust2. So far, not so good, but they have got the Deagles out, and it's a solo play from Destroy that results in death. QQ with the first man advantage. They'll be Beyond pulling ahead.
I'm not personally a massive fan of just giving up short. Now, I'm not saying it's not a viable play. Of course, it can work out. Your retakes could be good, but there's so many times. How many rounds have we seen where I'm talking about, like, even in Tier 1 Counter-Strike, where you see the bomb getting planted by the T's towards short, and they have the pistols, and they just run away with the round. Just because the CTs, the retakes can get very tricky indeed. It's almost like shooting fish in a barrel at times. Or even if they lose a round, even if they do manage to retake the site, they lose so many weapons, and it's such an expensive round. So I'm not a big fan of this from Beyond. necessarily. Look at how far away the rotation is as well towards B. And bear in mind, Viva's all the way towards lower tunnels. You could make this retake quite painful indeed, as rotation is going to be coming in. They have one kit, they have a lot of utility, and obviously the weaponry as well. But this could get quite messy indeed.
Spray away. It's going to be Mirage, KTZ, and themselves frags. Viva, flying, bottle, and shouts again. Both fall in quick succession. And that's the round done so quickly. So clean. Not a single player falls. QQ close to dying, but everybody stays alive and beyond. And that's the money looking fantastic now. Very healthy. Not so much for the T side. So it's going to be another Deagle round most likely coming up here. And that is going to allow Beyond to really get this economy growing. We'll be seeing lots of cash going into the first gun round.
Yeah, indeed. And considering this round, like you mentioned, it's going to be just another few pistols being purchased by Invictus. Again, dangerous to Invictus with Deagles. Name a more infamous combo. Yeah, they won the round. They didn't lose a single player, which is good, which is nice. But I would like to not see as similar rounds like that often, because it can get murky. It can get weird. This time around, this is much better. They have a player towards that A ramp. They have Olivia with the M4. And a more traditional hold coming out from the CTs. We have QQ playing along with the FAMAS. They have left STK. Very capable towards B bomb site. And once more, Invictus, they are seemingly heading towards a short area. 4 players gathered up. They have at least a flank coming in from long. It is flying. Unfortunately for them, Dinko, they just have the one flashbang across and over, so that's not ideal.
Oh, Mayrolls, Olivia finding themselves kills, and now Olivia holding on for more. Good positioning, good repositioning as well, and they shut it all down. 3-0. Another clean round for Beyond. Perfect, Blood. This is the start we want to see. Look how much money they have.
Ugh, they've lost 2 players in 3 rounds.
Yeah.
And that was the pistol round, mind you. This is solid work from the Thai side. Will this be the day, Dinko? I don't want to jinx it, but is today the day that Beyond will break their curse? Will they finally take down a Chinese team? That, of course, remains to be seen. But they're doing everything right so far. Invictus with the buy. Full utility, rifles all around. Viva with the AWP, I'm sorry, and more aggressive play from Beyond. And why not, right? You have that MP9, you have the FAMASs. Might as well try and make life a little uncomfortable here for the T's.
Good kill from flying. It's going to be Olivia going down. STK with one on the MP9, but the rest of the kills coming in for Invictus, and this is more like it. This is the kind of start you want to see from them into the gun rounds, showing that they will be able to compete, showing that they can win these gun rounds cleanly. You've kept 4 players alive so far, and the round's done immediately just after the initial kills.
Much better. Again, it could have got a little close, you know, flying, getting a couple with surviving 21 HP. And Meryl's, yeah, there's no need to really force the matter here. He's gonna survive with the FAMAS, and for the side of Invictus, there's no need to hunt either. They don't really have the freedom, the luxury of having money in the bank. So yeah, first round on board for Invictus, just a pretty simple take towards long, you know, duking it out, and Beyond kind of forcing the matter, because they, you know, they had the MP9s, they had the FAMASs. They're like, okay, we don't have the superior weaponry to go for some of these one-on-one duels, so let's try and pressure them towards long and just make them feel uncomfortable. Let's try and go for these short-range duels. Unfortunately, it doesn't work out for them. It's okay, though. Like you said, Dinko, money is very solid. The AWP is going to be coming out, and I do believe it's going to be in the capable hands of Mr. Olivia. There we go.
Viva looking for that fight towards mid early on, but the smoke is up. Olivia playing around the edge of it, but they're going for this quick long attack coming in from Invictus. The flashes, they're so good, but they're blinding everybody. Flying was still blind when he finds the kill onto QQ. Whether or not he was fully blind is yet to be seen, but I'm assuming not. 4 versus 4. Olivia repositioned to the A-bomb side itself. If he goes around that corner, it's an unfavorable fight because Viva is currently ready. Oh, that is fast from Viva. The flick up to the A bomb site, and goodbye, Olivia. KTC picks up the AWP off his cold dead corpse, and now it's a 4 versus 3 favoring Invictus, and they're going to send every player out long.
What an uncomfortable position for KTC to be in. He's gonna find a shot though, but he is in a world of pain. He's burning alive, Dinko, but in the flame, he stands and delivers 2 kills, and he's almost made this very doable. They got a couple of nades and incendiaries due to CTs. They haven't tossed it yet onto the site, and here it comes. A double nades bottle, barely alive, gets taken down. It's all in Viva. He's gonna find another kill. The 1v1, the flash is good. He's gonna have to fall on back, but he's still gonna be playing with his food, and Viva, the 1v2 clutch, brilliantly played, 3 clinical shots, and that's going to be the round getting stolen away by Invictus, despite the valiant efforts from KNTZ on the bomb site. And I gotta say, Dinko, I feel like it all went wrong. Okay, great shot from Viva, but you've lost long. Why would you re-peek without a flash? I know you're trying to get the timing right, but it was just not worth it.
Yeah, that's does result in just having to have a big hero play there from Viva, though, on its own, stepping up 4 kills. I mean, this is the kind of Viva you want to see, blah. This is the Viva we were talking about that can win maps for Invictus. A little bit inconsistent at times, but Dust 2 seems to be a map where Viva's going to perform today. Done a lot of setting Olivia up. They're putting him in a lot of. They realize he's the star of the team. They're setting him up, and he goes back on the boost. I love it.
The good thing is for Beyond, almost, I believe, every one of these players are capable with the AWP. So it's not like, you know, this only can only hand it to 1 or 2 players. So even if he gets taken down, it can be wielded by any one of these CTs. As we do see pressure, it's going to be applied on this B bomb side real quickly. 5-7's the hand of SDK. He's got Kevlar as well. He's got a nade too. Although from that position, once he gets pressure, I don't know what he's going to do with the grenade. Mayrolls. They're hugging. It's not an ideal position. They're both going to get checked, and it's going to be Bottle leading the way. Finds nothing, and they get shut down. The C's at Pures out the timing from Meryl's perfection, and Destroyer's going to be left alone. It's a 1v5, Dinko, against just the pistols and a 1 AWP. And Beyond, they've just snatched it away from them. 3 rifles picked up, 3 AK-47s picked up, and a Destroyer just going to run for the hills, save this AWP. The round's over. The round's done.
Yeah, and that's Beyond just perfect. If they keep all 5 alive, it's unbelievable. And there it is. KTC's headshot secures it. 4-2 Beyond. Another clean round. They pick up the AK-47s. That's going to allow the economy to grow even further for this Thai team. And over here for Invictus Gaming, they have got themselves a little bit of cash to play with, but it's not enough to get the solid buy. But I'm loving this from Beyond. They're looking so well versed on how to play each and every map they've selected today. Now, Nuke, they look solid. Here on Dust 2, they have multiple setups. They're not playing the same old on the CT side. And there's a lot of teams, a lot of good teams that actually are very stale on the CT side of Dust 2. And I'm talking about teams that are, you know, tier 1.5, 2, nearly tier 1. You know, there's some teams that are just a little bit stale on Dust 2. But right now, Beyond, making it exciting on the CT side.
Just, yeah, they're not really. Oh my, ow. Good flashbang. KNTZ, there's no need to face. There's no need to face. As Destroyer at least finds SDK. The timing there was atrocious. Why is no one holding short? Why was no one holding the angle? That could have been terrible, Dinko. Destroyer could have found, if he found the timing right, he could have got both the kills. That could have been very ugly. They're making. Just running down mid, walking straight to Meryl's waiting arms, but he's just going to be good for 1. AK-47 picked up. This is looking scary. Olivia finds, well, he does re-peek and finds a second kill. A nice, slow little fade-away flick shot as well to find Viva. It got a little scary there for Beyond, but Invictus, the threat will be neutralized. I still am not a fan of this entire not bothering playing short. Like, I'm not a fan of this.
Yeah, it's such an important part of the map. It's what every team works towards in their default, right? And it's a little strange that they're just giving it up. I mean, they didn't in the previous round. They let it work. But we'll see how this plays out. There's now Invictus with the AWP, the rifles, and playing a quicker play. Again, short completely open. Well, the one round in the previous, they put Olivia up on the boost on short. They put a little bit of pressure there. They walk away with a kill. They find success.
Yep. And that was the only round where like they didn't have the guns, right? It was anti-eco. So if you're going to go, it's not even a high-risk setup. I mean, these are plays, these are setups, which is very, very common in high-tier Counter-Strike. Giving up short, relying on your AWPer, your retakes have to be absolutely perfect. And it has looked good so far. Don't get me wrong. Well, the timing is terrible. Olivia is going to get pressured pretty badly over here. The flashes are good. He's going to peer around the corner, finds one that's bottle nearby, and Olivia with a nice little flick of the wrist. KNTZ comes in, and Olivia! He's taking no prisoners today, Dinko. He's just shutting everything down. Destroyer's going to be left alone. 5 HP, nothing he can do. Meryl's to seal the deal, and it's round number 6 for Beyond.
What a start from Olivia in this tournament. He was one of the highest rated players in PAL Summer for a long portion of that event. He was winning in clutches as well, and it was definitely rivaling for the top op kills, but he is definitely a player to keep an eye on throughout all of PAL. He'll be one of the top players for sure, so always keep an eye on Olivia. It's going to be destroyed in towards the tunnel. Smoke is going to go down on top of that Molotov from STK, and he's going to reposition.
Realizing that this A takes aren't working out for them. They have a number of flashes. Dinko flash is going to be deployed. A player comes on out, but that Molotov is just going to keep them at bay, and SDK is going to repeat at 13 HP. This is very, very risky, and he gets punished, but QQ is there holding it down. 2 kills, almost makes it 3, destroyed 2 HP. They have not managed to pick up a gun yet. Tech9's come out, but there's nothing they can get out of it. Beyond with the pretty clean mop up. Yeah, to lose a couple of players, Dinko, but they're starting to build a bank, and they're going to be feeling pretty comfortable. I'm starting to feel a little worried for Invictus. This is their map pick. This is their home map. The map where they have the highest win rate on. Their home map, and they're getting not much done yet. Still early days, but it is looking a little grim, Dinko.
It is, and I really dislike when we ever, and I'm not saying it to you, but I would say it in general, I just dislike when there's a team that thinks Dust 2 is their home map.
I agree.
It's the most fickle map ever. You know, you can't ever be comfortable as a Counter-Strike team and make Dust 2 the map you've decided to make your home map. The only team that could even come close to being able to do that was the old G2 roster.
Or maybe Big.
But yeah, Big, Sprout as well. I think the German teams are generally always quite good at this map. But even then,
the time's
a little bit rough, and while Destroyer coming through, it'll be 1 kill at least. He does go down to KNTZ. But it's a 3 versus 2, and Invictus have the B-bomb site. It's going to be a pretty quick retake attempt here if they are to pull this off. Good flashbang. Olivia's going to try and get this Molotov to the back of the bomb site. And he's actually going to set back for a little bit more utility usage, it seems. He's waiting on his teammate to get into a better position. Another Molotov picked up. That's brilliant. Now Flying's going to be burnt out of position into the open. He can't get the kill, though. I feel like he needed that kill. If he had got that frag, that blood, there's a chance to win the retake. But as soon as Olivia goes down and loses that aim jewel, it's over.
If you
nice try, though.
If you won that duel, like the player on the bomb side, or like on the bomb with the AWP, he was bleeding out. He was red on health, and this was rough timing for QQ there. I like the switch for Invictus. They speed things up, and for the very first time, they just go for kind of a contact play towards mid, and it works out for them. Again, though, very, very close, and the retake almost working out. I don't even know how Flying stayed alive there. That is a huge from him. 7-3. Invictus, though, STK with the long spray. 1-2 actions. Gonna be KNTZ who helps him out, and his teammate Bottle can't get out because it's just flames all around. This long take has got shut down, and Meryl's just like, well, not the second time around, buddy. I'm ready and waiting. But the repeak, that is not something you go for. And Flying getting the kill, what are they going to do with this? They're going to be heading back towards B, but instead of heading from mid, they're going to be wrapping around from tunnels. That's interesting. And I think QQ is aware of this.
Oh, QQ taking away Bottle, but Flying's there in reply, but he's now got a 1 versus 4 in total. He sees an M4, which is probably the better weapon to pick up in this scenario. He certainly realized that. Pulls out the M4, the rifle in play. Throws the smoke down to the door to try and funnel the players through one angle. It's also got a Molotov to play with, but plenty of utility still available. And they start charging in one by one, and Flying gets two. That's all he'll get, though. STK able to reply. At least there was a third player, because that did come a little close. Hit through on the board, though. Beyond pull off the retake. A valiant attempt from Flying, but it won't go his way.
Yeah, they made them bleed, though. That got pretty expensive for Beyond, considering it was a 3v5 coming out of 1v1. Great attempt. Flying, always a reliable player. Again, Mirage, that's what you don't do. You don't re-peek. You get to do that in your pugs. You get to do that in your matchmaking games. You don't do that in a game like this. Not against this team. But 8-3, Dinko. Lead still very much with the Thai side, and weaponry not that great, though. Because of losing those players, they have to make do with a couple of UMPs. Oh, he hears a reload. He hears a reload. He's going to push on in, though. No, he's going to stick around the smoke. Osage, very wary. Waiting patiently. But he's alone. He's all alone.
Yeah. That's going to be slight issue. He needs to be careful. Not going to be moving forward, though. Not yet. He has regrouped with his teammates, so becomes a little less troublesome. And he's going to group up with the rest of the squad now. Going in for this A short execute, very standard play, but there's no one on the A-bomb site or beyond. Absolutely no one. It's a very long, heavy setup. I mean, they do have the counter map control, but no one on the A site is a bit of a problem. That will confirm the bomb plant and keep all 5 players alive. There's no one even close to inflict damage upon Invictus, so they're going to be able to keep every single player afloat. And it's not like there's many resources for Beyond to play with coming back into this. 2 UMPs into the retake, just a little bit of utility. It's just looking like an Invictus round, especially with that kill coming in from Destroyer. I think it's as good as done unless you see a quick kill come in here from Beyond.
Oh, STK, the jig is up. They spotted him out, and if he needs to cross on over, it's a player ready and waiting. Flashbang is not good enough. Shocksage avoids it comfortably, and it's a slaughter. And it took a while, Dinko, for this lack of short presence to get punished, but it does get punished in the end. Olivia, not going to get anything done. And 8-4, suddenly with this round being won by Invictus, and the money for Beyond, there's a very real possibility this could end in 8-7 half or even 9-6. Still going to favor Beyond, though, but it'll be much better than what the scoreline looked like it was going to be at the end of this half. And I wouldn't be surprised if they start abusing that again. You know, abuse the short place. Go for the bomb plant. Play the post plants right.
On the spray, the flashes, they're all coming out on towards long. Is Destroyer, the front man, diving into the pit. I think it's been for the most part, you can understand why Beyond put heavy pressure towards long in the previous round, because the Victors have been very heavy on their hits in towards A, so they wanted to kind of meet that head on. This time they changed it up, realizing they don't exactly have the weapons, so they instead turn their attentions back towards short. And this is a round where Invictus don't put anybody over there, so it's kind of the perfect call right now for the Chinese side.
And as the wraparound is taking place with Destroyer, he's going to get a free kill if Olivia continues to push any further ahead. But with the lack of information towards top and mid, the timing is everything. But Destroyer is going to be patient. He's going to be very patient. Shadow spotted out. Destroyer with a clothesline. Flashback. The timing on that, Dinko. The timing on that. And SDK. 1-2 quick kills. But Flying just brings it back. Replies back. Merrill still hugging the corner, hugging the edge. I don't think he's been spotted out, but the bullets are a dead giveaway. And it looked a little worrying there. And QQ, I thought it landed shot, but he misses it. This should be the round done. There's no escape from him. He's going to still get a kill. Going for the wall bang, but Destroyer is going to finish him off. Got pretty hairy there for Invictus. But the Chinese side will come out on top swinging. Beyond, they went for the force spy. It doesn't pan out. That means they have to go for an eco. And that's going to give an opportunity for Invictus to get to round number 6 in a pretty easy fashion.
Yeah, we shouldn't be seeing too crazy coming out here. Invictus, I mean, if they pick up these last 2 rounds, blah, 8-7, pretty good halving when you consider some of the other starts that they had and the rounds that they had at the start of this game. But Viva having a great time, just taking shot after shot. Destroyer as well. Finally, 1 kill picked up for Beyond. I mean, that's okay. Taking down Destroyer, but it's 6 last round of the first half coming right up. Like I said, if Invictus pick up the 7th round, that's a good half, all things considered.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Considering the fact that it was looking pretty tough. It was 8-3 at one point, and Invictus was just managed to string 3 together back-to-back, helped out by winning that very, very crucial round. We're Beyond, finally, the fact that they kept it short open so many times, coming and fighting them. Xiaosage, narrow little window of opportunity, trying to thread Needle, doesn't find the kill on the player crossing on over, but they're going to be going for the short play again, and why not? It's worked out for them wonderfully. It was a round which broke the bank for Beyond, and they're going back the same thing again. And this time around, Dinko, yes, they have 3 players there, but there's no AWP for Olivia, so it's going to be pretty hard for them to hold off this A take.
May rolls. Smoke. Gonna go down into a short if he gets the information. Smoke's not exactly the best piece of utility to delay, but it will certainly present a bit of a problem to Invictus. I might just get them to slow down a little bit. Luckily, he throws it before they start running them. Oh, the gap. He spots Destroyer. And the kill comes through. I love that from May rolls. I mean, it is risky, obviously, but it works out for him. He spots Destroyer and gets the opening kill. And what I love is that he backed away. He used that hard work and puts it to even better work. He's got himself in towards Goose, but the rest of the squad falling. Xiaosage gets rid of Olivia. Kane, TZ falling victim, and now Mayrolls has more to do, and he cannot get it done. That's going to be a 7th round for Invictus. Almost confirmed. It's STK and QQ trying to get back in, but look who's waiting for them. Flying. He is a beast. He should be taking at least 1, but the flashbang, it's good. And he was low HP, so 1 or 2 bullets was enough to take him down. And, well, I still don't see a chance for Beyond getting back in here, but at least a little bit of fight being presented. Flash is up. Gonna be charging down. QQ will fall alongside STK. And it is another round on the board for Invictus. It's 7. Not a bad half by any means.
Not at all. Winning 4 in a row there. And I just want to point out as well for the side of Invictus, that round, it was a 5v4. They were all stuck in the short. The awareness, now we didn't see the kill, but if you had a chance to look at the minimap, Xiaosage, he peered down short. He's like, wait, it could be a flank coming in. Just the experience, his spider sense tingling. And he caught out, I think it was it Olivia or Meryl's? I forget who. No, it wasn't Meryl's. I think it was Olivia, who was trying to go for the flank from long, wrapping around from long towards Cat. And he gets the kill. The moment he gets the kill, that's the flank, the immediate flank taken care of. Then they can just concentrate on the A bomb side. They get both kills. And of course, the other 2 players were too far away from the bomb side to kind of rotate in time. So good recovery from Invictus overall, not just in the round, but in this half, because it was looking like it was spiraling out of control and Beyond were going to run away with it. But here we go. Beyond still with the lead, Dinko. Can't count it out. Although things have slowed down a little bit. Olivia was 12 kills and 2 deaths earlier in the first half, but now he's just on 14. Couple of smokes, couple of flashes on Meryl's and STK. Clocks all around. For the CTs, they have Viva and Destroyer taking 1 for the team. Nade, flash, and smoke for Destroyer, the kit, and the flash for Viva. And USPs on everyone else. I'm curious to see what the T's have in store for us over here. They're gathering up top mid. They have the smoke on top of Xbox. They gotta make a little bit of haste. Cross on over. Olivia with a P250. He is a mini raid boss and he will be looking to make contact. Bottle spots out a player, makes his escape, although his knees are going to be hurting. The flashbang is perfect from the CTs and it catches out. Actually, no, it's a team flash. That is terrible timing. And Viva and Xiaosage, they shut it down, Dinko. And just like that, everyone's dead. Not a single casualty for Invictus. That was a good idea, but the execution was abysmal from Beyond.
That's all that matters, really, is the execution, and yeah, it was just a little bit fluffed, and that's one of the things Beyond haven't really been doing, is kind of crumbling and ruining their executions. I think that's something that Beyond have been pretty good at so far in this series. Maybe they're starting to get a little bit tired, Blood. Maybe they're starting to lose focus, because things have started to go wrong for them. So, and that's what makes a good team, is being able to recover when things are going bad.
Is Viva looking to just flick towards short and towards mid?
No, that's intelligent. Let's see.
Is he? You're not simple, Viva. I mean, he's fast, but Jesus. Okay, this is more reasonable. Imagine if you hit a shot, Dinko. Like, just scope in the middle and just go to a flick shot, an insta headshot with the scout.
I think I would just scream.
We've screamed quite a bit in the past couple of days.
Yeah, there's been a lot of moments, and most of them, you know, screaming off broadcast into my pillow, and
Doesn't, like, your girlfriend ask you, like, what's wrong?
It's unexplainable. Counter-Strike. That's Asian Counter-Strike. Yeah.
Honey, I thought you loved the game. I do,
Asian
but...
Counter-Strike.
Okay.
Gets aggressive. You will catch out KTZ. Another push coming up through short. The flash is up and shouts out Gay with a big double and a third kill as well. Olivia does good work now. Well, let's see if we can get another. No. Ooh. Well, that was close to getting another kill. I mean, Bottle's barely alive. 9 rounds on the board, though, and Victor's into the lead.
Look at that. I mean, we did expect Invictus to win this map. It's just that looking at the start Beyond had, it was like, okay, are they going to be able to get back into this? But yeah, this is looking pretty promising for the Chinese side. They've now won 6 rounds in a row. 8-3. That's definitely been quite a comeback. And Destroyer. Okay, bonus round. Are they going to check, Dinko? Please check. Oh my god, no one checks. No one checks and he picks up 2!
Why? Well, that's lovely from Destroyer, but absolutely terrible from Beyond. They need a big tactical pause after this one, Blur. They need to get up, take a couple of breaths, go on a little bit of a walk, maybe come back to the PC. Just walk around the room a little bit, because right now they are getting toyed with, and Invictus are getting confident.
Flying with a flying kill as well with the MP9 Dinko. I mean, I guess they weren't expecting him to be there. He did move in really fast, but... Oh, that is just messy, Dinko. That was the bonus round, and they had 3 MP9s? They now have 3 AK-47s. It's just the worst rifle round we've seen from Beyond in a while. Look at this one. Jesus. Jeez Louise. Not only did they get the kills with the MP9s, which is like bonus money, but they also pick up the AKs just to rub salt into the wounds. And now Invictus, 10-8. They have the lead, they have the guns, and they have everything going for them, even the momentum.
Wow. Tech 9's in play for Beyond. A Deagle as well, and it's a quick play into the B-bomb site, but you can tell that Invictus are not going to be making the same mistakes they did on Nuke. And as soon as I say that, Blade, it happens. I mean, they lose 2 players, but it's effective trading. At least they don't go a man down, but the bomb has been planted, and that might as well be the same thing, right? Losing that B-bomb site, it's very difficult to get back in. We'll see if this retake can work out, though. They still have utility, plenty of it on the CT side. 2 AKs in the hands of Beyond, though, they've managed to pick up, and an Eagle for STK. Here comes the retake attempt. Flash is in. Follow-up flash is there. Olivia below the window. They've jumped over the top of him, and finally they turn and find the kills. And there it is from Beyond.
How?
The pistols. They rush the B-bomb site. It's not terrible from Invictus. They get the effective trading. You maybe would have hoped for them to grab the man advantage, but the retake in that B-bomb site, man, is so difficult.
It is, and I feel like this is a common problem for almost every team in Asia right now. We saw Tiger on that B-bomb side defense. We saw Checkmate on the B-bomb side defense. And even here, like, it's just not... It's rough, man. If you lose at bomb side, even if it's 3v3, it's going to be super hard to retake. That was around that should have been in the bag for Invictus, and that's going to be a massive blow, especially after all the good work they've done. Now, again, the B hit coming in, Dinko, and a one-player isolated, flying, standing on top of the boxes, looking to deliver something. He's going to deliver 1, 2, almost gets 3, but KNTZ finally shuts him down, and Destroyer just scoped in, just completely just focused on the tunnel, not expecting the fact that the player might be creeping up from below. Bottle trying to get the timing right. I think they're aware of his position. And Olivia, this should be it. This should be it. He's so lucky to be alive. And Viva left in a 1v3. He's going to find one. Bomb down. Can he do it again, Dinko? It was a 1v3 in the previous round. He almost pulled it off. This might be a little bit harder. Up in hand. Going on in. Going for the snow scope. And he lands it. And now it's a 1v1 Viva. 13 HP versus KNTZ. One bullet is all he needs from the USP. Pushing in through the smoke. Checking all the angles. But KNTZ, he will deny the dream. And Viva, he comes so close, Dinko, again and again and again, and yet he just doesn't seem to be able to close it out. Oh, my word.
Well, that is quite something. So close to being able to pick it up. Viva nearly made me scream. And a word that maybe rhymes. And well, it's going to be 10-10. Round 21 right on the board. And at this point, Invictus, it feels like their opportunities to get momentum going on the CT side have started to dwindle away from them. It's looking like Beyond. We're looking to grab 11 on this board. And there shouldn't really be too much of a problem going into this round for Beyond. It's all about taking it slow.
Yeah, we spoke about the short being a problem, A short being a problem for Beyond on the CD side. It looks like this B bomb side is a problem for T's, but I like this. You know, they know it's going to be a light buy. It's going to be mainly primarily pistols for the CT. So why do you want to just rush into the tunnels and have to deal with close quarter battles? Might as well try towards the long end. Like you said, you know, take it slow, use the utility. The CDs have nothing apart from the deagles. It's, however, Invictus deagles, I think, so that's always scary. Well, smoke's going to be used. Xiao Sage is going to have to walk on out dry. Trying to find something. He's holding the close angle. Meryl's the jump. The deagle, well, gets nothing done. A MAC-10, it's just a drive-by. The perfect weaponry to deal with unarmored pistols. It's going to be Beyond snatching back the lead here. Unless, yeah, nothing's going to happen. 11-10 for Beyond. They're back in the lead. Albeit just by 1.
Well, Flying is the last remaining player. He will dive off short, and he is dead now too. A clean round from Beyond. They keep all 5 players alive. They get money on the MAC-10 as well, and now 11-10. The money is in a peculiar position for Invictus. You can see the temptation to purchase into this round, but I wouldn't be favoring it too much here, Blah. I feel like this is just too weak of a buy, and they've invested everything into it, right? And the likelihood of losing this is pretty high in comparison when you look at Beyond's buy. So the fact that Invictus have risked everything, they've invested everything, Blood, they lose this, the money's gone, and Beyond start to grab control.
Yeah, I agree. This is a weird one. I really felt I'd probably go with the pistols, but this is a change up. Viva. Oh no! He's too fast on the trigger. I never thought I'd say that. But these are 2 CDs nearby, Dinko. Are they going to be ready for this Meryl's finds? One is another one. They're falling apart here. But it's got to be Xiao Sage, Mr. Dependable, the captain, who comes to the rescue. 2 big kills. And Destroyer's going to use that opportunity to walk up towards tunnels, trying to just get back some control of this map, of this round. And they will clear out tunnels, realizing there's nothing happening over there. And that should allow Flying to head towards his A bomb site. Slowly coming up towards CD spawn, Xiao Sage. He's done such good work towards Cat Dinko. And he's going to do more. Flying's making quite a bit of noise. I don't think they're aware of how close they are. The contact's going to be made. It's all about timing here. Are they going to walk on across? No, they're not. They spot up Flying. Flashbang's going to coming on high. And it's going to be Xiao Sage. Perfectly timed peaks. Flying's going to go for the full spray. And Xiao Sage. What a hero play from the captain.
That is the hero play. That is really the hero play. He saves the day for Invictus. They lose that round, like I said. They're on to lose quite a few, and Beyond probably just grab control of the late stages of this game. But Mirage, I thought as soon as he got that kill, was all going to crumble. But Xiao Sage, what a god. We talked about his consistency. He didn't show it on Nuke, but in this round, he decides enough is enough. It's time to show up, and he does it well. And now it's Beyond on the ropes.
Yeah, back and forth affair. A far cry from what we witnessed on Nuke. But beyond, I mean, they've come prepared, Dinko. They seem to be more than capable of going toe-to-toe with Invictus, and that's not even their map pick. A map where traditionally they've struggled. I'm just going to very quickly take a look at the stats here. And I do believe that Dust 2... They played only 2 maps at Dust 2 in the past 3 months. 2 maps. And they lost both. They lost 16-8 and 16-7 to Bren and Invictus. And this has just been a revelation from them. Xiao Sage, again, man of the hour right now, getting the opening pick. And this is a good switch up from Invictus. A little bit of aggression towards mid. They have Viva perched towards short position with the AWP trained on a choke point. And beyond, they seem a little trepidant. The success Beyond have found so far on the T side have just been this faster hits, Dinko, and especially towards this B bomb site. And they're going to be heading there again. And once more, it's going to come down to flying. He is the only defense here. He does have Destroyer nearby to contact play, but flying, his intuitions are good. He's going to get the kill, but Olivia replies back. The question is, are they going to just gather up and strike this B bomb? So the answer is yes. And Destroyer, it's all on him, Dinko.
Well, Destroyer, he gets one, but that's all he will find. Xiao Sage instead shows up, and a man advantage back in play here for Invictus. Olivia taps the bomb, and what a smart play this is. Goes aggressive, but he has the ult, and he can't get it done. That's a no-scope from Viva.
What?
That is so dumb. 12-11, Beyond now behind. And the team that had a moment where they looked like they had seen the light at the end of the tunnel, they thought they might be able to take this series 2-0. But Xiao Sage, he has just woken. And this is just unbelievable. He has stepped up in these last 2 rounds and found such important kills, especially in the previous, but in this round finding an important kill as well. Just really solid stuff, and yeah, that's disgusting. Now it's just D-Balls for Beyond.
Yeah, I felt it was a player in CD Spawn who got the kill, because I was like, there's no way Viva's going to be ready for that, but, well, there you have it, Viva. Store opening it up. The dual upset of coming out, Dinko. But again, I urge all of you to take a look at the money, the economy for the CT side. It's not good. They need to win this without losing any players, and even then, Dinko, even then, if they lose the following round, they're going to be broke. And that's going to allow Beyond to kind of, again, tie things up again. They're still not safe yet, even though they have the 1-round lead. And what should be a 2-round lead, as long as they don't mess this one up. Bottle's going to find Merrills, and hold on. STK finds Viva. That's the op taken out, but Xiao Sage is there, and as long as this man's around, well, he's not around anymore, Dinko, so I'm not going to finish that sentence. It's a 2v3. They're going to get the bomb down. This can get scary.
Oh, moving forward, good bit of damage being done. Flying, getting rid of Olivia. King, does he last alive? Cleaned up as well. Yeah, I've been relatively unimpressed by Bottle in this series.
You saw that, right? It's a 2v3. He gets to kill. He knows there's one player alive, and he's just looking somewhere else. I know in the heat of the moment, you kind of get, like, a little lost, but...
I think he might just not be match fit right now. You know, he's been out for a little while. Probably take a little bit of time to get back into the way of officials, maybe, but just seems a little bit rough right now. But 13-11, nonetheless, his team is still ahead here on map number 2. And there might be more Counter-Strike to be played for him if he can get it over the line here for Invictus. They're 3 away from taking us to map number 3, and what a long day it has been, Blood, but we're not done yet. Beyond with the AK-47s, utility out. No AWP, but... ooh, that's a good nade. It's going to go in. Chunky does a lot of damage on a 3, and Bottle. Oh my god, Blood. I just said how he was a little bit unimpressive, but that is huge. He has just won the round number 14, added to the tally. Oh my god, Invictus, they look like they've done it here.
What was that from Beyond, though?
Terrible. I mean, they were trying to go out long. I mean, you can't really expect a player just to start walking into the smoke at long and killing 3 of you, but nonetheless...
Yeah, but still, like, even if the player was playing towards the long corner, was playing from pit, it's still going to be rough. Look at this. I get it. You were waiting for the flash was for, you know, all the way towards the long corner, but it's just not worth the risk, you know? Especially with the scorelines 13-11, you kind of have the money in a bad place, and you kind of go for that play. Yeah. I wanted them to head towards B again, Dinko. I wanted to head towards B like 4 rounds in a row, and I feel like they're going to win the majority of them.
14 to 11. Beyond again. I like that they're not making rash decisions in terms of their buy. They're going to be playing for overtime. Last couple of gun rounds have been absolute non-starters. They had an opportunity to take Dust 2. They had an opportunity here to grab control of it at 11-10, but they let it slide, and now it's going to be Invictus trying to shut it down. Viva off to as long as the first kill, the second as well. Mayroll's going down, and now the Tech 9 trying to move forward, trying to cut through and get this bomb down. Smoke might just secure the bomb plant, and I mean, that's the goal here for Beyond, right? They want to get the money into the next round, and Invictus are going to let it happen.
Oh, okay. A little bit of a whiff shot from Viva. It's going to go for the wall bang, and QQ with a great escape. 9 Stinko. Oh, not good enough. Flying. Shao Saga shutting it down. Just the one casualty. Clean and easy from Invictus. And 8-3, the scoreline a while ago for Beyond. And Invictus are on map point. They have just struck back, Dinko. It's kind of crazy.
Yeah, it's Shao Saga just kind of give them the injection that they needed, really. Into what's short, it looked like Beyond had obviously grabbed control of things, and Shao Saga decides no. They're going to go to the third map. All 9 maps, and all 9 possible maps being played today, but double op setup coming in from Destroyer and Viva. If Beyond are to pull this back, they'd have to win in overtime, and they have to get 4 flawless rounds in a row now. Not looking too likely.
Yeah, it's not looking likely at all. They're going to do manage to steal away a couple of rounds. Invictus, they seem to have, like you said, the catalyst being Shao Saga, activating these guys. Looking to shut this one out. Still not out of it yet, though. Still have a lot of work to do. STK. Thank you, 47 in hand, slowly creeping up. Flashbang. Good for him to peek on out, but there's no one to blind him. The timing is everything. Shao Saga, he's just tuned in, Dingo. He's just tuned in. Waits for the flash. Doesn't blind him at all. Peeks out perfectly timed, catching STK with a nade in his hand, and he's looking for more. Finds Mayroll as well. Third player comes out, Olivia with the kill. Trade actually doesn't take place. Olivia escaping, a little lucky there. Flying should have got a trade immediately, but still, man advantage with the Chinese side.
Viva scoped in towards the short position, missed shot. From off the angle, man advantage still though in play for Invictus. 50 seconds on this clock to try and close it. Try and send us to map number 3 immediately. And the bomb now getting ready to head in towards this A side. Viva has been much better here on Dust 2, as have Invictus as a whole, but Viva, his individual level has certainly raised, and he's currently positioned. Oh, he's got another missed shot, but he's been missing a few of the shots in the recent rounds, Blaze. Kind of slowing down a little bit from his performance earlier in the game, and now Olivia is on the site, gets the bomb planted, and suddenly a round's flipped on its head. Beyond, they have a chance to win this, and Olivia stepping up when it matters. It's 2 kills for him, and Destroyer now completely far removed. Probably just going to carry this over into, or at least try and do some damage, actually. When you take a look at their economy, it makes far more sense for him to try and just stop the save call from Beyond.
Yeah, Molotov a second too late. Destroy. Oh, he gets the ding, but doesn't get the kill. QQ finishes him off. 15-12. Beyond. Well, a late resurgence. A tiny little glimmer of a hope for them to take it to overtime. But like you said, Denko, money is glorious for the side of Invictus. The economy is booming, like the rest of the world right now. A bit of attack time at getting called as well. I do believe that's Beyond. So you want to just talk things through. Actually, no, Invictus calling for attack time. I like that. I like how they're not getting carried away. They're like, look, 15-12, guys. Just sleep. One more round. Close it out. Shut it up. Take it about number 3. QQ has been uncharacteristically a little quiet so far on this map. Everyone else has been like delivering, and on both the sides. QQ though,
Yeah, QQ. I want to see more from him. We know what he's capable of. We know what he can do when he plays well. Oh, shot goes out from Olivia. Not going to end up doing much. Flash is already up the long position. They're recharging this way, blinding a couple of players, but look at the hold here from Invictus. There's so many players available in towards long. Viva assists with the ult, this time not missing a shot, this time delivering impact. And he's going to pull himself away with the man advantage intact for Invictus. It's still 2 up standing, and miss smoke up towards short. Aim in smoke right now. That's a little bit unfortunate. QQ's just having an absolute nightmare of a game. Flying, taking his head off. Olivia, now the last remaining player. He is the start, but he has to shine so bright to win this, and that's the first of 3 needed. Smoke goes down. It's a double up setup he's up against. He's gone up himself. He tries to fake that he's gone towards B, but it's going to be the play through the smoke. He might just catch Destroyer, but it has to be the no-scope. It has to be the immediate kill, and it won't happen. Destroyer was ready for it. He read the play. And 16-12, Invictus will be sending us to map number 3.
Yeah, that was a monumental comeback from the Chinese side. 8-3. I mean, honestly, I thought it was over. I thought Beyond's going to 2-0 it, but Invictus waking up, and Xiao Sage. Tom, Mitch, hope you guys are there, because that was the captain leading by example, Tom.
Yeah, I think it was a relatively good performance from there. I still think it took them a long time to sort of get themselves into a position where they realized what Beyond were doing, because there were a few sort of unorthodox setups when it came to their CT side, and eventually it seemed like they cottoned onto things, and from then onwards, okay, sure, there was a round or two where it went a little bit wrong, but ultimately Invictus looked like they were back, and hey, like there wasn't really a bad performer on their side. Sure, Bottle was a little bit further behind, but this is what we want to see in general in Counter-Strike, a decent team performance, and yeah, in-game leader doing well as well.
What do you think went wrong in the latter portion of that first half, Mitch? Like, I mean, 8-3 scoreline for Beyond. I mentioned this to Dinka, what I said, like just giving up short and playing retake, it's not the best of ideas, it's not that sustainable. Or do you have some other ideas as to what went wrong there?
Yeah, I mean, I'd go with you there for sure. I think one of the other issues as well that we saw was that Invictus were really struggling when it came down to finding opening duels in the first half. They definitely recovered when it came to a little bit later on, but outside of those first 3 rounds, it felt rare to actually see them either find the first or not be traded immediately. I think Beyond definitely looked much more alive here than maybe what you would expect at the start of the series. I think that's mainly down to Olivia, though. Overall, it's a cool down map to map. And it came very close. You know, the fact that we ended up in a position where it had to be this comeback for Invictus on their map, it does too. You can't really consistently rely on mountain comebacks on this map. But fair play to them. They've pulled it off. And, you know, I did say 2-1 at the very start of the day. I think we're still on par for that. But I don't know. I'm liking a little bit of a warm up with flying back on the board.
Flying definitely, one would say, the MVP of this matchup. Viva also, he had so many moments where he could have pulled off those 1v3s. I think he had like 3 attempts or something on that map. But it is going to be Mr. Flying, Mr. Consistency. Look at that. Looking fantastic with those stats as well. 5 opening kill rounds, 6 multi-kills, over 100 ADR, 27 frags to his name. Overall, yeah, IG waking up. I guess we're waiting for it. It still don't look that solid. I feel like it's a lot about the individuals, like we saw Xiao Sage popping off, Flying having his moments there. Heading to Inferno, it's a very 50-50 map, gentlemen. We're going to be finding out who is going to take this series. It is going to be the decider here coming up. Nuke, the map pick from Beyond, a convincing win. Thus to the Invictus map pick, they're having to come back into it. Inferno, I honestly don't know which way it's going to go. It could go the way of the Thai team, it could go the way of the Chinese side. But we're going to be finding out after this short break.
Hello, mens, as they say on hltv.org. Welcome back to the final map of the day, the final map of the game as well. Invictus versus Beyond. It has been a barn burner, Dinko, and it has delivered. I can't really can't deny that. There's been some pretty cool Counter-Strike. A lot of players popping off, a lot of really cool moments, and honestly, it's a little bit of a refreshing change. Like, we've been screaming, but not because of the plays being absolutely ridiculous, but more like, hey, that's a pretty sick clutch. That was a pretty sick play. And frankly, I'm happy that we're going to be closing out the day this way.
Yeah, I think this is definitely the only way we could close the day where we leave with a positive taste in our mouth, right? Any other game would have left a very bitter, sour taste in your mouth at the same time. Blood. This is a much, much better game of Counter-Strike. We've already seen that come through. Beyond started off looking solid on Nuke. They kind of look good on Dust too, and then they kind of capitulate as we head into the second half, and Invictus definitely showed up, and I'm glad, because for a long time Invictus were looking a little bit like a shadow of themselves, and so I want to see the Invictus in full force. And Bottle was the quietest player there, but he did have his moment where he stepped up with that big triple kill and a couple of multi-kill rounds, so hopefully coming into Inferno that continues, because that's what I want to see. And also I want to see if this B-hole gets any better from Invictus, because it's been pretty dire in the past.
I remember. That B-bomb side hole was absolutely atrocious. You can't really say much. I mean, the T side's pretty cool, though. I really enjoy what they do, especially Viva. He likes wielding that up on the T side. He's been pretty handy getting those opening picks as well. In Inferno T side, one of the harder maps in the map for the Counter-Strike Global Offensive, where getting those openings with the AWP is not that easy, but he makes it click. For Beyond, I feel like it would be a massive disappointment for them for the series to slip away, Dinko, considering they won map 1 convincingly, 16-7 on map 1 under map pick, 8-3 on Dust 2, Invictus' map pick, and it slips out of the hands. Here we go. It is going to be the knife round coming up, and well, okay, that was a cheeky little jump there, but it looks like it is going to be Invictus coming out on top. And if I'm Invictus, I'm actually looking to start on the T side here. I feel like T side's way better. But I could be wrong. What do I know?
I don't know, Black, because I was my PC just did something very weird, but I lost feed of everything, so I can see again. I wasn't really paying attention to what he was saying, I'm not gonna lie, Black, and I think I heard something alongside getting a start on the T side would have been better, so I'm gonna go along the lines of
no, it doesn't matter. Observers like where he didn't show the body on Nuke, the dead body. I feel like I'm talking about the older Nuke, and there is a YouTube video I'm just gonna find, or I'm gonna install the original version of Nuke just to prove that I'm not imagining things, that I wasn't like on some drugs or something when I saw that. But here we go, fast hit coming on in, and it is going to be a fast and furious hit towards mid. The brackets just spread open by Beyond. Just a force of nature in Bottle now. Time to show what he's got, but he's got nothing, Dinko. That's the answer. Oh, okay.
On planet. And while Shouts at gate, he's left alone. This round is looking good for Beyond. It's already done. Shouts at gate, at this point, all he can hope for is a couple of scraps that he can pick up and damage the economy of Beyond. He's going to sit back into the speedway and flee the scene. Job done. That's well played from Beyond. Just a quick seizure of the A-bomb site.
Yeah, that was just a no-nonsense push coming out from Beyond, and I like that. Nothing too elaborate. And even when they're pushing in, it wasn't like one player just peering out and falling back and no trades possible. It was just very, very well executed. And Xiaosage is still popping off though. Good save. Stays alive. Doesn't take a point of damage as well, which is nice. He's gonna purchase himself up the Kevlar, the helmet, since he didn't take a single point of damage, and that means that extra money he saves with that is going to enable him to go for maybe an SMG with the Kevlar, maybe even a FAMAS. I'm not too sure how much money he made there. Yeah, there we go. The MP9 comes out. The rest of his teammates is going to be Deagles and P250s, but then Dinko, I repeat myself again. I'm sounding like a broken record, but it's Invictus and Deagles.
Exactly. I think you're allowed to bring this up, though, Blair, because it is something you always have to take note of. They are very, very capable of winning these kind of rounds just on the Deagle, so we'll see if this works out for them. Beyond, they're probably aware of that. For Mac 10s, though, up against the Deagle is a little bit worrisome for me. It's a slower approach and beyond. They have got 2 players over towards A at the moment. 1 towards bottom middle and 2 working banana right now. STK, the front man, looking for that initial interaction towards banana.
Beyond being pretty wary, taking it slow. The smoke's dropping. That looks like a terrible smoke. Or is it? I don't know. I only saw it from one POV, different POV. The radar shows it's good. So, never mind, it's good. It's good. But I still see a gap over there on the right-hand side, so that's a problem. But beyond waste no time, Dinko. They're going to be going for this A hit. Flash out. 2 players. Crossfire is good, but the MAC-10, the mobility provided by that MAC-10 is going to make things interesting. Destroyer and Bottle, they team up for a couple of kills, and Bottle's good for more. This Deagle's being a problem. He's doing a fantastic job staying alive, Dinko, delaying them from getting the bomb down. Bomb yet to be picked up. They're going to peek together. Xiao Sage gets the kill. KNTZ while trying to find Xiao Sage flying. He finds the perfect timing to push in through the smoke, and that was all in Bottle, man. That Crossfire was okay, but the fact that Bottle delayed them for that long while finding kills, fantastic stuff. And once again, Invictus and their Deagles come out on top.
Well, they do. And I think that's why every single time there's a Deagle round with Invictus involved, you have to bring it up, Blood, because it just happens so damn often. It's annoying if for the other team that's playing. I mean, from our perspective, it's entertaining to watch, but you can definitely see where it would be corrosive to the mind of Beyond right now, and they got to try and reply with pistols of their own. It's a quick play from STK, but he's alone, and he goes down to the MAC-10 of Xiao Sage, who was the thorn in their side. 0 for on Dust 2, 5 kills, 0 deaths, 6 make it now. That's a lot of money being built up for Xiao Sage, and he just keeps going. Finally put an end to by Olivia, and he's going to get 2. Now he runs to the MTB bomb site, and that's going to be a bomb plant, and 3 versus 3 into the post plant.
They have the utility, do the CTs, but a couple of smokes for in the hands of KNTs and QQ. It's not going to make things easy. How's this falling apart? This is so insane. They had complete control, but then, yeah, Olivia. This guy, he's come to play today. AWP, Tech 9, Mac 10, rifles, doesn't really matter. Now, they got to go for the play. 2 incendiaries. 1 towards the back of the box, but they're going to deploy it before the smoke dissipates, Dinko. That's a problem. This is going to be Bottle is just running and gunning. It finds 2. It's a 1v1. Olivia, 5 HP, and Destroyer is going to finish him off, but there's no time remaining, Dinko. It's over, and it is going to be Beyond stealing a round back. It's just like Nuke all over again, and Invictus, their money has just been crushed.
Here we go, blah. It's a crazy end of the day. Everyone's fatigued. Everyone's trying to make some crazy plays. God. And that was a transfer. That was disgusting from Olivia. Oh. Really nice stuff. We didn't see it from his perspective the first time around, but that's the benefit of having such good replay teams at PGL. We get to see it all from different perspectives. And now 2-1. Scoreline favoring Beyond. A pretty crazy start to the game. And if it is going to continue like Nuke, that will end up in a Beyond win. I don't know if I'm going to be happy with that, though, Black, because, you know, Mitch kind of ruins everything. He's not going to let us forget that he predicted this.
Mitch has a tendency to ruin a lot of things, Dinko. But you know what? We all love him for it. Considering that all of us are degenerates after all. Not you, Dinko. You're still young.
Thank you.
You'll get there. Just give it a year. It's just a lack of lands. If we had lands this year, you'd be as terrible as Harry and Hugo.
Exactly. I feel like I've worked more days in a row than ever because there's no travel restrictions in terms of you could be doing an Asian event.
You could be doing
the next
3
day
events in a day.
Yeah, exactly. There's no problems there. You don't have to be anywhere. I mean, it's exhausting at times, but that's what we live for, blah.
That's what we live for. The glamorous esports lifestyle. Straight from the PC, straight to the
to
my bed.
The bathroom.
Okay,
to the door.
That was a weird spam by who was it? Was it Destroy? Well, that was flying. This is doable, Dinko.
Yeah. It is doable. And having the AWP in the hands of Viva is a little bit scary, but it comes down to this kill, I feel. If Destroy wins this aim duel against KTZ, oh, he's done it.
My God.
Here we go. Nice shot on Viva. And that's Olivia that goes down. It's just STK. He's gone. What? Was that a flying deagle headshot?
Get out of here. Oh my God. Please tell me it wasn't midair. Please tell me he had his foot on the coffin.
Please, no.
Replay.
Just, this is ridiculous. That's a
sick shot.
That's a nice shot. Here we go. Here we go. Oh my God. No way.
He didn't even need the headshot, Dinko. It was a 2 HP. Flying.
Living up to his name.
Oh.
I'm done.
I don't even know what to say. What do you say to that?
I think it's better with left unsaid. Well, 2-2. We're back and forth. And Destroyer and Bottle taking kills between them. Finally, we're going to get 2 rounds in a row here, and it's going to be Invictus that will be picking it up first. Yeah, that's just raw ability in the last round being displayed by Invictus, just showing they've got the aim, and this is beautiful to see. We've got this individual skill across the board and flying. Oh no. I'm seeing the signs, Blut. I'm seeing the signs of a classic flying performance where he just dominates the entire map. That's a big round.
If you're going to be hitting headshots mid-air while jumping close range with the Deagle, I mean, he's already playing out of his mind, and now it's like the gods of Counter-Strike. It's like Valve himself, like Gaben himself. It's like, yeah, give it to you. What a shot.
And also Destroy is playing well. And when he's playing well, I often see Invictus just look unstoppable, right? Because he's kind of like the missing piece alongside Viva. He's one of the players that kind of gets overlooked a lot of the time. But when he has these big performances, when he's hitting shots, he can be really influential. But all that he's done in this round is lose his head.
I'm actually going to give Destroyer more props. I feel like he's more consistent compared to Viva, right? Viva, yeah, he's got those crazy 30-bomb games, and sometimes he's unplayable. But Destroyer's a guy where, yeah, he's not a flying, he's not even a Xiaosai game, but he delivers. He delivers in his own way, and rarely does he have like a terrible map, you know? So he's looking good, and also the versatility that's afforded. It's kind of mental. Here we go. The Bottle playing up close. He's got backup. Xiaosai, contact made. 1, 2. This is when he fall back, and that's exactly what he's going to do.
While flying, okay. I mean, it is against the weaker buy, obviously, but he's just padding the stats, building the confidence. Mirage is going to go down as well. That's back-to-back 3Ks from flying from the same position, and a 4th round on the board for Invictus. Here comes the buy from Beyond. Not a good one. Not a good one at all. But they're going to have to invest.
I'm still going back to the round where Flying hit that flying headshot, and it was a 3v3, right? Destroyer that peaked from Banana, 6 shot. And then Viva with that ludicrous flick shot with the AWP, and then Flying with a jumping Deagle headshot. I mean, every kill was absolutely nuts from Invictus. There we go. Try hit Destroyer is good for 1. The second flick, not good enough, but Flying Dinko, well, it's just only good for 1. Surprisingly, not able to get more than that. But Bottle's still alive, the latest addition to this team. It tosses in that smoke. It's going to be dead giveaway to his position, and Olivia is going to sneak in through the smoke, finds 1, finds a second, and it's a shutdown. Xiaosai is going to be left alone. It's a 1v2 bomb just getting planted. But what can he do, Dinko? He's got a smoke and a flash. He needs a smoke to cross on over to the bomb site. But it's not going to be easy. This crossfire is looking quite deadly indeed. He's going to go for the contact play. And KTZ, he is more than capable of hitting those shots. Beyond, to get to round number 3.
We got a good game in our hands here. Inferno is certainly going to deliver to be a close one. We had the crazy back and forth to begin. And now, well, it continues. Beyond. AWP in the hands of Olivia. If he can get going on this T side. Look, you know, it's a difficult spot for an AWPer. But if he can still deliver impact coming out of this T side, that's going to be impressive. I almost feel like they kind of need this AWP as well, because they've got the 2 AWPs on the CT side. Double AWP setup is very potent in the hands of Invictus, especially on Inferno. We have seen moments when Destroyer's playing well, they become very difficult to penetrate.
Indeed, that could be the case here. One thing I gotta say though, this Behold hasn't been terrible for Invictus yet. It's still early days. And even the one round with the loss where QQ just got a double spray with the Mac 10, it was a ludicrous spray transfer which helped him out. And here we go. Hit coming in. Viva and Xiao Sage, the captain and the star. Please don't go for the dry peak. Taking so much damage as well, Dinko. The fortunate thing for them is, like, there's no incendiaries for the CT, so a little bit of repositioning, a little bit of a switch up. Okay, both the players playing from the side. It's actually not a bad idea. It's gonna ensure that Xiao Sage doesn't get isolated alone. 35 seconds on the clock. They have to go for the play, and here it comes. But a Molotov, Nico. That one Molotov just keeping them at bay because of how low two of the players are. Now, Viva's got to either go for a hit, go for the play, help his captain out, and it's indeed going to do that. What a peek from Viva! Decapitates SDK as Xiao Sage finds one, not able to get a second. The trades are back and forth, but it's going to be Beyond coming out on top. They're going to get the bomb down in time. They still have 13 seconds, but it's a 2v2.
2v2, but plenty of time to get into a post-plant position here for Beyond. Mirage on the AWP has got a good position, looking down in towards CT spawn. Bottle will eventually start to move forward, and Mirage is going to be holding on. He's got a good angle to deal with this. As Bottle crosses, an immediate headshot, and now it's just KTZ trying his best, but he's caught in the open, and Bottle takes him away as well. 10-5. This is a much, much better start from Bottle in comparison to his Dust 2 performance, and it's 5-3 for Invictus Gaming as they continue to look solid. Beyond will be feeling a little bit rough about themselves right now. As long as they can get a few more rounds on this T side, though, I'm not going to be worrying too much. It's just if this continues blind, they don't get anything other than these 3 rounds, that's when things look a little scary. But they're coming close in a lot of these rounds, so still have faith.
Yeah, they are. The only worrying thing is once they run out of opportunities, right? Like, it's 5-3 already. Still 7 more rounds. I mean, it was 8-3 at one point for Beyond on Dust 2, so anything can happen still. Destroyer spots a foot, falls back, and well, he still lands a shot, and that's going to give an opportunity for Bottle to peer around the corner and pick up a double. So quick trades, favoring Invictus, and Flying still alive. He has been fantastic so far. He's now paranoid where that flank might be coming in from, and because of that, he's going to reposition. Smoke's going to dissipate, and that's going to allow Xiao Sage to help his teammate out if needs be. Nade flashes coming in, and Flying catches out KNTZ, and this should be it from Flying. A nice hold coming out from the player. And a nice hold over towards Arch as well. Faster hit from Beyond, but again, Dinko, Invictus, they seem to have an answer for almost everything right now. Ooh, that's a tasty shot.
Yeah, but I'm excited. I'm starting to see more of Bottle. We wanted to see him hit this level, and he's doing so. He's getting these multi-kills in. He's making the informed decisions. You can definitely see, you know, we know, and we're still confident in the statement that he's definitely an upgrade from Oi. Just took a little while for him to get comfortable, but he's from when, really, since I called him out in Dust 2. So I want to see a little bit more from him. That round had turned around, right? He's been good ever since then.
Yeah, just needed you to call him out, Dinka, and there you go.
I'll try that on myself sometime. Well,
just record yourself.
Yeah, you suck. Go. Well, Xiao Sage, he's up on the half fourth. Got a player in the bottom of banana with him. That's Viva. Holding a bit of an off angle so he can get this first bullet off, and it's going to be cute peeking into the open. Viva with the first and the second. Big hold coming in from Viva, and that's 3. Where did Xiao Sage die and not Viva? That's ridiculous. But nonetheless, the round still won by Invictus. 7-3. Beyond, that was just the pistols, and they don't really get too far with them. It's all about this. The AK's out. Just obviously Olivia limited to the AK, but I feel like this is probably the better decision anyway, is to get these AK-47s out. T-side open, you're not going to get Olivia involved as much as you would like, and just it's not really worth the investment.
Well, was a pretty tight affair.
Oh, STK.
Whoa. good flashes from his teammates, was not able to do anything. That was such good awareness from Xiao Sage, I feel like, to just like rattle off bullets through the smoke, and STK just taking so much damage. We spoke about his B bomb side holding, Cope. This is looking so much better from Invictus compared to what we saw a couple of months back.
Yeah, this is much more refined. In fact, you know, it's dynamic. They have a couple of players over here at the start of the rounds now as well. Once they get enough information and they adjust accordingly. Currently a very good setup on the CT side. 3 players did end up over towards the B-bomb side, but Viva going down is a bit of a problem. Look how much damage they've done onto SDK and Mayrolls, but they haven't been able to take them away. They'll still be walking. Just about. Now we're 47 seconds. A bit of Molotov usage coming in on Synergy. Right down in towards middle. That's going to hold off STK for a little while longer, but 38 seconds left on this clock. Eventually they're going to have to go, and it's the A bomb site they're shaping up to hit plat.
A Destroyer still holding the line. It's going to be, of course, his teammate in front of Bottle is going to be pressured and destroyed. Oh, he gets attacked though, and it's going to finish him off. Gets the kill, but he's getting pressured. No one's going to shoot him, and he's going to survive. That is so lucky for Destroyer, as Bottle's going to catch QQ. Is crossing on over. Destroyer almost lines it up. Almost gets the timing through the smoke. There's no time remaining, is there? Did they get it in time? Yes, they do, with 2 seconds remaining. But Flying and Xiao Sage, they're close by for this retake, and this is kind of doable, but the lack of utility, Dinko, it's going to be a problem.
Mayrolls in the pit now, moving forward. It's going to be Flying going down first. Now it's just Xiao Sage. What a round from Mayrolls. 3 already for him. He's done enough to scare Xiao Sage off. 4th round picked up for Beyond. It's just a brilliant round from Mayrolls. 3 kills being picked up, Olivia delivering 1, and that could have been a horrible round overall for Beyond at the beginning. They took a lot of damage on board. It looked like STK is going to be picked off, and it would all just kind of spiral out of control, but they don't overcommit, and luckily they get the teammates out of there. They get them out of Banana before too much damage is received, and in fact, Mayrolls catches that one towards top Banana early on. That's Viva, and that was kind of the decisive factor, because that really limits the defense of Invictus. They can't continue to keep a player over or float him over to a different bomb site in rotation. They had to make a call, and it weakened the defense, and Beyond capitalized.
Well, Xiao Sage, ooh, sticks around patiently, tries to time it right, and he will pull off the great escape. Just a wonderful movie. There's also a Netflix show which I saw recently. It's an anime, but I think it's like aired exclusively on Netflix or something. It's an original by them. It's called Great Pretender. It's fantastic. It's like if Ocean's 11 meets animation, basically. Good stuff.
Nice.
Not an ad. I actually enjoyed that show. I'm just letting you guys know.
Wait, if you're being paid by Netflix, gotta hit me up though, because I want to know on that.
You never know, Pete. This HAL 2020, Netflix might be like, hey, we heard you saying good stuff about us. We're going to sponsor you. Boom, Peachel's happy. We get hired for all the events. Everything works out.
Get our own Netflix show?
Why not? I've been waiting for like a Counter-Strike based Netflix show, like how we have, what's it, Drive to Survive. I think it's a great show. SDK finds Xiao Sage, who did such a great job staying alive, Dinka, but in the end he gets found out. QQ gets tagged by a couple of bullets through the smoke, and he replies back with furious anger and great vengeance. And with that, bomb site lost, bomb planted, 5v3. Invictus will have to head for the hills.
They're not alive with the sound of music, only pain. And well, they flee the scene. And there's going to be another round on the board for Beyond. I mean, this half, the beginning of it was looking a little rough, I have to say, from Beyond. You had your moments where they were going back and forth, but it definitely felt like Invictus just grabbed control of it. But it feels like now Beyond have a small chance at maybe even getting more than the 5 they've already picked up. And going into that second half, well, they can get as many rounds as possible. I'm starting to favor them a little bit. I think they'll be much more comfortable on that CT side.
And again, we do know how good Invictus are on their T side, so I guess it's up in the air.
Yeah, it's definitely up in the air. This little bit of a resurgence from Beyond is making things a little more interesting because I felt like Invictus just kind of probably run away with it. Again, got to point out to everyone that Invictus, they're actually more deadly, I feel, on the T side, where they've found a majority of the success on this particular map. And Beyond, they've mixed things up, Dinko. They haven't really gone for this apartment's control that often. They could actually catch the CTs off guard, but the rotation has come in just in the nick of time. Now the 4 players gathered up. 2 players waiting aggressively towards brackets. 2 players coming in from short. So 3 towards the quads area. That's a heavy stack from the CTs, leaving Viva all alone. This I'm not a big fan of, Dinko. If you're gonna leave one of your players alone towards B, I'd rather he play from, you know, the broken wall, or maybe from the car position, where he can at least gather some information. Because if he gets picked off, you've lost the sight. You've lost a round.
Well, this gamble looks to be, well, would have been perfect, but they've actually sent Bottle back to the B bomb side. QQ is taking down Shao Gay, STK as well. Finding success here for the Thai team. Destroyer does so much work, and it's so paramount that he would find those 2 kills, because if they want any chance at winning this round, he needed to do that, and he's done it. So Bottle now playing in the smoke. He has to make a bit of a solo play, and it's going to work out for him. 1 kill now puts Viva in still a difficult position, but winnable. 1 versus 2 retake of this A bomb site. He has no kit, no utility, and they're in a pretty solid crossfire right now, Blair. So I'm not seeing a world in which he walks away with his life. No other round win here. It's KTZ finding the headshot. A 6th round on the board for Beyond. Money gone here for Invictus. Things suddenly become exciting again. Beyond might have just found enough energy to carry them forward.
Yeah, out of nowhere, they've managed to bring it back. And this is such an important round to win as well. Winning that round, they've put the money kind of in a very questionable place for Invictus, meaning they have to just go for the pistols. They want to have enough money to buy. And considering how one-sided it looked at the point in time, Beyond, they might even get away with the lead going into the second half, which is fantastic for the Thai side. Good recovery. Good adjustments. Great timing as well, and great timing from Bottle. Finds one. Meryl's at least replies back by catching Viva, who was trying to be a little bit too over-aggressive towards Banana. Now, Beyond, just going to gather up and slow things down again. This is still a worrying thing for the side of Beyond, because Olivia's on 8 points of health, Dinko.
Well, Destroyer trying to peek out on the edge of the smoke. There's a bit of a gap to play with here, but he just can't line anything up. And they have already crossed inside of the site, and Destroyer's going to try and get behind the smoke. The bomb getting planted, the flash up, and Destroyer, he's held away. 35 seconds now on that bomb timer. And well, all good kill for Mayros. The nade kill on the Destroyer, the time ticking, and Mayros through the smoke. Okay. Mayros is having a great time. Ooh. What a round. An ace, all 5 kills. That's huge from Mayros. He'll be very happy with that.
Good recovery. Good recovery indeed. But yeah, score's getting tied up. Invictus, of course, they save, so just so they could have the armory to work with here. But yeah, May rolls some ridiculous shots. Okay, all right. An eco ace, but still, it's an ace. Invictus now Destroyer. That's a solitary AWP, and it's going to be some bit of utility being deployed towards Banana. Olivia, he's being tagged down to 13 points of health, and Viva, just 1 bullet from that M4 should suffice. Instead, it's going to be Shao Sagi who finds Olivia, who gets nothing done in a cloud of smoke. But with that, if they catch flying here, Dinko, this A bomb site is going to be in a pretty tricky spot here for the CTs, and flying, he seems to be aware of this.
Well, he's holding the pit. He catches QQ a second kill as well. That's huge from Flying. Viva assisting. Job done. It's a be at 7 at the half for Invictus. The Chinese side leading the way only by a mere 1 round. It's been a pretty good comeback and recovery of the first half from Beyond, considering if you look at the round counter, you can see how many back and forth we had at the start. It wasn't really convincing for Beyond at all. They really didn't feel like they were in it. But they grabbed control of it. And I think Mayrolls is the star of the show right now. 13 and 10, having a great time over there for Beyond. He did have that ace against the lower tier buy that kind of bolsters those kills a little bit, but he's still certainly having a lot of impactful rounds later into the first half. So, important step up. They need that, and they'll need to continue as they go into the second. They'll be looking for a pistol win.
Yeah, and honestly, the way this particular map has just played out, I wouldn't have it any other way. I'm actually super happy that it's a close affair here in Inferno, because it's a 50-50 map for both teams. Both of them have about an average of like 50% win rate, and they do play this map quite often. But yeah, this setup though, Dinko. This setup, I don't know about this one.
It's a bit of a gamble, and gambling sometimes doesn't work out so well. Gotta play for the retake. I mean, at least they will keep the players alive.
I mean, it can work out, but it can actually work, because they've used up the smokes on the take, right? They're going to get the bomb down, obviously. They're going to spend a little bit of time just gathering up, but look at the rotation taking place. All 4 CTs coming in from Banana. Destroyer is going to be like, oh, I see one. All right, spot one, guys. I'm going to hold the line. Actually, I'm going to re-peek. And he's going, oh, there's all of them. Everyone's coming up Banana. What do I do? Help me out, guys. But there's no one to help him out. He's going to be stuck in a corner and gets destroyed. And now, suddenly, this retake is looking very promising. All Olivia has to do is keep those Ts at base, stuck inside construction, and this can actually work out for the CTs.
Well, Flying is now under pressure. A lot of kills come in, and there it is from Flying. What a job done by him. 3 kills, 16 and 6 right now. He is having an absolute blinder of a game here in Inferno, and it's great to see. Everybody is going head-to-head right now. And that's a much-needed pistol win, and it's Invictus that come out on top, giving themselves the best chance moving forward. It's Flying, that's disgusting. Well, 9-7, Invictus continue their lead. Now into the lead by 2, no force buy coming in from Beyond, so we should be seeing an orthodox win come in from Invictus, reaching 10 rounds. And that'll be Beyond. What I love about them is, in general, these eco rounds, they don't last too long. Remember in Battle Summer, they used to just run down mid with 5 players. Just like, okay, let's just see if we can do anything. This time they're getting a little bit more passive. They're going to keep 5 players on the A bomb site.
Yeah, I feel like in that round, that setup, which they had, Olivia needed to do more from the CD side, right? Like, he played a little too passive, I felt like, which basically allowed Invictus to just shut down that push from Banana. And this stack, they're walking into it, Dinko. Just the USPs. I've seen this happen too many times. I fear for Invictus. I fear for the Twitch and the YouTube viewers. I fear for my sanity. As QQ finds one, but Flying, he's a rock, Dinko. But the USP is still doing damage, but just the 2 kills. Thank the gods.
Yeah. 10-7. Beyond. They went for the stack of the A-bomb site. It was the right site. Worked out, but, just not the weapons to get rid of them, really. A couple of kills is all they could have really hoped for, and they do get those, at least. But we got into this round, and we are looking at Invictus. Looking to try and take 11. This is an important round coming right up here for Beyond. SDK has gone to the MP9. He's taking the sacrifice. He knows he's not been having a great game, so he's gone for the sacrifice in the weapon to pick up the utility and the kit. And now at Mayrolls, he's been having a good game. He's aggressive in towards Banana. He wants to take these early fights. He's blind though, and he has to fall away. And luckily, he gets away with his life. A bit of damage done onto Viva as well.
Bit of damage, but this buy is crucial for Beyond. It's been a back and forth first half, but so far Invictus, they seem to be firm control here. And again, I got to remind our viewers, T side of Invictus and Inferno, that's where they do find most of the success. So for Beyond, if they lose this one, if they lose control of the B bomb side, I don't even think the players over at A are going to be coming in for the retake. That Molotov is good. If they run in through... What? STK, okay, just hugging the walls, taking quite a bit of damage and running in through the flames. Dinko, STK is good for one, but not more. But Olivia on the perch above finds another kill. Now it's a 4v3. Now the retake is looking possible. They've tossed double smokes, okay. A little bit of a panic utility usage from Invictus. They could have used a second one for Coffins, but that makes its retake, like I said, very, very much in the realms of possibility for the side of Beyond.
QQ running forward, catches out flying. Shasage has delivered death to Mayrolls, but Kane to Z still alive. Shasage having to do everything. The defuse, what? Okay, QQ. I mean, we haven't really said his name a lot in this series. He has been pretty dire, but that is a nice little flick off the bomb. Time for the defuse, just about. It's close enough, and he will get it. It'll be Beyond winning the round. QQ comes off the bomb, flick headshots, gets right back on it just in the nick of time. And that will be 2 rounds away now for Beyond to tie things up. It should just be 1 after they win this round, because Invictus, they don't have a whole lot brought to the table.
Yeah, QQ's, yeah, he's a boss. I want to see that replay again. Just some sick stuff from him. A little bit of attack timeout getting called, just talking things through. Are we going to see Droney McDroneface? Okay, not this round. We haven't seen too many.
Yeah. I mean, we were talking about
so
it
far.
In rehearsals. We were going to use it less. I think PGL were saying they're going to use it a little bit more sparingly.
Which is fine. It has more impact, right? When you just like bring it out of nowhere. It's like it comes flying in and everyone's like, yay.
It's like cool. Yeah. I think it did get to a point where I felt like we see it a lot. It's cool when you highlight performance from a player that really truly deserves it, right? To look at something exceptional. But yeah, it's definitely a welcomed addition. I do enjoy the drone. 10th hit on the board though, and we've got ourselves Invictus just on the lower tier buy here. A couple of pistols here and there flying, attempting to dive for the Molotov, but realizes it hurts, so doesn't go through. Sets back. Follow-up Molotovs coming in from Beyond to delay a possible B rush, and that is going to dispel Invictus.
QQ. A lot of responsibility on his head. They're going to come running out. It's a dry pop. Oh, the timing is going to make it around the corner. Luckily for him, they don't come in straight, but it's going to be KNTZ on the side. Oh, and QQ turns around. His spider sense tingling, but KNTZ, he doesn't need any help, Dinko. He's just spinning around, getting kills, finally gets taken down, and it's all on flying. P250 in hand. He's going to get the bomb down. But I really doubt he's going to be able to defend this one. It's going to be nigh impossible. Flank coming in. And he's dead. There we go. But good damage.
Yeah.
Excellent damage being dealt by Invictus that round.
Definitely. And I think they'll be very happy with that, all things considered. This was a round that you're probably going into it and would have thought it's done, right? There's absolutely nothing of value going to be achieved here from Invictus. This is a round where Beyond are going to walk away. It's clear-cut 9th round on the board. And it's all about this one coming right up, but they secure themselves a bomb plant. They do a little bit of damage to the economy of Beyond, and now they can afford a really solid buy with all the bells and whistles that they need. Beyond win this one, though. That'd be fantastic. Then I start to get a little bit more excited.
A little bit of utility exchange here was Banana, and Invictus like, you know what, we're not going to really contest it. It's fine. Use up all the utility. We're going to be heading up straight towards A. Olivia. Being quiet so far, Dinko. And now it's time for him to deliver. Scoped in. I don't know if they've heard a scope, but they're wrapping around, and he's isolated. He needs help real quick. He's got a player inside of the pit. It's going to be Olivia. Nice second shot. He finds 2. Finally gets shut down by Xiao Sage. And Viva destroyed with 2 quick kills. Suddenly, there's a bomb site taken over by the T's. STK waiting for the smoke to dissipate. Spots out a player. The timing is atrocious for Viva. And it's all in Destroyer. Mr. Dependable himself. And he'll get nothing done. Mayrolls from behind. strikes him down. Beyond, they tie things up.
Important round to pick up there, and I mean, keeping 2 players alive is good enough for Beyond. They'll have enough money to purchase up into this one. Invictus have a bit of an annoying situation here, but they know they're good on the Deagles, so they're going to pull them out, Blur, and I'll leave it to you.
Oh boy, Deagles. Is there anything more scarier than an insane dictator with his finger on the nuclear button? It has to be Invictus.
A game involving Sigma versus After Gaming, maybe?
Listen, we don't talk about that. That's a war crime. That's what it is.
That was quite something. Feels like a year ago, blah, but it was something this morning.
Yeah, let's not. Look, it's been a good game to round the day off. Let's not. Why are you bringing this up? Why are you being like Mitch? Why are you being like Mitch? God damn it!
I have no idea, but I have no idea. Mental exhaustion, perhaps. But we reach round 21. Beyond with the AWP in the hands of Olivia. This is why he's going to do a lot more. This is why I would hope he would do a lot more on the defensive side of things with that AWP. We've seen him be able to deliver. It's quite dynamic, actually, in a lot of the previous matches we've seen of Beyond playing on Inferno. We'll see him over towards B sometimes, position over towards A. They like to change it up a little bit, and that's exciting. I want to see Olivia involved across the map. The good opening kill coming in from Mirage, who has been fantastic in recent rounds, and now he's positioned in towards Dark. He's got a good setup here with STK in the crossfire. It'll be the bait and switch with STK taking the initial fights and drawing the attention towards him with Mirage just jumping out from Dark. Only manages 1 kill. Probably should have done a little bit more than that. And now Invictus finding kills. They'll be able to take the bomb site. Maybe, just maybe win this round play if they can get that bomb down, but it won't be happening. KTZ makes it a little bit uncomfortable. Nice shot from Destroyer. But 11-10 Beyond will be picking themselves up the round win. But again, they hemorrhage so many players. Look at the money here for the CT side. They're going to come out looking worse.
Yeah, every time they face off they win these rounds, it's like me opening up the Amazon website. My wallet's empty every single time. And it's not a good sign. Gotta save for a rainy day, Dinko, and right now they have no savings. And a rainy day is gonna be coming. Mark my words,
Storm.
Invictus are gonna string a... Storm's coming, yes. And the Storm's name is Invictus. They have weapons. And this T side, it has been off to a kind of a limping start from the side of the Chinese team. Mark my words, they have what it takes to pressure this defense from Beyond. And they have to be ready for that. The problem is, they'll lose this one, they're going to be broke. Even if they win this round, flawlessly, the money's still not going to be in a great place. So they need to be playing this anti-ecos a little bit more better. They're winning it, but they need to win it more convincingly. It's a B-bomb site. It's going to be the focus of attention from Invictus. Is it going to be a quick hit is the question. They're ahead of the smoke, Dinko. And they might just go for this contact play. And I think Meryl's going to be expecting this. He's calling the line, though, peering around the corner. Checking. Flash comes out. Brilliant flash. Smoke to keep them at bay, but they're going to run on in. And Meryl's an STK. And STK, once again, being a god, Dinko. 3 kills for him, and he's done his job.
Oh, Mirage cleans up the last 2. They sweep Invictus under the rug, and there's no money to get that full buy-in again from Invictus. We are seeing Beyond win these important rounds now. There should be 13 on the board. There should be 3 away from victory in the series. And unfortunately, 3 away from proving Mitch right.
I believe the Hobbit's gonna get it right.
You might not.
It's insane, Dinko.
You might not. You might not. Who knows? We shall see.
I want Beyond to win, though, for one simple reason, and one simple reason only. If they can break this mental barrier that, they can't beat a Chinese team, I just feel like it's going to make things more interesting in the upper tiers of Asian Counter-Strike.
Yeah, because they've been on the precipice, right? We were talking about the fact that they can't beat these top Chinese teams, and this is the perfect opportunity for them. Invictus, not exactly the best Chinese team, 3rd best in the region, also just with a new player. But let's see if they can do it. A running Deagle. Now, that's not something you see a lot, but you see flying Deagles apparently here from Invictus. It'll be Shazza Gay taking down QQ, Destroyer falling to the AWP of Olivia, but they've got that A-bomb site.
Okay. So the hole wasn't terrible, the positions, but against this buy, it wasn't ideal, right? Like, you know, the money, you should have a good read on the money here for Invictus, and you should be like, all right, the money's not that great. They probably have some pistols or SMGs, and you don't want to allow them into the site where those pistols can reign supreme. And flying, good for one, quick trade coming in. 2v2, bombs planted for pit, and Meryl's being the rock is going to find one, but Bottle, immediate headshot. He's got a kid. Meryl's going to tap it again. He's got a safe spot, and Meryl, the hero of the hour. Does he have the time to Dinko? I don't think he does. And it is going to be the round stolen away by Invictus. And I said they're going to make Beyond bleed, and they made him bleed on just a very, very light buy. The money is not good.
It's opened up again. There's a chance here that Mitch won't be right. When we take a look at what Beyond have, it's not a lot. So they're going to have to go for a little half investment themselves, a couple of pistols invested, a little bit of utility. We look at this round for Invictus, it should be one in the bag, absolutely no problem. It's all about limiting the casualties though. They can't afford to hemorrhage players either, right? They need to get as much money built up as possible going into this next round. Kind of feel bad for Beyond. It feels like they've just been spread too thin constantly.
Yeah, not this time around though. We play close by. Meryl's wild spray doesn't get the kill, and that IKEA gun's gonna take forever to, well, get the kill. But KNTZ, did you see the Health and Destroy and flying? That Max 7, he could have made something happen there, but at least he gets shut down. The scores are tied up once more, Dinko. And it feels like this game has just been, this map in particular has just been back and forth from the very beginning.
Oh, that's
nice
nuts. Try. He could have done something there. That would have been filthy. But 12 to 12, back and forth. Yes, like you said, from the beginning, from the offset, it has been so close. I don't know how many hours we've been on this broadcast today. I don't know how many hours we've been in this series, but we're no closer to finding a victor in it.
It's been exactly, I'll tell you, since we went live. Not since the game started, but it's been exactly 10 hours and 55 minutes. It's going to be 11 hours and 5 minutes.
Nice.
Since we went live with the broadcast. One of those days, Dinko.
It's one of those days. Our strike keeps going. We keep going somehow. And everything's right in the world. Well, not really, but, you know, we like to believe, Pla.
Shout out to the PGL team as well.
Yeah, for sure. Probably they're waking up earlier than us. We're at home. They have to actually go to the studio. Must be awful for them. But nonetheless, Molotov's going in towards top car, and Nid's coming through as well. So be a little bit of damage on the Shasage. Drop to 66. Errol's peeking out to the right side, blinded. Ooh. Oh, Shasage, headshot right through the car, catching out the head of Meryl's and opening things up for Invictus. The Chinese team have the advantage as they head towards B.
That counter flash just completely wrecking Meryl's, who has been pretty solid so far on this map. Rotation has taken place. Olivia playing at the back of the bomb site. SDK playing the anti-flash. P9 in hand, and they've gone for the right call, Dinko. They have 3 players now waiting towards aid. Molotovs are raining in, making life very uncomfortable for the CTs. QQ's gonna get caught out. SDK from above, those delivering pain, and he's gonna find 3! How does he find 3? But Viva and Bottle, they strike back, and now it's all in the hands of KNTZ. Can he complete what SDK started? 3K from that position. That's just fantastic. But I don't think it's gonna be enough. Oh, that's heartbreak, man. Yeah. Looks like KNTZ just looking to go for the save because, yeah, they have no money. But that's just heartbreak for SDK.
He tries his best. He tries to lift the team over the hurdle, but it's just not enough. It's just so unfortunate. Invictus too strong. It's going to be 13 rounds on the board. They're going to be 3 away from taking us over the line, putting an end to this series as they head into the lead again. The money is looking better for the Chinese team. Over here for Beyond, they don't have a whole lot to work with, and KTZ is going to spray, and he'll go down. He needed to stay alive if they wanted anything to work with in this next one, but they have nothing, Blur. And how many times have we seen Beyond push a Chinese team to their limits, right to the edge, and fall at the final hurdle? It happened against Vici in the previous PAL. They took off Nuke, they ended their streak, they headed on to the final map.
They beat Vici on Nuke.
Yeah, exactly. And they just choked it in the third map. And it's unfortunate because they've come so close so many times that eventually, this is the only thing that'll happen if they lose today, is it won't put them any closer to fixing that problem. It's not going to be like, okay, we're getting close to beating these teams. It'll be more like, we just can't win. No matter what we do, no matter how good we play, it's just impossible.
It's kind of like FaZe Clan right now. Also, shout out to our replay guy, Assassin, who has been fantastic. We haven't missed any kill because of the guy.
That's flying, crazy deagle headshot.
Imagine being the replay guy for these Asian games where like it's just ridiculous kills all over the map, and you're just like, I gotta catch this and
everything. It's
that.
like Pokemon.
Gotta catch them all, and he is indeed Pokemon replay master. There we go, Tick Mark as well. Well, here we go. The hit coming in towards me. They're all blind. They're all blind. Not a single kill goes away of the CTs. That's tantalizing and yet so disappointing.
14-12 Blood. You know what that means. 2 rounds away from Invictus taking this and Beyond. They're going to try their best here. Try and do something on the exit kills, but it's all about the next round coming up. Beyond lose this, it's likely going to be the series over, and their woes will continue against Chinese teams. When I say Chinese teams, I mean the ones that are near the top. You know, the likes of Tyloo, Vici, Invictus.
Not after.
Not after. Yeah. I think that's pretty self-explanatory, but just in case you were wondering, Beyond would hopefully smack down them after. We'll get to see if that's the case at some point, but
at least the way they're playing today, they should have a comfortable time against After. And turns out, producer's saying, after we gave a shout out to our replay guy, Assassin, the replay machine just broke. So maybe we should stop giving compliments and shout outs in general, Dinko. You know, stick to our jobs. Don't say anything nice about people.
Shout out to Mitch, man, if he's not already broken.
Yeah, shout out to Mitch, man. He's been fantastic so far. Okay. Beyond 14-12. This is it. This is the do or die round.
At least we have scenic views here on Inferno.
It's a pretty map.
It is indeed. I feel like definitely need more maps in Counter-Strike. At least like a rotation.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Yeah, we've had this map pool for so long now. And like, I feel like Overpass just barely gets played anymore. Hardly ever see Overpass. Especially in Asian Counter-Strike. We've seen it today, but in general, we just don't see it as often. See Nuke a lot more. Is it ESL1 Cologne where we had, when Nuke was like the most played map? When it was, before Vertigo, I think it was, before Vertigo came into the pool, I think Nuke was one of the most underplayed maps, which is, at least it's rotated that way in terms of the teams approaching them, but I feel like we could do with a new map added to the pool, but nonetheless, it is going to be a quick play into the A-bomb site. Viva diving is the only player getting anything done for Invictus. They will not be reaching map point unless Flying and Bottle can pull it off, and they've done it. They've pulled it close. It's a 2 versus 2, and they've got that bomb down. Flying trying to get to the pit. It's a risky play, but he manages to get it. Mayros is on the site already. 1 player to the left side of pit. That's the big pit. The mini pit also occupied by Flying. It's now only Mayros. He's gone for the full 10-second defuse, holding it in the smoke. They run, they spray, and he's off it. He's off the bomb. He goes for the fights, and Bottle shuts him down. 15-12. That might just be it. That might just be it, Blood. Invictus, that was looking like a lost round, but Flying and Bottle, they pull it off. 24 and 17. This is a big performance from Bottle, clearly showing he can be a playmaker. He is definitely a good addition to this Invictus roster.
Yeah, 4v2, and they just snatch it back. And even the retake was so quick, Dinko. Just almost prevented them from getting into these comfortable post plans. And Meryl's, honestly, imagine if he had the kid, Dinko. He would have just stolen the round away from underneath their noses. But Map and Match Point and Invictus, they've been pushed to the brink. But they come back. Now they have 3 opportunities to close this one out. For Beyond, it's a Hail Mary bye. MP9, auto shotty from KNTZ. Very situational, very positional. Situational.
What am I trying to say?
Position. What?
It's completely acceptable. At this point, it's kind of
English isn't even my main language.
Exactly,
so
No, at this point, it's actually quite a miracle how our braids haven't turned to liquid.
Oh, it's been mush for quite a while. It's literally like how you have these potato batteries. We just stick in like those nodes or whatever. It sticks inside of that thing, and you just run a radio transistor. That's literally my brain right now. But we shall soldier on, Dinka, because you know what? We get paid for this.
Exactly.
Meryl's is peeking out. Smoke is a tell. Tosses in a nade, and is gonna fade away. He's got backup though. The 3 players holding onto this B bomb site.
This is not exactly the most ideal buy if you're Beyond, right? To come into possibly the last round of this game, to try and stay alive here on Inferno, to try and stay alive in the series, and yeah, it's a pretty bad buy coming up here for Beyond. A little bit of a slowed play from Invictus. They aren't committing it to anything just yet. No one wants to be the player to misstep or make the error that ends up costing you a round that you could close it in. At least they do have money left over, so obviously they'd be in a very comfortable position going into the next round anyway. And if Beyond even want a chance of coming back, they're going to have to win this one cleanly, keeping as many players alive as possible. But here come Invictus to the A site. There's one player up on the balcony, QQ playing from Archway. The player tucking the side as well. It's QQ with the first kill. KNTZ delivering death with the XM. STK getting a kill on the MP9. It's not done. KNTZ on the Alligator jumps them up inside of Pit. And it's just Bottle left alone. Invictus somehow, they've thrown this one all away. And STK swings in front of him in the air. The MP9 rattles through the chest. And there's now a chance for Beyond as they recover 3 AK-47s. The money is in a decent enough position to buy into this round. Here come Invictus though. The money's still good. It does not relent.
They didn't check.
Why did they not check that? I mean, you're taking your time. You're so slow and methodical the whole way up until the point where you're at the site, and that's when they stop looking at things. What? Why? Makes no sense. What's the point in going slow at that point then? What's the point in being methodical and checking everything? There's 0 point to that.
No. I don't know. Oh
my god, here.
I like that.
That's lovely.
But just good for one.
Yeah. I mean, at least QQ stays alive. I mean, if he'd swung and died, that probably would have been the job done, map done, series completed. But he stays alive and still a chance here. 4 versus 4. Even odds. An equilibrium established on the server. 1 minute and 20 seconds left, and those bullets are not too far off connecting.
QQ's had a very quiet series.
Yeah.
Like his Dust 2, he was struggling quite a bit. Now just 12 kills, 24 deaths. I mean, I don't want to particularly point out players. I'm not a big fan of that necessarily, but when you're a team who relies heavily on in the fragging department, you want everyone to at least be consistently average or above average, and he's been kind of quiet. But well, here we go. Destroyer getting the trade, and now it's not looking... Actually, not the trade. Actually, getting the man advantage for his side. It's tossing a flash and a Molotov towards Banana. Rotation hasn't really taken place yet. Is it coming fast into this A-bomb side, Dinko? This could be it. It's down to Meryl's. Can he be the hero once more as QQ is going to help him out? They're going to be spraying tiny angles to find. Meryl's gets nothing done. And it's a 1v3. And as spectacular as STK has been in some of these moments, Dinko, I feel this one is unfortunately done.
You will try. You will try to be the hero that they need, and it's the first headshot. That's clean. He's going to use up his utility, but like you said, this is such a difficult position, but they're giving him 1v1s. What? Destroyer just gives him a chance, and now STK, it's just a 1 versus 1. It's not done yet. He could go on to win this round and keep his team alive, but it's Xiaosage, the rock of Invictus Gaming, who will get them the win in this series. Well, a long day it's been, Blair, but it's going to be Invictus, their first outing with ball, and 100% win rate.
The curse continues. Mitch, Tom, if you could join us to try and break this one down, because my lord, Beyond came so close. But Mitch, you genius, you called it. Like reading palms, reading feet, whatnot. I don't know what you do, but
wasn't even close, Blair. Wasn't even close.
Yeah, it wasn't even close. But Beyond, they lose. They lose, Mitch.
Never
you know
what?
Wrong.
It's not. Listen, it's not an exact science. There is always a little bit of give in what the spirits can convey to me. But at the end of the day, you know, obviously we had some bad spirits here because they were guiding the bullets of flying. That flying deagle shot that he hit. Oh my god. And I nearly fell off my seat with that one. It's unbelievable. And this is the return to grace. What I wanted to see. Turn around from map 1. Flying, dominating. We had everybody stepping it up on the Invictus side. But still, a very close game. And that is pretty much what Beyond deliver every single time versus Invictus. If you look back through their head-to-heads, like, yeah, sure, they've won a couple of times. But the last few ones have been, like, grueling series where they're so close to 2-0ing it. And then in the end, they can just never get it across the line.
Yeah, Tom. I mean, at this point, like Dinko mentioned earlier, like, dude, what's going on in the minds of Beyond? Like, all this time, they've been like, yeah, we can get it, guys. Just need that one win and we can break the curse. But at this point, you just, like, mentally disintegrate against these Chinese teams? Or do you still have some faith in this Beyond lineup to pull off or just break the curse?
I'll be honest, at least in my eyes, I think that there was a few swing rounds towards the end of this map and they lost them. I think that's what this came down to. I don't necessarily think that they were like the worst team. I think it was more just like in those sort of clutch situations, in the positions where Invictus really need a round, it just seems like somebody would step up. Like when they sort of managed to win, well, I think it was the Pistols right towards the end of the game when it was like 12-10 and it looked like Beyond were just going to run away with it. It looked like that was the end of the game. It was 5 rounds in a row. It was like, oh, okay, cool. That's it. That's GG. And then just out of nowhere, just a round comes from absolutely nothing. And that's where Invictus just step up and manage to take it home from there. So I think that maybe it just comes down to a few niche moments that decide whether or not this team wins or loses. Unfortunately for them, like these sort of matches can actually play a pretty big part because sure, for Invictus, we expect them to lose to, say, Tyloo, maybe Vici, having a close game versus them. Other than that, they should be able to beat everybody else. And we'd say the same for Beyond. This matchup could have decided who finishes like 2nd or 3rd within the group. And realistically, that's a difference between maybe playing against, I don't know, playing against each other even, going into the playoff stage, or playing against a Tyloo or a Vici. And that's a huge difference when it comes to prize pool. But then again, when you look at these two teams, the goal, I think, has changed from, oh, let's try and win some money, let's become a top team, to we need to be winning these events anyway. So I guess it depends on their mindset. It might not matter too much, but it does leave a little bit less wiggle room against some of the better teams.
Flying being the MVP, though, I guess the one player who delivers consistently, Xiaosage obviously being one of them. Flying Mitch, I mean, we speak about this guy, and he's just sheer consistency personified, right? This guy just delivers no matter, even if they lose, they win, he's just there.
Yeah, well, absolutely. He's always delivering. One thing, though, from the newer player on the roster of Bottle, he was really alive in this whole series, and it's good to see him slotting into this team quite well. Obviously, you can get a player that we know is experienced internationally and can come into a roster and not really perform. And sometimes those pieces just don't fit together, but evidently this is a good sign for Invictus. You know, they're maintaining similar results to their past up against Beyond. They definitely had a couple of shaky things to work out, but it's a good sign that at least both of these teams were showing up. Now, as Tom said, you know, when you come into the series later on, into the late stage of groups, these other games that they play up against the likes of a Tiger, who are looking pretty vulnerable at the moment, are going to be really important, because if they can't beat them, then the difference in prize pool is drastic. Like, to compare it, if you're 5th to 6th, you'll be getting $7,000. Sorry, if you're 6th, $7,000 or 7th. 5th is $9,000. Like, and then it goes up to 12 plus or more points. And obviously, as we said, it's not simply about oh, well, we don't have enough for more. Oh, here we go. There you go. Up on your screen.
Yep.
So it's not simply about, oh, well, we don't have enough 4 or more points to qualify for the major, so who cares? There could be 3, 4, 5 or more events between this and the major, and the points will scale up as well throughout those, I presume. So, like, getting to that top 4 is exactly where you want to be to walk away with a one step closer to getting to the biggest event in the world.
Well, we're going to be finding out. Of course, we still have a lot of games remaining. And let's take a look at today's results so far. It has been an incredibly long day, over 11 hours of on broadcast. We saw Sigma versus After Gaming. After Gaming stealing the way. Shut up, Tom. I was just stealing the win away from Sigma.
I didn't see it. Forgot about it.
In the end, yeah, well, all of us kind of wiped it from memory, and I just remember this game actually happened today. It was a Tiger versus Checkmate, the upset, I might say, of the event so far. Checkmate defeating Tiger, an RMR champion. And then, of course, the final matchup, Invictus versus Beyond, that definitely delivered. And one of the rare days, we saw all the 3 best of 3s going all the distance, multiple overtimes. Great games, some rough ones. And, of course, we have a schedule lined up for you guys tomorrow as well. We have some exciting games. You're going to be seeing Vici joining the fray, Tai Lu as well. These are some pretty cool games, Dinko. We got Bren versus Checkmate, Tai Lu versus Beyond, and Vici versus Invictus. These are meaty matchups.
Yeah, I would have been more excited for the Beyond versus Tyler game if Beyond had beaten Invictus today, because maybe we start to wonder if that's the mentality block broken. But yeah, I feel like we're going to get more of the same tomorrow for the usual Tyloo versus Beyond show. I think Tyloo should be pretty comfortable. But yeah, Brent versus Checkmate, I think that's probably going to be the game in disguise. I think that's one of the underdog games that you're not really going to expect the result. I think Checkmate might be able to take that.
Okay, that's pretty brave words, but they did show quite a lot to be, for us to have some promise in this lineup. Let's take a look at the standings as it stands right now at the end of day 3. We still have 12 more days remaining of the league, so just a lot of games to be played. Tyloo on top, where they usually belong. The surprise there is Checkmate. Checkmate on top. Yes, they did have to beat only Huatzai and, of course, Tiger, but second place for a team no one had really heard of just a few days ago. That's not bad at all. Sorry, Tiger on top of that. Tyloo, they've only played 1 game so far. VG Gaming, Sigma, and we'll go all the way down to the bottom. Beyond, you know what, they've only played 1 game, so that's fine, but Huatzai and Bren down there. After Gaming, they've played 3. They've won a crazy game today against Sigma, which puts them in the 7th position. But yeah, I still feel it's a little too early, Tom, for us to kind of like call things out. But it feels like the usual suspects, at least. I mean, the better teams, at least, are performing to the level we expect, apart from Tiger.
Yeah, I think the only crime is that After Gaming is not on the bottom of the board. Like that's the only thing that makes me sad looking at this.
You know what? Honestly, I feel like even if After Gaming win all their matchups going forth, you're still going to be like, yeah, they deserve to be at the bottom of the table. Yes. Screw you, After Gaming. You broke me.
After that one flash where they didn't turn from their own teammate, that's when Tom just decided this team.
Where they tried to retake the What do you mean?
Well, that one
That's
is why.
That's the reason I'm annoyed. That's the worst play I've ever seen in my life. Like, I'm never forgiven
fair
that
enough. We got quite a few reasons then, though. We're fine.
We've got a book of reasons at this point, to be honest. Like, we can be here all day talking about
Make our own religion against the team.
Well, we're going to be seeing more of them later on. But ladies and gentlemen, that's the end of the day. I'm not going to keep these 3 gentlemen around for much longer, along with production crew. I'm sure everyone's really tired. So am I, to be honest. But thank you for tuning in. Make all this worth it. And that's going to be it from us here. Day 3 done and dusted, but don't go anywhere. Tomorrow, I mean, go home now. We can go back to eating, watching TV, whatever. Please go. But back tomorrow. I'm just losing my mind, Tom. I'm
joining FaZe, guys. I'm joining FaZe. I'm replacing Nico.
He hasn't even joined the team yet. Left the team yet, rather, Tom. Just
Tom, you've leaked the details, dude. Come on.
Oh no!
My $1 million contract is out the window.
That's probably the only reason you won't be on FaZe, because you ruined it. You broke something.
Yeah. Me and Nico, pound for pound, basically the same player.
Anyway, on that note, we'll see you guys tomorrow. So it's a weekend. We have some great games coming up. I'm out of here. You guys have a wonderful evening. GG, well played. Good night.
FaZe Biz.